Chapter 521 End. Change. Uchiha. Itachi. Naruto opened his mouth slightly, and Sakura behind him let out a sigh of relief. Two of them were the ones who had heard the truth about Itachi from the mouth of Uchiha Obito. So unlike the others present, they can really understand Sasuke's mood. That's why I have always believed in Sasuke. Sasuke is not betraying the village, but his position, which has been forced to swing between the Uchiha family and the village. Which side does he want to stand on? In the end, what is right? In the conversation with the previous generation Hokage, it seems that Sasuke has obtained the most accurate answer. I used to think Itachi was a loser, but it was the Neji guy who made me realize that Itachi's failure was me. Later I felt that Itachi's failure was the result of the failure of this ninja world. Itachi is the perfect big brother and the perfect ninja. Even the ninja body Senju Hashirama said so. However, it would be too frivolous to decide so hastily. I did a lot of thinking and assumptions. Finally, I found that the current Hyuga Neji, although powerful and perfect, he is also a loser. Sasuke said here, it seems that the fatigue on his body has been eliminated, and he immediately stood up firmly. His Mangekyo Sharingan, gleaming with Yuhi's light, is spinning fast. You said that Neji also failed. What the hell is? What happened? Naruto frowned slightly, and couldn't help but regret asking Sasuke. I didn't expect that Sasuke still had such a powerful force of resentment in his heart. You bastard, dare to speak ill of Neji. I don't care what Uchiha clan you are. Kuratashi clenched his fist, hardened to a pitch-black color. Unbeknownst to him, Kuratashi, let Sasuke-kun explain first. Sakura quickly stopped Kuratsuchi, and then put down Naruto who was supporting him. Naruto made a bang to the end, and got up with the pain. Sakura, you tap. Sorry Naruto. Sakura smiled, very sorry that every time she couldn't help thinking of Sasuke, she immediately ignored everyone's feelings. HMPH, it's still the same as it is. However, no matter what, in the end, I will still have a fight with you, Naruto. Sasuke looked down at Naruto sitting on the ground, his eyes full of approval. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded steadily. Hey, this guy hasn't explained yet. Why call Neji a loser? Kuratashi pouted, as if looking at Sasuke very upset. Sasuke was silent for a moment, stared at Kuratsuchi for a long time, and explained simply, Hyuga Neji is very smart. That guy saw the darkness under the rules of this ninja world very early, and saw how failed this ninja world is. My eldest brother Itachi secretly chose to follow this ninja world, but this Hyuga Neji did not follow the ninja world. He forcibly infiltrated the high-level people and changed the development ecology that Konoha village should have, leading the ninja world to this point. Quote. But, don't you think it's pointless? In the end, the Fourth Ninja World War has begun. Sasuke's words seemed to wake up the dreamer in one sentence. Akatsuki still started catching tailed beasts. No matter how peaceful the big country and village you were born in those dark corners, people die every day. It's this ninja world that is disappointing. As long as people live in this cursed ninja world, there will be no real peace. Neji really doesn't understand this and is the loser. And I will finish his masterpiece, after the war, completely change the pattern of the ninja world. When Sasuke said this, Naruto suddenly stood up slowly. Ah, Sasuke, he suddenly smiled, and everyone couldn't help but be surprised. No matter what, in the end, I will definitely bring you back to the village. He smiled and looked at Sasuke who was close at hand. No matter how far Sasuke's heart is from them, Naruto always feels that his friend is by his side. Ha, ha, ha. Obito's 6 paths transformation is not complete, but the complexion is much whiter, and the incomplete Gudodama truth-seeking ball is transformed into a black fluid state. Madara on the side has arrived at the battlefield. Obito, I have absorbed all of Senju Hashirama's sage art chakra. Next is your Rinnegan. I have to complete the final steps and fulfill our last wish. Madara said, but Obito glanced at him indifferently. I never thought of you as a companion. Madara was startled by Obito's cold words. Obito said, in your plan, Nagata will use Rinne Tensei, Samsara of heavenly life, to bring you back to life. Indeed, if that were the case, there would be no need for such a troublesome move as a ninja war. However, the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Now I also have some changes in my heart, and I want to give these guys a taste of real despair. Madara frowned slightly. The plan is right in front of you. Whatever power you have, you need me to use Rinne Tensei, Samsara of heavenly life, to bring you back to life. So, your situation is delicate right now. Obito's threat left Madara speechless. Okay, I'll do it for you. Madara then hand seal, from his body, Mokuden wood style appeared. Mokuden wood style forms a tube and slid into the 10 tails underneath. Ouch! 10 tails roared, the world was like a fission. Desperate. Madara muttered, a strange sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Bang! Countless chakras gathered around. Obito frowned slightly and murmured, do you want to use that trick? Madara explained, aren't you trying to make them feel hopeless? Are you going to stop me? Are you seeing your former companion and teacher and wanting to change your mind? Boom! There was a vibration all around, and the ashes were scattered. Obito's face was indifferent, the corners of his mouth bent. No, continue. Boom! With a deafening roar, all the ninja coalition forces on the battlefield covered their ears, and could only hear the command in their minds. The enemy seems to be going to use some kind of move, and they are desperate to survive. The previous Hokages and Killer Bee will withstand the pressure. Everyone must protect themselves. Defend. Idiot. Asshole. Let this uncle stop you this time. Idiot. Killer Bee dashed into the air at a high speed, turning into a tailed beast. Bang bang bang. 3 tailed beast bombs in a row. But hit the 10 tails, all bounced off. Killer Bee bit Kiba and said, damn. It's not a level of power at all. Boom. The world has changed. This guy is going to use the world to change, said the 8-tailed bull ghost. The world has changed. What is that? Killer Bee was also rarely serious. As a human Jinchuriki column force, he clearly felt what a huge chakra he was facing in front of him. It's that guy's move. It's about to fall apart. There's no time to explain. Now pass my word on to the Ninja Alliance. Absolutely avoid this move. Boom. I saw that the sky was spinning, thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, and countless tornadoes roared. The land of the mainland began to crack on a large scale, and the waters set off waves of hundreds of meters, submerging a large area of land. Covers the entire battlefield. In just an instant, this shaking world can ruthlessly crush the lives of ninjas. This moment is like the end of the world. Chapter 522 Huang Izumi. Father's Eyes. This is Doomsday. The world has changed. The collapse of the tsunami. Is this the legendary power that even gods fear? We are about to be wiped out. Boom. Doomsday, an atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone. 10 tails roar, head up, giant-tailed beast bomb. With a diameter of 100 meters, it emits light and is about to explode. Obito wraps himself in a black substance, and Madara also turns on Susanoo. It's not good. A tailed beast bomb of that level can't be moved at all. Kakashi was biting on Kiba. Mangekyo's Sharingan almost stared out his eyeballs, and there was no way to create a space to move such a big tailed beast bomb. The world of Ninja World. Is it over? Kakashi looked back blankly and saw that the world had completely changed. The scene at this moment is not an illusion, but a reality. 10 tails really have this ability. There, the second-generation Hokage Tobirama bit Kiba, although he came here to help deal with the 10 tails according to Hashirama's instructions, but to this extent. Even if the 4th generation joins forces, I am afraid they will not be able to deal with it. It's over. Madara, Neji's mouth twitched, forming the last seal. But the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Hyuga Neji. Obito narrowed his eyes, glaring at Neji. Looks like it's you who performed this technique. Judging from the chakra flow of your acupuncture points, this technique can only be performed once, and you are not a 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. Use this technique. The technique also consumes a lot, right? Neji's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about everything around him. Such a calm attitude, even Madara was a little panicked. He raised the corners of his mouth in disdain and sneered, "Those eyes, Byakugan. Hyuga Neji, you are indeed the ninja that makes my eyes shine in this world. But you haven't reached the level of Hashirama. At this level, even Hashirama is I can't stop it. Ha ha ha. Clean up the battlefield, 10 tails. The world is changing." Madara felt a thud in her head the next moment. This is. Madara was surrounded by layers of invisible transparent crystals. Then, he was slowly forced to float into the air, as if someone had trapped him in the water. Is this a water prison technique? No. Madara frowned slightly. She could still see Neji and Obito, and could hear all the voices, but at this moment, it seemed that everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Everything that has changed is beginning to change. 10 tails. Start to stop slowly. As I expected, as long as you control you can control the 10 tails. Sorry, your Mokuden wood style is really too powerful, and you are even better at controlling Mokuden wood style than the original Hokage. Style. The power of Mokuden wood style can already control Kyubi, 9 tails tailed beast chakra, and you also have Rinnegan. Even this 10 tails chakra can be suppressed. But the eyes of the Hyuga clan are above you. Neji finished speaking. The surroundings had almost completely returned to calm. All the ninjas were frightened and their eyes gathered. Is that Neji? Was it Neji blocking the enemy's move? Great, saved again. Hurry up and send reinforcements now. Absolutely protect Neji's safety. The Uchiha clan has a very powerful forbidden technique, and the demonic illusion imposed on themselves. Izanagi must have the power of both the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan to be able to perform the ultimate demonic illusion. Another technique can be used with to restrain Izanagi's ultimate demonic illusion. Izanagi is also the ultimate forbidden technique that can only be performed by sacrificing Sharingan. In addition, Obito said, narrowing his eyes, the Koto Amatsukami of the Eye of Shisui also has infinite possibilities. But you, what the hell? Neji's mouth twitched. The forbidden technique that sacrificed the light of one eye to launch. Don't think that you are the only Uchiha family. This is a technique that surpasses Izanagi, remember it well. This is the Hyuga family. The ultimate technique, Huang Izumi's breath. Huang Izumi. Obito turned his head and looked helplessly at Madara, who was imprisoned in the air. He was as strong as Madara and couldn't break free. It seemed that the part of the time Madara was in had been slowed down 1,000 times, even blinking his eyes was so slow. Neji explained leisurely, using the lost light of Byakugan, the power in exchange is many times greater than Sharingan. Why? Sharingan is just the eyes of 6 Paths Sage's eldest son Indra, but Byakugan is 6 Paths. The source of the Rinnegan of the immortals. Byakugan is more in line with the body of immortals, and the Matsuri is offered only because the light of this world cannot bear the power from Huang Izumi. The power of Huang Izumi can temporarily pull the person who has been hit by this technique into the land of Huang Izumi. This technique has no other ability, it only restricts one person. But there is almost no activation time and activation conditions, and only one needs to be sacrificed. The light of the eyes, even Uchiha Madara, is absolutely unable to break free from this technique. Quote. Neji explained, he let out a sigh of relief, as if he had solved some big trouble. But I also made a gamble, and it turned out that I won. I bet that if this ever-changing spellcaster is controlled, then all the effects of spells will be invalid, so it seems right. And the risk of impure world reincarnation, on the contrary, the risk of this operation is the most obvious, right? Uchiha Obito. Quote. Neji's mouth twitched, eyes wide open, staring straight at Obito. Other hand, Obito broke out in a cold sweat and stared into Neji's eyes for a long time. Don't you say you need to sacrifice the light of one eye? Facing Obito's questioning, Neji's expression turned indifferent. He exhaled slowly, and his eyes looked a little sad. A long time, a gust of wind blew, and he faced the cool breeze and said, "The sacrificed eye is not mine. That Byakugan is the eye that I once obtained in the hands of a descendant of Main Clan." Obito was startled, hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. "Then you were just like me, you took away the eyes of the clan for your own means. These are my father's eyes." Neji's face was indifferent. Although he was a transmigrator, the stage of this body from birth to the age of 5 was almost all memories of his father. Neji also seems to be too deeply into the play, and completely integrates into this father-son relationship. According to the time in this world, it has been 3 years since Neji went to the Kumogakure village to negotiate. 3 years, there are many opportunities. I want to sacrifice this eye to use the breath of Huang Izumi, but I haven't done it. Up to now, it seems that I can't escape. Neji's words were said with a chuckle, but the sadness was more intense. Experience the death of a close relative, Obito can understand Neji's pain even more. Why, Hyuga Neji, this ninja world makes you so desperate. I can feel the darkness in your heart. Why protect him? Obito gasped and took a step back. He wanted to know. Why in this failed ninja world, a strong man like Neji still wants to believe him. And Neji just let out a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand and said, "Because, you are the more hateful guy." Chapter 523 Three Horns. The strongest psychic beast ever. Neji's eyes widened in anger. At this moment, even Uchiha Obito, who was already close to the Six Paths state, was intimidated by Neji. It wasn't the imposing deterrent, but Neji's abnormal appearance that surprised Obito. A few years ago, Obito had sent a spy on Neji, but at that time, he found that Neji was just an idiot who likes to practice secretly by himself. Unexpectedly, without any sign, Neji rose up. A Chunin exam almost made the whole village pay attention to him, and after that, dealing with Orochimaru and clan affairs is a glorious deed, and later to calm down the conflict between Iwagakure village and Kumogakure village, until the sword dance conference, Neji even became a leader. A famous ninja. It took only 3 years for Neji to do this, and Neji disappeared for 2 years, and it was precisely these 2 years that were the key. Almost from an Anbu-level ninja, he suddenly became a powerhouse several times beyond the cage level, and now, Obito was even more surprised by Neji's powerful strength. Hyuga Neji, no matter how strong you are, but now you have no chance against me, because I am close to the Six Paths Immortal. This is the power that created this world, you can't beat me. Obito murmured, seeming very proud. Neji, on the other hand, looked angry and sneered, Six Paths Immortal. Created this world, ridiculous. Obito didn't give Neji a chance to explain, he just sneered. Of course, it was the Six Paths Immortal who founded the ninja. Hyuga Neji, even your ancient Hyuga clan are only descendants of the Six Paths Immortal. Now I have your ancestors' power, with Rinnegan, but, just incomplete, and, not finished. Obito looked at the 10 tails under his feet and was still wriggling slowly, but after Neji's yellowish Izumi's breath against Madara just now, 10 tails also seemed to be greatly affected. Neji traveled to this world, and the years are inspiring. After such a long time, the Six Paths program has long been forgotten. In other words, almost from now on, how the enemy is going to fight, Neji can only deal with his own improvisation. You said just now that guys like me are hateful, aren't they? Obito took a step back, looking at Neji indifferently. Then, you try to beat me, if you really think I'm hateful. Obito murmured. He took a deep breath and started hand seal. Huh. Neji turned into a white light and immediately came to Obito's side. Quick, don't you want to give me a hand seal? Bang. This is. Crack. Palm hit Obito's palm, knocking Obito's palm back. Obito was knocked back dozens of meters on 10 tails, body, and Neji immediately followed. Although he didn't act rashly, everything he did was to keep an eye on Obito and not give him any opportunity. Don't want me to have any chance to activate the spell. Now I'm ready, but the 10 tails are not ready. After the ceremony is completed, I can keep up with your speed. What you're doing now, it's just slowing down the speed of this world's destruction. What's the point? Besides, that kind of move doesn't make sense to me if it doesn't incorporate sage art. Obito chuckled. Neji narrowed his eyes and explained, it doesn't make sense. Look at your palm then. Obito was startled and stretched out his hand. I saw my hands, just now temporarily to resist Neji's attack, now they seem to be scarred. This is, what the hell is going on? Obito looked up and asked. Neji looked indifferent. It's true that ninjutsu is ineffective for you now, only mixing sage art can break your Rinnegan ability. However, although my gentle fist uses chakra, that chakra only exists in my body. Byakugan, the gentle fist in chakra mode spreads the range of gentle fist through chakra, so it turns gentle fist into taiju, but I just used normal gentle fist is taiju. That said, Neji is already in position, ready to attack at any time. One more thing, you said that what I did was only to slow down the destruction of the world. Then you seem to have understood, what you are doing now is to destroy the world. What do you say about the Moon Eye plan? What makes people dream getting all the perfect endings in the middle of nowhere? It's just a dream. It seems that you understand it yourself. Obito was startled, something deeply hit in his heart. Neji spoke to his heart. And, you are now within my attack range. Neji raised his hand, his gesture sank. Ready to dance. Below, the formation of 8 trigrams began to appear, emitting a green aura. When Obito bit Kiba, he was at a loss when there was a huge wave. Susanoo strikes mercilessly. Neji was stunned for a moment. Now that he is the main body, he did not intend to give a flaw easily, and immediately stopped the attack. Whoosh. Neji quickly backed away, and behind him, 3 people came. Are you okay? Neji, I'll heal you. Thank you, Sakura. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. It was the 7th shift. Sasuke and Naruto are now side by side. It seems that Madara's clone is too powerful, so they have to join forces. Uchiha Madara, who had attacked him, was rubbing his shoulders. You guys are really good. That strange art can trap me for more than 1 minute. If it wasn't for Hashirama's Mokudan wood style sage art to block most of the time for me, that art might be able to control me perfectly 15 minutes. What a horrible trick. Madara had a sinister smile, and his compliments were serious. The strength that he now has the power of both Senju and Uchiha. Obito, hurry up with the Eye of the Moon plan now, you can't delay it any longer. Madara walked to Obito's side. Obito narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, no. Obito. Madara was impatient, but there was nothing she could do. The current Obito is actually a threat to him. So, what do you say? Madara had to hold back for a while after thinking. Obito said, I want them to know despair. Disciple of Konoha Sannin, don't despair. Sakura responded boldly with a hook on the corner of his mouth. Sasuke also followed. The relics of the old times should be returned to the soil. Naruto followed the 2 of them, bit Kiba, and hand-sealed the blood on his palm. We are the direct disciples of the former Konoha Sannin. Konoha Sanyu. The art of psychic. Boom, bang, bang. There were 3 huge sounds, and 3 thick smoke that seemed to not disperse appeared impressively, and 3 huge shadows caught everyone's attention. Then, the figures of Green Snake, Toji, and Slug appeared again. This time, the size is even bigger. As soon as it appeared, Toji said, Just now, the three of us went to the three holy places of immortals to absorb Sage Art Chakra. Now we have entered a saturated state, and we can maintain our body size in the holy places of immortals here, so it looks bigger than before. Quote. The height of the three psychic beasts was about 40 meters before, but now it stands nearly 70 meters. Each one even surpasses Madara's full body Susanoo. This is the strongest psychic beast in history. The crowd sighed. When Neji saw it, he smiled with relief and said to himself, is it the strongest psychic beast in history? Chapter 524 Senpo, Sage Art. Ready to finish. Now, until that big guy Ten Tails recovers, even Madara's Susanoo can't stop us. Todiyoshi. Naruto clasped his fists, very confident. And Sakura and Sasuke also smiled confidently, and the huge size of the psychic beast below gave them an arrogance they had never had before. Madara, who looked at them from a distance, looked indifferent. Defeating Senju Hashirama, Madara seemed to have no intention of fighting at all. I just want to quickly complete his Moon Eye plan, but Obito next to him, for some reason, is hesitant. I don't know if it was his delusion or not. Obito doesn't seem to be obsessed with the Eye of the Moon plan. He actually wants to drag the world and the Ninja Alliance to continue to consume. I hope it's an illusion. And now, with Madara, the impure world reincarnation, there is no way to become a Ten Tails Jinchuriki column force. Obito with Rinnegan can perform the Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, which is his last straw. At this time, Neji silently took a dozen steps back. He can still clearly distinguish the current situation, and Obito can solve it, but in his current state, if Madara is also six paths, things may be out of control. Either delay the time and let yourself find a way, or prevent Madara from successfully six paths. Now it seems that the latter is a little more feasible. Obito is not persuaded and simply defeated. Even Black Zetsu does not know the seal of the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, and Madara cannot be resurrected. Now that even he himself can't use the technique of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, if he obstructs the possibility of Obito, Madara can't be resurrected no matter what. Would be impossible to become a Ten Tails Jinchuriki column force. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, so it seemed that the last enemy was Obito. After solving him, and sealing Madara again, I can still have a few years to investigate the matter about Kagaya, and I will gradually understand what the ban under Urashima is in my body. The strongest psychic beast. Ridiculous. Madara took a deep breath, glanced helplessly at Obito, who seemed to be planning to keep silent, and said leisurely, well, I'll bring them to spare. Madara then hand seal. Neji startled. That seal, the speed is too fast. Mokuden, wood style, shadow clone technique. Bang, bang. More than a dozen Mokuden, wood style clones jumped away quickly and landed around the Ten Tails surrounded by the ninja coalition, as if to protect the Ten Tails. Is this guy a Mokuden, wood style clone again? No matter how much he is, using Mokuden, wood style, to separate the family, that guy's power will also be dispersed. Even if it is Uchiha Madara, we are many and powerful, and we still have an advantage. Madara's mouth twitched and she sneered, advantages. Then, let's see your advantages. Susanoo. Boom boom boom. I saw more than a dozen avatars, all of them wearing Susanoo, and all of them were complete. This is. Naruto and Sasuke immediately felt bad. And even Sakura noticed the disparity between the two forces immediately. Looks like this guy is trying to hold out until the Ten Tails recover. The enemy seems to have to rely on the Ten Tails for their plans. Madara, on the other hand, ticked the corner of her mouth and quickly hand seal again. Naruto, Sasuke, are you ready? This time, it's a tougher challenge than the last time. Humph. Mokuden, wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Boom. I saw countless tree roots swirl from the ground floor and turned into giant wooden dragons. The wooden dragon slowly curled around Susanoo's body and hovered. Everyone raised their heads, looked at the dozen or so Susanoo, and swallowed. And Madara is not over yet, continue hand seal. Zetsa. I saw that based on the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon's body was once again meandering Mokuden, wood style, rapping slowly. Chimera on Susanoo. Mokuden, wood style, wood golem jutsu. This is Mokuden, wood style, Susanoo. Hashirama. You should be able to see me now. I've surpassed you. Rule the ninja world. Madara's eyes were rounded, and she was a little crazy for a while. Mad, this guy must be a lunatic. Some people in the ninja coalition scolded, and the perceptive ninjas all noticed that Madara was using chakra almost like a lifesaver, but because of the relationship between impure world reincarnation, it was gradually recovering chakra. This time, we haven't seen enough. Toji was silent. At this time, Neji behind him suddenly came over and said, now my sage art chakra is ready. Neji's sage art. Speaking of which, at that time, Naruto blinked and suddenly recalled. By the way, Neji, you really went to Mount Myoboku to practice sage art. So even you. And Gaoji told me, Neji, your psychic beast is Gaojien. Neji, isn't it? Also. Naruto smiled, and every time he felt that Neji came to the rescue, there was hope. And Neji is now an idol-like existence to Naruto. Neji smiled and said, no, it is indeed ready, you can psychic Tojien. But it is obvious that ordinary psychic beasts can't deal with the enemy. So. Neji frowned slightly, with a serious look, and said, I'm going to summon a stronger psychic beast now. No. Maybe it can't be called a psychic beast. The psychic beasts of the three of you are indeed the most powerful beasts in history except for the tailed beasts. One of the strongest psychic beasts, but my psychic beast is already at the level of a fairy beast. Fairy beast. This is the first time I heard that there is such a thing. Everyone was staring at Neji's words, not knowing what Neji was going to summon, and Neji never separated his palms from beginning to end. Neji, your hand. Are you going to enter sage mode? Well, if you are an immortal beast, you won't be able to psychic out in normal state. Besides, after all, you need to psychic 3 at a time. Even me. It's very difficult. 3. Everyone was surprised, even Sasuke looked sideways. Afterwards, a whirlwind blew around Neji's body, and with the help of the wind blade, he cut a gap between Neji's fingers, and immediately went to school, but Neji smeared it on his face. Sage mode appears. Neji Byakugan 1 look, hand seal. Sage mode, psychic. 2 spells, activated at the same time. Boom. The loud noise seemed to overwhelm everything around him. The smoke was also choking. A figure towering into the sky, 100 meters high, even half the size of 10 tails, appeared in front of everyone. Toji realized at the moment that he was only less than half the size of the toad in front of him. At most 1/3. This is. I remember. Toji widened his eyes, suddenly frowned, and looked serious. Which toad is this? Toji. Naruto kept watching carefully, but couldn't recognize it. Todayoshi's tone became serious. I've only heard of this guy. Even my dad saw this guy when he was a child. This guy is the guy who guards our Mount Myoboku Bay High Mountain, Iwaju Big Toad. It is said that even Jiraiya worked hard on Mount Myoboku. After practicing for half a year, in the end I was only able to channel this guy's esophagus. I didn't expect that Hyuga Neji. What a terrible guy. And Todayoshi and Naruto were surprised together, and looked at Neji's direction. Both of them were shocked. Chapter 525 Combination. Charcoal grilled 10 tails. That's right, this chakra. Toji frowned, his expression more surprised than seeing the big toad of Iwasu. And this time, even Naruto was left in a cold sweat. Neji, although I recommended you to go to Mount Myoboku, I'm jealous when I see your results. Because that's something I couldn't do. You are a real genius. Even practicing sage art is the same. Neji's speed is fast and achievement is high. It's like Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui later. No, it's more powerful than the two of them. Jiraiya-chan, why are you channeling us in such a noisy place again? Fuck the kid, stay awake, now little Jiraiya-chan has. Suga, I was almost confused, so. Neji, sure enough, it's you. So, what made you summon even us? The chakra around here, is this the ninja war? Neji slowly emerges from the smoke and manifests. Standing on the huge Yansu giant toad, the ground nearby was already dusty, and the ground was collapsed by the Yansu giant toad. Neji, who was standing above, was also able to look up at the place where everyone looked up. On his left and right shoulders, there were actually two toad fairies. Fukusaku Immortals and Shima Immortals. I didn't expect Neji to summon you in addition to lecherous Immortals. Naruto shouted immediately. Immortal Fukusaku saw Naruto. He squinted and smiled. Naruto-chan, it looks like we are going to fight together again. Immortal Zima narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Madara over there, and sneered, this time the enemy looks more difficult than the last time. But since we are all dispatched, don't be afraid. Quickly fight, and I didn't expect that even the big toad of Iwasu will be dispatched this time. Lord, people. The deep voice of the big toad of Yansu, when I heard it, it seemed that it had not spoken for decades, and it scattered all around. It seems that even the sound can make people fall into a fantasy. Iwasu Toad, you're staring at that big guy, that's 10 tails. 10 tails. I didn't expect even 10 tails. Immortal Fukusaku frowned slightly. Obito over there took a few steps back, while Madara narrowed her eyes and murmured, it looks like a few troublesome guys are coming. So, this time, that 10 tails seems to be in some sort of recovery state and seems to be having trouble moving. They were discussing. Madara realized that things couldn't get any worse and went up despite Obito's hesitation there. Can't let them do any more moves. Obito, I'll go up first. Madara frowned slightly. In fact, he had long agreed with Neji in his heart. Before his resurrection, he never imagined that there are men in this world other than Hashirama who can make him become serious. Mokuden, wood style, Shinra Bansho, all creation. Madara arrived at Neji's side in an instant. The roots of the tree circled around, but Immortal Zima only had a hand seal. Boy, you use futon, wind style. Ah, futon, wind style, palm storm. PFF'd. Like a tornado, with the sweetened water style released by Immortal Zima, under the high pressure of sweetened water style, futon, wind style, sublimated into a blizzard, freezing Mokuden, wood style, and Madara together live. Futon, wind style, and sweetened water style, forcibly condensed into Hyoten, ice style. What's going on? Madara frowned slightly. On the other hand, Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and muttered, no, I guessed wrong. The combination of Shu and Dun just now was just to enhance the effect, and now this is my own Hyoten, ice style. Hyoten, ice style, mystery, smashing ice crystals. Ziz. Boom. The shards of ice were blocked like a block, and then violently pierced out, ice picks one by one, with the dirt of Madara's body remaining on it. Immortal Fukusaku sneered, what about impure world reincarnation's body? If it weren't for this, it would be this guy's blood splashing around now. Neji-chan is stronger than before. I didn't expect that even the boundaries of blood can be like this now. A skilled master. 2. Our enemy is not the guy in front of us, but the guy. Now he has the yin-yang escape of ninja, and the ordinary chakra nature transformation can no longer hurt him, and he must use sage art. Understood. Damn, you say I'm not an enemy. Don't you take me seriously. Madara was very upset, but she couldn't do anything about it, because Hyoten ice style hindered her recovery speed and was forced to watch the battle. Other hand, Obito realized the danger and immediately jumped up, floating in the air. Want to run away? It won't let you do it. Immortal Zima frowned seriously and had already started hand seal. And Obito didn't have time to run. So he immediately reached out his hand and changed the black substance into a state like an egg shell, wrapping himself. Nice job. Shift target now. Madara and Obito were taken aback by Neji's prominence. Neji said, looking down, and said to everyone, I can see these two guys. The most difficult and necessary to deal with now is the big guy who will hurt the ninja coalition, 10 Tails. Since 6 Paths Sage Art will get hurt by Sage Art, let alone 10 Tails. Sage Art will definitely work. Attack 10 Tails with all your strength. Quote. Yoshi. Iwasu Toad. You use Kaden, fire style. Toad Daddy. You use oil. I'll use futon, wind style. Afterwards, Immortal Zima, Immortal Shensaku and the 3 moves of Yansu Big Toad mixed together. Senpo, Sage Art Gomon. I saw that the oil changed the quality of Kaden, fire style, and the wind squat further improved the power of Kaden, fire style. This technique, in theory, it can devour any tangible substance. Even if it is a collection of chakras, 10 Tails will disperse into splits. If it's just this level, it doesn't seem to be necessary. Obito slowly revealed a hole and narrowed his eyes. He is not the body of impure world reincarnation, so he can't use Avatar right now, so he has to be careful with his defenses. But Neji chuckled and said, it's not over. And me. I saw that Neji had already condensed the chakra with the hand seal. In order to avoid the forbidden power in the body, Neji specially used the 3 skills as a pretense to slowly gather the chakra and release it safely. You bastard, has the restraint in your body been lifted? Obito is a little panicked. The black matter can make him almost invincible, but it can't protect the 10 Tails underneath. Neji smiled and said, I have released it slowly enough, and this move is not mainly my chakra, but the guy inside me. Boom. I saw a sinister face jumping out of Neji's chest, a turbid miasma. This is the evil spirit. Remember how I defended your tailed beast bomb, SG. Only this evil spirit can break through the guild's defense. But if the evil spirit Sage Art, even the 10 Tails most wanted attack tailed beast bomb can hit the tailed beast bomb. Smash, and of course beat back the 10 Tails themselves. Boom. Thick black smoke was poured into Gomon, while Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Shima continued to cast spells intermittently. The serious Toad didn't even need to stop, and released Kaden, fire style, for 1 minute in a row. General motivation. What a powerful Kaden, fire style. And so long-lasting. Female ninjas embarrassed Yuhi and couldn't help but sigh, Master Neji. Too powerful, too powerful. Boom. Gomon with thick smoke is like lava coming down from a volcano, covering 10 Tails. The 10 Tails below roared as if they were grilling the 10 Tails. Chapter 526 Amana. Sword of Heart. Look, everyone, 10 Tails. Defenses have been breached. That Kaden fire style is so strong. This is the strongest Kaden fire style I've ever seen. Gomon was originally an S-rank Sage Art. Now with Neji-sama's abilities. It's amazing. Ninja allied forces saw the intense flames burning 10 Tails, as if they saw the dawn of victory, and their eyes were full of hope. Has 10 Tails, husk. Even failed the defense of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Obito looked down in surprise. 10 Tails was too big. Even if he tried to defend himself, it would not help. It can't be prevented at all, and there will always be flaws. Neji is indeed a genius, and when this size can't be defeated, he improves the quality of his attacks and turns 10 Tails into living targets. This way, 10 Tails, size has dragged a lot. Squeak. With a loud bang, I saw that under the intense flame burning, the incomplete divine tree collapsed unexpectedly. Hoo-hoo. The ninja allied forces, supported by Naruto's Kyuubi, 9 Tails chakra, quickly fled. Oops. The range is too big. The huge sacred tree fell, and the previous Madara's Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, was staged again, and the ninjas who were difficult to escape had even entered despair. Immortals fight, mortals get hurt. Amount. At this moment, Gaara appeared in the air. He stepped on the floating sand on the soles of his feet and clenched the Kiba pass, looking very labored. I saw countless chakras slowly emerging from the ground, and then formed huge arms and obstacles, blocking the divine tree that was about to fall to the ground. Run! I can't last long. This divine tree will absorb my chakra. Gaara was biting on Kiba, and she didn't expect that even the parts touched by her own sand were constantly absorbing her own chakra. Great! Kurama, do you still have chakra? A little more for the Ninja Alliance. Naruto said excitedly, while Kyuubi, Ninetales, complained, it's still divided into your head. If you want to continue to have combat power, just wait for this old man and I to gather chakra, otherwise there is no way to support you to continue Kyuubi, Ninetales, in fairy state. Quote. This flame is more destructive than Amaterasu. Sasuke used Sharingan to carefully observe the flames burning on the sacred tree, and his emotions towards Neji are no longer simple jealousy and want to surpass. It's a feeling of wanting to know. Neji becomes so strong, Sasuke can't even understand it. The weak can't understand the world of the strong. If you can't understand this person, how can you surpass him? Boom. The ice cubes melted gradually, and the Hyoten ice style that blocked Uchiha Madara gradually dissipated under the residual heat of the flames. This guy, what can he do? He can join Sage Art in the bloodline boundary. Without Hashirama's power, I would be blocked again. Hashirama, your power and mine are perfect together. Quote. At this time, I saw that Obito was in the hand seal, but was interrupted by Neji's palm. Iori air strike. Bang. This time, it even penetrated the body of Ten Tails. Ow. A sharp growl, startling. Neji's mouth twitched, and he said with a smile, oh. It seems that this guy really has some kind of defensive ability. Now the evil spirit has destroyed that defense, so even ordinary moves can damage Ten Tails. Obito bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, looking dissatisfied with Neji. Where did your will to protect the world come from? You are different from Naruto, Hyuga Neji, in the end you. Obito couldn't understand why Hyuga Neji appeared in the Hyuga clan. Don't care about the grievances of main clan. As a former family, my father was also used, why would I choose to protect the ninja world that hurt him without life? Obito just wants a most real and reasonable answer. Forget it, Obito. It's an incomplete Ten Tails Jinchuriki column force anyway. No. Obito frowned slightly, as if he didn't want to hear what Madara had to say. He crouched down and put his hands on Ten Tails' body. I saw that Ten Tails slowly absorbed the divine tree into his body, and Ten Tails himself, all the chakras, also slowly poured into Obito's body. There, Sasuke, who was not far away, frowned slightly and said, this guy is absorbing Ten Tails and the divine tree. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A steady stream of power poured into Obito's body, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. I will end your hopes completely. Hyuga, Neji. And, Obito absorbed all of the Ten Tails. Fall to the ground. Bang. Susanoo's attack split open, and the big toad of Iwasu remained motionless, with a thick layer of golden defense, which neutralized all Madara's attacks. There are a total of more than a dozen blades, each of which is completely defended. Ino, I'm Neji, tell the Ninja Alliance to hide behind the big toad of Yansu. The big toad of Yansu is a psychic beast used for defense. Got it. Neji was in a hurry and informed Ino using the secret technique of the Yamanaka family, and then jumped away, heading towards Obito, who had already landed. Wait, Neji. Naruto was about to chase, but Madara blocked her way. Although I'm a little impatient, until Obito and Hyuga Neji decide the winner, it seems that I can only have fun with you guys. Madara's mouth twitched, and she raised the Uchiha fan in her hand with a proud expression. Naruto looked serious and said, Sakura, this place is not suitable for you now, you go to the back. Sakura wanted to help. She knew that when she was not self-willed, supporting as a medical ninja was the most suitable choice, so she stepped back. Sasuke murmured, 2-1. Don't be careless, Naruto. At this time, Naruto realized that Immortal Zima and Immortal Shenzuo were standing on both sides on his shoulders. You. Immortal Fukasaku said, "We can't take part in the Neji-chan battle. The action is too fast, and it's easy to kill people. My son, we are not human. The toad's life is lost. Don't worry about him, whatever." Absorbing the obito of chakra, the consciousness is cloudy again. This time, it is more serious than before. But it slowly adapted to this state, at least fully controlling the power, and the black matter around the body transformed into an attacking form with consciousness. Neji has come quickly, and the Thor's sword in his hand has been unsheathed and slashed away. Broadsword. A knife slashed horizontally, but was blocked by black matter. I saw that the black matter immediately condensed together and burst into a powerful force. Bang! Neji's whole body was blown apart, and even the blade of Thor's sword could no longer hold, and the power gradually dissipated. Afterwards, Neji had no choice but to take back the hilt of Thor's sword. Although it was the saber of the second-generation Hokage, it was a weapon that used this moment to attack an attack. It was really difficult to deal with Six Paths Obito, who has the yin and yang escape. I saw Obito proudly looking at Neji, who was repelled by him, and stretched out his hands. The black matter collided and extended, slowly changing into a terrifying appearance. Both sides are held in Obito's hands. One side is like a DNA chain, and the other side is like a huge shield. Obito was indifferent and murmured, "This is the Six Paths Immortal's divine sword, the Tianju spear. You can't defeat me anymore. Give it up. Soon, you can go to the dream world." Neji in front of him frowned slightly and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 527. Hesitant to fail. Obito was also taken aback, a little surprised. Although Neji failed in the fight just now and was repelled, Obito's vague consciousness still made a clear judgment. The move just now was definitely not enough to hurt Neji to the extent that he vomited blood. Then there is only one explanation, that is, the restraining force in Neji's body has appeared again. This is a great opportunity. Neji let out a breath and the sage mode dissipated. He couldn't help but murmured, "It seems that the amount of art is not the problem, but the speed is the key. Every time you use a large amount of chakra, you will be affected by the power of prohibition." Neji is now at the semi-holy level. Because of the restraining power of Pushi, Neji can only exert the strength of the Six Paths level. Besides, he needs to divide his strength to take care of the ninja coalition, and he must fight stably. There is no way. Quick fight. Neji's current strength is at most about the strength of Six Paths, and the Six Paths Obito facing him has absorbed all the tailed beast chakra at this moment, and his strength is close to the previous Six Paths Immortal. Neji's victory or defeat, unknown. It seems that the power in your body still exists. Did you sell your soul to the devil? While acquiring the mysterious power of the gods, is your body also cursed? A guy from the same genre as Orochimaru. What? Obito narrowed his eyes and spoke more fluidly. Neji's mouth twitched and he snorted coldly. But he ignored Obito and only sneered. "It seems that you are better than before this time, so you have regained your consciousness. The coward has grown up and is no longer the Ten Tails person Jinchuriki, the guy who became clumsy due to the pressure of the column force." Neji's mouth opened in a cold arc, and the blood was dried by the cool wind. Obito frowned slightly and hummed softly, "What a tough guy. Do you know this sword in my hand? This is the divine sword, the relic of the Six Paths Immortals who created the world with this sword." Obito looked at Neji, and at this moment, there was some desire to win or lose. It is no longer the same as before, full of despair towards the world, but a glimmer of hope. Hope Neji can give him some freshness. Because now in this battlefield, only Neji can give him unexpected actions. Six Paths Fairy, creation, ridiculous. Neji's mouth twitched, dismissing Obito. What? Obito was sullen, but wanted to chat with Neji very much. Why do stubborn people ask why? You just have to keep living in your own world. Neji reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was dressed in light clothes, the sword on his back was still unsheathed, and there were several marks left by the battle on his body. But this attitude made Obito extremely curious. Just in the face of Neji, a cold person, Obito could only hold back, and gradually turned into anger, the anger that Neji wanted to kill. Anyway, the world is going to be destroyed. There is really no need to confirm some meaningless things. I will take you first. Obito bites Kiba and waves. The Amana spear waved, and the air around it began to tear. Neji was startled, and rolled his eyes. The huge amount of chakra exists in the swamp spear of the day. Although it does not look threatening, once it is used, the lethality will be determined according to the user's mind. Obito is able to defeat the 10 tails. He becomes a human Jinchuriki column force. Then the willpower must be very human, and it is perfect for this weapon. Don't struggle, I can't use Mangekyo's ability now, but Sharingan can still see that your chakra is running out. Obito looked indifferent, thinking he was already winning. And his indifference is forcibly suppressing him, but his strong will is not willing to admit it, and he is already curious about Neji's next move. Because of Neji's indifferent and confident expression, anyone would think that he still has infinite trump cards on his body. Neji breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I don't have much chakra left. No, that's me deliberately limiting my chakra. What did you say? Obito couldn't understand. Neji explained, because I have already thought of a way to deal with you, I don't need my own chakra at all. Neji doesn't dare to use his chakra easily now. The forbidden power in his body can't help but absorb his own chakra, and it will also convert the consumption of chakra into damage to himself, which is really worth the loss. But things that have not been used for so long, finally come in handy at this moment. 1 tail, Shukaku chakra. 2 tails, Cat's chakra. 3 tails, Asata chakra. 4 tails, Sun Wukong chakra. 5 tails, Mu Wang chakra. 6 tails, Rhino chakra. 7 tails, Changming chakra. 8 tails, Bulgos chakra. QB 9 tails, Kurama chakra. Neji chuckled, the tailed beast chakra in his body overflowed. A simple tailed beast chakra without a tailed beast entity. You are indeed a sinister guy who only steals the abilities of others. Obito frowned slightly, but still held his chest proudly. In this battle, he is very confident. This sword is the sword of will. I have strong enough will to defeat the will of 10 tails. You can never win against me. 10 tails is a collection of all the tailed beasts' chakra, and only a small part of the tailed beasts are chakras. How do carrots fight me who have all the 10 tails chakras? Quote. But Neji had already shot, and smiled, why don't you give it a try? Humph, naive kid. After all, I should be a ninja from your teacher's generation. Really, that's a shame. You didn't end up being Hokage. Huh. Otherwise, whether it's my class teacher Might Guy, the deceased Sarutobi Asuma, or your best friend Hatake Kakashi, they should all follow your example, right? Neji said. A palm came, and Obito slashed. Although decisive, but at this moment, what appeared in his eyes was not a battle. It's all fragments of the past, and their smiles. Obito was shocked. Impossible. This. I saw the unforgettable picture in his eyes. In that dream, I became Hokage's dream. Moonlight Hayate, Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, Uchiharaden, Kurenai Yuhi, Mitarashi Anko, Morino Ibiki, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Hatake Kakashi, Nohara Rin, and Uchiha Obito. They are the same generation of the previous generation of Konoha 12 strong. Damn. Kakashi fell to the ground, and for some reason, his eyes suddenly caught the scene that Obito saw. However, it is not so cruel. Rather, full of memories and emotions. Kakashi-sensei. Ino helped Kakashi beside him, and Kakashi waved his hand. It's okay, I can do it myself. Then, he calmed down and asked deeply in his heart, Obito, what are you thinking about? What do you want to confirm with Neji? At this moment, Obito realized himself and hesitated. I lost. Whoa. Boom. The Skymarsh spear is broken. In the end, behind Obito, is the chakra of the nine-tailed beast, part of which was dragged out by Neji. Impossible. Why? It's impossible to defeat my will with just a few words, it's impossible. Obito couldn't believe it. Neji, on the other hand, licked the corner of his mouth and devoured all the chakra he was dragging. Of course language alone is not enough, and this. Then, he took out a bead from his clothes. The beads were crystal clear and turbid. Chapter 528 Winemo. Doomsday. This is. Obito could clearly feel his will being shaken. It should have been invincible to take this position, but at this moment, it seems so worried. Are you going to lose? Why does this person in front of him always have that confident expression? Obito now finally understands the answer to this question. Because he is really strong. And all-round strong. It's the soul orb. Neji said indifferently, letting out a slow sigh of relief. After the battle just now, he plundered a part of the tailed beast's power from Obito's body with just one knife, although Neji would be affected by the restraining power in his body when he used his chakra to fight, making it difficult to use it. But now he is using the tailed beast chakra, although it is not as good as the tailed beast chakra inside Obito, who is a 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. Soul Destroyer Orb. Isn't that a legendary god? How could it be in your hands? Obito narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Originally, only he was aware of the force in Neji's body that was blocking his way forward. Although Obito didn't know the cause, it would indeed increase the success rate of his plan. But I didn't expect. There seems to be another power in Neji's body. You don't have to doubt it. Now I can influence your will through this soul destruction orb, and at the same time I can perceive your thoughts. It has the ability to read minds. It wasn't Neji's initiative, but the origin of the tailed beast chakra in his body. The tailed beast's body was all in Obito's body, so he was almost forced to learn what Obito was thinking in his subconscious. And, therefore, learn the fantasies that have been in your head all the time. Fantasy. Obito tilted his head in confusion. He snorted and said, "These are my realities, no illusions. In this hell of a human world, my world has no future. Do you call this a fantasy? Ridiculous." As Obito spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the black matter around him gathered again. Ziz. This time, the black matter changed again, and the former Tianju spear appeared again, and it became larger and thicker. If you lift it up, it should go straight to the sky. Is your consciousness so strong? Neji asked indifferently. Obito snorted coldly. Ah, yes, my world has long been dark. I'm different from Kakashi. Although I have the same Sharingan, my eyes are full of disappointment in this world. Then, are the scenes in your mind all real? Neji said, taking a deep breath. His eyes were a little moved and blurred. Obito took a cautious step back. For some reason, he felt that there was some understanding in Neji's eyes. Not only does Neji understand him, he feels that he understands Neji too, with those lost and confused eyes. You think my eyes look familiar, don't you? Neji blinked and returned to his original form. Obito was stunned, a little embarrassed. Neji explained indifferently, because I already told you that now I have the ability to read minds. I can see the subconscious images in your mind. You have been fantasizing about sticking to the Hokage of the past. Dream, can I be as good as me in Konoha village too? No. Quote. In your eyes, the me you see looks a lot like Kakashi back then, doesn't it? Neji exhaled, stepping out of Obito's memory. Just now, he used his spiritual realm to experience Obito's life memories of the past decades in just a few seconds. Those painful clips also made Neji's heart a little calmer, but now Neji has always been more determined, which is the strength of a half-sage. Although the chakra power in the body cannot be used easily, the strength proved by the system is beyond the chakra system. Unlimited power. Obito was floating in the air, and there was a violent shaking. Boom. It was Madara who was fighting Naruto and the others. Although the opponent had an advantage in numbers, it was obvious that Obito, who had 10 tails, should be the victor of the battle. I can't understand, you guys are clearly losing, why are you still fighting? You should know that the chakra in your body can't be used easily, You have already said the answer yourself, because all your Sharingan sees is darkness. So you can't see me as the light. Neji chuckled, Obito startled. This guy laughs. It's rare to see this guy's smile. Neji smiled confidently, leaning forward, a blazing yellow light behind him. What is this? Obito asked. Neji smiled and said, as a ninja, you can't be bound by chakra or something. The power of chakra does not belong to the ninja. The ninja system you hate was brought to this world by outsiders. This world has its origin. Power, no matter how strong the restriction is, it cannot be suppressed. Neji mobilized the divine power in his body and listened to the prompts of the system in his ears. The divine power is fully charged. Okay, the body's senses are good. Neji felt the comfort brought by the consciousness of the Godhead and the body of the Vulcan. This was the same as when he practiced chakra at the ninja school in the past. For the first time, he felt the feeling of chakra flowing through his body and controlling all power. Only this time, Neji turned into a god. Ding! The sword that was carried upright behind him, before it was sheathed, was already emitting a golden wheel-like light. Don't try to succeed. Obito bit Kiba and waved the Amazuma spear in his hand. Boom! The huge Amazuma spear slashed horizontally towards Neji, and Neji didn't move at all and stretched out his left hand. The left palm, a black and obvious handwriting, the word, mirror, appeared. This is when the huge impact of the Amana spear hit an invisible transparent wall and was strictly guarded. And Obito bit Kiba and roared, this is the sword of creation of the six paths immortal. The chakra contained in it is a higher power based on the escape of yin and yang. Even sage art can't defend against it. You give up. Hyuga Neji. Your way is hopeless. Boom boom boom. The air has been shaken tremendously, and the powerful power inside the Tianju spear has reached this level without leaking out. However, after a while, it stopped. The defense is still intact, and Neji is in the hand seal. Why didn't I defeat you? My will has already reached its strongest state. It's impossible. Obito swallowed, panicking already. It's just that Neji in front of him still looks indifferent, trying his best to hand seal seems to be preparing something. This seal has never been seen before. Obito held his breath, trying to calm himself down. And Neji chuckled and said, of course, what you are using is the power of the Six Paths Fairy, and you are far less than the Six Paths Fairy. But what I use is more than sage art. This is the power of God, and the artifact the power. The light behind Neji shone brighter and his hands clasped together. Unlike Jiraiya, it won't be as simple as sage mode after my seal is over. The Shikarita sword behind me, and the Ten-Fist sword, do you know what happened last time when I was unsheathed? What? The end is the end of the gods. This sword has the power to kill. Chapter 529 Artifact. Beyond the power of the Six Paths Fairy. When? Bang bang. In the distance, there was a loud noise. Smoke billows. Sasuke, you from the left. Ah, I know. Yandun Gaju Earth Life. With the sound of boom, black flames hit, Madara looked into the distance in a daze, and was shocked. He dodged quickly, then jumped. Rasengan. Boom. The force hit the roots of the tree, causing a violent explosion, and the surroundings were in a mess. In the piece here, there are already countless wooden vines on the body of the big toad of Yansu. Standing on the ordinary second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, he slashed with a knife, but those tree roots were like living things. Countless Mokuden wood style also blocked the movement of Iwajuku toad. Damn it. It's like a big brother like this. Madara, what the hell did he do to his body? At this time, the deep voice of Yansu Big Toad came from below. It doesn't matter. Lord Neji's order is for me to protect everyone. Everyone fights. I have used the chi to protect all your vital organs. Now even if I act, I can only fight by my size, and I may injure my allies if I'm not careful. Surrounded by ninjas from the Ninja Alliance, the size of the Big Toad of Iwasu is close to half a 10 tails. That guy, too strong. This is Uchiha Madara. Naruto bit Kiba, temporarily disarming Sage Mode. Sasuke on the side said indifferently, Naruto. That guy has Rinnegan, only Sage Art is effective for him. You must maintain Sage Mode. I know, I'm dying of chattering. Sasuke, don't I have to rest? Sure enough, you're only going to be dragging your feet. Noisy. Tobirama. Then, he noticed that Madara seemed to have no intention of fighting, and looked into the distance. Madara at the moment, ignoring Naruto and Sasuke's preparations to attack her, stood proudly on top of her Susanoo and looked at Obito's battle. There can be no mistake, that chakra, and that shape. It is indeed the Tianju spear. The kid back then has really grown up. But Madara looked at Neji, who was on a par with Obito, and wondered, is the defense that guy just used an 8-foot mirror? It's really interesting. Besides, the sword behind it feels very bad. Madara sighed heavily, but shook her head helplessly. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If Hyuga Neji can help me weaken Obito's power, it will be a good thing. The last Moon Eye plan, Infinite Tsukuyomi, should be initiated by me. I will bring the world to peace. Quote. Madara rounded Rinnegan and unfolded the absorption barrier. So fast. Is it the 4th generation? Or? A handful of kunai flew, and the blue figure was immortal. Successful. Boom. Tobirama couldn't match Madara's shot speed. A black stick transformed by Madara stuck in his head, knocking Tobirama to the ground. Then, a few more black sticks blocked Tobirama. This way, you won't be able to jump around. You who don't know how to use Sage Art, and your speed is not as fast as the 4th generation, it seems that you have already exhausted your skills. Tobirama. Madara smiled coldly, her eyes full of insidious intent. Tobirama bit Kiba, turned his head coldly, and sucked a needle out of his mouth. PFF'd. Extremely fast and very close. Jingle. Few needles were sighed. Madara slowly put down the Uchiha fan used for defense. Although this Uchiha fan is not as good as an 8-foot mirror, its defensive power is also very few. As far as your 3-legged cat is concerned, don't show it. Your attack is not as tough as those 2 young juniors. Tobirama. No, 2nd generation Hokage. Madara was dismissive of Tobirama. But Tobirama bit Kiba and said, Madara, the grudge between you and I is a thing of the past. Don't continue to bring chaos to future generations. These younger generations have their own era. Madara was stunned when she heard it. After being stunned for a few seconds, he burst into a wry smile. Haha, ridiculous. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Tobirama, it was you. Who killed Izuna? Madara walked over and looked down at Tobirama, who was unable to move, furious. Ding. Not far away, golden light shines. Karen and Suzuki were running fast behind them. Quick, Neji needs support. Karen was then stopped by Orochimaru. What are you doing? Just don't worry, Karen. Why? Karen took a few breaths. She managed to deal with all the wounded for the ninja coalition, and waited until Tsunade and Haruno Sakura recovered Baihao's chakra, then went to find Orochimaru and Suzuki, eager to help Neji. But now that Neji is fighting the so-called Ten Tails Jinchuriki column, it's not at a level that they can easily solve, and the more this is the case, the more worried Karen is. Karen, you sense Neji's chakra. Orochimaru said. Karen closed his eyes. Although Neji's battlefield was only 200 meters away from them, it could be seen with the naked eye from a high altitude, but it was not an easy thing to perceive such a large number of chakras in a battlefield of tens of thousands of people. Only Karen can do this kind of thing. Neji's chakra. Gone. Karen raised his head in disbelief. The one who was clearly fighting in the air was Neji. Orochimaru's mouth curled into a smile. Why are you still laughing? What happened? Shueyu asked silently beside him. Orochimaru explained. Absolutely right. That kid has mastered a power that I couldn't even investigate. It's the power behind Raichi Cave. Behind Raichi Cave. That's right. Although Kabuto practiced sage art in Raichi Cave, his power is also limited. So the White Snake Immortal did not tell him the truth of Raichi Cave, the truth of the 3 holy places of immortals, all of which led to the power of the gods. Including the Pure Land, it has nothing to do with the power of the 10 tails in this battle, it is the original power of this world. Damn. Don't explain slowly. Neji Karen was impatient. First, he wanted to see Neji's handsome face, and second, at this moment, he was even more worried about Neji's safety. Karen, don't worry. Now Neji, I don't need you anymore. No need, what do you mean? Looking at Orochimaru's calm smile, Karen and Suzuki put down their snacks, but they were still full of doubts. Like Raichi Cave itself is a mystery to them, and Orochimaru actually said that Neji Master has a power that even his investigation can't match. The power that was used to defend against Obito's attack just now, at first I thought it was the so-called Gangchi. But Iwajuku Toad has been sent by Neji to the frontal battle to protect everyone, so he probably doesn't have this kind of power. Absolutely right. This feeling, it was an 8-foot mirror just now. 8-foot mirror. Yes. The 8-foot mirror, one of the 3 major artifacts. When Sasuke was fighting Itachi before, I also experienced the power of the 8-foot mirror. That guy Neji is not a fuel-efficient lamp, it is estimated that he obtained it through some means. The 8-foot mirror. If that's the case, then the 10-fist sword and the other 2-3 sacred weapons of the 8-foot Changtomo should also be in his hands. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. So what? Karen growled stupidly. But Orochimaru smiled evilly. How? The Neji now has the power beyond the 6 paths immortal, the power of God. Chapter 530 Spirits. Man of Destiny. Ha. I didn't expect that child to be so strong. Orochimaru showed a gratified smile. Back then, he took a fancy to Sasuke and accidentally noticed Neji while he was having fun in the Forest of Death. It's just that the Hyuga family has always made Orochimaru feel taboo, so they lost interest in Neji, but one was targeted by Neji in secret. It's just that Orochimaru at that time didn't notice Neji's specialness. Orochimaru only thought that Byakugan contained a power he did not know. Until today, Orochimaru has fully understood it. Not that Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is strong, but Neji is strong. Even if people like Neji live in the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan, they may become such great ninjas, which does not seem to have much to do with birth. Neji relied on his own strength to quell the main clan division of the Hyuga family that lasted for nearly 1,000 years. Maybe as a member of the Uchiha family, he could also avoid the civil strife and coup at that time, and he could also avoid the entire family being killed in the future. If it was the Uzumaki clan, they would be able to avoid the entire country of the vortex from being wiped out, right? Orochimaru originally believed that Neji had such conditions, but now it seems that he has firmly believed that Neji must be the chosen person, the destined savior. Even what I can't get, can't do. Hyuga Neji, this kid at 18 is better than any 18-year-old I've ever seen. In terms of talent, this kid is better than Itachi and Shisui is stronger. Seriously, this is the first time I've heard Orochimaru praise people so harshly. Shueyu held her chin aside and listened carefully. His expression was also a little depressed, not only because he was jealous of Neji's talent, but also because Orochimaru had never praised himself so much. Shueyu, don't complain. As a ghost lantern, your body is also very good. Like Karen, both of your bodies have been favored by me. Orochimaru looked at Karen again. Karen's face turned Yuhi, and he murmured, HMPH, Orochimaru, UBT. What nonsense are you talking about? His body belongs to Brother Neji. But Orochimaru's words changed. Not only is it different from you, even Sasuke's body, which I have always coveted, is not as good as Hyuga Neji's place in my heart. Because Neji is not only physical strength, but also his mental strength is the best I have ever seen in my life. A ninja with a tenacious spirit, he will definitely become one of the strongest beings in this ninja world. As time goes on, this guy will get stronger and stronger. I have now regained the things I almost despaired of. It can be done. Maybe it can be done. What can be done? That guy, if it's him, can do it. My long-cherished wish is to thoroughly study all the chakras in this world, all the ninjutsu in the master world. And power. That Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara are far worse than Neji. I'm different from their stray thoughts of wanting world peace. What I want is the pure truth of ninjutsu. If it's Neji, I'll definitely be able to do this. Orochimaru stared straight at it, and Neji's back was glowing with an extremely bright golden light. Shueyu narrowed her eyes and said leisurely, Hey, it's like you taught me. Neji has never learned anything from you. Even if Neji can research something, it has nothing to do with you. Well, I feel it, the Ten-Fist Sword. The rumored Ten-Fist Sword, the sword I want the most. It's really on Neji's body, and it's also fused with the Shikuruda sword. Could it be, between the gods I was able to do the sword of killing gods back then? Godslayer. Yes, this is recorded in the ancient books that I have read over the years. When Susanoo, the god of wine, merged the Shugurita sword and the Tenken sword into one, all the gods turned against each other. God, is there really such a thing? Shueyu expressed doubts. Orochimaru suddenly became serious. Of course. The 10 tails that appear now, and the power of the 6 paths immortals shown by Uchiha Obito, were also recorded in ancient books. Including the Uzumaki clan's secret magic ghoul Functioning used Reaper. I have seen it with my own eyes. I read many records at that time, and the Uzumaki family wanted psychic gods back then. Reaper was just one of the gods they'd used. Also, Neji seems to know something about the Uzumaki family's extermination back then, and... Wait, as you say, Karen's scalp suddenly went numb. Karen and Shueyu looked at each other, and at that time, they were indeed going to the old site of the Uzumaki clan with Neji. Now listening to Orochimaru say this, they can't help but feel a little horrified. In the ninja world, where there are few secrets, the legend of gods and 6 paths immortals is almost the only unimaginable legend. 6 paths immortal, as a symbol of light, is the savior who created the ninja world. Death god, in the corpse that has already appeared, and the evil god lord, that Hidan believes in, who has not yet appeared but clearly exists. It is said that Hidan's undead ability is bestowed by the evil god. Therefore, gods generally give the impression of ghosts, that is, devils, from hell. Karen and Shueyu were both scared. In their understanding, they went to the underworld with Neji and met a bunch of ghosts, without Akatsuki. Only then did they understand that the rows of masks, like the shrines beneath Uchiha, turned out to be hiding such an incredible secret. Now, I finally understand. Hyuga Neji, the man of destiny that the White Snake Immortal said. Karen and Shueyu were stunned by what Orochimaru said. It was the first time they heard Orochimaru talk about the White Snake Fairy, in the most mysterious holy place, Ryachi Cave. Because Orochimaru went to Ryachi Cave to visit the White Snake Immortal, but because Orochimaru has been reincarnated several times, his vitality has reached the peak, but his soul is fragile. Why Uchiha Itachi's demonic illusion is Tenka's advantage over Orochimaru, and all mental attacks have miraculous effects on Orochimaru. But also because of this, the soul was damaged, and the White Snake Immortal told Orochimaru that he did not have the qualifications and conditions to practice sage art, which also made Orochimaru not want to mention that place again. For all the subordinates who know Orochimaru well, they actually understand what Orochimaru is planning. That is to take away the powerful bodies of the Uchiha clan, use all their strength to mend their own souls, and then go to practice the sage art of Raichi Cave. I just don't want this matter, but not completed by Yakushi Kabuto. Perhaps because of this, Orochimaru has been able to see a little bit, and even Kabuto, who has Raichi Cave sage art, is vulnerable in front of Neji. This made Orochimaru have a firmer goal, that is, the absolute power hidden in Neji's body stronger than the energy of sage art. At this time, on the other side, the sword behind Neji was shining brightly, and Obito was wielding the Amanuma spear in his hand, which was once again brought together. It seems, it was your demonic illusion that shook my will. All the scenes in my mind were your demonic illusion. Ha ha, but what a pity. Obito's eyes widened. This time, the size of the Tianju spear was twice the original size. What a pity. As long as my will is strong enough, even after I fail, my strength can be restored. Chapter 531 Moment. Ghost Cut. Demonic Illusion. Neji sneered meaningfully, then lowered his head slightly. His smile was especially beautiful and charming in the golden light around him. Forget it, I'm not going to preach to people like you. No matter how good you were in the past, this world will always give you a chance to be kind. Maybe you have experienced some kind of darkness, but as long as you live, you will endure more or less. Or a little darkness, defeated by this darkness and become a sinner through the ages. In this way, you and I can wait for your soul to redeem itself and live to purify, but if you want me to forgive you for what you have done, I can never do it. After Neji said that, he opened his eyes leisurely. I will kill you, absolutely. Neji's words startled Obito. It was the first time he felt that Neji had such a strong desire, and it was different from the previous battles with no desire and no desire. This time Neji seems to have come with such a goal. It's like if this goal can't be achieved, then there is no point in what Neji does. No matter what you say now, I won't regret it. Even the demonic illusion you cast in my mind means nothing to the strong-willed me. Look, this huge Amazuma spear speaks for itself. This is the strong power in my heart, the shape it has transformed into. You have no chance of winning. Quote. Obito narrowed his eyes, knowing what time Neji was waiting for, the odd sword behind him. It's just that Obito also integrates and adapts his power, so he is not in a hurry to fight with Neji. It is better to deliberately make Neji think that he has seized the opportunity, but in fact Obito is also waiting for the opportunity. Hee. Neji suddenly lowered his head and sneered. Should I tell you? I used the soul orb on you. This soul orb is the core of Mount Myoboku's fairy beast Spider Queen, something that was obtained after thousands of years of cultivation in Mount Myoboku to absorb the energy of sage art. Has the ability to capture people's hearts and see people's consciousness. I can clearly understand the consciousness in your mind now. Neji said, his eyes fixed on Obito. Obito showed disdain in his eyes. Of course, he would be upset if his thoughts could be seen through. But Obito's willpower is beyond humans' reach, he said stubbornly, so what? After 6 paths, my battles do not need to be guided by consciousness. I just need basic conditioned reflexes, and I can defeat them. I don't need to think at all, and even if you could read my mind, you would have absolutely no way of judging how I would act. Obito's consciousness is only used for selection. This level of battle itself is not a simple insight into other people's minds that can affect the level of the battle situation. Neji shook his head, denying, no, you guessed wrong. I read your heart, not for fighting. Sure enough, demonic illusion. Obito still held on to a wall in his heart. Neji said, you think I'm waiting for the moment to win you, and you yourself are waiting for the moment to get used to the 10 tails chakra in you. I see all these inner activities. In addition, where your subconscious is, that guy named Nohara Rin. Neji said this and stopped deliberately. Obito bit Kiba and growled, you kid, don't try to deceive me with the demonic illusion dream. Boom. Obito excitedly waved the Amazawa spear in his palm, turning into a dull blade in the air, but the impact force was like a hammer. Ziz. Revolving heaven. Sage art revolving heaven. Even this defense is useless. Boom. The Amana spear hit the huge revolving heaven created by Neji, and the revolving heaven actually cracked open. As long as we live in this hopeless ninja world, we will be cursed. The ninja world created by this Six Paths Immortal is a failure. You guys didn't follow the Immortal's last wish, and I will Obito Six Paths the Immortal fulfilled his last wish to guide the world in the right direction. Obito bit Kiba and swung the Amazuma spear vigorously in his hand. Then, if your willpower is strong enough, why does it take so much effort to even wield a weapon? If your willpower is truly enough to overthrow the ninja world, wouldn't it be difficult to master even a single weapon? Neji's question made Obito startled. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and continued to attack. Humph, kid. And Neji is reaching out to reinforce revolving heaven. The golden light lingers over revolving heaven. Neji asked again. The core of that Amazuma spear is obviously its chakra compression mode based on yin-yang escape. You don't know swordsman, right? A swordsman's swordsmanship only needs to be achieved through speed and skill. Range enhancement or lethality enhancement is not at all close to the so-called weapon laughter. Even, the incompetence of the weapon will completely reduce the ability of the swordsman. Quote. Speaking of which, Obito was startled, and seemed to understand something. And Neji bowed his head. The sword behind him was even more dazzling. Not yet unsheathed, it has reached such a level. Neji continued. It is very clear that the Amanuma spear is not in a complete state. It is not because your consciousness is strong enough that the Amanuma spear is getting bigger and bigger, but because your willpower is getting more and more shaken, causing Amanuma the shape of the spear simply cannot be compressed to the point where it is convenient to use. That is to say. Neji stared straight at Obito and said, your willpower is not tenacious, it's just your wishful thinking. Besides, you are even weaker now than before. Neji growled and pressed forward. Revolving heaven dissipates, golden light flashes like reincarnation. Of Obito's attacks back, floating in the air and retreating a dozen meters. Hearing what Neji said, it was so reasonable, but he was unwilling to believe and admit it. Obito froze in place, stretched out his hand, and looked at his own hands. The Amazawa spear floated in the air like this, as if it had been left behind by its master, and was mourning alone in the night sky. Huh! Obito snorted coldly, and Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, flew towards Neji. Neji jumped back, and finally let go of the palms that clasped together from time to time, and moved his hands. Hoo-hoo! Those Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, scattered, out of Obito's control. Obito narrowed his eyes and said, that's our Akatsuki member, Sasori's puppet technique, you guy. Obito was a little upset. Neji laughed, this is Sasori's power, I borrowed it. Obito said angrily, you guy, you're just a kid. You've been using other people's ninjas, you're just a thief. The gentle fist of the Hyuga family is also handed down by your ancestors. Do you have any moves yourself? Don't be in a hurry. Neji responded immediately. It'll be all right, right now. Right now. Yeah, next is my own move. Look, it's only for a moment. Neji chuckled, and the golden light behind him finally bloomed. The whole night sky, shine for it. What is that? Obito was even forced back by the light, and stretched out his hand to block it. That light could even penetrate Rinnegan, and the line of sight couldn't penetrate the enigmatic light at all. Neji said, there are tens of thousands of ghosts hidden in my sword, and the wine-cut sword is supposed to suppress thousands of evil spirits. That's why this name is. Afterwards, Neji stretched out both hands and held the blade standing on his back together. Ghost Slash. Chapter 532 World. Source Power. Profound Truth. Ghost Slash. Huh. Cut with a knife. Neji drew his sword, he leaned forward. This pose. Obito now finally understands what the weird knife poses behind Neji's back is. Neji's posture is the same as Gentle Fist, sh trigrams 64 palms, but in the swordsman's attack, there is absolutely no extra movement like taiju. Often the most deadly attack, only in an instant. PFF'd. Neji gets down and leans forward. Holding the hilt with both hands, the moment it is pulled out, it cuts forward. Combined with the body leaning forward, it was originally the gentle fist posture, the body technique was activated, and the body speed was extremely fast. It is no longer the blade that matches your actions, but the action that matches the blade, just like the blade actively looking for the door and slashing away. The moment the golden light sword shadow was pulled out, it disappeared, replaced by thousands of ghost-like injustices. The turbid ghost penetrated into the blade and slashed away with one blade. The sharp blade was ruthless and went straight towards Obito, but there was nothing tangible, just a golden light. When Obito came to his senses, he had been in the air for dozens of seconds. Opposite him, Neji was panting, holding the sword in his hand. Crack kaka kaka kaka. The Skymarsh spear in Obito's hand has been completely shattered, with countless cracks appearing. Hee, that's just it. According to what you said, my Tianju spear is in an extremely fragile state. However, even if my willpower is already very fragile as you said, the moves you put all your strength into are still the same. Didn't beat me. When Obito was sneering, when he was proud. But Neji smiled softly. What are you laughing at? Obito is very sensitive, and he can't help but wonder in his heart at this moment, his own reaction seems to be exactly what Neji said. His will has been shaken badly. Otherwise, how could it be so sensitive and suspicious? And he wanted so much to prove that he was on the right path. Did you take a closer look? Neji laughed. Obito looked and saw that the blade in Neji's hand was still in the scabbard. The move just now, Neji swung out together with the scabbard behind him, and used it to attach the scabbard to the blade without using the real power of the blade. The move just now was just a hot field. The real ghost slash is definitely more than this level. Neji's indifferent and cold words made Obito's heart feel a little flustered. Am I going to lose? His pupils can't help shaking. This guy in front of him is really too strong. Whether it is strength or spiritual power. Uchiha Obito, do you know why you, with the body of 6 paths, and the eye of the immortal, Rinnegan, are immune to all ninjutsu, but not sage art? Logically speaking, sage art is different from taijutsu. On the contrary, like ninjutsu, it uses natural energy to cause damage, which is different from the physical damage that outputs taijutsu. Before Neji could finish speaking, Obito replied impatiently, of course. Sage art's chakras do not belong to the divine tree. The stone tablets of the Uchiha family clearly record that chakras come from the divine tree, but sage art's chakras come from the divine tree. The source is not clear. Sage art belongs to the ninja world. Or, it belongs to this world. Forget it, this is not important. The important thing is that we all belong to this world. Including the current you, but the current you is this world. Sinners. Neji's words were very sharp, as if at this moment he had become a god capable of Master Obito's destiny. Neji noticed that since he had the consciousness of Godhead, he especially liked preaching. Even a hopeless person like Mingnian can easily feel compassion in his heart. God. Indeed, if there is no way to strengthen the common people, I am afraid that I will not have the face to pretend to be a god. However, Neji does not advocate such a world. The consciousness of the Godhead is the constraint of the Godhead, but Neji does not intend to give up being an individual. As an excellent ninja and swordsman, he will never easily forgive someone like Uchiha Obito. Let me tell you, sage art existed in this world before the 6 Paths Immortals. Even the steel of the Uchiha clan you saw, the princess from a faraway place mentioned in rumors, he is also in sage art. It came to this world after the existence of energy. Quote. Obito was a little surprised by Neji's words. Because according to the impression and character Neji gave him, it is unlikely to give him unreliable news. Other words, the results of Neji's private investigations are mostly real results. Six Paths Immortals is likely to be just more fabricated details of later generations. Rumor has it that the Six Paths sage used Shibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, to seal the shell of the 10 tails, now known as Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. But how does a guy with a slightly bigger body just divide the yin to create a moon? The solution to this matter is simple, that the moon was not made by the Six Paths fairy at all. Instead, borrow. Six Paths Immortals use the gravity of the moon to seal the 10 tails. But times have changed, and now people have investigated and deduced the truth of the matter. Sage art is the original power of this world. He is above the ninja sect based on the yin and yang of the Six Paths Immortals. Otsutsuki Hamura founded the ninja sect. But he is still 180,000 away from the creator. Don't underestimate the original power of this world. The curse of this ninja world, the scourge brought by chakra. But the people who have been using the rumored chakra for their own selfish desires seem to be you. Neji's words struck Obito's heart word by word. You guy, you are really good at reading people's hearts. Obito bit Kiba, feeling extremely heavy. Neji said, the real curse is to have people like you for revenge for boredom, and for peace, putting the cart before the horse and putting everything on chakra. If you want to see this world as hopeless, then what you are using now the power of, is even more shameful. Ziz. Neji finished speaking, the Amana spear slowly recovered, and then began to shrink. It gradually became smaller, until it was about the size of a giant sword. It is about 2 meters in length and less than half a meter in width. With this size now, does it prove that my willpower is stronger? Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. He really didn't expect that his words not only did not persuade Obito in front of him, but actually made him more fighting spirit. It seems, I really am not a preaching chat. Neji let out a slow sigh, but it was clearly a lot bigger than before. He smiled wryly and murmured, compared to Naruto's mouth, it seems that I am still far behind. Neji stretched out his hands, holding the hilt of the Shugarita sword with both hands, and the scabbard with the other. Once this sword is drawn, the battle with you will be technical. Neji looked indifferent. And Obito sneered, if you can do it, come. Now I have never felt that my will has conquered everything in the world. Neji ticked the corner of his mouth, is it stronger? This is good news for me. As long as the strengths of a thing become more obvious, then it will be easier to find its weaknesses. For example, Neji secretly smiled, looking at the Amazuma spear in Obito's hand with a complicated expression. Chapter 533 Will. Better. You bastard. Obito gasped deeply, and although he was able to deal with Neji's attack, it was clearly not as calm as before. Relying on the strength of willpower, Obito's Amana spear became the strongest weapon in the ninja world, but it was shaken by Neji. At the moment when his will was shaken, Obito also clearly felt that the Amanuma spear in his hand became heavier. He recalled what Neji had said before. The core of a weapon is not its size but its use. According to that statement, then his will is not strong at all. Is this all an illusion? Will I regret it too? Impossible. Obito bit Kiba and said angrily, you bastard. What the hell is that look? He looked into Neji's eyes with the courage to die generously. In Neji's eyes, it seems that Obito is already a dying person at this moment. Did Obito read pity in Neji's eyes? I am the god of this world, and I will lead this world to true peace. You. Obito gasped, and at this moment, he felt a deep denial. It was Neji who was looking at him from a higher perspective. Are you afraid of the eyes of others even though it is the way to God? However, this person in front of him is obviously immortal. Go to hell. Obito clenched his fists, he didn't want to confirm anymore. Originally, I just wanted to make sure that the path he took was correct enough through a special existence like Neji. He wants to defeat this demon, the trouble that has been difficult to solve since he jumped up a few years ago, and wants to completely deny everything about Neji to prove that the path he has taken is extremely correct. But, not anymore. Otherwise, go ahead and do it regardless. CCC. The Amana spear swung in the air, getting sharper and smaller, fulfilling everything Neji said. Obito has become more and more confident, and his will has become stronger and stronger. You go to that world and regret it slowly. Ha! Sound, the knife slashed down. Due to the strengthening of willpower, the speed of the weapon is extremely fast, and Neji did not dodge. Obito murmured, "Hee, is it dead? You can't dodge this kind of attack." No. The two got closer, Obito's eyes widened and he saw Neji's sneer. I saw Obito's knife slashed on Neji's body. The sharpest blade on the sword was against Neji's left shoulder, the clothing on the left shoulder had been cut off, and the swamp spear was cut like mud. In Obito's rage, has been inspired to the peak, has grown to the final stage. This is something Obito couldn't do even in the original. At this moment, Neji inspired Obito, the strongest willpower. But couldn't move forward. Neji's skin was like steel. No matter how hard Obito tried, he couldn't cut in. PFF'd, as if picking up a match in the dark and scratching it, the fire of the stars ignited. On Neji's left shoulder, the churning flames slowly burned above the Amanuma spear. The Skymarsh spear is related to my will. As long as my will to kill you is strong enough, you cannot destroy this sword. When Obito realized that Neji was targeting the sword, he was even more dismissive. And Neji said unhurriedly, "Are you sure?" Ziz. The part of the Amana spear started to melt. Then, the black substance, like black paint, slowly turned into a viscous liquid and flowed down. Obito was stunned, his eyes widened and he said, "How could it be? Could it be that your power has surpassed the 6 paths immortal?" Neji was both angry and funny when he heard this. If he could explode with strength, he would really surpass the semi-holy existence of the 6 paths immortal. But at this time, because he was banned, he couldn't use his real strength, so in fact, Neji had no way to destroy this Amana spear. The reason is that, haha, because my will is stronger than yours. Better than me. Neji's answer left Obito completely dumbfounded. Although you can stubbornly follow your own path and think that you are the person with the strongest will in the world. No one can persuade you to turn back, but you cannot understand the path of others. It is precisely because you cannot understand others, so you will be disappointed in this world, even if you think Naruto and the others will follow your path again, but there will always be a minority of Avengers like you in this world. More people are hiding their pain and walking. Neji's eyes widened, he stretched out his hand, and firmly grasped the Amanuma spear that had become sharper in Obito's hand. Baby. Blood splattered immediately. The Amana spear is absolutely aggressive, and its lethality is no less than the evil spirit. The above part that was held was almost shapeless by Neji's Vulcan body. Obito was also very surprised and murmured, "You guy, you don't look like a human anymore." I saw that around Neji's eyes, there were lines of orangutan Yuhi color, sage mode. Neji said, "Now I have the consciousness of Godhead, in terms of will, you can't beat me." Neji's words, coupled with what Obito had seen before, made him subvert his cognition and entered a deep self-doubt. Who is he? The point of doing this. What is it? What if I go wrong? Obito took a step back, only to find himself where he was. Neji in front of him, already breathing rapidly, slowly fell. Whoa. Neji was tired and had already released the Byakugan chakra mode and landed slowly. Obito, who was still floating in the sky, let go. Spear in his hand has gradually turned into a black loose substance, and even the state of Gudodama truth-seeking ball cannot be restored. Whoosh. Obito also landed quickly and looked up. I saw that the tired Neji fell to the ground, and there was no wound. Obito was startled, bit Kiba and said, "You bastard. You really used demonic illusion." Neji's mouth twitched and said, "It's too late to realize now. Also, the Byakugan illusion I used on you is not a demonic illusion. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to use the Eye of Shisui to use the demonic illusion on you, I'll kill you eventually." Neji's eyes suddenly sharpened. Obito was really sincere and felt scared. "That's a look of hatred." Neji explained indifferently. "I destroyed your willpower in demonic illusion, and now that your will is loose, the Amazuma spear will not appear twice in the same person. Even the Six Paths sage back then, it was only when the 10 tails were sealed, the weapon was transformed due to too strong will, and it has never appeared in the world since then." Neji stood up slowly. He just didn't expect that the power of prohibition would become more and more powerful, and this thing could become more and more powerful through the flow of time. In order to use demonic illusion, Neji turned on Tenseigin, which must be equivalent to Rinnegan level eyes to make demonic illusion in Obito. And once you use your own chakra power, you will come into contact with the forbidden power given by Urashi, and almost exhaust all of Neji's chakra at once. It's too dangerous. This is tantamount to parasitizing a blood-sucking worm in Neji's body. No matter how much he eats, he will be sucked up and there will be nothing left. Chapter 534 Kill. Never forgive. Ha! Neji frowned slightly and held out his hand. Holding a scabbard in his hand, the Shukari sword just now was thrown away by the Tianju spear when it was slashed. This is also what Neji did not expect. Uchiha Obito, the willpower is so strong. Can even the power of the gods be able to contend? But it's also about Neji itself. Although the body of the Vulcan has grown into the realm of returning to its original state, the consciousness of the godhead does not have enough strength to contend. This is like a tenacious warrior who has the toughest body and steel-like armor in the world, but insists that he lose everything. Memories of fighting, lost all fighting skills. It's like giving the world's sharpest sword to the world's weakest scholar, who may not be able to beat even a 3-sect and 9-class samurai. Neji let out a heavy sigh. Since the previous injury, now seems to be the most embarrassing situation. Otsutsuki Ura style, Neji will have a chance to meet this guy, and will definitely give it back. Click, Neji put the scabbard in his hand back behind his back. It was stuck tightly to the straps tightly tied to the clothes. Neji's outfit has long ceased to look like a ninja, and through the way of fighting, it is even more obvious. This fight, Neji looked exhausted, and when others saw it, they didn't know the reason, they only understood the power of Six Paths Obito. Neji untied the straps around his forehead and let them loose. Then he caught it firmly and tucked it into his clothes. On the forehead, there is a less obvious scar. Is that the caged bird spell from the Hyuga branch? Obito frowned slightly and looked over. He narrowed his eyes again and murmured, No, I have seen the caged bird curse with my own eyes. And under Orochimaru's information, you guy used all resources to remove all the caged bird curses in the branch, right? Then, isn't the restraining power in your body the curse mark of the bird in the cage? That is. Then, he snorted coldly. HMPH, that's all. None of this matters. He stretched out his hand, and the black matter in the air condensed together again. I have Hashirama cells in my body. Even if the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan is lost after Six Paths transformation, the recovery power of Hashirama cells has not been lost. Although this recovery power cannot restore my will, Amanuma spear does not disappear when it disappears. Quote. Shoo, tilde. The black matter circled, and the sword and shield in his hand appeared again, this time in a huge shape. But Obito waved, seemingly effortlessly. But you don't have the strength to fight anymore. Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled, I can see the weakness of that thing now. Neji waited for Byakugan, staring at Amanuma spear. What did you say? Obito panicked. Neji stretched out his hand and said, the relics of the old era should be buried deep underground. There is a new era in the new era, and there is no need for such old-era things to come to the world. Neji's eyes widened, and the golden light flashed. Not far away, a golden light flashed and came quickly, and Neji caught it steadily. Is it the Shukari sword? You should have seen the absolute one just now. The knife used to suppress evil spirits is not very aggressive, and it is not enough to deal with the Tianju spear. After the Tianquan spear is shattered, it can be restored indefinitely. Thorn. Huge sound, ringing. A bright giant blade pierced straight into the sword of the Tianju spear. Insert it, but this time, the Amanuma spear did not shatter. I saw that the blade extended from the blade of the Shikaruta sword through Neji's swing, and it seemed to be the shape of another sword. It is no longer the shape of the katana sword, but a straight sword, a double-edged sword. On the huge sword, the raging fire ignited, which was staggering. This isn't the Shugarita sword. The Shugarita sword was originally an auxiliary sword to be used in conjunction. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, and after brewing for a long time while Obito observed himself, he was finally able to make this move. This is my last trump card, it seems. Itachi's will is finally completed in my hands. Sasuke was almost led astray by you, which completely violated Itachi's last wish. When Itachi was alive, I also because of the existence of Sasuke survived your black hand in Konoha village. The agreement with Itachi, you can't shoot at Konoha village. But after Itachi died, you immediately started on Sasuke, but I was not in Konoha village at that time. After I come back, you will have nothing to do with me. Neji said so, as if to expose his shortcomings in public. Ten-Fist Sword, Itachi, you won't let me rest assured even if you die. Obito bit Kiba and frowned. Whoa 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 whoa. There was a rumbling around, and there was a lot of movement. The entire piece of Skymarsh spear was completely absorbed by Neji's Ten-Fist Sword, and curled up until it was completely absorbed into the Ten-Fist Sword like flowing water. The Ten-Fist Sword also shrunk back above the Juji Teidao, and the Juji Teidao vibrated a few times. Is this the seal of the Ten-Fist Sword and the Shugutai Sword? The eternal seal is in a drunken dream, because the Amazuma spear is already a consciousness weapon above the Six Paths level, and he has injected your will, Obito. So this guy, now that you have your own consciousness, you will be sealed together by the Ten-Fist Sword as an evil spirit. Anyway, this kind of thing left in the world is just to deceive a young man like you. Listening to Neji's preaching, Obito bit Kiba. He felt a sigh of anger in his heart, and his efforts over the years were actually nothing in Neji's eyes. And, more importantly, your willpower is not strong enough. What I saw before was true, what I saw with the soul orb was true, in your mind. Doesn't it still exist now? It still exists. Yes, Nohara Rin, Hitaki Kakashi, Namikaze Minato. You should be honored as Hokage's disciple. Neji said a few words, and Obito fell into the deep uzumaki. It seems to be together in the past. Get involved. Do I regret it? Obito stared blankly at his palm. The flow of chakra was normal, and demonic illusion had long since been lifted. None of this was an illusion. What Neji said was true, and he really regretted it. And regret itself is not terrible. The most terrible thing is that he admitted his regret. How will you be killed, or be forgiven? Rin won't forgive himself no matter what, right? At this moment, Neji stretched out his hand and clenched the Shugarita sword in both hands. Sorry, the soul orb can still read your thoughts. No matter who forgives you, I will not forgive you. Killing your own master, triggering the coup of the Uchiha clan and killing the entire clan together with Itachi, Naruto and Sasuke, all the ups and downs, you brought it all. I will kill you completely, you are not worthy of living now. Quote. Neji has wanted to do this for a long time. In the original book, Obito was finally able to clean up and help the protagonist Team Seal Kagaya. It's not bad that he has his own charm and willpower, but his actions are by no means easily forgiven. Now Neji has grown strong enough to not need to rely on this power to defeat the enemy. Neji can do it by himself. There is no need to rely on such power. As a witness of Konoha village for more than 10 years, Neji deeply understands the influence of those secret people on the village, and he does not intend to forgive. Are you going to kill me? Obito murmured. Neji didn't answer. A cold wind blew fruit, and the hair on his forehead fluttered slightly. The swordsman's eyes are sharp and keen. In any case, this person in front of me. Absolutely do not forgive. Chapter 535 Obito. Kakashi and Rin. It's over. Neji did it for another reason. Now Obito still has Rinnegan's on him. If they don't get rid of them, Madara will realize 2 Rinnegans, plus a collection of 9-tailed beasts. According to this development, it may really surpass the 6 paths immortals of the year, and Neji, who can't exert his strength now, may really be unable to control it. Neji, the power of restraint, has not had a chance to study it properly, and Neji planned to do so from the beginning. Sealing, Jizo. Neji got the artifact. He planned to use the artifact to defeat Obito here by surprise, and then prevent Madara's resurrection. Using the exchanged SSS level sealing technique, Madara was completely sealed and the ninja world moved towards peace. Be the hero to end this battle, and Neji goes to solve other problems. So, the current plan is still going smoothly. Farewell. One knife cut, Neji's body moved. This knife is full of evil spirits, and Neji has used the power of the gods. Almost turned into a god, Obito is also disheartened, and he has also understood in the previous duel that he is not Neji's opponent. And since you have doubts about your own path, there is no need to go on. It's just, inside, there seems to be something echoing. Obito. The gentle voice was calling out to him. Obito, what are you doing? A low and magnetic voice sounded. When? A loud noise, a strong defense withstood Neji's attack. Neji was stunned, his eyes widened, and the opponent entered the arena at a speed that he could not have predicted. Madara's body flew over and blocked Obito's face. Uchiha's fan was covered with a layer of Susanoo, blocking Neji's full-strength knife. Crack. Susanoo's armor ripped open, and Neji frowned slightly and jumped. He retreated to the rear. Madara's appearance was unexpected, and he went to defend subconsciously. But Madara didn't attack immediately, even if it was impure world reincarnation's body. Madara didn't plan to rush over so unguarded. After all, how dangerous the fight with Hyuga Neji is, he has experienced it himself. I want to thank your shadow clone for the experience you gave me when fighting with me. You are really strong in taijutsu, so the insurance must be better, or maybe this blow can't be blocked. Madara said. Susanoo shattered. Crack. Then, the Uchiha fan inside was also torn apart. Madara dumbly raised her hand and picked up the fan. It was already torn apart, and only 1/3 of the fan remained, plus a handle. Madara was speechless and sighed. Hey, Tilda. Crack. The fan was thrown aside. Madara took a few steps forward, closing her eyes in disdain. Forget it, don't worry about it. But I really didn't expect. Madara raised her head, opened her eyes and looked straight at Neji. Your attack is so powerful, did you destroy not only my Susanoo, but also the magical Uchiha fan? After that, he muttered to himself again in his heart. That black attack, remember it's called suffocating energy. Is it a kind of sage art energy? What else? Be careful of all this guy's attacks. Madara couldn't help guessing that Neji master sage art and suffocation might soon launch an attack similar to yin and yang escape, and even impure world reincarnation's body would not be able to hold it up and would not be able to resurrect. Moreover, in Neji's confident eyes, Madara had reason to suspect that Neji also possessed a powerful sealing technique enough to seal him off. The guy this guy followed before was named Karen, right? It seems to be a girl from the Uzumaki clan. Could it be that this kid has learned the Uzumaki Mito sealing technique? No, that shouldn't be possible. But he is different from Naruto. Killing Obito directly seems to have guessed my plan and wanted to prevent Obito from resurrecting me. Madara thought to herself, and Neji frowned. There is a flaw. Huh. Spiritual transformation. Neji motivated the last chakra left in the body, opened the Sage mode, and used the technique of spiritualization. This is already his strongest attack, and it is also the fastest. The point of spiritual transformation is that although the speed is not as fast, it can use the potential energy of the moving distance to launch an attack. Just Hiraishin's words are not enough to deal a threatening blow to Madara, and Neji doesn't have any spells. Spiritualization. It is able to attack the soul. Impure world reincarnation. The soul is the weakness to the fragile. After that, use the Ten-Fist Sword or Jizo to seal it. Let Madara fall into reincarnation forever. In just a few seconds, Madara and Neji had countless games of thought. Bang! Neji slapped Madara's back with a palm, and behind Madara, a faint blue bone grew. Senpo, Sage Art Katakana middle. Iori air strike. Obito, who was behind him, was startled, and immediately stepped back dozens of meters. Putting Sage Art Chakra into the palm of his hand, Neji bit Kiba with a faint look of being unable to hold on. This blow, Madara will be penetrated along with Susanoo and his body, sealing him before impure world reincarnation is resurrected. And Madara knows this very well. Go back a long time ago and start hand seal. But just after he finished the seal, he found that Neji was stunned in place, and the chakra gathered in his palms had not been released for a long time. And how can Madara show mercy? Seize the moment. Mokuden, wood style, flower deep forest emergence. Boom. Countless tree roots opened with huge petals, and the ground rumbled. This scale is much larger than the previous Kabuto's inorganic reincarnation, and it has both lethality. Neji's whole body was curled up and tightly bound. Chakla. Neji frowned slightly, the strength of his body was continuously sucked away, and the Senpo, Sage Art condensed in the palm of his hand was also absorbed and slowly dissipated. Madara looked at Neji who was hung up by the vine, and said with a chuckle, now. It's almost over. Neji, on the other hand, had a cold sweat on his forehead, and the restraining power in his body seemed to be gushing out from his body. Neji had spent all his strength just subconsciously holding back this power. This feeling is like nausea and vomiting, but it takes all the strength of the whole body to overcome. Not far away, Obito was watching all this, his eyes widened in a daze. Obito. Rin. Obito raised his head blankly, and he kept his head down, realizing that Rin was in front of him. And behind Rin is Kakashi. Hey, Obito, aren't you going to help Grandma again? What's going on? You're late for such an important day. Ha ha. Behind Rin, Kakashi held his forehead helplessly and said with emotion, really? This guy is helpless. Let's go first, Rin. Obito frowned. He was about to speak, but when he noticed a figure that overlapped with him, he stood up abruptly. A teenager, Obito. Hey, stop. Damn it. Kakashi, don't be rude. I was just walking on the road and my eyes were covered by the wind and sand, so I went home to get eye drops. Forget it, your excuses are getting worse and worse. By the way, what are we doing today? Today is the birth of Minato-sensei's child, Kushina. Sensei is going to give birth, let's guard it. Looking at the back of the group of people leaving, Obito lowered his head dully and laughed at himself. Is that so? It was my fantasy, today. Obito was stunned for a moment. Rin and Kakashi just now seemed to remind him of something. 17 years ago, he killed his teacher and wife, used Kyuubi, 9 tails. To bring such a disaster to Konoha village. Chapter 536 Demonic Illusion. Mirror Sharingan. That's right, I killed my teacher with my own hands, forced my teacher's family into a corner, and forced the villagers of Konoha village into a corner. Yes, it's you. Obito was startled and looked up. In the spiritual realm, he saw the boy from 20 years ago. That young man was in high spirits, and it was his young self. Despite his weak strength, he has never been able to beat Kakashi, and even Might Guy can completely crush him in strength. Ninjutsu and taijutsu can't bloom, so only demonic illusion is left. It's ridiculous. With Sharingan, you should have been able to master the powerful demonic illusion. However, your demonic illusion has plunged itself into it and became the demonic illusion. Madara is using you, you should know. That boy's voice used to be so familiar. After all, that was originally his own voice. Obito's mouth trembled slightly, unable to describe his feelings. 20 years have passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was 17 years ago that he created the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Rebellion. With that baby cry, he saw in the darkness that Minato and Kushina protected the child with their lives. I don't know if it was due to some kind of coincidence, or because of my own guilt, that I haven't shot Uzumaki Naruto for 17 years. It turns out that in my heart, will I regret it? Obito was completely shaken by Neji. Only when people are shaken by their strength will they doubt whether what they are doing is right or wrong. When a person is strong enough, he will believe in himself as a god, and regard himself as the master of all things, and he is so stupid that he thinks that he can judge the life and death of others. Even as a sinner as himself, Neji found the absolute reason to kill himself. Don't you deserve to die? In fact, Neji didn't need to talk to him so much. At first, Obito thought that Neji was just trying to shake his will for the victory of the Ninja Alliance, so he couldn't hear those words. Even if his will is really shaken, there is no need to listen to the words of the enemy. However, after Neji shook his will, he still chose to kill himself. What Neji said, there was no way to win over him at all. Obito only now understands where the confidence revealed in Neji's eyes came from. Because the path taken is very correct, bathed in the sun and recognized by everyone. Walking in the dark, Itachi has completely proved that doing so will not bring peace to the world. And will suffer unbearable pain for ordinary people. Madara, what do I mean to you? Seeing Neji in front of him falling into a near coma, Obito walked over slowly. Madara turned her head hesitantly and looked at Obito, who had re-released his power from the Six Paths Fairy and became immortal, with a complicated expression. Obito frowned slightly, as if he couldn't help but vomit. Then, a mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. And behind him, a green light shines, and all the chakras swarmed up. Whoa 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 whoa. Boom, boom 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 boom. Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, who were not absorbed, all the seven-tailed beasts were released. Ba-ah-ah. Boom. Obito bit Kiba, his eyes were dull and empty, and a huge chakra appeared behind him again, rushing out. Soon, those forces converged into a divine tree, rising into the sky again. This time, the divine tree was even taller, but it was out of control. Such a huge amount of chakra. Obito was also weakened a lot at the moment. Madara widened her eyes, and her attention suddenly shifted from the weak Neji to the weak Obito. Because of lack of willpower, is it almost swallowed up by 10 tails. But the tailed beast has left your body, and now even the divine tree can't live in your body. Madara muttered, the corner of her mouth twitching. Hyuga Neji, I thank you very much for weakening Obito's power, and I don't have to bother. As a thank you, I won't kill you now. Madara said, leaving Neji aside. Roots came loose, and the roots that curled around Neji brought Neji down. Neji landed, he took a few breaths and dissipated the chakra that had been gathered in his hands. Originally, I wanted to use the combination of 8 trigrams and Yinden Bishamonten to forcefully use the time and space ninjutsu to get out of control to spread the distance, but now it seems that Madara's interest has gone elsewhere. Madara, what do I mean to you? Hee, what does that mean? To me, you are nothing, you are Madara, Uchiha Madara. Hearing this answer, Obito was slightly startled, his heart pounding and complicated. I'm Madara. Obito was a little surprised. Madara smiled and said, even without you, I would choose someone else. Anyone can complete this plan. Let you go ahead of me and become Madara as my savior, now. It's time for a change. Obito, you've failed, it's time for the real Madara to play. Madara said this. Obito frowned slightly, and seemed to want to do it, but PFF'd. A black substance penetrated into Obito's body. He widened his eyes, and the black body completely enveloped Obito. Hey! I saw that black Zetsu completely controlled Obito, and then, a white Zetsu slowly jumped beside Madara. Lord Madara, this is Mirror's Sharingan. Mirror. Obito bit Kiba, struggling to struggle. Madara chuckled lightly, took the Sharingan from white Zetsu's hand, and put it directly on her own eyes. Since it is the body of impure world reincarnation, it doesn't even use blood. Then. Demonic illusion. Madara's Sharingan spins rapidly, and the mirror's Mangekyo pattern is angular, like a cube. Uchiha Kagami is a ninja in the same period as the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is also a disciple of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. As the uncle of Uchiha Shisui, the talent of demonic illusion is inherited in the same line. Demonic illusion by Uchiha Kagami also contributed greatly to Konoha during the war. Obito has lost all consciousness and the seal in his mind of Rinne Tensai, samsara of heavenly life, has manifested. And Black Zetsu is controlling Obito. Even if Obito has Senju Hashirama, he can't resist at all. The next step is time to complete the plan. Madara smiled, and the expression on her face gradually became mad. A figure came quickly. Madara backed back, only to see that it was Neji who fluttered. Madara said with a smile, Mirror's Sharingan is not only strong in demonic illusion, but also in top observation ability. But Neji's purpose is not him, but Obito. Black Zetsu quickly stopped performing the spell and widened his eyes. Hey, Tilda. Neji was startled, his knife completely passed through Obito's body. Madara murmured, want to stop me from resurrecting this guy. And Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice, I have also been lurking in Akatsuki for decades. I know Obito's abilities best. You can't kill me. Neji, who had passed through his body, still turned over and pointed at the back of Obito, who was being controlled by Black Zetsu, with the Shikaridachi in his hand. That's right, but if you want to avoid my attack, you can't use the Rinne Tensai, samsara of heavenly life art. Once the caster dies, the art ends. Madara clenched her fists as Neji spoke. You bastard. That's what you planned from the beginning. I really underestimate you, boy. The face of Neji, who was swept up again, and even almost exhausted his chakra, he was going to use swordsmanship to threaten Neji. Madara was angry. Chapter 537th Startup. The Art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life. But, it's just a sideshow. It's enough, it won't look good if there is too much. Madara glanced at Neji indifferently, and suddenly killed her. Although you have good eyes and juniors, you who are not of the Uchiha clan cannot understand the power of the Uchiha clan. Madara is going fast, very fast. Neji bit Kiba. Madara grabbed her neck and stepped back. Madara's face. But the next moment, the Neji in his hand turned into a white light. Whoosh. Spiritual transformation. The same method as Kamizuki. Madara narrowed her eyes, then smiled contemptuously, and the proficiency is high. Really? Neji was surprised, but he didn't expect Uchiha Madara to know Hyuga Kamizuki. The origin of this probably goes back a long time. But now, to stop Madara, I'm afraid. Neji felt that every time he released his ninjutsu, he would feel the limitation of his strength, and that limitation had been dragging down his chakra exhaustion. Although he has the body of Vulcan, the speed of recovering chakra is extremely fast, but the power of restraint is that the more he consumes it, the more he absorbs it. Even if you stop fighting for 5 minutes, the chakra will be absorbed by one move within 5 seconds. This has led to Neji's offense and defense can always only be carried out in one, or desperate offense, but almost lost the means of defense. Either you can only retreat without a bottom line, then there is no way to seize the opportunity of the enemy's flaws to counterattack. If this war of attrition continues, sooner or later, he will be completely sealed by the power of prohibition. This thing that Pushi left behind is really abominable. It seems that there are also people in Otsutsuki who hope that the plan of Kagaya's resurrection will be successful. What will Kagaya's resurrection bring at the same time? With the confidence of Neji's current master, it is completely difficult to speculate. The world of gods and fairy beasts is completely separated from chakra. If it is related to those, Neji can only overthrow the previous arbitrariness and redefine it. It is very likely that Kagaya came to Hokage planet to cultivate chakra fruiting thousands of years ago, but the story of Otsutsuki making chakra may be traced back to a much longer origin, a few eternal. Or dozens of eternal. Ding, tilde. Madara's attack caused Neji to retreat. In the end, the Shikuruta sword was knocked into the air, and after spinning a few times in the air, Madara quickly got up and grabbed it. The legendary sword. Humph. But what about Urur? Madara's mouth twitched, and she was about to slash. But the next moment, there seemed to be thousands of resentful spirits inside, roaring in unison. Ooh! With a harsh and sharp cry, each of those resentful spirits seemed to have the power of a tailed beast, and they were mentally defeating Madara. Damn! With a bang, the sword was thrown away by Madara, and after a few laps in the air, it landed steadily. Kai was inserted into the ground, and it really was as sharp as iron. Knife fell behind Madara. Madara narrowed her eyes slightly. Afterwards, he snorted and said, "It seems that the Hyuga clan, with the secret assistance of that guy Kamizuki, seems to have a decent descendant." This was a tone that forced him to admit his opponent. That sword was undoubtedly a weapon that a master couldn't handle, but Neji was able to handle it with ease. At this moment, Madara accidentally saw Neji's forehead. The forehead guard had been put away. The tiny trace was very obvious in front of Madara, who had a mirror. It seems. Hyuga Neji, this guy used to belong to the branch of Hyuga, but for some reason, did he break the seal? Hee. But if it's not the reason for the spell of the bird in the cage, then in the end, what caused his power to be sealed? Madara couldn't help but wonder. Neji took a few steps back, suddenly smiled softly, and jumped. Boom. Bang. With a loud sound, a meteorite-like crater was smashed into the ground. The beating of the big toad in Iwasu almost caused an earthquake-like vibration in the vicinity. The remaining elites of the ninja coalition will surround themselves at this moment. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who have recovered chakra. Neji, are you all right? Ah, I'm fine, I just need to rest, I'll leave it to you for the time being. Neji took a deep leap and jumped over the head of the big toad of Iwajuku. Two small figures came quickly, standing on Neji's left and right shoulders. They were Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Shimani. A mortal beast. It seems that capturing the big toad of Yansu was the right choice. Moreover, the benefits provided by the fire soul beads of the big toad of Yansu are unmatched by other things. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Pushi's restraining power was, it would not be able to affect the power outside his body. For now, the defense power of Iwasu toad is about the level of 10 tails. Very powerful. Immortal Fukasaku, who was standing on top of him, said, "Hee. The big toad of Yansu is not too aggressive, it's a pity. Boy, if you channel the Spider Queen bred from the soul bead you have come out, that is the real aggressive fairy beast. All the attacks are the very dense sage art energy body. However, I have already promised Immortal Zima not to use the psychic beast that killed your children. Although it is an immortal beast, it is a heinous beast." Neji muttered. Although the situation is difficult now, he is not completely free to go. Immortal Zima was silent for a moment, thinking of Jiraiya's death. Little Jiraiya was killed by the madman like Akatsuki. The boy's father, I can't control this much now. Neji, If you can use the Spider Queen to defeat the enemy, you can use it. Seeing Immortal Zima's determined expression, Neji nodded and smiled in relief. After a long time, he explained, "Thank you both of you, but it doesn't seem necessary now. Please cooperate with me to absorb enough Sage Art Chakra. Now the battle is the most critical time, to help Sasuke and Naruto. Completely seal Madara. Madara cannot be resurrected." Watched Neji sit down and close his eyes. Thinking of the words Gamamaru said before he completely retired, he suddenly felt that it was so reasonable. "Neji, you are indeed the chosen one. Quick, stop struggling. Like Nagato, you are a loser." Black Zetsu's voice, next to Obito's ear. And that black mask covered Obito's body, trying to steal the ownership of his body. However, Obito was powerless. He tried his best to stop Black Zetsu's movements, and Black Zetsu said, "Don't struggle, if you keep going like this, you will lose your stamina soon. Ten Tails has already drawn. Lee, as a human Jinchuriki column force you can't last too long." "I wouldn't just be." Obito gasped, feeling Rin and Kakashi beside him. He was just a misguided child, and now finally awakened. However, it all seemed too late. When Obito saw that Madara had asked Sasuke and the allied ninja to attack and came to him, Obito had widened his eyes, ready to meet disappointment. Demonic illusion start. I can see everything in front of my eyes, but my body and consciousness are no longer under my control, my hands are in the hand seal. Outlaw Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life Art. Chapter 538 Obsession. Madara and Hashirama. Ziz. Madara, who was standing in front of Obito, finally showed a mad and evil smile for the first time. MMMHH. Madara took off her armor and threw it out. Click, the armor fell to the ground. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched and his eyes widened. The skin on his body began to emit Zilu smoke. The skin became hotter, then calmed down. The abnormality that was originally formed by the gathering of dirty soil, unlike the appearance of a living person, has finally returned to peace at this moment, returning to the state of a normal person. Uchiha Madara, Resurrection. Madara reached out and took a bite on her arm. Blood flowed. He gave a weird smile and widened his eyes. It's been a long time, this feeling of being alive. Puff, puff, heartbeat. Everything is so unfamiliar yet familiar. Lord Madara, this is Rinnegan. The other one is still on Obito, as long as both are collected. Madara took the Rinnegan from White Zetsu and put it on her right eye. Start now, substitutions. Madara's mouth twitched, her eyes were rounded, and a knife was inserted straight into her heart behind her. Scoff. From Hashirama Sage Art Chakra's face, the position of the heart pierced straight out. Madara's mouth was bleeding, and her eyes were rounded dumbly. I saw behind it, it was Uchiha Obito, holding Neji's sake katana, and stabbing it into Madara's heart. Madara breathed a sigh of relief when she realized it was Obito. It seems to be a false alarm. If it is you, it seems that there is no way to use the power of this sword. The 10-fist swords are very powerful. However, everything is over. Now I have Rinnegan. Even the divine weapon 10-fist sword can't completely seal me. Madara let out a soft voice, struggling with a jolt. Bang! The sword behind him flew backwards from his chest as if it had been blasted. And Obito, who was behind him, was also shocked, and retreated straight back. After retreating for a long distance, Obito stabilized his pace. But when he reacted, Madara in front of him had already arrived in front of him. Is it demonic illusion again? Obito bites Kiba. No, it's me this time. Black Zetsu, who was still attached to Obito, said in a low, hoarse voice. In front of him, Madara moved quickly and stretched out her hand. At this moment, Obito falls into Madara's illusion. However, it entered Madara's inner world. Back in time, 68 years ago, Konoha village is established. Standing on the cliffs of Konoha village, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama. The two of them were in high spirits and looked at this village that has been given public praise. Madara and Hashirama, their cheerful smiles are real in the memory. Hashirama didn't notice at that moment was the dark corner Madara was hiding, and the deepest disappointment. That is when Madara saw Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, known as the two brothers of the Senju family by the people in the village. Madara's heart was extremely empty. Uchiha Izuna. Madara's only younger brother was seriously injured by Senju Tobarama and eventually died. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is obtained by transplanting his younger brother's Sharingan, which allows Madara, who can use Mangekyo Sharingan permanently and permanently without vision loss, to be haunted by the death of his younger brother. But now, Madara has formed an alliance with the enemy who killed his younger brother, and established a village with the brother of that enemy. Coupled with the brutal fighting methods of the Uchiha family, those pedantic groups also have hostile views towards Uchiha Madara. In the Hokage election, although Madara also had no intention of competing, basically no one supported Madara to become Hokage. In such times, the Uchiha family will eventually be forgotten. The end, even the Uchiha clan lost interest in fighting. The era of no battle, the power of the Uchiha clan will weaken and the Sharingan will be lost. Madara realized this sooner than the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. On the last night, he was under the Uchiha clan, looking at the stone tablet. That stone tablet was left by the Six Paths Fairy. The higher the degree of the eye, the more it sees. Madara, as the patriarch of the whole clan, is also the only man who opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and naturally he can see the most. The stele records the methods of maintaining Sharingan's power, fighting, hatred. This is the cursed fate of the Uchiha family, and in such a ninja world, the Uchiha family has an indelible mission and meaning of existence. Uchiha Madara finally betrayed and became the first missing nin in Konoha village. Carrying things that ordinary people can't carry. Seeing Madara's life, Obito watched the hand come towards his left eye. The other eye is mine too. But in the nick of time, Obito heard deep inside, Rin's voice, Rin's calling. Obito, I'm watching you. Damn. Once Obito bit Kiba, he stretched out his hand, breaking free from Black Zetsu's control, and his willpower returned. Take control of your body. One stretched out his hand to catch Madara's palm, and the two held hands together. Madara was startled. Obito bit Kiba and said, the fate of the Uchiha clan is up to you. I won't let you destroy the last remaining hope of the Uchiha clan. Then, Obito quickly hand seal with Madara's hand. Then, step back. Kaden fire style, great fireball jutsu. Madara squinted her eyes, didn't even move, just rounded Rinnegan and absorbed all the chakra of Grand Fireball. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He was stunned, and immediately set off, but fluttered in the air. Obito, who was just staring blankly, took the opportunity to use the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye to open Kamui and enter the different space. Forget it. Madara breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a chakra appeared behind him. Neji took a few breaths, and in order to prevent Madara from getting Rinnegan smoothly, Neji took a risk. Looks like you've failed. Neji's mouth smirked, the pattern on his face appeared, and the sage mode had been turned on. Madara looked at Neji indifferently, and murmured, judging from the acupuncture points in the center of your heart, your strength is already very weak. Even so, are you going to die? As a young man of the younger generation, you are very good. Really are you my enemy? You are very similar to me, why don't we work together? Madara lost a pawn from Obito and naturally left to find a new pawn. Neji is very clear about this, and he knows that Madara is a very strong enemy now, but he is never afraid of it. No fun. Neji is coming fast, the art of Hiraishin. Hiraishin chop. Madara was stunned and narrowed her eyes, only to see that over there, the Shukari Tadao came quickly and landed firmly in Neji's hands. Huh! With a slash, Madara quickly dodged. PFF'd. The boulder behind Madara was chopped open by Neji at a rapid speed. Zan, are you a samurai? Madara came back to her senses, and Sharingan, who was using the mirror, could easily see through Neji's movements, and refreshed her understanding of Neji once again. Neji, on the other hand, drew his knife, took a few breaths, and felt that his chakra was almost exhausted with just one move. Sage art energy in the body can last at most 2 moves, is it about to end? It's so limited. Madara, who was in front of her, took a deep breath and became slightly vigilant. It seems that you need to be a little more careful. Your knife is very dangerous. Madara speculates that Neji, who is now a living body, immediately came to take the risk of cutting himself. I am afraid that the wine sword has a special attack effect on living people. If you are stabbed, maybe you will really be sealed. Chapter 539 Accident. Forbidden Backlash. Indeed, you are sharp. Neji looked indifferent, looking at Madara in front of him. Madara saw at a glance that her moves had completely overdrawn the power she should have exerted. And when he has been concealing his other identity, a samurai, he suddenly launched an attack in a desperate situation. Madara can also use the living body to react immediately. The difficulty of this is very high. Originally the body of impure world reincarnation, Madara has always adopted a tactic that is not afraid of death. Because even if she is defeated, she will recover, and with the vitality of Hashirama cells, Madara will not be sealed because her recovery speed is too slow. From Tengai Shinsei Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star to Mokuden Wood Style, Madara's tactics have always been one-to-many because he knows he's immortal. But when he learned that his weapon had such a powerful attack power, he would not be willing to be a rival in love when confronting himself with a living body. If it was an ordinary attack, with Madara's arrogance, he would never avoid it. It can be said that Madara's combat experience is the strongest enemy Neji has ever encountered. How many battles did this guy go through when he was alive? Huh. Neji took a breath. Was he nervous too? It's a little bit. After all, Neji himself, as a modern person, has crossed into the world of Hokage, and has always relied on his own powerful strength to face enemies who are not as good as him. Orochimaru, who had a huge gap in strength, in the Forest of Death. However, using the advantages of taijutsu and the weakness of Orochimaru's rival in love, Neji took the opportunity to use that actual battle to quickly improve his strength, but the enemy in front of him couldn't take advantage of it. If you make a mistake, you may really die. Ura's ban was completely unexpected by Neji. Since you have cracked the spell seal of the caged bird, then you should be able to face many seals, right? Or the spell mark. Even Orochimaru's subordinates are under your command, and Hokage was resurrected by you and Orochimaru in all dynasties. You shouldn't worry about the curse mark. Madara narrowed her eyes, and after some speculation, she murmured and asked, could it be that some other force intervened in this war? Your murderous intent towards Obito just now was real, which means that the force behind it is impossible. It's Obito. There is another force that has a restraining force in your body and indirectly helps us. Can I understand that? Madara said. The corner of her mouth twitched. Neji's eyes widened, slightly surprised. The guy in front of him is not just powerful enough to have combat experience. Combat IQ and analytical skills are first class and strong. Madara looked at Neji's expression and knew immediately that she had guessed 1 or 2 right. Not to mention that it is not far from the 10, it is definitely the right direction. Hee. I'm afraid I can sense that this is also unexpected, right? In other words, I sense that this will affect your judgment, and thus decipher your moves. Interesting. Finally I can't see you anymore, the confidence and indifference on your face. And the vitality that is more tenacious than Senju Hashirama. Now in my eyes, you are nothing but a dying existence. Although you are still just a little chick bird, but the attack power is still strong. Now you can only rely on that strange sword. Quote. Madara narrowed her eyes, staring at Neji's movements. Just be careful. With Neji in the desert battlefield before, Neji only relied on Shadow Clone to completely open the eyes of Madara, who underestimated the ninja of this era, but now the body is in front of his eyes, but his strength is so single. Basically only use taijutsu, even if Sage Mode is maintained, only a small amount of Sage Art Chakra maintains his speed and adds stronger attack power to the attacking blade. Could it be that your previous spells or demonic illusion were the triggers for the forbidden power in your body? Madara froze for a moment, then realized it later. But the next moment, Neji was already in front of him. So fast. So what? Neji is indifferent, and now he can only bite the bullet. No matter what, we have to delay the opportunity to prevent Madara from becoming six paths smoothly. Huh. One cut, another cut. Madara quickly retreated until she was cornered and jumped up. He flew straight into the height of more than 20 meters, and after a few laps in the air, he landed steadily. Just starting the hand seal, black flames strike. Amaterasu. Boom. Amaterasu's flames burned around Madara. He frowned slightly, changed his gesture, hand seal. With 2 clicks, Sasuke and Naruto landed next to Neji. Neji, who was already a little tired and still insisting on fighting, Naruto patted his shoulder and said, Neji, leave the battlefield to me and Sasuke now. We still have a lot of chakra. Neji lost more chakra because of the forbidden power in his body, and now in the eyes of Naruto and Sasuke, it is just normal consumption of chakra. Neji didn't know how to explain it, but it was undoubtedly a very big hidden danger. Allies are unable to see through their own weaknesses, but the enemy understands themselves more and more in battle. If things go on like this, Sasuke and Naruto will definitely not be the opponents of this guy. Sage Art. Boom. Sasuke's left eye shed tears of fresh Yuhi's blood, and Amaterasu burned even more. This black flame doesn't seem to go away, Amaterasu. What a nice eye, Sasuke. Madara laughs, the last print is done. A lengthy spell, Naruto murmured. What kind of seal does that guy have? I've never seen it before. And, that's Sage Art Chakra. Naruto turned on Sage Mode and could clearly perceive Madara's body to absorb a powerful Sage Art energy. Neji felt compelled to give some information, and said, now that guy has absorbed the Mokudan wood-style technique of the original Hokage Senju Hashirama and Muji, as well as the Sage Art energy of the original Hokage, so he can activate the Sage Art, don't let them the attack hits. Now standing next to him are the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, and Neji has to make sure that nothing will go wrong with them. This is also his last trump card. Even if he has no ability to defeat the enemy, he can use the power of Indra and Asura. Senpo, Sage Art Seal of Sealing Fire. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I saw Madara's whole body lit up with a curse-like imprint, absorbing all the black flames and disappearing without a trace. Sasuke, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, would you like to join forces with me? The relics of the old times, don't come out and be ashamed. Sasuke, listen to Neji, don't get hit by the attack. Naruto shouted at speed, and saw that Sasuke was still rampaging past. Neji, I'm going to support Sasuke. After saying that, Naruto rushed over quickly. The assistant raised the knife and dropped it and inserted it directly, while Madara only dealt with the black flame and did not escape at all. Thorn. Knife was inserted into Madara's arm. Madara didn't want to dodge at all. Neji frowned, feeling bad inside. Sure enough, he has a lot of fighting experience, the power of Sage Art is in Naruto, and Sasuke's attack is not a big threat to him, so he plans to adopt a more violent fighting method. Zeba Sharingan. Sasuke, don't tell me you're so agile. But, it's nothing. Madara's mouth twitched and her eyes widened. Sasuke was startled, stunned. Demonic illusion. Sasuke, get out of the way. Big Ball Rasengan. And Sasuke was imprisoned, Madara's mouth hooked, and she walked away to meet Naruto. Absorb Naruto's chakra as much as possible. In such a short time, Naruto has no time to use Sage Art Chakra. Bang! Madara drew out Sasuke's sword and spoke to Naruto. Seeing Madara is about to kill the two, Neji immediately hand seal. I can't handle so much anymore, we must save Sasuke and Naruto to end this battle. But, at this moment, Neji thought for a while, and an accident happened. The power of prohibition began to devour in Neji's body, and it ignited completely, like a violent flame, burning Neji's heart with fire. Chapter 540 Protect Yourself. Another use of Huang Izumi's breath. Neji falls on his knees. Over there, Sasuke solved the demonic illusion in time, and the thunder and lightning gathered together. Chidori, lightning cutter. Thorn. Knife passed quickly and Madara was forced to dodge, because Sasuke injected the power of the curse into Chidori, lightning cutter's knife. In the battle between Yunlei Gorge and Killer Bee, Sasuke was saved by Changwu, and the power of the curse in Changwu was absorbed into the body by Sasuke, and it has remained until now. Madara landed, keeping a certain distance, and Naruto had a chance to breathe. Thank you, Sasuke. Naruto gasped and began to condense Sage Art Chakra. Naruto, use Sage Art against this guy, normal chakra will be absorbed by Rinnegan. I know. Madara narrowed her eyes and said, that guy Sasuke also seems to have Sage Art Chakra. Chango itself is the origin of the spell, and the spell itself comes from the Sage Art Chakra. It was precisely because Orochimaru could not practice Sage Art in Raichi Cave that he turned to the power of the spell. So now Sasuke and Naruto's power is what Madara fears. I have to quickly turn into 6 paths. That guy Obito can't use it anymore, maybe he will destroy his left eye. Now Madara's right eye is another Rinnegan brought by White Zetsu, which belongs to him, and the other eye is the Sharingan of the mirror that Black Zetsu got by chance. Mirror's left eye has a special fighting ability, one of which is the short demonic illusion attack. Although it can't be as powerful as Shisui's eye, it can also force the opponent into demonic illusion for a short time. Even Sasuke with Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan also the same. At the same time, he can also provide his own power of observation. In addition, Madara is the owner of Zeba Sharingan, and his physical skills are comparable to Sasuke. And the combat experience is also far higher than the two in front of them, no. 3 people. Madara glanced at Neji over there. In order to absorb the tailed beasts, I have to deal with Naruto and Sasuke first, but if I don't deal with Neji, I might be in danger. I will catch the thief first, and now. Seems like an opportunity. Senpo, Sage Art Futon, Wind Style, Rasenshuriken. A large number of Sage Art chakras gathered together. Madara narrowed her eyes, not even looking at it. Dodge quickly. Bang. Sage Art chakra with such a strong strength can already be avoided just by perception. Madara jumped up, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Then, Rasenshuriken expanded rapidly and exploded. What? Exploded? Madara has already seen countless wind blades, or rather needle-like attacks, coming densely, clearly visible in Madara's eyes. This kind of density of chakra. It doesn't seem like a good move to resist with the flesh. Madara quickly hand-sealed. Instant body art. Directly to Neji's back, over there, Naruto shouted that it was not good. Fuck, Neji, be careful. And Neji is still in a state of almost dormancy at this time. The forbidden power in the body and the body of the Vulcan are constantly fighting, although the power of the Vulcan prevents Neji from being immediately counterattacked, but this heart-piercing pain is almost keep Neji immobile. Game over. Madara chuckled, her eyes rounded, and a hand hit her. But before that, Neji bites the Kiba hand seal. I have another eye. Bang. Madara's hand seemed to hit something invisible and stopped 30 centimeters from Neji's body. That technique again. Madara stepped back quickly, rounding Rinnegan. It's incredible, this art actually exists in the invisible world. Just like my limbo. No wonder it was able to control me at that time. Madara looked at Neji at the moment, almost completely controlled, unable to move. Forbidden technique of the Hyuga family, the breath of Huang Izumi. I only heard about this technique in the mouth of Hyuga Kamizuki back then, but I didn't expect to see it now, but it's still twice in a row. It's just, I didn't expect you, a kid, to actually be able to think of releasing yourself. Madara showed a wicked smile, thinking to herself that a genius like Neji should be drawn to her side. At this moment, Neji has reached the spiritual realm. In the spiritual realm, with the help of the time difference outside, Neji can take the opportunity to restore his physical strength and chakra. Huang Izumi's breath itself is the time flow that solidifies the target position, and it is lowered at a speed of more than 100 times to achieve dimensional strikes. However, because the flow of time is different, the target imprisoned by Huang Izumi's breath cannot be harmed. Madara can't kill himself during the time period when Madara is unable to break through the time dimension. This is my father's second eye. Neji let out a breath, but that was enough. As always, something to sacrifice in war. Neji, who originally only wanted to protect himself, saw the fighting of the ninja coalition on the battlefield, and he couldn't help but want to fight hard. And from the moment Neji began to abandon himself, he only had the desire to win. It is no longer a battle for nothing, but a battle that must be won. But it is estimated that Madara will not think of the second usage of the breath of Huang Izumi, right? Originally, this trick was to be reserved for the most critical time, but now it seems that it has to enter this stage. Judging from the full calculation, Neji's left eye now has the ability to cleanse the eye. If he has to give it up, he can also release a more powerful Huang Izumi's breath in his right eye. It's boring. Madara stopped and stepped back quickly. Neji, who was stagnant in the air, jumped next to Sasuke and Naruto. Neji, this is... what's going on? Naruto looked curiously at Neji, who seemed to be trapped in a water prison. At this moment, Neji seemed to have become a sculpture. Sasuke has Mangekyo Sharingan, so he can see the way to some extent, he said. Judging from Madara's reaction just now, Neji should have used some special defensive ninjutsu. But the reason why this kind of defensive ninjutsu has been kept until this time. Reuse, it should have a certain risk in itself, right? What's the risk? What kind of risk is unclear. The Hyuga family is an ancient family like the Uchiha family, but Byakugan's abilities are not developed as comprehensively as Sharingan, and there may be many secrets hidden in Byakugan. From now on, Neji, the space around you is very strange. Time or space, how much power is used in it? Now the worst plan. Sasuke let out a breath and said, it can only be used as Neji's self-defense, not to save his life, but to prevent Madara from taking his Byakugan. Sasuke's calm analysis, in terms of mind, he is undoubtedly better than Naruto. And Naruto was just worried about Neji, and asked excitedly, what do you mean by all this? What do you mean, Sasuke? Sasuke got a little impatient, and said helplessly, that's what it means. Just treat it as Neji in another space or time. Can't come back. It's the same as back then. At that time. Yes. 2 years ago, after the sword dance ended, Hyuga Neji disappeared out of thin air in everyone's eyes. It's possible to jump in time or space. Hearing this answer, Naruto looked suspicious. This kind of thing, is it really possible for a human to do it? Chapter 541 Barrier. Absorbed Sage Art. Regardless of whether he can do it or not, the current situation can only be so planned. Naruto, leave this guy to us to deal with. Sasuke said seriously. Either way, plan for the worst. Neji is indeed a strong fighting force, but Sasuke is obviously sharper than Naruto, and he can see it more clearly with Mangekyo Sharingan. It was obvious from Neji's battle just now that his current condition was not good. Even having Neji fight side by side with them, whether it would be beneficial or a hindrance, is unknown. What's more, maybe it was Neji who knew that his continued stay on the battlefield would have a detrimental effect on his side, so he made this decision. Sasuke doesn't believe that Hyuga Neji, who has a deep heart in his heart, will do things that are unreasonable. If it is done, there is an inevitable reason for it. Mokuden, wood style. PFF'd. The huge tree roots grew rapidly and came towards Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke, be careful. Ah, I know. Baby. The knife came out of its sheath, and the roots fell to the ground. Bang. The smoke and dust are everywhere, and the huge tree root has been cut off by Sasuke several times. Hey, is Ziba Sharingan's unique taijutsu enhancement. Madara's mouth twitched. Now he has neither a blade nor the Uchiha fan that he usually wears, so it is more beneficial to have his own sword, Sasuke, for close combat. And Sasuke's response was quick. Pat-ta-ta-ta, Sasuke has already rushed up. Madara kicked her legs and jumped backwards. Naruto. Sasuke saw that he was forcing Madara to retreat. If he rushed forward at such a distance, there might be a trap. In the current situation, the person who is more suitable for fainting is himself. Oh. Tilde. The vibration frequency of the telling made a sharp sound, and I saw that Naruto had released the accumulated sage art together, futon, wind style, Rasenshuriken. Is that the trick again? Madara frowned slightly, knowing that this trick would not hit. Too late to say, he has already started hand seal. Mokuden, wood style, deep forest emergence. Boom. With Madara as the center point, trees grow wildly in the direction of Naruto and Sasuke, and the thick branches and leaves are twisted up and become shield walls in front of Madara. And Naruto didn't have time to take it back, so he went straight to the scalp. Hi, he quickly threw the Rasenshuriken out of his hand. Senpo, sage art futon, wind style, Rasenshuriken. I saw Rasenshuriken spin away rapidly, but this time, it didn't explode in place, but really like a continuously running shuriken, cutting trees to the point of annihilation during the rotation. The collided trees are worn away little by little and become debris. Very good, Naruto, that's it. Seeing that Sasuke had achieved results, he identified Madara's flaws and planned to step forward. Madara, however, wasn't about to sit still. It goes on like this. That trick will explode on my side. But Sasuke's side is the one who is really looking for the flaws. Naruto's attack is just a feint. Then. Madara sneered softly. In terms of combat experience, he is absolutely true to these two little boys. It's not over yet. When Sasuke jumped up, Naruto smiled confidently. I'm not just fainting as simple as that. Shadow clone. Naruto quickly separated two shadow clones and threw his body out, while shadow clone quickly followed. In the air, the main body and the two shadow clones were left and right at the moment of contact, rubbing out a Rasengan. Left hand and right hand, a Rasengan with a big head. Shadow clone dissipates instantly, Naruto leaps in the air, and Sage mode is on. Senpo, Sage Art Spiralan Pill. Naruto suddenly charged towards Madara. Madara just jumped up and walked towards Naruto. This guy. Naruto didn't expect that Madara would rise to the challenge in the face of such a violent double attack. In order to avoid Sasuke's attack, Madara actually plans to run to the attack range of Rasenshuriken and the attack range of Spiralenmaru. In this way, Sasuke lost the opportunity to attack, but Naruto had the opportunity to attack. But Naruto's feint itself is not only to create opportunities for Sasuke. If Madara is stupid enough to eat her own attack, I am afraid she will regret it too. Because of Naruto's moves, the destructive power is also full. Don't underestimate people. Naruto bites Kiba angrily, and two huge Rasengans charge down. And Madara's rest, Rasenshuriken turned a corner and came towards. The two attacks were both techniques with a very large amount of chakra and great destructive power. But Madara rounded up her Rinnegan. With a weird smile, he said, absorb. Ziz. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I saw that the powerful Rinnegan produced a shimmering barrier, and Naruto's Rasen Shuriken and Spiralen Pill were all absorbed. What's the matter? This is clearly sage art. Why can it be absorbed? Naruto's chakra energy was completely absorbed and he was at a loss. Madara, facing Naruto, sneered, "Naruto, you are a little wrong. Sage art energy is indeed a power that surpasses chakra, and it is more suitable for fighting in this world. But, chakra, the final stage of the yin and yang escape. This is not the exclusive power of 6 paths. After having the power of the Senju clan and the power of the Uchiha clan, the foundation of the yin and yang escape has already been mastered when the Rinnegan is opened. The yin and yang escape itself can create nature energy, that is to say. Yin-yang done itself is a kind of sage art, it's just different. You have a sage art chakra of your level, and the speed that is not as fast as Sasuke, of course I can absorb it. Click. All the sage art chakras were absorbed. Madara grabbed Naruto's neck, and Naruto's face showed a painful look. Why? At that time, Pain tried to absorb my sage art chakra, but he obviously failed. When Naruto said this, he suddenly realized it. At that time, Pain did not fail, but succeeded in absorbing. Pain attacked Konoha. Naruto was controlled by Hungry Ghost Road and absorbed the chakra from his body. Naruto thought of a way to gather natural energy to activate sage art while staying still. That caused that Hungry Ghost to petrify because he couldn't control sage art's chakra. The incident itself does not prove that Rinnegan cannot absorb sage art chakra, but that Hungry Ghost Realm cannot control sage art chakra. But now the Madara in front of me is not like that. Hokage Senju Hashirama in the first generation, he also completely absorbed all of Hashirama's sage art chakra. Now Madara is an existence that can control sage art chakra. As long as he can control sage art chakra, Rinnegan can absorb sage art chakra. Damn, let me go. Naruto realized in an instant that compared to facing this enemy, he and Sasuke had far less combat experience. Don't compare me to that trash Nagato, Madara narrowed her eyes, not even looking behind her. He just put Naruto down and threw it down. Sasuke, on the other hand, avoided Naruto perfectly, and when Naruto landed, he was caught by Shadow Clone steadily. Sasuke! Naruto shouted from below, but Sasuke had already rushed over. Chapter 542 Limbo. Border Jail. Cut with a knife. Madara fell to the ground quickly, and Sasuke also fell to the ground and slashed. Madara also quickly dodged, and Sasuke's knife slashed on the stone. Bang! Exploding violent fire, Sasuke dodged. Madara fell to the ground. She pulled up an unknown knife beside her, which should have been carried by the fallen samurai. Sasuke, like me, I also started the Zeba Mangekyo Sharingan. What kind of connection should there be between you and me that is different from blood relationship? How? Why don't you join hands with me? Ridiculous. Sasuke snorted coldly, ignored it at all, and started to do it. Madara narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured, "Forget it. Although my Sharingan doesn't fit my body right now, I'll still play with you." Madara manipulated the sword at will, and over there, Sasuke moved faster and attacked. Rapid attack. Ninjas rely on chakra to improve their speed, and their movements are more precise and faster than samurai. Ding! The first confrontation, cannot see the winner. Immediately, back again. Ding! Fight again. When? The sound of the cold iron vibrating in the air is very clear. On the battlefield where the soldiers were not bloody, there is now a one-on-one swordsmanship contest. Sasuke, be careful, this guy's Rinnegan will absorb chakra. Naruto shouted from the side, and immediately, he bit Kiba and fell to his knees uncontrollably. Boom, bang, boom. Except for the 2 shadow clones around, the shadow clone that the entire battlefield used to protect the Ninja Coalition and provide chakra for the Ninja Coalition also disappeared. Damn. Fatigue was swept over by hundreds of shadow clones on Naruto. Coupled with the fact that Madara just washed the chakra on her body with Rinnegan, this feeling is simply excruciatingly painful. But even so, Naruto still wanted to stand up and help Sasuke deal with this guy together, but I couldn't do it. Sasuke, wait for me, I'll be fine soon. Naruto fell down exhausted. Even though it was the body of the Uzumaki family, it had consumed most of Naruto's energy as the existence that distributed Kyuubi, Nine Tails chakra to everyone. Now it seems only a slow and patient recovery can take place. And over there, Madara and Sasuke were in full swing. Okay, it's a good move. Humph. Of course, I was the opponent before Neji won the championship in sword dance 2 years ago. I was the runner-up in sword dance back then. Jingle. When? Bang, bang, bang. Sasuke attacked 3 times in a row and followed him away, but Madara took the sword and turned 3 somersaults in a row to escape. Madara counterattacked, and Sasuke not only took the opportunity to dodge, but also found an opportunity to stab Madara directly in the abdomen. Kai, sound, Sasuke pierced Madara's abdomen straight. So fast. Your attack is sharper than mine. Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Madara, who was attacked, smiled, and then held Sasuke's blade in her hand. Sasuke held the handle of the knife in both hands. Startled, he wanted to continue poking, but he couldn't do it at all. You only felt a force that seemed to be irresistible at all. You pushed the knife in Sasuke's assistant out, and slowly pushed it in Sasuke's direction. Madara's hands, dripping. But there was an excited smile on his face. Hee, it's really good. This feeling. Come on, Sasuke, let's dance again. Please me. Thorn. Sasuke's sword was pulled straight out by Madara. And at such a close distance, Sasuke observed that the moment Madara drew the sword, his abdomen began to heal. This speed is almost as if Tsunade has turned on creative regeneration. Crazy. Sasuke said, and stabbed it again. But this time, Madara resisted. Huh. I saw Sasuke's blade pressed against Madara's palm, but couldn't pierce it at all. Madara smiled and said, do you know this level? Sasuke, work harder. Your level is far worse than that of Hyuga Neji. My Uchiha clan seems to be completely inferior to the Hyuga clan in the younger generation. Ah. Sasuke bit Kiba and said angrily, you don't understand the Uchiha family at all. At this moment, Sasuke's mind flashed the face of his brother Uchiha Itachi. In any case, Uchiha Itachi is completely greater than Uchiha Madara in his eyes, and no one can insult the Uchiha family like this. Even if he himself was the founder of the Uchiha family. Thorn. Sasuke tried his best, but only stabbed the knife 3 or 4 centimeters into Madara's palm. But he felt the piercing pain, but he was used to this kind of injury for a long time. Moreover, the more you feel the pain, the more you can feel that you are alive. Madara sneered, holding the sword in her left hand and slashing it with her backhand. Wow. Sasuke ducked immediately. Madara was startled. Taking advantage of this gap, Sasuke quickly turned the knife 90 degrees and stabbed again. Madara felt severe pain and witnessed the sinew. Madara's tendons were directly cut off by Sasuke, and it was difficult to control, so he immediately stepped back and forcibly got out of Sasuke's face. Wah flowed down, fresh blood flowed. Sasuke took a few breaths. Madara was already using Rinnegan to absorb chakra. Although it is not obvious, Sasuke can now observe and perceive the enemy's every move. It's very good, Sasuke. Swordsmanship is already very good for your age, it's a pity to think about killing you. Sasuke, how are you thinking? Would you like to join forces with me? Just in the face of Madara's invitation, Sasuke scolded even more. The dead should be buried in the soil, and don't come out to shame. The scum of the Uchiha family. You are the loser of the entire era. Madara was taken aback by Sasuke's words. I didn't expect that Sasuke would come to destroy himself in the name of the Uchiha family. It's ridiculous. This time, instead of laughing at Sasuke, he looked serious. No matter what, Sasuke is fighting him with a serious stand, and he has no doubts about that stand. It seems that Madara thinks things too simply, whether it is her junior, her own clan, or her brother. All have to make some sacrifices. Madara stood there blankly for 2 seconds. Really, I have understood your consciousness. Madara made up her mind and said, looks like the warm-up is almost over. Now, while Hyuga Neji can't move, I'm going to start my plan. Corner of his mouth twitched. But it should be too soon, right? That technique, that Huang Izumi's breath doesn't last long enough. I really look forward to that guy seeing all the power of my master. He widened his eyes, as if mad. What are you going to do? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Madara quickly hand seal, the gloved hands collided quickly together, making a strange sound. Sasuke had a bad premonition and frowned slightly. Limbo border jail. Madara smiled and murmured, almost. It's over. What did this guy do? Naruto seems to have no hope now. Sasuke didn't know Madara's move, so he glanced at Naruto over there and breathed a sigh of relief. The ability that was originally hidden was intended to be used in conjunction, and now he must prepare himself to kill Madara by himself. Since you have been resurrected and you can still absorb Sage Art Chakra, it seems that you are already invincible. But I have another trick. Aren't you resurrected? Just let me kill you. Chapter 543 works. Companions who give hope. It's over, it's over. Madara shrugged. The confidence on his face reminded Neji of the confidence on Neji's face that he had seen at that time, and the expression was exactly the same. What did you do? Sasuke felt that he was a little flustered. This kind of question should only be asked by Naruto, right? Even if the other party will tell you, it will only induce you to be fooled. How can you be so naive? Are you really afraid? Because after Madara performed that technique, Sasuke didn't see any difference, and didn't see any effect at all. And this is the most terrifying. Because he didn't know what the other party did. Just like Izanagi of Danzo at that time, no matter how many times you kill him, he won't die. I don't know how Neji beat Danzo's dog. Sasuke felt his breath, and a voice suddenly appeared in his heart. Neji, what would you do if it were you? For some reason, Sasuke unknowingly, the world is also full of Neji. Originally because of Naruto's rapid growth, Sasuke wanted to complete his mission more and more eagerly, and then he could walk into the world of sunshine like Naruto. But the existence of Neji made Sasuke realize that while pursuing power, he can also go on the right path. There is no doubt that Neji does a better job than himself in this regard. But now Neji. On the other side, Naruto slowly got up from the ground. The chakra on his body was almost exhausted, and he couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. If it were Neji at this time, what would he do? He is so calm, but he never abandons his companions. Neji's influence on Naruto is also not small. He has mastered his psychic and sage art successively, and Neji, who has Byakugan and Gentle Fist at the same time, is far more talented than Naruto. Now, even if his strength has far surpassed Hokage, he still can't catch up with Neji's peak. It is also Nagito Naji who understands that even walking in the sun can increase his strength to a point where it is difficult to replicate. Neji's existence is simply perfect, not to mention Hinata. It's also something that Naruto yearns for. With Neji's approval, Naruto has already set this goal in his heart. So when Neji suddenly returned to the village 2 years later, Naruto quickly challenged Neji as a hero. At that time, Naruto had just defeated Six Paths Pain and persuaded Nagato to resurrect Kakashi, Shizune, and various ninjas and villagers in the village. The village mastered sage art, and my strength advanced like a fly, but Neji simply tamed himself. At that time, Naruto wasn't telling the truth to Neji. He just made an excuse. In fact, because Six Paths Pain invaded the village, it was because Hyuga Heihachi, as the 5th Hokage, did not manage the village well. Danzo took the opportunity to make a mess inside the village. The work of each unit was not meticulous at all. As a human Jinchuriki column, Naruto was also controlled by 2 advisors, and he even let Jiraiya go to a place like a Megakure village to find out information. At that time, Naruto actually hated the Konoha executives. Although Iruka finally enlightened Naruto for Tsunade, and told Naruto the difficulties and sufferings of the high level, as well as the overall situation. After the judgment of things became more mature, Naruto understood the 5 generations of Hokage. However, he could not forgive the inaction of the top management. Even if your original intention is good, but the result is bad, it can only prove that your ability is not enough. It took Naruto a lot of work to understand that when Hyuga Heihachi became the 5th generation of Hokage, Hyuga Neji was behind it, and even used the dead 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, the angry Naruto only thought that Neji was a liar, secretly manipulating the high-level Konoha only for his own selfish desires, and he was a pseudo-powerful. But after that fight, Naruto completely understood that in the 2 years since he disappeared, Neji has improved faster than him. It's just that in this situation, he and Sasuke can only hold on desperately, waiting for Neji to save the world. Limbo. Crack. Sasuke was hit by an unknown attack and stepped back. What's that? Sasuke frowned slightly, looking left and right, not yet ready to part. Bang. Another blow. Sasuke slashed forward and stumbled. It's really good, don't you want to dance? Come on, let me see you. How capable are you, huh? Madara seemed to enjoy the tortured pleasure. And me. Rasengan. Naruto came quickly, Madara frowned slightly, her face sank. Limbo. I saw Madara didn't move, didn't even glance at Naruto, there was an inexplicable force attacking Naruto. Bang. Ah. Rasengan dissipated, and Naruto was knocked out. And Sasuke widened his eyes and rushed out. Now is a great opportunity. Huh. With one slash, Madara pulled away immediately. Sasuke was startled, his eyes widened and said, sure enough, although I don't know what that art is, there is a limit to the number. Now you can only control 1. Crack. Madara slapped Sasuke with a backhand and hit Sasuke's arm, but Sasuke didn't dodge, instead, he endured the attack and came with a knife. Madara was shocked. Are you going to burn all the jade and stone? Huh. Madara immediately retreated, and Sasuke stabbed him. The distance was not enough, it was still a full 1 or 2 meters away. But, zzzz. Like 1,000 birds chirping, the blade was covered with lightning and quickly extended. PFF'd. Go with a blade, stab straight. PFF'd. Chidori lightning cutter pierced through Madara's blocking arms. Madara's eyes widened, and Chidori lightning cutter's edge pressed against Madara's shoulder. Is this a combination of nature transformation plus shape change and curse seal? Madara frowned slightly. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Although he was a little embarrassed by Madara's blow, the attack finally worked. He smiled and said, it seems that my idea is correct, the attack worked. Madara bit Kiba, narrowed her eyes and said, the attack in front. Is it all for this trick? Madara only then resounded. It wasn't that she did not use ninjutsu to fight Sasuke. Sasuke also deliberately suppressed his Raiden Thunder style to compete with himself in swordsmanship. During the period, Sasuke's blade almost pierced his body and vital points several times, but he only swiped or avoided it. It's just that Naruto hadn't come to support him at that time. Sasuke knew that he was too disparate to deal with him alone, so he just kept his ultimate move until now. What an amazing kid. Sasuke smiled and said, my spell seal itself also belongs to Sage Art. Since the only effective attacks against you are Sage Art and physical attacks, the pure Sage Art will be absorbed by you, and the damage caused by pure physical art can also be restored immediately. Then only the two are combined into one. This is the physical damage caused by Sage Art's chakra. You can't escape. Naruto. Oh, Naruto greeted him from behind. What? Can't move. Madara widened her eyes. Senpo, Sage Art Super Big Ball Rasengan. Madara, Naruto lifted the huge Rasengan like a ball of ice and fire. Does it feel different? These two people. Obviously I have been like a desperate situation. What happened, and suddenly they have power? Because we have a companion who gives us hope. Naruto laughed. Sasuke also raised the corners of his mouth and nodded. Ah, he's a stronger guy than you. Bang. Rasengan and Chidori hit Madara on the body with a loud explosion. Chapter 544 Despair. 2 Dying. Boom. The powerful roar was deafening. The echoes could be heard all over the battlefield. Chidori and Rasengan struck again, as if returning to the terrifying End Valley battle 3 years ago. And Madara hesitated for a moment, thinking of the Valley of the End battle with Hashirama that year. Hashirama. Madara bites Kiba and suffers from the intertwining of Futon, Wind Style, and Raiden, Thunder Style. Yandun Gaju Earth Life. PFF'd, black flames churned, and Sasuke clenched the Kiba pass. Dai me. Sasuke saw that Madara could still carry the Hashirama cell to withstand the impact, so he was impatient to use the last chakra to deal with Madara, but Madara snorted coldly. The scene just now only reminded him of a certain moment in the past. Now, he has to get serious. It feels a little different. Sasuke and Naruto are a little hesitant. Now, the two of them are always Mangekyo Sharingan, and the other has Sage Mode plus Kyuubi, 9 tails, so the perception ability is beyond the reach of others. But they still couldn't make a clear judgment on Madara's change on the other side. It seemed that it was in a world they couldn't see, and it had the same effect as Neji's move. Is something changing? After shaking it for a while, Madara in front of him seemed to have disappeared completely, and I don't know who suddenly disappeared. What? Bang. Madara kicked Naruto away from behind. Bang. Naruto was shot and flew out, flying straight for hundreds of meters. Naruto. Sasuke bit Kiba and shouted. His response was very timely, and he quickly avoided the attacking attack. Bang. Sasuke also jumped away, and the original place exploded and impacted, and the rubble flew around. After the smoke cleared, Madara gave a grim smile and rounded Rinnegan's right eye. Very good feeling. Sasuke, your movements are really sharp, but now I have adapted to my original strength. After all, Rinnegan still needs its original owner to use his original strength. Madara touched her right eye. Rinnegan's ripples seemed to be sucking people into eternal reincarnation. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly and took a breath. You lunatic. Sasuke looked at Naruto in time. Although Mangekyo Sharingan could not follow the angle of view without distance like Byakugan, he could also confirm the opponent's status by identifying chakra. Judging from the color and density of chakra, Naruto was unable to support him for a short time. However, Sasuke looked at Madara again, and his expression returned to seriousness. The enemy in front of him was indeed too strong. Not a class at all, but not completely invincible either. Although he is stronger than himself in all aspects, judging from Madara's many praises, his actions Madara should always feel the most threatening. Then take advantage of the speed. Other party has Rinnegan and the legendary second generation Hokage's disciple is also Uchiha Shisui's elder, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan, and what he has is his own fusion of Itachi's eternal Mangekyo. If you want to compete with demonic illusion, you should be able to do it now with your last chakra. Sasuke bit Kiba and widened his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan turned. Madara on the opposite side was walking towards Sasuke, and he had to stop halfway through. Wow! Everything around was spinning, and the Yuhi light that dimmed Yuhi shone toward the surroundings. Boom! World became as transparent and textureless as the Yuhi-colored flames dyed all the clouds in Yuhi. Is this demonic illusion? Madara frowned slightly and closed her eyes. Then, he was startled. Limbo. Can't feel it. Madara was convinced that she had hit the demonic illusion, but this demonic illusion was very strange, and she subconsciously disrupted her chakra, but the demonic illusion was still not lifted. When he looked forward subconsciously, Sasuke was already smiling. This is the power of the older brother, feel the true power of the Uchiha clan. Madara heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she said with a smile, huh. Then, let me see. PFF'd. Madara was startled, her eyes widened. I saw a knife, pierced into Madara's heart, again from his back. Hee, even though it is the body of a living person, this kind of physical attack can't kill me. Soon as Madara finished speaking, she was stunned. He widened his eyes and noticed that blood was spitting out of his mouth. Nani? Sasuke smiled, still standing in front of Madara. Madara glanced out of the corner of her eye, and another Sasuke was standing behind him. Flash, Madara took a breath and resumed the original scene. PFF'd. Another knife, pierced into the heart. Although it won't die, but this piercing pain, even Madara, after countless repetitions, will feel heart-wrenching fatigue. And this time, the real world. Madara's eyes widened, and it took 72 hours since Sasuke's knife pierced her heart in the demonic illusion world. For these 72 hours, the pain of stabbing the heart was repeated every second, so in Tsukuyomi's demonic illusion world, Sasuke stabbed Madara in the heart 259,200 times. No matter how steely the will is, it will be destroyed in an instant. Madara frowned slightly. Although there was no blood in reality, her consciousness was so tired that she couldn't understand clearly. Tsukuyomi, is this the power in your Sharingan? Even the mirror's Sharingan can't defend against this demonic illusion. Madara didn't fall to the ground, her movements were completely insensitive. Sasuke was even more troubled. You're going to regret your separation from Impure World Reincarnation for giving me the chance to kill you. Thorn. This time, the knife really pierced through Madara's heart and stabbed out from behind. And Sasuke also injected the Charm Seal Chakra and the Thunder Attribute Nature Transformation at the same time, slashing hard. Split Madara in half. In the air, Madara's eyes widened, and the Sharingan pattern changed to Mangekyo, spinning rapidly. It's over. Sasuke gasped and withdrew the blade, almost depleted of chakra. Just as he thought the battle was over, the next moment, a murderous aura emerged from behind. At this moment, the speed is too fast to react. PFF'd. A blade, reversed in 2 levels, pierced into Sasuke's heart. Sasuke rolled his eyes and glanced over. Madara was behind him. Bang! Sasuke fell to the ground. With the sound of Madara pulling out the blade, Sasuke had been hit in the ki and could not move. Madara was behind him at this time, and smiled. Izanagi, with the power of both the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, it can be activated. This is where you are inferior to me, Sasuke, our combat experience is too much. His left eye, the mirror's Sharingan, is slowly closing. Then next, those beasts. Madara ignored Sasuke, she seemed to be in a hurry to do something, and she was confident that Sasuke was already dead. Spiritual art. Hand Seal, the huge Geto-Mazo demonic statue of the outer path, climbed out of the ground, and the earth cracked and landslides. Madara jumped up and jumped on top of Geto-Mazo demonic statue of the outer path. Hand Seal again, Limbo. The 9-tailed beasts in the field were knocked down by unknown forces one after another. What is this? I don't know. Come on. Madara showed a sinister smile, and the purple chain quickly rose up, pulling all the tailed beasts. As soon as he was pulled up, he had no ability to resist, and even the Kyuubi 9 tails in Naruto's body was also pulled up. The 9-tailed beasts, dragged by the purple chains, headed towards Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, without any resistance. Chapter 545 Seal. Sandstorm Burial. Bang. A loud bang crossed the almost hopeless night sky. Above that moonlight is the bloody Yuhi-colored moon that is very eye-catching. Is vaguely printed on it is the appearance of 9-tomo Rinnegan, but it is not clear enough, and can only be seen clearly at high altitude. Go where you're supposed to be. Beasts. Madara stood on top of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in an extremely domineering manner and continued the hand seal. The seal was reinforced, and the purple chain activated its power again, and the struggling tailed beasts had no power to resist. Lord Madara, seal it in order. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is just a fairy beast on this planet. If it is not sealed in order, the golem cannot withstand such a huge amount of chakra suddenly. Crash and disintegrate. Ju slowly crawled out of the ground and reminded casually. For them, this battle doesn't matter. No matter which side wins or loses, it doesn't seem to matter to them. It's like a robot that reminds its owner in time. Ah, I know. Madara looked unhappy, and seemed to be more bored with this extremely boring and lengthy ceremony. He thought that it only took a few seconds for him to completely subdue these tailed beasts, but with his current strength, he can surpass it by a dozen times. But in order to follow this order, the time can only be delayed for a while, and I have to worry about night-long dreams, and Neji over there doesn't know if he is out of control. Gaara. Huh. 2 more beats. Both the second and third tails were dragged away. Futon, wind style, Itachi. The powerful futon, wind style, blew the chain off, but it didn't break, so Shukaku was sent away. Gaara slowly landed. To be precise, it should have landed on the floating sand. Shushi wanted to be the same as Gaara's consciousness. Watching Shukaku being pulled away by the purple chains, he even faintly moved forward to save him. But in the end, reason overwhelmed emotion. Whether it's the sand itself or Gaara, they all understand that this kind of enemy is not something they can deal with alone. Gaara, be careful, now is not the time to be headstrong. Shukaku. Facing Tamari's reprimand, Gaara just sighed. Shukaku is the third bond he has built with great difficulty. From Neji to Naruto, Gaara has very few bonds. At this moment, his will to lead everyone to win the fourth ninja war in the name of Kazekage became stronger and stronger. Son. Naruto himself felt the feeling of being locked in chains, and saw the 4 tails beside him struggling. Kurama, hold on, the only one who can save the world now is that boy. 4-tailed Sun Wukong gave Naruto a meaningful look, and said, because that guy really looks like the old man from 6 Paths. Sun. Huh. I saw that Sun was also dragged away. Kurama, why didn't I use your chakra, this? Kurama replied, now that Madara has the same power as the 6 Paths old man, to defeat him, he must have the same power. Naruto. As soon as Kurama finished speaking, Naruto felt himself suddenly shaken and almost lost consciousness. Then, it fell heavily. Whoosh. Better than adults. Kumogakure village shouted hoarsely, but to no avail. Then, I saw that from the 5th tail to the 6th tail, in just 1 minute, all of them were dragged away by the chains and swallowed by Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. And Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path's chakra swelled more and more, giving people the feeling that it was completely different from the previous body. Even the surrounding space was compressed by force, and there was a faint drive to deform. What is it? Gaara bit Kiba and watched Naruto fall to the ground, and the last Kyuubi, 9 tails, was about to be dragged away. Kazekage kid, help me do one thing. Kurama fell to the ground and dragged for a few seconds, and informed Gaara. Take Naruto to Shidemu. He has the other half of my chakra in his body. Who? The sound of breaking through the air made people tinnitus, and the huge whistling sound passed. Gaara had to rely on chakra to stand firm on the sand and stone in this gust of wind. 4th generation, he muttered to himself. What are you talking about? I heard. At this time, Madara had already appeared behind Gaara. That guy Naruto is a trouble, don't try to revive him. Madara came with a palm, and Gaara couldn't react at all. Shasha. I saw countless yellow sand rushing over, protecting Gaara. Gaara stepped back quickly and landed on the ground. Madara shook her head and broke the sand, looking unhappy. Sand's absolute defense. How boring. He looked at Gaara coldly and indifferently and said, your ability is also good, but in front of this eye, you have no chance of winning. Madara glared at Gaara. Gaara was startled, and responded immediately. But Madara did nothing but simply hand seal, and without any premonition, a force struck. Bang! Gaara was blown away, and this time even the sand couldn't react. What's the matter? Absolute defense not activated. Gaara's face was cut through a wound, leaving deep bloodstains. What is this? Madara chuckled. Limbo's power is the invisible world, so even Gaara, who is absolutely defensive, can't react when sand can't sense objects in the invisible world. Gaara, this is power beyond your absolute defense. You are a human Jinchuriki column power, and maybe it's still useful to me. How do you want to join forces with me? Gaara narrowed her eyes, already hand seal. Sha. A small amount of sand came from behind, and the speed was so fast that Madara was directly caught. It seems you don't want to cherish the opportunity I gave you. Madara's face darkened and she said indifferently. And Gaara, taking a deep breath, murmured, now is the opportunity. Shukaku, it's just the chakra you left me at the end, I will definitely save you. Sandstorm Burial Seal. Hooah. A huge amount of sand suddenly came out of the ground. Madara narrowed her eyes and said, so much sand. When I saw endless yellow sand under the ground. This was originally a forest that was destroyed like this, and there is no yellow sand underneath. Gaara bit Kiba and said, it was easy for me to mix my sand in the dirt to create endless sand rich in my chakra. Gaara explained, reaching out and turning the palm of his hand. Boom. A huge amount of sand covered Madara's body, and the black sealing technique danced around the sand, sticking Shukaku's chakra to the sand like a pyramid. When everything was calm, Gaara breathed a sigh of relief. Now we must find Sasuke, or the fourth and first generation, to use sage art to knock this guy down. Gaara finished speaking, the pyramid in front of him cracked, and then it began to collapse and crack. Crack kaka. Madara rushed out and came towards Gaara. It's just gravel, this kind of thing wants to kill me. Don't underestimate Uchiha. Ha! Madara shouted, and the speed was so fast that Gaara couldn't react at all. But Madara was a punch, hitting the air barrier, and then the blue chakra rose wildly. Neji. Gaara frowned and couldn't help but wonder, this revolving heaven chakra, at the Chunin selection conference 3 years ago, he had also seen it. Chapter 546 Fight. 6 Paths Level Battles. The Gentle Fist Chakra of the Hyuga clan. No, it's a means of defense. And it's integrated into Senpo, sage art. Madara punched in the past, but was blocked by persistence. After that, the revolving heaven chakra was like a living creature, and instead swept towards Madara. Now, the revolving heaven chakra controlled by Neji can't help but generate and appear wherever he wants, and thanks to his mastery of sage art, he can directly absorb natural energy and use it without even imposing his own chakra. Even Neji was not attacked by the power of prohibition for using revolving heaven, and Huang Izumi's breath can temporarily strengthen the user's 5 senses and abilities, and the surface strength has been further improved. More exaggerated is that Neji's revolving heaven not only has the ability to defend, but also actively attack. Wow! The revolving heaven chakra was like Gaara's sand-bound coffin, forming a curl like a palm, and quickly moved towards Madara. It's just that the speed is not as skilled as Gaara's. Madara quickly broke free and was forced to pull away from Gaara's side. Gaara, it seems that this is the real absolute defense now. Even my limbo. Madara jumped over from a distance, looking over here vigilantly. Gaara also turned around blankly, and Neji walked over slowly. I saw that his whole body seemed to reveal the momentum of a king guy, as if he had experienced some kind of catastrophe. Neji said indifferently, Gaara, you should step back now, and then leave this guy to me. Neji narrowed his eyes and stared at Madara over there, feeling a little angry in his heart. The guy in front of him is too arrogant, and now even Gaara, who will not affect his plans at all, wants to kill the grass. Neji, I can support you. Just now my sandstorm funeral seal almost sealed him. With your sage art, we can definitely solve him. Next, give this guy. Gaara, the things just now have been enough to prove that your current strength is just child's play in the eyes of the other party. Hearing Neji's words, Gaara's eyes widened in shock. Neji went on to explain, it may sound a little unpleasant, but it is the truth. If you go to war next, it will not help me, it will only be a burden on me. And Neji spoke skillfully and glanced at him. Naruto, who was lying on the floating sand, had almost lost consciousness, just like Granny Chio who was lying peacefully on the grass. PFF'd. At this moment, Gaara could clearly hear his own heartbeat, but he just wanted to get close to Neji and fight side by side with Neji. I actually neglected Naruto. Naruto is now at the juncture of life and death. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, used Byakugan to observe Naruto's body, and said indifferently, Naruto is from the Uzumaki family, so his life force is strong. Ordinary people Jinchuriki call him force when the tailed beast is completely detached, within 3 minutes. He will die inside, but because of Naruto's strong constitution and the sage art in his body, it can be delayed for about 20 minutes from now on. However, the physical injury is also a burden. Now you go to Iwasu Big Toad and bring him with you. Sakura in the logistics unit heals Naruto. And then go to the 4th generation, right? I know. Gaara nodded heavily, then lifted herself and Naruto with sand and stones. Then you. Gaara also looked at Neji reluctantly. Neji said indifferently, don't worry, I still have confidence in dealing with this guy. You can just relax. Huh. The matter is imminent, and without the opportunity of the woman's kindness, Gaara hurries away. Then, Neji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked a little tired. It seems that the power of restraint in your body does have a great effect. But the technique you just used is really strong, and it can give you such a recovery ability for a period of time. But you are still with your companions in the end. You lied, in your current state, do you really have the confidence you just said about me? Quote. Madara played with a confident smile, as if Neji in his eyes was just a plaything. Neji chuckled and said, how do you know if you don't try it? Huh. Neji frowned slightly and stepped back quickly. Even he himself didn't react. This is an instinctive response of the brain. This is a million times of practice for every ability from the first glimpse of the door to the return to the original result. But Neji clearly couldn't perceive anything. Huh. Neji stepped back subconsciously, seeing Madara's surprised expression on the opposite side. Neji roughly guessed the reason. That is the power of Limbo Border Jail contained in Madara's Rinnegan. There is a clone of the class that exists in the invisible world. Even Mangekyo Sharingan and his own Byakugan can't see that clone. That clone had the same power as Madara, but when it attacked, it couldn't defend because it couldn't see or feel it. But can Neji, because of his instinctive reaction to fighting through so many years, was able to overcome this? Neji immediately gave the answer in his heart, it was unlikely. Before hiding just now, although I didn't think about it, I flashed the idea like a flash of inspiration. In other words, there is indeed a hunch about something, but it is very inconspicuous. But Neji's tens of millions of training sessions made him have a conditioned reflex for the battle itself, and it was very fast. Assuming that a power itself is 100%, then the hostility or feeling that he exudes is at most 50%, and this value will become smaller and smaller as the opponent's hidden and magic characteristics. While perception is one thing, being able to respond through perception is a difficult thing to figure out. For example, Karen's perception ability may be able to perceive 1 or 2, but he can't respond. Neji may be because he has evolved into the Byakugan of Tensagen, or because of the inexplicable powerful forces in his body, he actually perceives a little of that invisible world. Shadow clone by Madara. That is limbo. Only a moment, a little, less than a %. But Neji's years of training have now reached the most critical role. That is, even if the perception given by the other party can only allow him to perceive 1/10,000th, Neji can predict and react through that 1/10,000th. Ziz. Madara over there, sneered, her whole body began to whiten, and she gradually emerged as 6 paths. He sneered. That's right, Hyuga Neji, you really are the biggest trouble. I didn't expect to be able to escape my reincarnation. This power is such a powerful ability that even those 9 beasts can't do anything, as Hyuga you of a clan. That's funny. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Hyuga Neji. Seeing Madara's wild and unrestrained smile, Neji fell into a cold sweat. Only, when he came back to his senses, Neji realized that he was already sweating like rain. Although most of this is due to his lack of physical strength, the power of prohibition has been consuming his chakra and physical strength. Is this a fight between ninjas at the 6 paths level? Every slightest movement feels that the other party can fully detect it. This is probably a battle that is incomparable to the battle between Madara and Hashirama in the Valley of the End. Chapter 547 Invincible. The tricky part about limbo. Therefore, Neji wants to find an opportunity to end the battle quickly, which is the top priority. Haha, I have never been so excited since Hashirama. Hyuga Neji, you Hyuga clan always have this kind of mysterious guy, but you are very different. You are not mysterious now, you are in front of me, now it is like a naked. I have mastered all your information. Neji narrowed his eyes, not in the mood to complain now. No matter how confident he is, he will eventually die suddenly on the battlefield because of some mistakes. Seeing that Madara didn't make a move, Neji temporarily stopped. He did not release chakra, just to save a little chakra as much as possible, and now there is not much chakra stored in his body, and he must end the battle before releasing all his big moves. Otherwise, if things develop to the point where they are difficult to solve, it will be troublesome. Seeing that Naruto was not in a hurry, Madara started to drum in her heart. This guy hid all chakra. He should be in a hurry, shouldn't be like this. Is it some kind of tactic? Or an art I don't know? It's very possible. I should have paid more attention to the Hyuga clan back then. But that guy Kamizuki, and that mysterious man. Speaking of which, how much is that guy and the current Neji? The points are similar, especially the eyes, it's like the same person. But that's impossible, that man must have died in the end, and I've confirmed with Kamizuki. The one standing in front of me now is just a kid of the younger generation. No matter how powerful, it is at best Hashirama's level. But now I'm stronger than the Hashirama in my prime. Of course, I have to get another Rinnegan before I can complete the plan. Madara kept speculating in her heart, but she didn't dare to make a move, for fear that if Neji didn't make a move, she was just setting a trap. Both of them really want to win each other. Whether it's war, or this one-on-one fight. Other side, Gaara is on the way. And Minato is confronting Obito. To be precise, it should be Obito controlled by Black Zetsu. You should thank me, if it weren't for me, this guy, as the one who was pulled out of the tailed beast's Jinchuriki, column power, and who also released the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, would have died without a doubt. I kept him alive. Black Zetsu said with a deep hoarse voice. Fighting Minato and Kakashi is always ready to be in position, and can use time and space ninjutsu to capture Black Zetsu the moment he leaves. Quick, get out of my body. You bastard, get out now, can't I die? Obito said while biting Kiba. Black Zetsu laughed coldly and said, hee hee. Let me go out. I also investigated that yellow-haired guy, don't forget that I'm also a member of Akatsuki. As long as I go out, the two of them will definitely be very happy. Quickly subdue me, and then you can move on to the next step. I won't let you spoil Madara's plan, definitely not. Black Zetsu said this with an evil sneer. Obito, you should stay in another dimension. Kakashi is in a dilemma, and wants to find a chance to understand this Black Zetsu, but it is not easy to find the best companion who has given him Sharingan for 20 years. At this time, Kakashi admits that he already has a selfish heart, and he wants to keep Obito alive. Gaara in the distance is still flying hard in the air. Another piece of sand was also floating like a cloud, with Naruto lying on it and Haruno Sakura doing his best to heal him. Sakura burst into tears, cold sweat and tears left together. Don't die, don't die. Naruto, I will never let you die. Limbo. Crack. Neji jumped away, and the stones on the ground exploded inexplicably. From the point of view of others, the battle between myself and Six Paths Madara at this time is like a fight between gods and gods. And just like a supernatural event, inexplicably a place was destroyed. But only Neji knew the real malice he felt at that moment. Looks like I've found your weakness. Limbo's weakness, Neji said in order to attract Madara's attention. Madara narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, weakness. Limbo doesn't have a weakness anymore. Don't take me without the strength of the Uchiha clan to talk to you, Byakugan. Really? Then hope you don't regret what you said. Neji breathed a sigh of relief from exhaustion. Although he fought ingeniously under the power of restraint, he was still easily fatigued. However, the indomitable willpower that Neji has trained thousands of days and nights is not a joke. It is completely manageable to this extent. The weakness is perception. Although Limbo's power exists in the invisible world, because it wants to be continuous with the real world, many problems will inevitably be exposed at that moment. In so many years of training, this subtle eye can completely notice the details. And Limbo's weakness is here. If you can't see Limbo, you can't perceive it, then this art is simply a perfect existence. But that's where the weakness lies. What if it's against an enemy you can see or perceive? It'll become very tasteless. Humph. You still understand. But Madara ticked the corner of her mouth and quickly hand seal. Then what about this trick? Huh. Neji frowned slightly. This time he clearly sensed malice. Unlike the previous moment, this time the reminder was more frequent and lengthy, as if Madara deliberately wanted Neji to notice, but the next moment, Neji understood. This is no longer one Limbo, but 4 Limbo clones. All the attacks carried out in the impossible world were ignored and targeted at dead ends. Even if all dead ends were identified, Neji did not see any possibility of defending against all attacks. And then you're done. Madara grinned. But the next moment, the golden light is brilliant. Bang! Neji's whole body emits a huge golden light, and the golden light lingers around Neji, as if Neji is the god of the world and the master of the world at this moment. What? Madara frowned slightly. At this time, Neji realized that this was the chi of a serious toad. Boom! A huge explosion came. Madara jumped quickly, punched and smashed the flying stones. Clean and neat. Not at all sloppy. Boy, that's the power of Yansu Big Toad to help you defend. And part of the power of Gengchi has been retained in your body. Gengchi can even defend against sage art, but don't use it lightly. Immortal Zima shouted vigorously. Immortal Fukasaku also nodded and said, the safety of the world will be handed over to you, Neji-chan. It's time for my child's fucking psychic communication, and the big toad of Iwasu has also returned to the North Sea Mountain. Now we have to go. Ah, you've done enough. Thank you, Immortal Fukasaku, Immortal Zima. Boom. Then, the 2 immortals just disappeared. Smoke is slowly drifting away, and Neji's eyes are firmly revealed. Madara snorted coldly, only to find it difficult. It's really tricky. You're Limbo, but it's not you that's tricky. I really want to beat you, but you don't know where your tricks are. Neji suddenly received it. Madara narrowed her eyes slightly, and after thinking for a while, she couldn't help but ask, you said I don't know. Then you say, where is my trick? Chapter 548 Friendship. Little Lee's Resolution. The tricky part of your technique is that you can't perceive it. Neji replied, calming his breath. If you still want to delay time, you don't have to. Madara spread her hands. You and I can see it now, and you can't hold it for too long. Although it seems that you really have some unknowable power hidden in your body, right? But since it has not been used up to now, it is because can't use it for some reason. In any case, you don't have any capital to struggle. Madara hugged her arms proudly, as if she just wanted to see what else Neji could do. Neji let out a breath and continued, didn't I tell you? Did you forget? The stronger a spell is, the more obvious its weakness will be. Neji had already jumped up, eyes widening angrily. Since the most difficult thing is not being able to judge and discriminate, then the weakness must be that once judged and discriminated, all abilities will be lost. Raise chakra to the highest level. Boom. Ziz. I saw that Neji floated directly, chakra burst out, and Byakugan's veins wrinkled. Neji also sighed deeply in his heart. It has been a long time since he opened Byakugan, and his blue veins have skyrocketed. It seems that this Poo-style restraining power has really made him suffer. Byakugan chakra mode. Neji floated slowly above. Byakugan opened to the maximum extent, and the chakra of the whole body radiated outward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Neji made a bold guess. During the period of time when Huang Izumi's breath provided the blessing power, he would not be affected by the root of the power of prohibition. You can temporarily use this time to use your own strength. Just a little bit is enough. Because after turning on Byakugan chakra mode, his original perception ability will be strengthened dozens of times. Limbo's existence, which could only be perceived by 1,000th, can now be easily perceived by 5%. That's enough. 4. And you still have 2 hidden in your body that haven't been released, 6 in total. The reason for not releasing them is because of the lack of the other 2 eyes, right? I sense this, maybe it's because there's only 1 Rinnegan. Madara froze after Neji's analysis. Then, he sneered, Hyuga Neji, you really are a good man. How? What I mentioned to you before. Why don't you join forces with me? As long as we reach an agreement and accomplish our goals together, there is nothing in this world that we cannot do. The imprint of the caged bird on your head makes me see what a miserable life you've been through. Hyuga Neji, you're actually a lot like me. Why don't you come with me? Shut up. Neji replied nonchalantly, making Madara look embarrassed. Infinite Tsukuyomi, the Eye of the Moon Project. Are you planning to hide in your sleep because the reality is unsatisfactory? What a boring idea. Neji made Madara silent with a simple sentence, looking unhappy. Afterwards, Neji continued proudly, what a pitiful existence. Compared to Senju Hashirama, you Uchiha Madara are really nothing. After so many years of research by one person, in the end, you still rely on the strength of others to gather together. But although you win with Hashirama, you should know for yourself that you can never beat Hashirama. I'm not the second Obito, I'm the one who will send you to hell. The technique of spiritualization is activated, and it comes quickly. Madara frowned slightly, the 4 limbo jumped up quickly, and Neji really sensed them all and jumped to the ground. Crack. Clap. Bang. Drink. Neji attacked 4 times in a row, and the position was very accurate. Bang. With one palm down, Madara dodged, but the palm that hit the ground began to spread out its power. After turning on this mode, did the gentle fist chakra begin to leak? Your chakra is really unfathomable. Madara faintly felt that there must be something more important in Neji's body that was not revealed. It was the first time Madara could feel Neji's own chakra so intuitively. You are already in my formation. This is the 25 6 palms of Senpo, Sage Art 8 trigrams. Wow, Neji's face has been covered with unique marks of Sage mode. Next, I will seal your actions, and then kill you completely. After you die, Uchiha Obito, the one who was bewitched by you to commit heinous crimes, I will also punish him as he deserves. Neji finished speaking, Madara gave a grim smile. Really? Then, the technique of spiritualization. Madara hand seal. Huh. The pure white shadow quickly rose and walked towards Neji's back. What? Neji didn't even think that Uchiha Madara would use the technique of spiritualization. I saw that Madara's ability to manipulate spiritualization was no less than Neji's. Madara smiled and said, I forgot to tell you, the Mirror's Sharingan has a third special ability, that is, it is better at copying the opponent's moves than the average Sharingan. Even the bloodline limit is the same. And because there are 7 escaping techniques based on Master Yin-Yang escaping, so in the battle before using Izanagi, I already stole your spiritual transformation technique. And Madara said this, and Neji took a few steps back in panic. He murmured, it shouldn't. You can't replicate the magic of spiritualization through the pupil technique, because the art of spiritualization is the power contained in Byakugan, right? But it is the truth. Rinnegan and Sharingan were originally a source, and that was the 6 Paths Immortal family. In addition, the art of spiritualization. I learned this when I was a teenager. I am also fortunate enough to be Hyuga Kamizuki's apprentice. Quote. Neji's eyes widened when Madara said this. Madara once defeated Hyuga Kamizuki as a teacher. Huh. Madara can reveal an astonishing secret, making Neji break in less than a second. But grasping this flaw, Madara swooped away, grabbing straight at Neji's throat. He has already planned to kill this young man completely and decisively, otherwise there will be endless troubles. But at the critical moment, a figure came. Konoha Whirlwind. Bang! Madara felt a strong physical impact, and the spiritualization technique was difficult to change the state at the moment of materialization. The principle of this was similar to Obito's virtualization. So this time it was real. Madara was about to fly out, and then barely landed. He can use Hashirama cells to deal with ordinary wounds caused by physical damage, but this level of high-speed body technique still makes Madara a little jealous. Neji frowned tightly and nearly fell to the ground. Although the attack of the spiritualization technique didn't hit, but in order to use the Senpo, Sage Art 8 trigrams 265 palms, Neji's everything was exhausted. And there was only one figure that landed. Neji murmured, Little Lee. Go away, this is not the place you should be. Neji was a little angry. Little Lee was just here to cause trouble for him. But Little Lee frowned slightly and said, No, I didn't come to cause trouble once. I came to help you. This is my decision, my will. Neji. Lee. This is not a battle for training, it's for friendship. This time, it's finally my time to protect you, Neji. The 8th Inner Gate's 6th View Gate open. Chapter 549 Memories. Efforts to be noticed. 6 doors. Lee. Neji was exhausted and gasped. Although he was worried about Little Lee, he had to admit that Neji gasped with pride because of Little Lee's appearance. Otherwise, Madara would definitely take the opportunity to kill herself just now. Although Neji still has many life-saving means that he intends to use at this time, those are all moves that are used less than once. For this must-win battle, the more whole cards you have in your hand, the better. Lee. At this time, Tenten came running. Neji, are you alright? Tenten arrived at Neji's side and supported Neji, who was about to fall. I'm fine, just need a break. Neji felt a roar in his head, and his heart was very clear. Next, if you use your own power again, I am afraid that the power of prohibition will fully explode to seal yourself. This seal has been activated since the beginning of the battle with Ura, from the 3-second pause at the beginning, to the sluggishness of the next 10 seconds, and then the few minutes that overlapped with Madara because of Huang Izumi's breath. Even the 10-minute vacuum period was affected by the power of prohibition. That is to say, every time Neji overdrafts and touches, it will temporarily seal him with that restraining force. This time increases linearly. Neji made a rough statistic on this route, from 5 seconds to 20 seconds, from 2 minutes to 10 minutes, the beating numbers are very exaggerated, maybe once again, it will be nearly half an hour of seal time. Moreover, it also has something to do with the amount of chakra you have overdrawn. Neji. Tenten is also worried about little Lee. Neji's situation seems to be more anxious now. If ordinary people are like this, Tenten is not worried, because it seems to be just simple fatigue. But Tenten has never seen Neji like this. Is it the limit? Tenten never saw Neji's limits. She looked at Six Paths Madara over there, an enemy of this level. Is that Neji's limit? So, it should be outrageously strong, right? Boom. Tenten was startled and took a step back. It felt as if something exploded in her mind. After a few seconds, she came back to her senses. It was she who was stared at by that look. Madara's eyes that were cast over only swept around for a week, and her eyes should be looking at Neji, but Tenten was affected just because he was next to him. Very scary. Too horrible. Tenten bit his lip, holding back tears. At this level, in front of that Six Paths Madara, he was like a 3-year-old child. And the other party is not only an adult, but also a ferocious devil. If he is not careful, he will be swallowed by the other party. This is humans' instinctive inner fear, and even Tenten's own consciousness had no time to detect it, and he was so frightened that he was so scared that he burst into tears. Tenten, don't be afraid. Tenten felt that his hand was caught by the thick hand master. It was Neji. Neji showed a tired smile and said, Tenten, don't worry, don't be afraid of that guy. I'll protect you. Tenten was startled, tears fell down. Realizing it, she quickly wiped it with her hands and said, Neji, you have a good rest, and the next battle is left to me and Lee. I'm going to support little Lee. No need for Tenten. This is my decision. Little Lee burst into anger and looked at Madara in front of him angrily. Neji, you know what? I've been following your footsteps since a long time ago. But, at that time, I didn't trust my heart. Little Lee. Neji was deeply shocked, and little Lee and Neji fell into deep memories. 3399. 3340. 3341. Little Lee, who was only 7 years old, was throwing his fists hard. This is the corner of the abandoned training ground in Konoha village. Usually people come to train, but I don't know when it has become a place for children to practice. 3449. If you can't do 4,000 punches, continue to run 100 laps on the training ground. Damn. But things backfired, and little Lee eventually fell down. He bit Kiba and clenched his fists, looking very unwilling. Damn, isn't the physical strength so fast? His hands are about to lose all strength, and his body has also lost physical strength because he has done hundreds of sets of push-ups and sit-ups in a row. Even with a 7-year-old body, even with a spirit of incomparably upward effort, the body is completely unable to withstand this kind of pressure. One punch out, cleanly. Crack. Hit the stake with precision, and then, again. Crack. Every time he punched, the interval was more than 2 seconds, but it was clean and neat. For a whole minute, there were only 20 punches, but each punch made the stake shake even more. The wooden stake was inserted into the soil, and it was a little loose when it was pushed down by these 20 palms. Okay, amazing. Little Lee bit Kiba, and suddenly regained a little strength and got up with difficulty. But now he, even standing, is struggling. Little Lee looked at the man, who was about the same age as himself, with green curse marks tattooed on the top of his head, and pure white and translucent Byakugan eyes, who seemed to be from the Hyuga clan. I see that you train here a lot, so from today onwards, I also practice here. My name is Hyuga Neji. You know I train here. My name is Lee Rock. At that time, Hyuga Neji's smile seemed indifferent, but it revealed a kind of warmth. Because, his efforts were finally noticed, and Neji saw his own efforts. This made little Lee very excited, because despite all his efforts, he still couldn't become a ninja. He couldn't enter the ninja school, because he could only use taijutsu. Even, because the results are always disappointing, everyone doesn't even want to notice the process of their own efforts. Everyone only pays attention to the geniuses, the two geniuses of the Uchiha family who appeared a few years ago, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. These two geniuses have turned the whole atmosphere of cultivating juniors in Konoha village into a place where they value talent and choose to focus on training since childhood. A mediocre talent like Little Lee is even more easily overlooked. Therefore, his efforts have been seen, and Xiaoli has been greatly relieved. The two children began to train together from time to time, occasionally talking and talking. They were acquaintances, but they were not familiar with each other. Because Xiaoli found that this person is very strange, he almost never talks to himself, and is not curious about his own affairs at all, and when he says it, he seems to know everything. As if he has seen his own life generally. Hey, Neji, you say, why am I working so hard and not getting everyone's approval? I don't know, this. I don't know either. Neji didn't even look away, and Little Lee was curious too. Why does he, a 7 or 8-year-old child like himself, look more mature and determined than the elders in the village with his expression and gaze from time to time? How is that possible? You are from the Hyuga clan. You will definitely become a great ninja. Little Lee said so firmly. But Neji looked at him with the look in his eyes that he will remember for the rest of his life. Chapter 550 Waste. Neji's preaching. Little Lee said, only to see that sad look from Neji. That sad look in his eyes, like a very mature person who has experienced the ups and downs of life, great joy and great sorrow. But definitely not like a child. Until now, Little Lee felt that from that time, Neji was already a mature ninja. Then, what is that? Your eyes. Lee, who was reckless in his life and only knew how to work hard to become a ninja, finally showed compassion in his heart. Did you say something wrong? Isn't it? I still don't think enough. Neji looked at Little Lee for a long time, and didn't know what he was thinking, but in Little Lee's eyes, the mental state of the person in front of him must be higher than his own, so he couldn't guess what he was thinking, which was extremely normal. Neji then suddenly asked, Lee, I've been practicing here for 30 days, and this is the last time I've come here. We should have the fate to see you again in the future. You are a very pure person. Neji said these words. She was extremely mature, which gave Little Lee a little hunch. Maybe he will always remember this passage, but I don't know how long he will remember it. But Little Lee was prepared enough to keep Neji's words firmly in his heart. Neji said, you are so pure that you don't ask anyone about the people around you, and you don't listen to other people's comments and ridicule. This is your talent for hard work. You are actually a genius in this regard. But you always think that I'm from the Hyuga clan, and I envy my natural talent. Neji's eyes showed that sadness again. My father died because of this. Because of Byakugan, because of the Hyuga. The flat tone made Little Lee stunned. Yes, talent brings destruction, and if a person takes the path of power, he is either strong enough that no one can shake your will and strength. Or he becomes a stepping stone to someone stronger than you, becoming victims of the times. You should know better about the Uchiha clan. Why is such a group of superior strength so bad now? If things go on like this, things will happen soon. Their strength is very strong, but strong enough, because they seem to want something they can't match with their own strength. Can't use your own strength to match. Neji. Little Lee heard this. There was a faint flame in his heart. I don't agree with this sentence. If it's really according to what you said, Neji, shouldn't we work hard? Shouldn't we be stronger? Why must we be the strongest? Even if not the strongest, at least don't be weak. And, Neji, aren't you working too hard? Why are you working so hard? Seeing how angry young Lee looked like, Neji at that time actually snickered in his heart. In a rough sense, Neji at that time could already predict the ending of almost everyone, and as long as he did not interfere, he could almost become a prophet. But what he didn't expect was that little Lee was such a pure person, so Neji first had the idea of wanting to change others at the age of 7. With this conversation, Neji breathed a sigh of relief and planned to teach little Lee. According to the development in the original work, little Lee will become a stunned young man who can only work hard. If Neji doesn't change his words, he will just disappear in the end. But now, Neji can tell him all the truth in advance, so that little Lee's strength can be slightly improved, although it won't affect more things, but this is enough. Therefore, now, little Lee has also been promoted to Jonin. The 8 inner gates can not only open to the 6th gate, but also to the 7th gate, and after Neji left the team, little Lee got Guy's true biography, and his strength was further improved. Lee still remembers what happened at that time. Neji said to little Lee, "You ask me why I work hard. I can tell you, because I don't want to be eliminated by this world. I won't be sacrificed like my father. If it goes on like this, I will die for the so-called righteousness. To be a victim of the times. But I don't want to sacrifice, I also want to be the protagonist in my life." Little Lee, this is not the same as proving your own ideas. Do you understand? If I just work hard today to prove myself, then I only need to get temporary results, and I will soon be rejected by others. Forgetting. But now, I am working hard for more distant things. Don't pay attention to the current peace. This village has experienced so much splendor since the establishment of the village, but it still exists strong, which itself depends on countless people's hard work. Quote. Little Lee, the first generation Hokage, definitely did not build the village to prove himself, he is to prove the path of peace. The second generation Hokage did not set up the Konoha Ninja School and Anbu, such excellent organizations and rules and regulations, to prove himself. It is to prove the stability of the village. The third generation Hokage is to prove the will of fire, the unity of the Konoha village ninjas, and the fourth generation Hokage is to prove their mission, definitely not to prove their strength. Neji, you know a lot, I don't know at all. Little Lee was almost dumbfounded. Neji said a lot, and was suddenly startled. He subconsciously realized that there is a mature soul living in his body, but little Lee is only a 7-year-old child, not to mention that he has no knowledge of the history of Konoha village since the establishment of the village, and even if he did, he would not. Maybe something can be learned from it. So Neji still sighed, intending to explain in a more peaceful way. Simply put, little Lee, Hyuga Neji, you can go ask me, I'm a piece of shit. Ah, no, that's not what I mean. I mean, I'm not a genius. On the contrary, in the Hyuga clan with talent, I'm the one who was excluded from the lower talent. So, even if one day you become the strong, there will be people stronger than you. Quote. Unbelievable. Neji, you actually. This was the first and last time that little Lee learned about it. In the future, apart from Hinata, there is only little Lee who has never underestimated Neji, because he clearly knows the strength of Neji's heart. So, if I want to prove that I'm not a waste, I can do it with my current strength. Neji is right, little Lee has fully understood that his hidden strength is already at the level of Genin. And Neji added, for a more powerful goal, there will be more worthwhile practices. Strength is obtained by forcing yourself to work hard by the goal, rather than becoming a bloody waste. This is the first point, and there are other a little. Neji's eyes sharpened. I said, strength and what you want should match. One of the meanings of this sentence is to pursue what you want step by step. The other meaning is your body. My body. Looking at little Lee's puzzled and sluggish face, Neji sighed and said leisurely, you are only 7 years old. Lee, although your goal is already those ninjas who become Genin or Chunin, you should work harder than them, but you must also see the limits of your own body. If you continue like this, if you are injured in the future, you may injure your muscles and bones. There is no way to become a ninja. Quote. Chapter 551 Lotus. Forbidden meaning. Can't be a ninja, how could it be? Unbelievable look on little Lee's face, Neji quickly hand seal. Byakugan. Turning on Byakugan, little Lee was shocked. This is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Gentle fist. Neji came with a palm and directly hit the acupuncture point on Xiao Li's shoulder. Ah! Little Lee bit Kiba and let out a violent scream. Neji, what are you doing? He bit Kiba, holding back the remnants of the pain, and looked at Neji with a little anger and confusion. Neji explained, look, I used Byakugan to observe your acupuncture points, and I randomly pinpointed the weak points and attacked, which can cause you so much damage. Now your body has been ruined by years of irregular training. Halfway through, if you don't change your training method, you won't be able to save it. How could? Little Lee lowered his head in disappointment. With a click, Neji put his hand on his shoulder. You need to train properly and find a suitable target. In addition, the real strength should be used to protect your companions. When training, don't work so hard. Neji laughed, and that smile was so sunny and warm to little Lee. That paragraph also inspired little Lee. On self-discipline and no longer works too hard. Instead, he brought a weight-bearing iron block and used simple ninja running and stake training to strengthen his basic ability every day. At the age of 19, little Lee was spotted by Guy and became a direct disciple. All of this, little Lee has never said. He is actually very grateful to Neji. 11 years old, he was assigned to the same class as Neji, but Neji seemed to have forgotten himself, so little Lee kept his gratitude in his heart. Until later when Neji shined and showed his abilities, little Lee was also a bystander. But today, I'm definitely not a bystander anymore. The 8 inner gates 7th gate shocking open. Bang! Boom! The huge explosion sound actually pushed the surrounding air away. Fly anytime. At this moment, a figure fell to the ground and stood beside Neji. Mr. Guy. Tenten immediately shouted that the person who came was Might Guy, who was also Neji's class teacher. Little Lee, what the hell is going on? You actually. Might Guy frowned slightly. This was the first time he saw little Lee open the 7th door. Little Lee didn't look back. After a brief memory, he looked up at 6 paths Madara not far from the opposite side. This is my ninja. Next, I will prove the meaning of my efforts to you. Teacher Guy once asked me, since I no longer want to work hard to prove myself, what is it for? Now I finally have a chance to prove it. I'm forbearing. He bites Kiba. His body has taken it to the limit. The air around him is squeezing every inch of muscle, and the pain is suffocating. Neji is the savior of this world. He is different from us. I had a premonition of this early on. So I secretly regarded Neji as my opponent and tried my best, but in the end I still had a big gap with him. But now, when Neji needs me, I as a companion must protect him at all costs. I believe Neji will save the world. So as long as I save Neji, I'm saving the world. I'm going to be a hero too. Bang. Huh. After all, little Lee has rushed out quickly. Like a rocket launching. Little Lee. Guy clenched his fists and stared at the distant back. When did your students become so good? Konoha. A big whirlwind. Bang. A kick. 6 paths Madara stretched out her hand and easily resisted. He chuckled lightly. Is this the only level of nonsense that has been said? In just 1 minute just now, the simple conversation between little Lee and Neji seemed to have given this guy a lot of power, and it seemed that something had happened. But Madara didn't take the opportunity to attack just now, and also use that time to adjust the balance in her body. Now fully capable of the power of Master 6 Paths. It's not over yet. Crack. Little Lee changed another leg and kicked over. Bang. Madara took another hand and blocked it easily. Sure enough, it's a young kid. Even if he opens the last gate before the death gate of the 8 inner gates, is his attack power only the same? It's not difficult to defend against. Huh. Madara was shocked, only to see the little Lee in front of her disappeared. What? So fast that you can't see clearly. Bang. This time, attacked from behind, Madara reacted in front of her. Bang. But the impact force is totally different. Boom. Madara was kicked back by the force, and she rubbed her deep footprints on the ground. Little Lee bit Kiba and roared, "It's not over yet." Huh. Little Lee disappeared again. Bang. Attack again. This time, Madara didn't react. Huh. Bang. Huh. Boom. The strong attack made Madara almost lose her sense of direction and her eyes widened. Although the power of the attack is not great, this speed. It's not like a simple movement anymore, it's almost like an instant body. And it can also perform physical attacks. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bang. Madara was about to fight back when she noticed a foot kicked from underneath, hitting his chin. Ah! Madara's whole body was kicked into the air. He bit it and said, "Because I have only been Rinnegan all the time, can't control the chakra in my body." It's obvious that he can beat this guy's movements, but it's difficult to react. Forbidden esoteric Lilianwa. Little Lee continuously told to hit Madara, and finally, he came quickly. The bandage in his hand not only fit, but also fell, binding Madara's whole body. This is my final blow. Madara fell weightlessly, and with the help of the power of falling, Little Lee also came quickly and took a good posture. This guy, hee, what a touching friendship, but I have to say, your power is nothing compared to Neji's. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that his body began to numb. Can't move. Little Lee bit Kiba and said, "It's like Neji's learning, it doesn't need Byakugan's observation, it only needs to rely on more than 10 million trainings to find the position of the master's acupuncture points. As long as you block your actions, Lilianwa it can really cause physical damage to you. Rinnegan can't absorb physique, right? I'm the worst opponent for you. Because, all the tricks I use, have no chakra at all." Aye Lilianwa. Bang. Huge crashing sound, breaking through the sky. Chapter 552 Dead Door. The 8 Inner Gates. Aye Lilianwa. Bang. The huge impact directly hit Madara's body to the point of deformation. The original attack power is not strong enough for Madara, but this move uses a technique similar to Gentle Fist to hit Madara's key acupoints, especially the use of net resistance from a height, that is, using Earth's original gravitational pull. Madara's entire body was hit, and she quickly fell to the ground. Boom boom boom. Embedded in the ground is shattered, and the stones become smashed. The gravel fluttered and flew around, swaying everywhere. Crash. The gravel fell one after another, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Did it work? Lee. Guy took a deep breath, and Kakashi came over. How's it going? Guy. Looking at Guy's serious face, Kakashi was a little confused. Guy explained, Lee opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates and was fighting Madara. Little Lee, the 8 inner gates are taijutsu. Now, apart from Naruto and Sasuke's sage art, the only taijutsu that can deal physical damage can deal with 6 paths Madara. Really? Then I too. Guy, you. Looking at Guy's heavy face, Kakashi was not only a little panicked. Guy, what are you doing? Kakashi was a little taken aback. I can't just watch my disciples fight. Even my disciples opened the 7th door to protect their companions. This is the Little Lee I've never seen. I, as a master, also will never fall. Quote. Did you? Kakashi looked at Guy's back, and suddenly a bad premonition came to his mind. Guy, however, turned his head back optimistically, giving Kakashi a good thumbs up. And that trademark smirk. How is Little Lee? Tenten asked quickly. And over there, Little Lee flew out impressively. Bang. It seems to have been hit violently, kicked away, and went in the opposite direction. After flying for more than 10 meters, it landed and rolled several times in a row. Lee! Cried Tenten. But Guy said, oops, now Little Lee's 7th goal has been lifted, he doesn't seem to be skilled. Madara's offense can't be defended at all. Madara, on the other hand, raised the corner of her mouth coldly and looked at the little Lee over there with disdain. He said, "You're too weak for this level of juggling to dance in front of me. Stand back." Madara looked down on little Lee and stretched out her hand. Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, rose slowly. When he was surprised by the speed of little Lee, he was quite looking forward to it. He forced the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates of this child out to have a good time. However, I didn't expect that although it looks strong, it can't even maintain the second move in the 7th gate. For Madara, it is simply a pediatrician. I'll give you a heroic death. Madara laughed, stretched out her hand, and Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, flew up towards little Lee. And over there, Kakashi had already turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, bit Kiba and said, "Oops. It's too far away, Kamui can't reach it." And Guy is also nervous, his eyes are rounded, he is about to move forward, but it is obviously too late. Neji bit Kiba, thinking back to Lee Rock, the former teammate. After crossing over, he thought that he had no emotions, he just came to the world of Hokage to fight Chan, to become stronger for self-protection, and to become stronger to escape the fate of death. Even doing things for Konoha village is to use the high-level officials of Konoha village to act on his own Hyuga clan. Now my best choice is to let these guys go up against Six Paths Madara, and I only need to take action at a critical time, especially when I wait for the return of Naruto and Sasuke, and use the power of yin and yang to deal with this guy. Just fine. However, this is not the original Hokage world. Little Lee became like this because of his own appearance. If he didn't take action, he would kill little Lee forever. Neji. Tenten looked at Neji, and abruptly, Tenten's chest flashed with unusual colors. The lavender light surprised Neji. "This is..." Tenten was taken aback for a moment, then stretched out and took out the meteorite. Star. Neji was startled, didn't care so much, and immediately held it with one hand. Tenten was frightened, and obediently gave Neji the star in his hand, which was originally what Neji gave her. Star roamed in Neji's body at once, and the power was restored proudly. "Can't take care of that much." Huh. Neji turned into a light. Crossed all eyes, beyond Madara's movements, beyond Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. I saw that Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, was about to hit the little Lee at the moment. Neji had already arrived. Senpo, Sage Art 8 Trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven. Bang. Strong defense, even the Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, bounced off. Madara frowned slightly and murmured, "Has the master mastered the 7 types of chakra attributes?" Humph. With 2 strokes, where did you get the power? Madara had a premonition that something was going wrong and didn't plan to play anymore. "But, it's over now. I'm not interested in you anymore, Hyuga Neji." Madara gave a wicked smile and stretched out her hand. Limbo. Huh. Neji was startled, taken aback. 4 limbo clones moved towards each other, only Madara's main body came towards him. "So, who are you going to protect?" Madara gave a sinister smile. Neji shouted inwardly that it was not good. "I didn't expect that Madara would even tell you to do this and threaten herself." One of Limbo was heading towards Little Lee, and the other 3 were heading towards Guy, Kakashi, and Tenten. Although Neji couldn't perceive it clearly, he could roughly tell that the 4 forces had forked away. He didn't have time to think, subconsciously hand seal. You can only choose from your heart. Vulcan. Boom. Flame. Madara was stunned for a moment, her body stopped moving, and saw a fiery flame like the nirvana of a phoenix burning on Neji's body, and even Madara, who was good at Kaden fire style, felt resentful at this moment. What's that? Neji was suddenly pulled into a situation by some force and lost consciousness. But the flames hit Madara's 4 limbo clones steadily. Madara also immediately stepped back 10 steps, not daring to approach Neji. What did this guy do to limit my limbo? Does he have power over me? It shouldn't be possible. I've already gained the power of a 6 paths fairy. Should be the strongest in this world, the power is right. Huh. A figure came quickly. Bang. The 8 inner gates again. Madara bit Kiba, and the whole person was kicked away. The strength this time was very different from the previous one. Madara stood up. She saw that the little Lee over there had stood up tiredly, and the one who attacked her just now was an adult ninja dressed like a father like the boy. The 8 inner gates again. One after the other, like flies. Madara's mouth twitched and she stretched out her hand. Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, transformed into a fairy staff and sneered. But Guy let out a sigh of relief, like a balloon squeezed by extreme pressure, deflated. But the energy that came up after that was more critical. Lee, I have seen your intention to save your companions. As a teacher, I recognize students like you very much. You don't have to follow Neji's footsteps anymore. We taijutsu ninjas also have our own pride. Now, it's for you. The last class. See it. Guy, what are you doing? Kakashi over there was already anxious. And here, Guy seems to have made up his mind to open the last door in his body. Who? Like the remnants of a candle fluttering up. The 8 inner gates array. Chapter 553 Support. Ways to help Neji. Boom. The magnitude of the vibration over there is really not small. It must be a very fierce battle, right? Bad. Karen was startled, and his heart suddenly tightened. What's wrong, Karen? Orochimaru asked. He knew that Karen's perception ability was very powerful, so Karen was sharper than anyone who was doing it. Karen, who opened Kagura's heart to investigate with all his strength, has a perception ability higher than anyone in the ninja world. Neji his chakra perception is very small now, getting smaller and smaller. Karen gasped, no longer feeling Neji's massive chakra. The feeling of being bathed in chakras intertwined with yin and yang is exactly what Karen was touched by Neji, and now Neji's chakras are like fallen leaves that are about to wither in autumn. For a long time before, Karen thought that Neji was trying to hide his strength, just like his previous behavior, so he didn't care. But in the alternate battles with 6 paths Obito and 6 paths Madara, the amount of Neji's outbreak is no longer as pure and huge as before. Then, let's go and support Neji, said Moon. No, Orochimaru said. Hey, Orochimaru. Suzuki frowned slightly. Now I'm from Neji too, don't say Karen won't listen to you, and I definitely won't allow you to stab Neji at this time. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and it was the first time he saw Shueyu revealing her fierceness in front of him, but it was quite interesting. Orochimaru explained. Don't worry, it's not that I didn't want to save Neji, but that man has beaten me when he was only 13 years old, how could he be as vulnerable as you think? You should all understand that, right? Obito and Madara, who were transformed into 6 paths, are no longer of the same level as us. The reason why Neji is in trouble now is because the opponent is unprecedentedly strong. In that case, what's the point of you going up? Karen is all about Neji, and only feels the last breath of Neji's existence. Orochimaru continued. The only ones who can harm that 6 paths Madara are Teishu and Sage Art. The upper limit of Teishu is too low, and Madara has Senjuhashirama's cells. Yin-yang escape is also the strength to restrain Teishu. After all, it must be strong enough. Sage Art can deal with him. Quote. What's the point of you saying this now? What does it have to do with Neji? Shueyu was a little impatient, but he was still a little worried. After all, Shueyu was still a little afraid of Orochimaru. Orochimaru laughed. The only way to help Neji is to help him defeat that 6 paths Madara. You need the power of Sage Art, and now Sasuke has these powers. You must save Sasuke in order to help Neji. Orochimaru just finished speaking and looked at Karen. Karen was startled and took a step back. She covered her chest tightly, and said Yuhi, no. I am Neji-sama's exclusive. She was angry and funny while protecting herself, biting her little lip stubbornly. Karen, Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to ask you to save Sasuke. Sasuke's injury is far worse than you think, and you can't save him. Orochimaru was uncharacteristically soft, and his deep voice sounded a little gentle. Hearing this, Shueyu became worried again. It's not that I'm worried about Sasuke, but it makes sense according to what Orochimaru said. What is it that they rushed over to not give people their heads? It's better to make the most useful plan, and now Shueyu has a better understanding of Neji. To Shueyu's inference, even Neji himself would say this. That guy, when doing things, especially fighting, always put efficiency first, and he was reluctant to take an extra step. Shueyu is willing to do anything as long as she can help Neji. Everyone who follows Neji has this idea. Because Neji is clearly so powerful and so wise, but still dares to stand in front of everyone, but face the enemy. Such a person, not Hokage, what is it? This also made everyone believe the rumor that the 5th generation Hokage Hyuga Heihachi was the one who supported Neji, and Neji was the man standing behind Hokage, the guy who really should be called Hokage. Support Neji is to support Hokage, the great ninja behind the big tree in Konoha village. Those days of being abandoned and displaced by the village of Kurigakure. It was Neji who made Shueyu feel that she still had a home and a place to go. If even Karen can't save him, who can? Shueyu asked sincerely. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and he smiled. Look. Two looked together and saw a man who was even more snake-like than Orochimaru walking towards them. On his belly, a snake head sticks out. Kabuto, where have you been? Shueyu asked immediately. Kabuto replied, there's a new enemy over there, and it's a little more troublesome. But now Hokage III is leading the other cages against that guy. The guy who can use Mokuden, wood style. Orochimaru chuckled and said, Kabuto, you sense Sasuke's chakra, right? Ah, I feel it. The current Sasuke, if it were me, should be able to save him. You. Karen wondered, the person she couldn't save was already at the gate of hell, right? Kabuto is a medical ninja, he has never been so powerful. Kabuto said, Sasuke has the seal of Jugo in his body. At this time, Shigego Libra, who was standing in Orochimaru, who has been neglected like a disconnected line, said, it seems that in the Battle of Yunlei Gorge, Sasuke was shot in the lungs by Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force Killer Bee. I used the power of the curse to repair him, and part of the body was transferred to Sasuke. But I didn't expect that not only was Sasuke not affected, but he also completely absorbed my body as his own. Yes, that's right. Orochimaru seemed to be looking at an experiment rather than saving people, saying, Sasuke's body is very suitable for the spell. When I arranged the spell for him, he quickly absorbed the spell. So is the spell the Chango of Yinyuan is very suitable, and the spell itself is a mutated sage art, so Kabuto went to Raichi Cave to practice the origin of this sage art. Kabuto smiled and said, in other words, my power can not only save Sasuke. It can also make him stronger with the power of the original Master Sage art. Then let's get started. Kabuto took a few steps forward. Walking around Sasuke's side, I saw that the snake head on his stomach began to slowly extend. Extending like a giant python, it inserted into Sasuke's body. The thick snake head entered Sasuke's body. Karen and Shueyu couldn't bear to look directly. What a strange picture. Afterwards, a strong substance surged towards Sasuke's body from the tube made by Kabuto. Kabuto explained, I sense that Sasuke suffered a fatal injury, and the wound was in the heart. Now the heart has stopped beating, but there is no brain death. That is to say, the most critical place is not damaged, as long as just do body repair. My sage art energy fits Sasuke perfectly because of Shigego. After that, after repairing his internal organs and body trauma, he can come back to life again. Chapter 554 Comeback. Still young. Naruto. Sakura's call seemed to echo. And she prayed in her heart that if there is a place to spread it, it must be in the ears of God. She knew best about Naruto's situation right now. If the gods didn't come, it would be difficult to save Naruto's life. Naruto. Naruto. Sakura gave up medical ninjutsu and fell into endless meditation. Now, what's going on? This world. Now that Sakura came to his senses, and Naruto has been keeping the promise of the year. In order to save Sasuke, Naruto has been working hard. However, such a good Naruto is always embarrassed for the sake of his companions. If Naruto falls on this battlefield, what should the Ninja Alliance do? Sakura didn't dare to think, her hands were shaking, tears flowing silently. Okay, don't delay any longer. Use medical ninjutsu on Naruto. Naruto won't die. Gaara said indifferently. His tone was rarely urgent. After all, his very good friend, Naruto, was on the verge of life and death. No matter how cold and ruthless he was, he would not be indifferent now. Gaara, Naruto, Naruto. Sakura already had fear on her face, and although she wanted to do her best for Naruto, it seems now. Gaara explained. Okay, come on, don't worry. Naruto still has a way to save. Sakura stopped crying and looked at Gaara blankly. Then, the wind howled. Whew. The sand and stone took the two to a sharp turn and landed slowly. Obito is being controlled by Black Zetsu and is confronting Minato. Hey, it's just that Kakashi used to be okay. Madara now has Rinnegan, but it's not something Kakashi can handle. Black Zetsu threatens Minato, but Minato keeps his eyes on him. Minato only said, anyway, I believe in Kakashi. Obito has my Hiraishin spell on him. As long as you dare to get off Obito, I will kill you immediately. Huh, are you very conscious? So, why not just kill this crap? Uchiha Obito, this guy betrayed you, let your wife die, destroyed your village, orphaned your child Uzumaki Naruto. This guy should be damned, yes. Black Zetsu sneered. At this moment he seemed to be mocking Minato's inaction. Teacher. Obito was already faintly conscious, and his eyes were filled with self-blame. Black Zetsu, who was attached to him, instead accused, Obito. You still have the face to live now. Hey, you are just a pawn of Uchiha Madara, and now you are useless. According to the agreed plan, as long as you are responsible for collecting the tailed beasts and using Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, on Madara, your mission is over. Now, it's time. You're meaningless to the world, just like in the past, you're just a substitute for Madara, you're nothing. You're just, the Madara that was. Black Zetsu's voice was low and unpleasant. It is on the same level as Orochimaru. Obito, be careful. This guy wants to weaken your will so he can completely control you. Don't listen to him. Minato said strictly. Now his arm has been destroyed by the power of six paths Madara. Yin and Yang escape and cannot be restored through impure world reincarnation, so his power has also been weakened by more than half. That's why he asked Kakashi to go to the frontal battlefield to support him, and he stayed here to watch over Black Zetsu and Rinnegan. Teacher, I am like this. I really don't deserve to live. Obito's eyes are already dry, and before that, he'll need eye drops again. He has been a man of love and righteousness since he was a child, but he didn't expect the arrangement of fate to push him into such a corner. Black Zetsu's sarcasm sounded in his ears, and Obito seemed to be looking at Rin's indifferent eyes and the once Minato-like scorn. Rin finally sacrificed himself for the village, and Kakashi became an excellent elite Jonin, and brought out such excellent students as Sasuke and Naruto. In addition, his teacher Namikaze Minato became famous in the ninja world in the Third Ninja War and became the fourth generation of Hokage. And what about him? But it has become the scourge of the world, bringing so much war and pain to the world. The former collective was three pairs of indifferent eyes. Black Zetsu's voice sounded again. Obito, you're a loser. There's no point in struggling now, you're not qualified to survive in this world. No. Minato frowned slightly and said suddenly. I believe in my son's choice. It's number one. Minato explained. Obito, Naruto believes in you. He believes that you, who once held the dream of becoming a Hokage, still have a kindness in your heart. That's why he believes in you and preaches to you. Naruto is not good at preaching. But he still made himself understand your pain. The passing of Mr. Jiraiya really made Naruto grow up. But Obito. I'm sorry for Rin's death. I couldn't be by your side and grow up with you. Minato let out a sigh of relief. Although he was born out of the impure world reincarnation, as the fourth-generation Hokage and as Obito's teacher, how can he say that he has no emotion when he is still aware of the past? Second point, I'm your teacher. For me, Obito, no matter what you become, it's that Uchiha Obito. I think it's the same for Kakashi, so Kakashi tried his best to make you atone. I want you to live. Teacher. Hearing this, Obito widened his eyes, and his consciousness slowly became clear. Damn, this guy is really tenacious. Black Zetsu grinned at Kiba's efforts, but could only rely on Obito's body. All movements were stopped, and the control of the body was returned to Obito's side again. Minato continued. Rin is in the spirit of the sky and must be watching you all the time. Obito, what choice you make now is your own choice. You, Rin and Kakashi will always be my students. No matter what you do, how unforgivable those are, but don't continue to cause harm. Kakashi Obito finally felt that his emotions had found a release. As an orphan of the Uchiha family, his parents died young on the battlefield and he grew up with his grandmother. However, there is no talent, and even in the Uchiha family, they are called trash. It was this experience that made Obito fall in love with Neji from a very early age, because Neji, like himself, was from a famous family, but was still criticized by everyone for his talent. But Neji's choice was different. Neji, he always seemed to be confident and never looked stupid. It seems that it was not accidental, but through careful planning, Neji became a genius ninja and completed the counterattack. And what about his Obito? The failed life in the past constantly reminded him that Neji's life is a successful life. This is the path he should have taken. So Obito wanted to bring despair to Neji, but Neji proved once again that Obito's path was extremely wrong. Minato continued. Obito, although I was not able to accompany you on the last part of the journey, but you gave Kakashi your eyes to prove that you acknowledged him in your heart. Why did you lose confidence in Kakashi? He should not be with you on this journey. Companion. This time Minato finally let him find his emotional time, and he burst into tears. A big man who left for half his life and came back. Still a teenager. Chapter 555 I am. Six Paths Fairies. Teacher. But Kakashi. Obito's eyes became firm. At this time, he seemed to have returned to 20 years ago, an 11-year-old boy who dared not confess to Rin. I'm not like Kakashi, I have nothing left. Black Zetsu was a little dumb at this time. This was an Obito he had never seen before. Only now did he fully understand that Madara had always been deceived by a false Obito. The real Obito, a boy like that year, lurks in his heart. Only the person he could rely on in his youth can make him open his heart. The yellow flash of the past, the teacher who can make him feel at ease, is exactly the same. He resents the absence of this person who can protect himself and Rin at critical moments, and organizes a farce of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, attacking Konoha. But behind the revenge, there is endless emptiness. It is the occasional remorse and remorse. There is nothing in the heart, it is the consequence of this emptiness. Obito finally understood that facing his teacher, now he was like a child crying. I thought that if I asked a difficult question, Minato would not answer, but Minato gently raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Teacher, Kakashi has everything, he was born under the sun, and he is completely different from me. No, you were wrong, Obito. Minato explained with regret but still hopeful eyes. Kakashi is actually sadder than you. He has a lot to lose. Obito couldn't hear Minato's persuasion, as if he had become the angry teenager, and said stubbornly, No matter what you say, teacher, it will not change the fact. Do you want to bring out the death of Konoha Whitefang? Tell me, has Kakashi lost his father? No, my father and mother have been dead since I can't remember. This kind of thing, I'm already numb. Obito, for you, what you lost is Rin. The Rin who gives you confidence. Of course, Rin is also my student. I know Rin means a lot to you, but Rin is also a beloved student to me. Quote. Minado's words made Obito suddenly silent. After a moment of silence, he was about to speak when Minato continued, and what about Kakashi? Obito, you're not the only one who can feel the pain and pain. Kakashi also lost Rin, and in the most painful state, and Rin took the initiative to go to his Reikiri. He has to blame himself for the rest of his life. Besides, my death also dealt a big blow to Kakashi. Minado's words, like a cold and ruthless weapon, were directly inserted into Obito's heart. Obito was stunned. For decades, no one had said these words to him, but for anyone, it was fruitless. What a stubborn person he was, and his will was even strong enough to defeat 10 invasion of tails. However, only face this man. Maybe it was the subconscious that he had cultivated since childhood. What the teacher said was dogma, so Obito listened to everything. Minato said, Kakashi lost his father, Rin, and me as his teacher. There were not many people in Kakashi's life. Then so am I. Obito pursed his lips, looking like he was going his own way again. At this moment, it seems to have become a discussion between master and apprentice. Minato pondered for a while, then murmured, but, Obito. Kakashi has more guilt for you than you, and his pain for losing you. You never lost Kakashi, but for Kakashi. At that time your death is the greatest pain in his heart. Obito's eyes widened when he heard this. He vaguely wanted to step back, but in the end he was silent and said nothing. Minado's words are almost the truth. Obito opened his mouth slightly, but said nothing. Kakashi is just a microcosm, dating back to Rin, Minato, Kushina, and his own grandma. Therefore, everyone has lost themselves once, and at that time, when they were still young, they only reminisced about the pain they suffered over and over again, and never thought about the tears that others shed for themselves. Huh. The two were talking, and over there, 2 sandstones fell to the ground. This. Minato was taken aback. Gaara landed. She shouted, stop talking, you two. 4th generation. Transfer the Kyuubi 9 tails in your body to Naruto. Naruto is still saved. I'll explain it to you later. Quickly. Quote. Drip, tilde. Grumbling. In Naruto's spiritual world, the environment is dark and the ground is swamp-colored water. He gradually opened his eyes and found himself standing in his inner world. In front of him, a back figure slowly appeared. Who are you? Naruto blinked. On the other side, the shadow of the white old man also appeared in Sasuke's inner world. It's just that Sasuke's face was much calmer than Naruto when he saw this scene. Who are you? This should be my spiritual world. Since you can come in, it should prove that your ability is not weak, so. Is it an enemy, or a teammate? Sasuke was very indifferent, and he didn't dare to relax his vigilance when facing the old man in front of him. After all, he had fought monsters like Madara before, so he never dared to let his guard down on anyone. Very likely to die again. Hee. Are you Indra? It's really similar. Even your personality. The old man laughed and shook his head. Sasuke frowned slightly and asked, what's going on? The old man laughed and said, don't worry, I'm your teammate. I'm here to give you strength. Power. Yes, seal Madara's power to you. In addition to these two sides, there are third parties. That is Neji's inner world, and there is the same existence as Naruto and Sasuke. Neji was different. He opened his eyes actively, after hand seal his inner world. Slowly he said, show me. Boom. There was a sudden change in front, like an influence, the figure of the old man appeared. The old man was wearing white clothes, sitting cross-legged and floating in the sky, while the 6 paths fairy staff was floating next to him. Since I can see you here, it proves that Naruto and Sasuke are no longer in danger. Neji's mouth twitched, and he asked indifferently. The old man was startled and seemed a little surprised. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, now that he is not in a good state, and does not intend to waste time. I don't plan to talk too much with you, and I won't be too polite to you, because it was because of your wrong choice that there is no peace in the ninja world at all. Some people even use chakra as an excuse to fight, which is utterly absurd. So, wait a minute, the other 2 children talking to my spirit are the reincarnations of Indra and Asura. They have the keys I gave them to unlock the power of yin and yang, but they lack the power I gave them. That's all. But you, why are you so familiar? The old man was shocked. Neji chuckled. Then let me introduce myself. Hyuga Neji. By the way, if you want to focus on rituals, why don't you introduce yourself? Neji chuckled, and the old man's mouth twitched. Come slowly. I am 6 Paths Immortal. Chapter 556 Inherit. Wrong choice. I am 6 Paths Immortal. The mundane name is Otsutsuki Hamura. Hamura smiled and introduced herself with pride. Uzumaki Naruto, the reincarnation of Asura, was very surprised after a moment of confusion, and he also cast a very envious look. Then came a host of questions. And here, facing the reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Sasuke. After saying this, after a while of anticipation, Hamura felt a disappointing coldness. Sasuke just stared at him indifferently. The 2 stared at each other for a long time. Cough cough. Give me a little reaction. Indra is my son. As his reincarnation, you inherited his talent and power. At least you have some respect for me, right? Sasuke saw that Hamura was like a stubborn old man, and said indifferently, these are not important, appearing in my spiritual world, should not only come to chat with me. Hey. Hamura smiled softly, and it seemed that he really had to spend a little more energy on getting out of here. Asura's side just needs to deal with it simply, and as expected, Indra can cause trouble even more as a big brother. However, this is also the way it should be. After all, he had neglected the power of his brother Indra, which led to the conflict in the ninja world for thousands of years. If the cause and effect of all this were really going to circulate, it might be traced to him, the founder of the ninja sect. Uchiha Sasuke, isn't it? It seems that you are really sharp. You guessed it right. How? You guessed it right. Guess what? I did come to chat with you. Sasuke turned around decisively, but Hamura was in a hurry and immediately said, Hey. Wait. Don't worry, I will pass on the power of yin to you as soon as I finish talking. Sasuke turned his head impatiently and said indifferently, If you have something to say, let it go. Hamura was startled, scratched his forehead and said, As a 6 Paths Immortal, I really have no face in front of you. But your attitude is also right. You are the reincarnation of Indra, and Indra treated me at that time. It's not unreasonable to hate me, so you must have been influenced by Indra when you see me. As soon as this sentence was said, Sasuke also realized it later. Because according to the old man in front of him, this is indeed the case. Sasuke and he have no grievances and no grudges, even apart from hearing about 6 Paths Immortals in rumors. Sasuke doesn't even understand the meaning of 6 Paths Immortals' existence. How could it be possible to speak ill of an old man? It's just that Sasuke has an intuition in his heart, as if he has known the old man for a long time, and the old man has a big prejudice against him, causing him to live in hatred and pain for a long time afterward. This kind of illusions are real. Go ahead and I'll listen. Sasuke became interested about the 6 Paths Immortals. So, Hamura started talking about his birth. Beginning with Otsutsuki Kagaya, descended on this planet and picked the forbidden fruit of chakra in order to win the war. After eating the fruit, the power increases greatly, which is the prototype of ninja, the ancestor of chakra. Later, Otsutsuki Kagaya advocated war and opened the first infinite Tsukuyomi, turning everyone into white Zetsu. According to vague memories, the Six Paths sage said that this was the army prepared by Mother Otsutsuki Kagaya to defeat distant enemies. However, in this battle, Otsutsuki Hagoromo still stood on his opposite side, and his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura, together against Kagaya. Kagaya is the Jinchuriki column force of the first generation of Ten Tails, possessing the power of the ancestor of chakra, and he manipulates Ten Tails to make it difficult for the two brothers to compete. But in the end, the brothers cooperated with the power of yin and yang to use Six Paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, to seal Kagaya on the moon, and the body of Ten Tails was also sealed to the moon above. The current Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is just a fairy beast, not the real shell of the Ten Tails. Otherwise, the battle outside would not have been able to drag on for so long. My younger brother, Hamura, took his clan to the moon, and passed it on from generation to guard his mother. Under the infinite Tsukuyomi, only a few survived, but everyone mastered the power to control chakra. Their descendants all have chakra, which is why today's situation is formed. Today, everyone will use chakra, which is actually the result of that infinite Tsukuyomi. I stayed on this planet and founded the ninja sect, yes, in order for everyone to use chakra to unite and resist the distant enemy that my mother said will come one day. But I don't want to become this situation today. Hagoromo finished telling the story at length, and Sasuke lowered his head when he said this. He seemed to be thinking about something complicated. After a long time, he asked, "So, until now, I don't know who that distant enemy is." Well, in the future, it is still up to the ninja world to work hard. So, what do you mean by saying that your choice led to the current situation of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke seemed to care more about this issue than others. Hagoromo sighed and explained, "This is about my two sons, Indra and Asura." Then, Otsutsuki Hagoromo began to tell the story of Asura and Indra. As a younger brother, Asura inherited the life energy and powerful physique of the Six Paths Immortal, and inherited the emotional intelligence of the Six Paths Immortal. On the other hand, Indra inherited the IQ of the Six Paths Immortal, very smart, and inherited the pupil power of the Six Paths Immortal, possessing Sharingan. Rinnegan's power is divided in two, because Rinnegan's power is too strong, so it has to be separated. When the Six Paths Immortal was about to leave the world, he divided Ten Tails into 9 parts from one tail to Kyubi, 9 tails, and scattered them all over the world. Although the scattered power was also a collection of chakra, it was very powerful. But the Six Paths Immortals found 9 immortal beasts from the new world behind Mount Myoboku, the immortal beasts bred by the fledglings, and took out their cores, like the chakra of the tailed beast. One-tailed Shukaku's sand core, two-tailed Katamata's ghost fire core, three-tailed Isota's wave core, four-tailed Sun Wukong's volcanic core, five-tailed Mawang's steam core, six-tailed Rhino's acid core, Naneo Shigame's phosphorus powder core, the inked core of the eight-tailed bull ghost, the yin-yang core of Kyubi, 9 tails Kurama. After the cores of the 9 fairy beasts were taken out, the original fairy beasts became the existence of the void like the spider queen who was subdued by Neji. Instead, it was a tailed beast, and the chakra separated by 10 tails was injected into the fairy beast, becoming a tailed beast. That's the origin of the tail beast. I solved the problem of the tailed beast, and the next thing is the more important problem. That is the problem of the air. Indra and Asura, their strength does not want to go up and down, but my brother is better in terms of strength and talent, but not what kind of popularity, because you always stand above everyone, and your heart is arrogant. But the younger brother is different. Although his qualifications are mediocre, he is very enthusiastic and has been recognized by almost all the villagers. Six Paths Immortal's expression blurred, and he let out a sigh of relief. That's when I made the wrong choice. Seeing Sasuke's slowly moving expression in front of him, Hagoromo smiled helplessly. I completely disregarded my brother Indra's feelings, and gave the position of heir directly to my younger brother Asura. It was this kind of arbitrariness that made my brother disheartened, prejudiced against me, and went away to another country. Chapter 557 Curse. Reincarnation of Hamura. Ah, you said it was my problem. How? Hagoromo looked curiously at Neji, who was standing opposite. Neji's eyes were more than surprised to describe. Simply shocked. How is it? Heard my story. Don't you have a lot to say? Hagoromo doesn't care much about the identities of Indra and Asura over there, because Hagoromo, as a Six Paths immortal, is just here to complete his mission. Hyuga clan who unexpectedly appeared in front of him, it was a surprise. It's just that this kid's tone seems to be very tight, and he has been detouring with himself for a long time without revealing his true identity, only saying that he is Hyuga Neji. How do you know who is who? But the only thing that caught Hagoromo's attention was that Neji's Byakugan was so pure that Hagoromo could always think of his mother. Possible that Neji also has some strange power passed down. This made Hagoromo very concerned. Seeing that Neji wanted to speak, he immediately handed over the right to speak. Neji boredly listened to Hagoromo tell a bunch of stories that he already knew the ending of the story. He was so sleepy that he wiped his tears, but he didn't expect the final turning point, which actually made him gain new knowledge. It turns out that what the big-toed immortal said is true. The previous life of the tailed beast was really an immortal beast. The great-toed immortal, Gamamaru. You know Gamamaru. Hagoromo was startled and wanted to talk. But Neji seems to have immersed himself in his own world. Neji pouted, eyes full of excitement. These things, I am afraid that other people do not care, because whether it is to endure. Tailed beast. Immortal beasts, everyone's attention is on how to channel them, how to use chakra, and fight. But it was different for Neji, because he was the chosen one, so he entrusted many things to him, and he also promised to protect Mount Myoboku while protecting the ninja world. So prove it, Mount Myoboku has something that can never be broken. Then, there is a secret. Neji likes secrets the most. Since Mount Myoboku has secrets, it has nothing to do with fairy beasts. Since the tail beast can contact the fairy beast once, there are fairy beasts and psychic beasts in Mount Myoboku. Then these guys seem to have a place to belong. Maybe if you find that place, you can find the final answer. Neji thought to himself. Hagoromo narrowed his eyes slightly, and sighed heavily. You're really lonely, you like to think by yourself. How can you be so similar to my brother Otsutsuki Hamura? Hagoromo raised his head and suddenly remembered something. He had an idea and seemed a little shocked. Then let me try, maybe. He stretched out his hand and flipped his palm. I saw that the Six Paths immortal staff also turned over quickly, and a mysterious force came invisible and spread away. Neji was stunned, feeling a force that seemed to pull him away, but he subconsciously resisted, but the force was soft, avoiding himself and not confronting himself at all. Chakra, like a stream of water, went to take off a certain part of his body. Zitsa. The blue light remembered that a spiritual body rushed out from Neji's heavenly cover. Still above Neji, the darkness around him was illuminated by most of it. Neji was startled. Isn't this the spiritual body of his father, Hyuga Hazashi? No. I can't say that. This is one of the gains I got from traveling with Ino more than 40 years ago. Normal people don't have a spiritual body. Only the reincarnations of Indra and Asura like Naruto and Sasuke will have it. Spirit body. So this should be the spirit body of Tenin, but it's not right. From Kamizuki's point of view, it was Kamizuki who passed this spirit down from generation to generation. According to Kamizuki. Hamura. Hagoromo rolled his eyes and looked at Neji in surprise. You are the reincarnation of Hamura. Neji, you are. Hagoromo opened his mouth slightly. After sealing Kagaya, he and his younger brother never saw each other again, and he didn't even know when his younger brother died. But now, Hamura, right in front of him. Hagoromo's excitement is indescribable. Neji shrugged and said with a smile, Hey, Six Paths old man, don't get excited. A lot has happened. This spirit body doesn't mean anything, who is this spirit body? Speaking of which, Neji suddenly hesitated. Kamizuki is a god. Neji inherited the will of the gods from Kamizuki, which is the result of the efforts of the power of the gods, and the power of six paths comes from the power of other planets after all. At present, there is no way to distinguish between friends and enemies. Here, there is no need to be completely candid. Neji said, this spirit body was passed down from generation to generation by chance, following the main clan of the Hyuga clan. The ancestor of the Hyuga clan was the Hamura clan. So, I think, it should have just passed on to me. This spirit body should be Hamura's spirit body, not I am the reincarnation of Hamura. No, you are. Hagoromo was very determined, his eyes seemed to see hope and light. Otherwise, why does this spirit exist in your body? Hamura and mine were sealed by mother. Seal. That's right, anyone who is possessed by a spiritual body will be affected by their talent and become a ninja without talent. Even if their talent is very high, they will be hindered, and many things will not be able to be completed smoothly. This is a curse. Curse. Neji recalled that it seemed that the person possessed by this spirit was indeed so. No way, this curse has no effect on you. I see your current state, not being repelled by this spirit body, cursed, but blessed by him. That is to say, this spirit body admits that you are his body. Neji froze, a little surprised. But this also made him realize later that when he was using the spiritualization technique, he could really feel the feeling of being at ease. Maybe it was because this spirit body was helping him behind his back. Otherwise, Neji really can't explain it. The other abilities that are stolen and swallowed by the system are all discounted fakes, but only the technique of spiritualization can be used freely, as if he can use it himself. Because the technique of spiritualization was originally an ability created by Otsutsuki Hamura, and it was perfected by later generations. Of course, this is what Neji saw in the dossier. You're Hamura, you can't be wrong. Since you've seen Gamamaru, did he tell you that you're going to be short-lived? Hagoromo asked excitedly. Neji shrugged speechlessly and said, no, he said I would live 100 years. Neji wanted to choke, and since he was the chosen son, it was impossible for him to be short-lived. Who knows, Hagoromo laughed and said, then you are definitely the reincarnation of Hamura. Because if the spirit body is placed on the wrong person, although it can be preserved, the power of the curse will continue. Let that host live short. Will definitely not live beyond 30. Quote. This sentence made Neji startled. Stunned. 30 years old. This news, at first, he was serious and thought about it for a while. But then, he reacted, Hagoromo didn't lie. It's all true. And, it's still being tested. Neji's eyes, the horror of Hyuga's death in front of him immediately appeared, and when he was 4 years old, he witnessed his father's death with his own eyes. Chapter 558 Doubtful. Another being. Neji's breathing became heavy, but he wouldn't lose control. He is not from this world, but the memory in his body has been engraved in his bones. And even if his father was not his choice, but traveling to meet Hyuga Tenin more than 40 years ago, it was the consequence of the choice he made. Perhaps from the moment that he crossed into this world, many things have changed because of this. This is the causal cycle. Don't live past 30. Yeah. Neji was silent. It turned out that Tenin at that time was not killed by Kakuzu. Even if he wasn't killed by Kakuzu, he was abnormal at that time. It is because of the curse of the spirit body. His body was originally extremely talented, but Kamizuki forced his attention to Otsutsuki Hamura's spiritual body because of his body, and die young. Neji, who didn't know the news, thought it was a blessing and transferred his spirit body to his father's body. And now, this spirit body exists in his own body. Neji felt heartbroken for the first time, although it was obviously not his fault. Son, what's wrong with you? Even Hagoromo felt that the atmosphere was so oppressive at the moment, as if it had frozen. It seems You are also a young man with a story in this life. Hagoromo's expression was full of a brother's love for his younger brother. But Neji didn't have the leisure to regard the old man in front of him as his brother. As a Six Paths Immortal, in general, his strength should not be as good as his current self. Just that according to the current situation, even the Six Paths Immortal is not clear about Kamizuki and Urashi. Neji let out a breath, looking stern. His thoughts made the atmosphere extremely weird. Then, I have given the power of Yang and Yin to the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, and together they conceal Madara. Since you are the reincarnation of Hamura, you have your own spiritual body and extraordinary talents. You should also be very strong. Go and help them defeat Madara. The previous Indra, the debt owed should be repaid. Quote. Hagoromo said yes, and Neji held out his hand. Wait. Huh. Neji's face was hesitant, and he slowly raised his head. Six paths in front of him, it should be a solemn image, but after some exchanges, the other party seems to be a funny comparison. In addition, in terms of strength, he is not as good as himself in general, but after all, he is a man who has personally experienced the seal of Kagaya, so it is somewhat worthwhile to use, otherwise, wouldn't this opportunity be wasted? Regardless of whether there are some or not, what should be asked is still to be asked. To tell you the truth, about your mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, I also looked into something. Neji's face was indifferent. As if after the friendly negotiation, the signal that the face is finally going to be torn came out. Hearing this, Hagoromo's expression turned serious. What do you know? It seems that you have indeed concealed a part of it. Ten Tails itself is a collection of chakras. The so-called fruit of the god tree is not the fruit that Kagaya secretly picked to win the war, but the fruit originally belonged to Kagaya. It's just, people's greed is everywhere. In order to give the defeated Kagaya the title of sinner, Kagaya is described as a criminal who steals fruit. But in fact, people stole Kagaya's fruit. And the mutation of Ten Tails is precisely because of people's behavior, the result of making the divine tree angry and conjured up. Neji's words surprised Hagoromo. Shocked for a long time, then embarrassed for a moment. Hagoromo let out a breath and said, as expected of the reincarnation of Hamura, you are different from the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, your existence seems to have overshadowed your previous life. Hyuga Neji, please forgive me for using Hamura before. To call you, now that I know you. Hagoromo has no choice but to be exposed. He is even more happy that such a powerful ninja has appeared in his younger generation. Neji asked again, then, can you tell me the details of the time of the seal and the truth? Hagoromo lowered his head and after thinking carefully, he said with a slow sigh, I've told the truth very clearly, and I have explained all the details that are useful to you. We don't know how Mother planted the divine tree, but this planet needs peace. People are just kept in the dark. That is the stage that the fools have to go through. Madara must be stopped no matter what. The protection of the world is the only purpose. I don't want to go the way of Indra, don't think too much about it. My purpose is the same as yours, which is to protect the world. Then there is a way ahead to protect the world, why don't you go? Hagoromo's face became serious, like a quarrel between a stubborn older brother and a stubborn younger brother. Afterwards, Hagoromo breathed a sigh of relief again and said, Neji, no matter what Kagaya's origins are, the small fights in the ninja world are much better than the disasters of the year. So for the sake of great peace, let go of those details. Well. No, this detail is very important. This detail may bring about the destruction of the entire ninja world in the future. Even, the end of the entire planet. Hagoromo was taken aback by Neji's words. What did you say? Because, I found a suspicious point. Doubtful. Hamura felt a chill down his back, the sharpness of the young man, the confident look in his eyes. This made him have a hunch that maybe things are really not as simple as he thought. Okay, then tell me. I must know everything. Hagoromo sighed. He was reluctant to recall the act of killing his relatives in the past, but now he will cooperate with Neji and have a good memory. Neji opened his mouth and asked, "Your mother, Kaguya, gave birth to you by splitting yourself, right? You don't have a father." Neji's question was straightforward. The mother was blessed by the people and gave birth to my brother Hamura and me. The Otsutsuki clan can divide and reproduce by themselves. But Indra and Asura are the children born by me and humans, so the descendants of ninjas are real human beings. Quote. But what Neji cared about, it didn't seem to be the case at all. He continued, "Black Zetsu, this guy was separated by Kaguya at the last moment when you and Hamura sealed Kaguya, as the consciousness of Otsutsuki Kaguya. But in fact, he is the third child of Kaguya. His existence, you and Hamura didn't find out. I really didn't find it. This is something I realized later, but after realizing it, our souls have returned to the Pure Land, and it is difficult to intervene in this world." Hagoromo's eyes looked a little lonely, which was a rare failure in his life. Neji also let out a sigh of relief, and seemed to finally ask the point. A suspicious point appeared. "That is to say, you also had a lot of doubts and confusion about the 10 Tails and the Otsutsuki family at the time, but everything was understood in hindsight. So in order to investigate the truth of the matter, you asked your younger brother Hamura to take the clan to the Moon Guard to investigate the reason. It's also a no-brainer." Hagoromo didn't expect that the young man in front of him would be able to investigate to such an extent. But these were also intentionally concealed by him. Unexpectedly, Neji asked again, "Then the point is, since you are also bearing too much unknown to yourself. I assume, since Kaguya came from far away, then, how do you guarantee that she came alone, without company? Couldn't there be another existence?" Chapter 559 Great War. Two brothers. Another being. You mean? Hagoromo couldn't help but be a little surprised. But after a brief thought, he still said, "You mean Black Zetsu." It was indeed an accident, and it could be regarded as the mother's last self-help. She still wants to complete her plan, but this planet needs peace. Nothing can be above this matter. I have to say that Six Paths Immortals have done a very consistent job in upholding justice. This makes Neji admire very much. Neji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm not talking about Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was just confused and you don't have the ability to see the essence of things. Please don't get me wrong, as the previous Six Paths Immortal, you belong to Chakra. Ancestor level character, I respect you very much. But it doesn't mean that I completely trust your ability. For me, it was your wrong choice that led to the current ending of the ninja world. Your credit and mistakes are in my eyes are equal." Neji's indifferent face at the moment is like a god who judges other people's life and death. You have such courage at such a young age. Hagoromo's mouth twitched. Seeing Neji's aura, he couldn't help but feel mixed emotions, not sure if he was happy or sad. "So, when you say another existence, you mean that you are aware of it, but neither me nor your previous life, no, my brother Hamura and I, are not aware of the existence." "That's right. In that case, how did you perceive it?" Hagoromo's words made Neji speechless. He let out a cough, and the corner of his mouth twitched, but don't think he wasn't ready. Neji is a good foreshadowing. From the beginning of the battle with Madara, he has been holding back, using Shadow Clone to delay time, and later being controlled by the power of Ura's prohibition. Neji deliberately created his own flaws. Constantly testing the control of the power of prohibition, and deliberately falling into the trap of the power of prohibition, is to hide his power without a trace. Like Shadow Clone can be easily seen, but using the power of prohibition, it can be perfectly hidden. Making Six Paths Madara accurately believe that he is still controlled by the power of prohibition, and wrongly estimated his own strength, resulting in Six Paths Madara not paying attention to himself, and not rushing to solve himself. The first benefit of doing this is that it allows Six Paths Madara to focus more on other places, giving herself more time to store energy and breathe. The second benefit is to keep these energies, proud to be in the spiritual world, and take the opportunity to summon the spiritual body of the Six Paths Immortal. Hamura's spirit body, Neji has heard from Kamizuki's mouth. Using Hamura's spirit body to make Hagoromo appear, this is also the usual method of their Otsutsuki clan. So the meeting with the Six Paths Immortals and what they talked about were already in Neji's expectations, and they were also planned from a long time ago. As a traveler, since he knows the solution after the story, and wants to cross the passage in the most stable way, he naturally seeks stability on the basis of the original, and he can also take the opportunity to pick up the wool. I just didn't expect that Neji's wool is a bit too much. Not only the reincarnation of Hamura, the tailed beast chakra, sage art, and the divine power Neji are all included in the bag. Now, the personal biography of the Six Paths Immortals is also in the bag. The dossier, this is what your younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura left behind, right? It records a lot of how to use ninjutsu. Of course, in our current use, it's just a more powerful and purer ninjutsu. That's right, but isn't that file the one used by Hamura to record the ninja? No, it seems that Hamura has more foresight than you on this matter. Maybe you shouldn't have sent him to the moon in the first place. Neji said, feeling a little uncomfortable. He remembered how Hamura felt, alone and with a family on the moon. What a disheartening ending. Afterwards, Neji put away these useless emotions and continued. Hamura's file is the same as the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan you left behind. The higher the eye level, the more you can see. Neji's eyes widened, Hagoromo startled. Neji, are you? Yes, I have activated Byakugan's highest state, Tenseigan. Although I am not skilled enough, I have been able to see all the secrets of the dossier. That dossier was recorded in my mind. The stronger my pupil power, the clearer I can see. Black Zetsu has an ability to record battles, which should be inherited from Kagaya. This ability seems to be a big brother. You didn't inherit it, but Hamura, the younger brother, has it. He recorded that part of the battle in the dossier, and I've replayed the battle when you sealed Kagaya countless times in my mind. Neji's eyes. Besides Black Zetsu, there is another power. At that time, you clearly noticed it. It's because of that power. You ignored the Black Zetsu who survived secretly. Thousands of years ago, that battle of landslides and tsunamis. Big brother. Now, hurry up. Hamura bit Kiba with unwavering eyes. The end. Hagoromo was impressed. Hagoromo looked over there in embarrassment, and asked his mother, who had been restrained by his own strength and unable to move, and asked, are you really not going to look back? Mother. However, Kagaya left a single tear and slowly shook her head. Hagoromo has not been able to understand whether the mother's tear was because of the sorrow of being a mother, or because she was sad because she couldn't complete her plan. Six Paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Boom. The body of the 10 tails is also sealed together. Whoa, 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 tilde. Countless stones passed by, and the one made of rock got bigger and bigger, and the gravitational force got bigger and bigger, and it started to attract bigger stones, until even the land was uprooted. That is, this shocking battle has caused the entire ninja world to be torn apart. Serious polarization began on land. The western region has become a desert, dry all the year round, and it is difficult to have a rainy season, which is the country of the wind later. The northern region is rich in alien beasts, that is, the previous life of psychic beasts, and the biological chain is complete. The northeastern region has high mountains and continuous terrain, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The southeastern region has wide waters and little land surface, making it the land of water later. Next to it is a country of rain that rains all year round, and there are hardly any sunny days. Northwest region is alpine loess, with little woodland. It is the land of the land later. Only the country of fire in the middle is like spring in 4 seasons, and even the country of iron not far from the country of fire is cold all the year round, and there are 6 months of the 12 months of the year when it snows in winter. After this earth-shattering seal, Hagoromo and Hamura realized one thing. That is, after Kagaya left, Ten Tails are still trying to distribute chakra. It seems to be in contact with something. In order to solve this problem, to find the answer to this question, Hamura went to the moon, and intends to investigate for a long time. And Otsutsuki Hagoromo had no choice but to seal the chakra of Ten Tails in his body in order to suppress the restless chakra of Ten Tails, becoming the second Ten Tails person Jinchuriki column force after his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 560 The Strongest. Evening Elephant and Night Guy. I didn't expect that you even noticed this. But that matter, even if you know it, is incapable of solving it. As long as no one in this world knows the truth, no one will loosen the seal of the mother, and that thing will never be able to be solved. Come out, this is the message Hamura left me. Quote. The message Hamura left you? Neji asked suspiciously. In the dossier, it appears that Hamura only recorded the final outcome of that battle. Hamura gave Hagoromo one last message before he died. What information? Neji was very curious. Hagoromo looked up, lost in deep memories. After a long while, Hagoromo said, there is another power, but that power was sealed into the moon along with the mother. Although it has never been sensed before, on the moon Hamura has opened a Tensagen like you. After Tensagen, Hamura had the pleasure of peeking into the moon's volume, which was... What's that? Neji got curious. 10 tails. 10 tails. Neji had an ominous premonition. That's the second 10 tails. Hagoromo said very seriously. This solution, Neji had a hunch early on. But when I actually found out, I was still very shocked. At that level of existence, there is actually a second one. And according to this, it is very likely that the enemy will have a third and fourth. And who is the guy who came with Kagaya? Neji has no information about the master at all. It seems that raising his strength to the 6 paths ahead of time is a wise choice, otherwise, the world will be completely out of reach now. Neji, indeed, I also felt it clearly at the time. But I naively thought that as long as I hide the past, everything will be fine. It seems that I was wrong, and this is the same decision I made about Indra later. Hamura should be kept by my side. He is like you, a guy who likes to analyze. Such a good strategist was sent away by me. I really am a stubborn person. I'm running out of time. All the power will be passed on to Indra and Asura. Finally, Hyuga Neji. Hagoromo let out a long breath and said, I didn't expect you to be so obsessed with this world. You are even more obsessed with the ninja world than my younger brother. You are actually my younger brother. I shouldn't treat you as outsiders. You should know these things, and this power should be handed over to you. Quote. Leave it to me. Hamura's strongest power, the power that was given to me before going to the moon, is also what made me a 6 paths fairy. In those days, Hamura's talent was much higher than mine. Maybe it was because of my own environment that I thought that the future of the talented brother Indra was inferior to that of the younger brother. But it seems that it is my fault. Sometimes, talent really matters too. Indra proved it, Madara proved it, Sasuke proved it, and now. Neji, you proved it too. Ziz. I saw the fairy staff in the hands of the 6 paths fairy gleaming, emitting a dazzling light. What is this? Neji was subconsciously wary. And Hagoromo smiled knowingly and explained, this is Hamura's unique cultivation method. I see that you are now affected by some kind of restraining force. Although I am not a real entity now, there is no way to help you solve it. But Hamura's cultivation method, the law may be able to help you, and I don't know where the Hamura guy got this power, but this is the same power as sage art or even superior to sage art, divine power. Divine power. Neji just found it funny and smiled lightly. Wow. Wow. Neji couldn't help but yell out, and Hagoromo disappeared in front of him. His eyes turned black, and he felt as if his chest was blocked by something, and suddenly there was a blackness in front of him. What is it? Indra, Asura, now I give you the power of yin and yang. Seal Madara and save the world. Om. The 8 inner gates. Whoa 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 whoa. Bang. The fast movements made Madara overwhelmed, and the whole person was like a ball, being constantly hit by Guy. Ha, ha, ha. Heavily, Madara was forced to an almost desperate place even though she had the power of 6 paths. All around, there are ruined ground and scorched stones. Madara turned her head, glanced at the charred stone, and smiled bitterly, ha ha. What an amazing move. He actually uses his fist to rub against the air to create a flame, and when the air and the flame are rubbed repeatedly, even the stone can be smelted. And there was that chi wave. I thought it was a chakra body, but Madara was completely slapped in the face, and even the 6 paths fairy staff was almost broken. Don't even morning peacock and day tiger work. Little Lee bit Kiba, and it was the pain of his teacher's battle that burned his life, and the hope that the enemy could be beaten down. He, go on, go on. Continue to please me. Madara is like crazy, she is so embarrassed anyway, it is better to enjoy the thrill of battle. Shishyung. Huh. What? The speed is so fast that it can't even match the 4th generation of Raikage, and Madara accurately perceives that the blow has completely surpassed that kid Raikage. 1 speed. Huh. 2nd speed. 3 speeds. 4 speed. At this point, Kakashi has come to Lee's side, supporting Lee. Next to him, Amaterasu looked after Neji, who had passed out. Guy teacher said that Shishyang is a continuous attack from 1 speed to 5 speed, and each continuous attack will be several times the strength of the previous one, such an increase until the last blow, and the burning life will become more and more come faster. Little Lee's eyes. Lee. Kakashi couldn't stand it any longer. Little Lee wiped it and said stubbornly, no, I'm not sad. This is the last class Mr. Guy has given me. I have to watch the teacher's back carefully. 5 speed. Bang. Ah. Madara spat out blood and was kicked to the ground with a loud noise. The smoke billowed and Guy fell to the ground. He gasped for breath, his chest and arms also rose and fell. The last acupuncture point of the follower's death door contracted, and the pain in his body began to spread throughout his body. Damn, it feels like every cell is being squeezed and kneaded, this kind of pain. It's beyond my imagination. Guy bites the Kiba pass. Clenched fist. And over there, Madara climbed up from the ruins again, wiping the blood from the corners of her mouth. Hee, it's like falling leaves in autumn. Is there anything else? Is there a stronger move? Madara raised her head. Come on. Let's dance. Ha ha ha. Guy bit Kiba and exhaled angrily. The gesture trembled, and the legs pushed forward. Anyway, it was the last move, success or failure depends on the sky. I can only use Night Guy, this is my last. And my strongest move. After the gesture is completed, the chakra is condensed. Accumulate. Boom. The strong chakra distorted the surrounding space. Madara widened her eyes in surprise, grinned, and said frantically, this chakra. I recognize you. This is the first time since Hashirama. In terms of physique, no one can beat you. Madara would like to call you the strongest. Chapter 561 Timely. Kickoff Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball. Guy, you really. Kakashi drove the Sharingan and watched Might Guy's state carefully. A move of that level can no longer be called a human move. Even if Kakashi risked his own life, he would never reach the heights. You really become what my father said, far superior to me. Guy. Boom. Haven't made a move yet. Night Guy's chakra burst out the surrounding air, and the bloody Yuhi-colored steam dispersed, which was shocking. Madara blinked and waved the 6 paths wand in her hand, urging the power of the 6 paths in her body to slowly overflow, but she still felt countless pressures. Hee, saw, let me see. The last dead gate of the legendary The 8 Inner Gates. Boom. As if a huge building suddenly collapsed, Madara's heart seemed to be accompanied by Guy's actions, as if something collapsed. The heaviness of the giant falling down also immediately weighed on his heart. Madara realized when Guy was almost in front of him. Is it the pressure? I was actually overwhelmed by the momentum. It's too late to defend. The speed and power of this move simply surpasses most S-rank ninjutsu. What's more, it's just a gymnastics. Terrible. Ooh. That Yuhi color fluttered up neatly, forming the appearance of a giant dragon. Whew. A kick came, and the wind howled. At this moment, Madara seemed to recall her whole body in her mind, and this move was absolutely impossible to avoid. If you resist hard, you will only die worse. You can only. Madara forcibly used chakra to attack below herself, making a violent explosion. Bang! What? He actually attacked his feet. In the end, Kakashi frowned slightly. He wanted to use Kamui's help to remove the obstacle, but unexpectedly Guy's speed didn't need his help at all, and Madara didn't choose to attack at all. I saw the wind from the explosion, whistling away. Guy kicked it, and the giant dragon swooped in, full of momentum. Night Guy. Madara's attack and Guy's attack were released at the same time, but Madara was still kicked in the back by a stubborn kick, and the fierce dragon bit it, which was earth-shattering. Boom, boom. Thick smoke billowed, and the battlefield became a mess. The thick smoke and dust after the war could not be dissipated for nearly a minute. In the end, how is it? Tenten swallowed. She was very worried, and between her legs, Neji was sleeping soundly. Kakashi only dared to reopen Sharingan to observe the situation after a minute after being shocked, and when he saw it, he was shocked. I saw that Six Paths Madara's body has been kicked in half. But still alive. For Guy who used Yi Guy, his body was almost scorched at this time, and his whole body was like used coal, faintly flickering with fire. Alive, to survive that kind of attack. While shocked, Kakashi tried his best to analyze it. It seems that at that time, Madara made an immediate decision when Wise was about to hit this attack. That is to use his own attacks to generate impact under his feet. Attack yourself first, because the speed at which the spell is launched is much faster than the speed at which you move, so Madara uses the spell to allow herself to move smoothly. After a brief movement, Madara's body leaned over and veered away from where Guy was supposed to be. That kind of speed and strength, it is absolutely impossible for Guy to change direction and position in the middle, he can only find the right opportunity and hit it once. But Madara's response was very clever, making Guy kick in the wrong position, keeping the position of the head and the heart, and the other half of the body that hit the attack was turned into a slag by Guy's one move, and disappeared. Madara sat embarrassedly among the dilapidated ruins, showing a hideous smile. Funny, this guy almost killed me. He grinned and widened his wicked eyes. Although you have already opened the door of death, you are already a candle in the wind of death. But Madara's body at this time started to grow. What is that? Little Lee clenched his fists, still immersed in the resentment that his teacher's last blow failed to kill him. It's not like the cells of Hokage in the first generation, but the power of yin and yang of Six Paths. It's really monster-level power. Kakashi sighed, the other party is simply not a creature of the same level as his side. But you please me, so to reward you, I'll send you on the road myself. Madara showed a smug smile and stretched out her hand, only to see the black Gudodama truth-seeking ball rushing towards Guy immediately. I don't know if it was because of the night Guy's attack, Madara's movements were much slower, and the speed of Gudodama truth-seeking ball was not as fast as before. The naked eye can also completely catch up. Mr. Guy, Little Lee bit Kiba and wanted to go up to resist. But Kakashi stopped him. If you touch that Gudodama truth-seeking ball, you're dead. But Little Lee hesitated. Now in the end, Guy who used the 8 inner gates is also certain to die. Kakashi, on the other hand, widened his eyes and used Kamui to transfer Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Afterwards, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, I finally caught up. This distance, Kamui can use it. It's just that the voice just fell, and over there, Madara's voice sounded again. Hee hee, you guys look like you have nice eyes too. But what about the next one? Huh. Madara's ability has recovered a lot, and this time the speed has returned to normal. Kakashi's Kamui is not so resilient, because it is not related to the Uchiha clan. The use of Sharingan for chakra is huge and there is still a long period of inflexibility. Not to mention such a high-speed movement, even if it can be captured, there is no way to perform the operation. Although Guy is sure to die, everyone still has a heart for Guy. Die, hee hee. Madara showed a smug smile, and from this moment, he felt that his purest blood from the Sengoku era was inspired. However, a figure came quickly. It's just like yellow flash. Bang! Naruto kicked Gudodama truth-seeking ball away. Kicked away. Madara was startled, very stunned. Huh. I saw that Gudodama truth-seeking ball was not only kicked away by Naruto, but also drove towards Madara at a high speed, and Madara had to avoid it. Bang! Gudodama truth-seeking ball hits the ground with an explosion. Teacher Nangmei. Naruto looked at Guy who had been scorched lying on the ground, and the calmness in his eyes revealed a little anger. He stepped forward, crouched down, and pressed his hand on Guy's heart. Then, it seems that something has quietly changed. PFF'd. Use Rinnegan to clearly see that the dead door of Guy's heart, which was about to eliminate the last bit of primitive chakra, burned again. This guy, what did he do? Why is someone who was already dead actually able to control the influence of the death door? For Madara, this is simply a blind spot of knowledge. And Madara looked at Naruto again, his eyes were cross eyes. And the chakra contained in the body is also different from the past. This guy seems to be different from before. Naruto, what happened to you? Chapter 562 Six Paths. The Power of Yin and Yang. Hey, one after the other, what an annoying guy. It's more fun fighting Hashirama. Madara's expression of disappointment with these people was almost like the Child King was throwing a tantrum. But a child is a child after all, and if his thinking is too naive, he will be looked down upon by everyone. No matter how strong you are, if you go the wrong way, you are still guilty. Hashirama, you should feel very sad to see these guys without dignity. Hee hee. Madara said here, talking to herself again. Forget it, now that I look at it, it doesn't matter. It's better to hurry up and get back my left eye. It's time for the world to become one with me. Madara's mouth twitched, and she was full of middle school style. Naruto. There, Tenten looked at Naruto's back and felt an unusual chakra. But she's not a perceptive ninja, so I can't say anything has changed. Naruto, you. Knowing what Kakashi was going to ask, Naruto turned his head and smiled and said, don't worry, Dad gave me the other half of his body, Kyuubi, 9 tails. Pulled away and died. And now I feel like I can do a lot of things. He twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the little Lee who was staring blankly at him. Boy Nangmei, come and take teacher Nangmei away, it's too dangerous here. Naruto. Little Lee was still a little overwhelmed, and there were tears in the corners of his eyes, and he did not come out of the mood of losing his teacher. Naruto smiled, showing a sunny and kind-hearted look, and said, don't worry, teacher Nangmei will not die, I have helped him to keep the last acupoint of death. Now he only has some trauma, let Sakura later. Give him a good treatment. So it is. Little Lee left the stage immediately, picked up Guy who was completely black, and left quickly. Naruto, be careful. Next, leave the battlefield to me. At this time, on the other side, Sasuke also woke up. Sasuke, then, what are you going to do? Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with a curious expression. And Karen over there was also faintly dull, and from Sasuke, he felt a power similar to Neji. Similar to the powers that Neji once showed that were more advanced than ordinary chakras, but they were different, and Karen didn't know what they were. Even if the perception is clear, but because the world is not widely seen, it is meaningless. It feels a little different from before. Sasuke. Suzuki narrowed his eyes, hid behind Orochimaru, and secretly looked at Sasuke with an indifferent face. The sound of footsteps, Sasuke turned around and walked in one direction. The priority now is to deal with Madara. As for the rest, let's talk about it. Sasuke's indifferent voice made Orochimaru stunned. He lowered his head and murmured inwardly, Sasuke, your wind has regained its strength. Tilde. The black stick was pulled out and cut off with one hand. This guy can actually touch this black stick. Second generation Hokage Tobirama frowned slightly and saw Sasuke indifferently rescue him. Tobirama finally regained his freedom of movement and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke asked indifferently, Second generation, can you transfer now? Yes. But with the current chakra and distance, at most one person can be transferred with me. It's okay, it's enough for me to go alone. Sasuke said, his eyes narrowed slightly. At this time, Tobirama carefully saw that Sasuke's left eye. The ripple state. Is Rinnegan. Your eyes, Rinnegan? Tobirama asked suspiciously. Sasuke didn't answer, only said, stop talking nonsense, it's almost time to go. Sasuke and Tobirama left. Karen said eagerly, quick. We'll go to support too. Neji is over there too. Neji's chakra is barely perceptible now. Orochimaru laughed and said, but we don't have sage art. Maybe Shigego can give it a try, our past words are meaningless. I can. Kabuto pushed his eyes and said, Master Neji is the one who got me out of my confusion, and I will follow him to the death. My sage art should be able to come in handy. In addition, the abilities of the few of you are also very rare. Go over together, it should come in handy. Quote. However, we are all ordinary people. Unlike Hokage in all dynasties, chakra is limited. We have consumed too much strength in this battle. As Orochimaru said, a figure suddenly jumped up. I haven't participated in this war yet. You. Seeing that figure, Kabuto and Orochimaru were stunned. I saw that the visitor was their former subordinate, Kagaya Kimimaro of the Kagaya family. Kimimaro. Kabuto was also taken aback. He heard that Kimimaro had been subservient to Neji's hands and had been acting secretly, but he didn't expect to show up in this battle, but now he is here. Kimimaro, long time no see. Orochimaru looked at the body that he once admired, and was very satisfied and nostalgic. Hey, Kimimaro, didn't Neji arrange for you to guard important places in the Hyuga clan? Why did you leave without authorization? Karen asked with a frown. Kimimaro's expression was indifferent. Originally, the purpose of guarding it was to prevent Orochimaru and his subordinates, but through Shueiyu's investigation, now all Orochimaru's strongholds and information have been mastered, and there is no danger for the time being. Everyone was startled and looked at Shueiyu. Okay Shueiyu, when did you do it? I can't help it. If I don't do it, Neji will kill me tilde. Afterwards, Kimimaro looked at Orochimaru again and said, Orochimaru, even if you don't want to help Neji-sama, but all the people here will not go with you. Suzuki and Karen were originally Neji-sama's subordinates, and Kabuto is now. Quote. Kimimaro looked at Shigego, and Shigego widened his eyes dumbfounded. Kimimaro. Heavy knee. The two looked at each other and smiled, like old friends for many years. This time, the battle lines are directly unified, and there is no need to explain too much. Orochimaru was also forced to be helpless and joined the line to support Neji tilde. It's just you, are you going to beat me? Ha. Madara looked at Naruto in front of her and smiled lightly. Then, the art of Hiraishin comes. No, it's not me, it's us. Naruto chuckled lightly, and the surroundings immediately seemed to be ablaze with golden fire. Next to him, Sasuke has appeared, and Rinnegan in his left eye is very eye-catching. Sasuke, and the second generation. Kakashi blinked and stared at the two who had just appeared in surprise. Madara over there noticed something and was surprised. Sasuke's left eye. Rinnegan. He looked at the two and stood together, just like the Hagoromo Hamura brothers who sealed Kagaya standing together. Madara spoke slowly and asked, "One has the power of Yang that can restrain the flow of life in the door of death, and the other has the power of Yin who has opened the Rinnegan. This is the power of 6 paths. And I the same." Madara raised her head proudly, as if at this moment he was the embodiment of the 6 paths fairy. Hee, this guy calls himself a 6 paths immortal, how funny. You say so, Sasuke. Ah, but he is indeed an old man like the 6 paths sage. The pairing of the two was full of sarcasm. Chapter 563 Vulcan. Mind Training. What kind of tacit understanding between these two people seems to have suddenly formed? Madara frowned slightly. What he didn't know was that he hadn't seen the 6 paths fairy. The two people in front of him had already seen the existence of the 6 paths immortal. Moreover, both of them are very tacit understanding of what the other knows and thinks in their hearts. This is the feeling that Madara, who is alone, cannot and has never experienced. But Madara didn't realize it. He didn't know how stupid and funny he was calling himself 6 paths immortal, in the eyes of Naruto and Sasuke at the moment. Even if you have the power of yin and yang, but I have the power of both sides. I am the second 6 paths immortal, and you are just wasting your efforts in front of me. Madara looked at the two of them proudly, not knowing that they were already exchanging tactics. Sasuke, do you feel it? There are invisible enemies around that guy. Ah, is it? I can see clearly. 4. Neji and this kind of guy have dragged on for so long. There's Teacher Nangmei, we must avenge them. I feign attack, you support me. Pat ta ta ta. Sasuke has already stepped forward at a rapid pace. Madara frowned slightly and jumped up. Sasuke also raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and rose quickly. Madara saw Sasuke flying, and quickly hand seal. Senpo, Sage Art Fire Dance Dragon. Boom. Intense flames circled in the air, taking the shape of a dragon and bending away. Sasuke used Kaiden's fire style vision to obstruct his vision, quickly pulled away his huge shuriken hidden in the scroll, and threw it out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The shuriken headed towards Madara. Madara smiled contemptuously. To attack me with shuriken, you really underestimate me. However, Sasuke's mouth twitched and his eyes were firm. Clap. Seeing that Madara avoided the shuriken very easily, the shuriken split into two, and then took the initiative to break apart. Sasuke pulled his hands, and there were two very thin steel wires connecting the shuriken. With the power of the steel wire, Sasuke pulled up and avoided the swept fire dragon. Kaiden, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Hand seal again, the cage fire lingered around the steel wire, and quickly flew towards Madara. This guy, using Kaiden, fire style, against Kaiden, fire style. How naive, knowing it won't work for me. Madara is using Rinnegan to absorb incoming dragon flame jutsu. On the other side, Naruto's Rasenshuriken was attacking quickly. Madara saw that he couldn't dodge, so he bit Kiba. Limbo. Boom. Madara replaced herself with the shadow, and she was replaced by the shadow. Sasuke, this guy and shadow have switched positions. Naruto reminded. Sasuke nodded. Ah, I know, continue to attack this shadow. I saw Sasuke only glanced at Madara who had moved to the bottom, his right eye was round, and Mangekyo Sharingan was spinning. Amaterasu. Boom. Amaterasu and Naruto's Rasenshuriken gather together, and with the blessing of Futon, wind-style Amaterasu's black flame burns even more vigorously. But Madara below is very puzzled. I know that the attack is shadow clone, why? But the next moment, his eyes widened. Ah! Boom! The churning flames almost destroyed him in an instant. Madara came back to her senses, only to find that she had appeared on the shadow just now, and her shadow and herself had switched positions again. What's the matter? Why am I here? Zzz. PFF'd. The moment Chidori lightning cutter passes through Madara's body, Madara performs the one and only and escapes here. Instead, a shadow forcibly returned to Madara's body, and Madara's body instantly became covered in bruises. After the two landed, Naruto immediately said, "Sasuke, this guy's clone is limited, and some of the injuries suffered by the clone will be transferred to the main body." "Ah, I can see clearly," Sasuke said, touched his left eye with his hand, and he suddenly realized in his heart, so it is, the power of this left eye. Neji, who fell into Tenten's arms, was sleeping soundly. Neji, who was meditating in front of him, and yawned. "Hey, my host, Hyuga Neji, why don't you go and fight Madara? Are you really not afraid of losing the war?" "Don't worry, I'll go out when I completely master the realm you're in." Now Naruto and Sasuke have just obtained the power of yin and yang, so they can last for a long time. This is my hard-earned opportunity to rest, and who am I right now? Hey. Seeing Neji's smirk, Vulcan sighed and frowned helplessly. "Hey, by the way, Vulcan, what's the name of the practice you're talking about, heart?" "Cultivation of the heart. Can you still remember such a simple name?" "Oh yes. As long as you finish practicing this mental method, you can get a big boost in strength, right?" Vulcan nodded and explained casually, "Yes, according to your current strength, this is the case. You not only have the consciousness of the Godhead, but also have the body of the Vulcan in the extremely high realm of returning to the original. Said that you were invincible. It is because of insufficient spiritual practice that you were injured." "No, I think it's because of the restraining power in my body." "Ah, that's one of the reasons anyway. But divine power is a power that surpasses those of the Otsutsuki clan. This is something you need to keep in mind." When Vulcan spoke, the look of the little Tsunere revealed from time to time proudly in his eyes. Neji doesn't have time to take care of this, and now he just wants to try this training method that the Six Paths Immortal threw to him. It's just, where did you get the cultivation method? You can't figure it out by yourself, right? You can suddenly improve so fast, I really don't believe it. Vulcan pouted, distrusting Neji. Neji's mouth twitched. This is the power handed down by the Six Paths Immortals. And I need to temper my heart right now. As long as I suddenly control my mind, the power of prohibition will probably be suppressed by me, right? You know what, the enemy I have to face is far more powerful than you think. Vulcan shrugged and murmured, you might as well give me your body and liberate the power of my peak period. Six Paths Madara in front of me is not my opponent at all. Neji chuckled and said, Six Paths Madara. You think too much, this is just the enemy in front of you. Compared with Six Paths Madara, there will still be stronger enemies in the future. Vulcan said again, but then again, why do you want to practice the cultivation method taught to you by the Six Paths Immortal? The ninja sect of that era was indeed strong, but it is not suitable for this era. And you are clearly already in the new territory. The identity of the Lord God, cultivate your own divine power well, wouldn't it be fun to call the wind and call the rain to the gods in the future? Quote. What I'm cultivating now is the divine power method. Divine power. Why would the Six Paths sage? I told you that you don't understand, this is the treasure left by Otsutsuki Hamura in a previous life. From crossing into this world, apart from what I got from the system, I didn't get any good things in this ninja world. I'm really lucky now, and I can't stop it. Identity is still a special liking. Chapter 564 Tomo. Become a person Jinchuiki column force. By the way, Vulcan, do you really know how to cultivate divine power? Of course. I am a god myself. If I don't practice divine power, do I still practice the low-level chakra in your ninja world? Vulcan looked down on chakra. Neji was outside just now, experiencing the level battle of Six Paths Madara, but Vulcan actually underestimated chakra. But after all, Neji can see the higher order world now, so I can agree with this statement. It's just that he still doesn't believe that if the gods can be as powerful as Vulcan, how could such an existence be played by the Uzumaki clan? Look, your distracting thoughts are coming again. You are still questioning the existence of our gods in your heart. Neji can be described as beautiful outside, but in this Vulcan realm, he immediately became a scum in the eyes of Vulcan. It's not about strength, because in order to make Vulcan promise to help him train his divine power, he can improve his spiritual consciousness, that is, the realm of Godhead consciousness as soon as possible, so that he may be able to achieve the improvement of his breakthrough state. This is also a last resort. Now it seems that Pushi's restraining power is too underestimated, and he must find a way to solve it. Even if you can use a single whole card to achieve a theoretically undefeated situation, it is far from being able to achieve the uninhabited situation that you envisioned. This is only to 6 paths Madara. If there is any unexpected situation, such as the existence of Pushi, he may suffer a loss. Neji came up with this trick. Since he can't solve the status quo, his ability must be too weak. Hurry up to improve his strength and see if he can make a breakthrough. Maybe he is too weak. Once you become stronger and pass a certain critical point, maybe it will come to light. This is the stage that many protagonists of martial arts novels must go through when practicing martial arts. Neji also intends to try hard and give it a try. And the most convenient thing about this Vulcan realm is that 1 second outside, 1 minute can be spent inside. That is to say, in the 3 hours from entering to now practicing, only 3 minutes have passed outside, and I have already gotten better and better for this training. This greatly reduces the cost of training and improves efficiency. Our gods, it was just because of the civil war. I'm not bragging to you, if the power of the gods can be united, no power in this world can rival the gods. Don't let your mind wander. Listen to me carefully, I can perceive all the distracting thoughts in your mind now. Instead of letting you think about those messy things, it's better to follow me and learn about the history of our gods. Neji knew that the tirade was coming again, but he didn't think too much about it. Only immediately entered another spiritual realm. That is, the spiritual world in the spiritual world. The existence here should not even be aware of Vulcan, because this is the dimension of communication with the system. From the perspective of the spiritual world, Neji is only caught in a world of real spiritual purity, the so-called restraint of the 5 senses and the purity of the 6 senses. Seeing Neji's untroubled appearance, Vulcan nodded erratically. This kid is really a genius. Can you maintain such a high level of concentration even at this time? However, at this time. System. Check the personal properties panel. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 18. Actual combat proficiency, 399.5 W. Talent, Steal and Devour, Soul Orb, Fire Soul Orb. Identity, Lord of the New Territories, God of Destiny and Destiny. Strength, Semi-Holy, Quasi-Holy, Saint, Heavenly Path. Ability. 7 Chakra Attributes Max, Back to Basics. Pure Eyes. Tensegan, 7.099%, used by Akugan to increase slowly in actual combat. Swordsmanship ability is superb. Sage Mode Max Back to Basics. Demonic Illusion ability Max Back to Basics. Divine Power integrates and penetrates. Physique, Complete Sage Body. Godhead Consciousness. Body of Vulcan Max returns to basics. Weapons. Thunder God's Sword with Spirit Evil God, Blood Killing God, Wine Cut Sword, 10-Fist Sword, 8-Foot Mirror, 8-Foot Chongtomo. Realm. Chakra Spirit Realm, Vulcan Possession. Special Items. 1 to Kyubi, 9 Tails, Chakra, 6 Paths Immortal Yin-Yang Power, Shisui I, Hashirama Cell. Sure enough, it's still a level of combat power. Neji couldn't help being a little disappointed. After being promoted to Half-Saint, he never felt that he had the strength of Half-Saint. System, how much do I need to advance from a semi-sage to a quasi-sage? How far am I? Back to the host, this system does not have this function. 10,000 grass and mud horses ran through Neji's heart. I have never been so silent in my life. So, system, can you show me a clear path? How can I improve my strength now? Neji rubbed his chin. Even if he said the most cowardly words, he had to use the hardest tone. The system has no emotions and will only answer the host's questions honestly. For Neji, it is still much better than the arrogant guy from Vulcan. Go back to the host. The fastest ways to improve your strength are listed in order. 1. Raise the consciousness of Godhead to the realm of integration. 2. Raise the power of divine power to the realm of perfection. 3. Integrate Tomo and the power of the tail beast. Enter your own chakra. I can still understand these 1 and 2. After all, these 2 abilities are particularly important for exploring the realm of the power of gods, and they also fit my current Vulcan body. But what does the 3rd point mean? Bakugong Tomo is a relic that predates the 6 Paths Immortals. In that war, the artifacts also absorbed enough chakra. All the artifacts in the world are more in line with the original chakra because of the changes in the world. The chakra in people's body is an accident caused by the genetic mutation of the body due to the influence of the war, and it is not the source of the real ancestor of the chakra. The tailed beast chakra is the original chakra divided into 9 by the 6 Paths Immortal. The original source is the collection of the residual chakra collected in the war. The artifact has a special response to the original chakra. And the role of Tomo Bakugong lies in this. The main attack of the Ten-Fist Sword, the master of the mirror defense, Tomo, is to strengthen the soul and body energy of the holder. Quote. Enhanced. 8-footed Joan Tomo can integrate the chakra of the tailed beast, and the divine power inside is equivalent to a powerful sealing technique. In other words, you who are extremely chakra of the 9-tailed beast, 8-footed Tomo can compress it to there is a steady stream of chakras for you to use. And because the chakras stored in the system do not need to be used by fairy beasts. Therefore, you will become a human Jinchuriki column force. But because there are no fairy beasts, or tailed beasts in the body, to store chakra. Therefore, this sealing warlock will also be flawed. He can't let the host improve most of the strength. Otherwise, it will bring more difficulties to the host. Big improvement. Quote. What is the bigger improvement? Is it a direct upgrade to the quasi-saint? Neji suddenly raised his spirits and asked curiously. System only said leisurely, of course. Impossible. The road to sanctification is extremely difficult. Please don't take chances, host. However, becoming a human Jinchuriki column force, as long as the host can control the chakra well, and does not sway from side to side because of the huge amount of chakra, it will become a powerful weapon. Let the host be strong enough to control the power of his own source, and exert his own power. The level of a semi-sage can be achieved. Quote. Hearing this, Neji gave a little thought. Chapter 565 Torment. The road to becoming a god. The spiritual realm is different from the fierce battlefield outside. It is quiet and peaceful, as if the so-called war will never happen. However, a Vulcan trapped here is already tired of this kind of peace. But after all, how many eternal? No, dozens of eternal. That war or the past era, I don't know how many years have passed. The battles of the gods in the old era are still vivid in my mind. The pain of that kind of battle, what Vulcan brings is the unforgettable shadow. What pain said is true from a certain point of view. Whether it is the strong or the weak, only when they have experienced real pain can they hope for peace. This is an inevitable and accidental result. Drip, tilde. A drop of water fell, as if something had blossomed. Neji opened his eyes suddenly. How's it going? Vulcan asked with immediate concern. Neji opened his eyes and looked at Vulcan. How to improve the consciousness of Godhead? This. Vulcan hesitated for a moment, then began to explain to Neji. As a god, Vulcan knows exactly how to cultivate into a god. After all, where did the gods come from in this world? Gods also evolved from the original vitality, and even some gods were originally mortals. However, most of them are fallen gods and higher-level life forces from more distant worlds, and some are evolved from magical species that once existed on this planet, and can eventually control spiritual power and evolve into gods. The road to becoming a god is not simple, and it is so complicated that it is not something you can achieve by becoming stronger. Now Neji's combat power is close to the bottom level of a god, but it is still very difficult to become a god. First of all, it is very difficult to temper the body of the gods. Want to practice strong mental strength. In order to reach the point where the body like Vulcan has rotted and the spirit remains forever in the world, it must be tempered and stimulated over 100 million times. And the premise of having these is to have a body that can't be beaten at all, that is, the body of a god. And Neji obtained the body of Vulcan through the system, so in the exhausted battles again and again, Neji's body was not burdened to the point of collapse. But that's exactly the reason. Your mental power can't support your powerful Vulcan body, Jinchuriki column. It's normal to be overdrawn often. Is that so? I always thought that Ura's restraining power was working. Don't worry, although I don't know why you can directly temper the body of the Vulcan into the most top-level existence in a period of time, this proves that you are really a genius. Since ancient times, no god has done it. Your level, that's why I recognize you. The improvement of godhead is very different from that of the body, but the basic principle is the same. That is, through different tempering and blows. Stimulation, to put it simply, is the same as training your body normally. Or, the stimulation should be a little bigger. Oh, yes, you should know. The conditions for the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan to open their eyes. When Vulcan said this, Neji suddenly understood something. The tempering of the spirit is to make you suffer more painful things than you. It is a spiritual realm that is more unbearable than ordinary people. I can use the ghost fire to help you experience that pain. Do you really want to try it? If you do, you may fall into reincarnation and never be able to escape. The corner of Vulcan's mouth twitched, with a sinister smile. Hyuga Neji, I have to remind you here. If you fail, I will take your body for myself. Vulcan's eyes met the indifferent Neji seriously. Originally, I didn't mean this, but your Vulcan body is a really good opportunity for me. With a complete Vulcan body, I can restore the glory of the past. But now I have the consciousness of Godhead I can't resist you. But once your mental power collapses because of this trial, I will take the opportunity to occupy your body and complete the real resurrection. No, for our gods, it should be said to be reappearance, right? The gods are immortal, no matter what the circumstances. Hearing this, Neji's eyes actually flashed. He waved in his mind for a long time, and Vulcan also felt a little strange. What? Are you afraid? Ha ha. No, I mean. Neji laughed stupidly and said, gods are immortal. So if you say that, I'm already immortal, right? This. Vulcan was stunned. Neji in front of him didn't take the test in front of him as a difficulty at all. He excitedly said to himself, according to this, even if I fail this trial, I still have a chance, right? As for my body, use it if you want. Anyway, as a god, my strength is forever. But thank you for reminding me. If this is the case, I have completely understood what to do next. Neji can be considered to have solved a big doubt in his heart. He originally took a lot of insurance to protect Neji himself, but now that the authenticity of this matter has been ensured, Neji can rest assured and boldly risk it. No matter how painful and tortured his body is due to the power of prohibition, as long as his spiritual power is completed and he is strong enough, he will be immortal and will return one day. Then, let's start. But I don't think I will fail. After all, as a god now, God will not fail easily. Seeing Neji's determined face, Vulcan was too surprised to speak. Too similar, the main gods of the old times. That kind of spirit of righteousness has been passed down. Then let's begin. Vulcan slowly exhaled, his expression serious. Boom. The faint blue flames slowly appeared around, thumping up. Neji looked around, a little surprised. Vulcan explained, this ghost fire looks different from ordinary ghost fire. Although it also comes from hell, it is the same color as pure fire. This is the soul that will go through hell before going to the pure land to cleanse and reincarnate. The ghost fire of suffering is also a symbol of suffering. The gods survived the torment of the ghost fire, but they did not cleanse the soul and reincarnate, but lived forever in the world. Quote. In itself, legend has it that the first god was born from hell. Neji listened to Vulcan's explanation and nodded leisurely. If that's the case, let's step up. Neji opened his eyes and took a breath. Ziz. Boom. Good. Vulcan doesn't care about the 3721, but he also wants to see, where is the limit of the spirit of this son of mankind? Boom. I don't know how many times of tempering and torture, but Neji still stands still. Vulcan frowned slightly, almost exhausting all his energy. Hoa hoa hoa. Ghost fire does not grow by fire, but by seriousness. The dark blue of the flame has gradually turned into a bright white blue, and the extent of the flame can be imagined. But Neji, who was in the center of the ghost fire, was still indifferent without any distractions. Even Vulcan had an indescribable illusion. This guy, what kind of existence is it? Mental power can be emptied to such an extent. Chapter 566 Divine Power. God Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. For Vulcan, this is already doing his best. I thought that even if Neji survived this catastrophe, it should have gone through a very painful process. But Neji seemed far more powerful than he thought. To endure mental torture, you must learn to empty your mind, which is called meditation. When meditating, it is necessary to keep the mind empty, to put it bluntly, that is, when thinking, but without any content. When you are alive, when you are awake, you must be free from any delusions. The so-called no color, no desire, no greed and no desire, this is the realm that a god should have at least. When he incarnates as a mortal, he can become an existence of any shape, and when he returns to his original appearance, he must become a just and merciful God. Is the real God. But Neji does it all with ease. And what Vulcan didn't know at this time was. Neji sighed, at this time he was at the level of communication with the system. System, do you think the chicken or the egg came first? Neji pursed his lips and seemed to be really trying to think about it. Go back to the host, I don't know. Neji didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this ruthless system couldn't help himself at the moment. He smiled and said, hey, don't blame me. The Vulcan said that the road to becoming a god was so terrifying, shouldn't I have to do this? You, as a system, don't help me become stronger. It's not you. Is it dereliction of duty? As your host, I actually think of a way to become stronger. Do you think you are moved or not, Tilda? System, I dare not move, I can't move. Besides, anyway, your purpose as a system is to make me stronger. This is the meaning of your existence, and now your ability is so in line with the realm of no distractions that Vulcan said. I will use it. Quote. Congratulations to the host, Zuid and Max, for entering the realm of returning to nature. Ah, you really are a stubborn system, Tilda. Neji lay on his back, surrounded by darkness, not knowing what level he was on. But the forbearance skills that Vulcan said, I am afraid that no mortal in this world can do it. To think soberly without disturbing any thoughts, is this still a living thing? But after all, Neji himself is a first-order mortal, and he doesn't want to be a god, but just pursues the so-called power. These powers are only to quell the war, or to protect the important people around them. As a traveler, Neji also has important bonds in this world. Ino, Tenten, Little Lee, Karen, Suzuki, and even Sasuke and Naruto are all people of the same age as Neji and have experienced many unforgettable things together. If this world is destroyed, they will cease to exist, right? As a god Tilda, I really have an obligation Tilda, Neji said indifferently, showing a gratified smile. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. Senpo, Sage Art Senpo. Whoa whoa. I saw white light shrouded in pitch black lightning, attacking everyone. Naruto frowned slightly, and quickly threw out his black stick to block the lightning. Blocked. Madara frowned. She was using the Senpo, sage art of the power of 6 paths, and Naruto actually possessed the same power. The next moment, he was startled. Front of him, there should have been the shadow of Limbo, but now it has been replaced by Sasuke. That's right, displacement, not movement. It happened all of a sudden and Madara couldn't react. Ziz. The black Chidori penetrated Madara's chest and Madara clenched Kiba. Sasuke was stunned, realizing that Madara in front of him had been replaced with his clone again. Madara covered her heart with her hand, and after a while, the wound slowly healed. What happened when they were about to die? The pressure on him was growing. Fighting these two guys is a huge heaviness that has never been seen before. With the power of 6 paths of the same level, the strength can be said to be on the same level. And, I only have 1 Rinnegan, so it looks like I'm really likely to lose. This is... Naruto and Sasuke felt a surge of chakra, and Naruto became more sensitive, saying, Sasuke, be careful. Something is coming. Over there. Sasuke's Rinnegan saw more accurately, and saw a wiggle in space, and Obito appeared beside Madara. But the current Obito, with his eyes closed, is unconscious. Black Zetsu, who had already taken over Obito's body, who was controlling him. Black Zetsu, what happened to Obito? Kakashi asked seriously. With a low and hoarse voice, Black Zetsu said, This guy, because of his guilt towards Minato, his consciousness is getting weaker and weaker, and his heart is only begging for forgiveness, so I have a chance. After all, this task is impossible. Failed. After working hard for so long, I finally got to today. Black Zetsu's words are meaningful. This guy's heart is begging for me like a child right now. Really, do you really feel so guilty about that person named Rin? Oh, there seems to be one more now. There are 2 people who feel sorry in the bottom of my heart right now, it's you, Hatake Kakashi. Black Zetsu's words made Kakashi's mood mixed and extremely heavy. Obito, he muttered, not knowing how to deal with the guilt. And over there, Naruto came to Kakashi's side. Kakashi-sensei, you protect Nangmei-sensei and Neji, just leave it to me and Neji here. Naruto, Obito I know. Naruto's expression was heavy and his words were straightforward. Obito is just being used by bad guys. That guy Obito is not a bad guy, I know. At this time, Sasuke over there came quickly, and Madara immediately stepped back. Sasuke widened his eyes, and then slowly landed, giving up. It seems that the limit distance is now 18 meters. Sasuke, I seem to have figured out your abilities. Your chance to attack is now gone. Lord Madara, now, give you another Rinnegan. Black Zetsu roughly cut out Obito's left eye and handed the bloody Rinnegan to 6 Paths Madara. Madara's mouth twitched, and she took it neatly and placed it directly on her left eye. Because of the interaction of the power of yin and yang of the 6 paths, the transplant of one eye was completed without a trace of blood. 2 Rinnegans. Together. Shadow clone. Boom, bang. One shadow clone stepped back, one and Naruto moved forward. Kakashi suddenly said, Naruto, we will protect ourselves. Now with this level of fighting, I understand that we are already a burden to you, right? Naruto, let's go. Sasuke interrupted Kakashi's words and rushed forward. Naruto moves forward with Shadow Clone. Futon, Wind Style, Rasenshuriken. Yandun Gaju Earth Life. Yandun and Futon, Wind Style, merged together, and the black flames skyrocketed. Madara, who slowly floated into the air, was extremely proud. The hideous smile he showed was more arrogant than ever before. Sure enough, my eyes are comfortable to use, it's almost time to solve you. Madara slapped 2 palms and created nearly 10 center points, and flew into the air quickly. God Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. He smiled grimly, with a hideous face. Chapter 567th Show Up. God's Judgment. Madara's sinister smile was seen by Sasuke, who was far away on the ground. He frowned slightly, looking at the dozen or so dangerous things around him, feeling a little apprehensive. Sasuke, that trick. It's scary. Be careful. Naruto frowned slightly, and Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, chakra quickly leaked out. But it failed. Naruto only allowed himself to have a golden coat, and chakra had no way to expand. Damn it. Is it because this is Yin Kurama chakra? It's really inconvenient to use. Shut up. The old man's chakra and my half-body are of the same nature. It's just that your talent is not enough. You can't master it quickly. Naruto smirked, but he didn't expect to be reprimanded by the other half of his body, Kurama, at this time. God Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Madara in the night sky looks down on everyone like a god. That trick is. Kakashi frowned slightly, and could see that the chakra hit the center point of the 10 black bodies. The situation is very bad. Boom boom boom. Whoosh. Crack kaka kaka. Sasuke looked indifferent. Susanoo has arranged it. The huge Susanoo jumped up and attacked at any time at this moment, while Madara chuckled, hands together. The black sphere began to generate a huge attraction. Sasuke was stunned. He had started to exert his strength, and he had a tendency to leave the ground. He immediately switched from attacking to defending. Over there, Naruto stepped back and used Kyuubi, Nine-Tails chakra to grab everyone at close range. Everyone, be careful to hold on to my chakra. Sasuke, you come too. It doesn't have to be. Sasuke looked at their funny appearance, 10,000 unwilling. Boom, boom. The stone slowly rose, attracted by the center point. Each one is as powerful as Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, but with 10 different points of gravity. The earth gradually splits into stones, and is slowly attracted to the wound. Then they gathered together and floated in the air. The whole moment is like a huge meteorite. Sasuke with yin power is not affected by Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, at all, and Naruto with yang power even protects everyone from being affected. It's ridiculous. Madara stood tall in the sky. But, now I have no interest in playing anymore. The duel with Hashirama, Neji and Guy only made Madara feel that behavior, like this kind of battle that only relies on bloodline without any IQ and stunt, makes Madara feel extremely bored. I have been using those tricks all the time, and it makes my head dizzy. Although the rain is a bit heavier, it should be just right for you guys. Madara's eyes are sinister. Boom. I saw 10 large meteorites made by Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth crashing down. Faster and faster, and now Tsuchikajinoki and Gaara are not there, neither is Neji. Damn it, Kamui can't transfer this kind of thing at all. Kakashi had no choice but to sigh about his powerlessness. In this level of battle, he didn't even have a supporting role. But Naruto stayed behind as a clone, and the main body has raised his hand. Om. The 9 tails are raised, and the 9-tailed beast bombs have been gathered. Tailed beast bomb Rasenshuriken. Next, I will crush all the meteorites with one blow. Everyone, get ready. Huh, this can also be done. Tenten blinked, and for a moment, he felt that Naruto was stronger than Neji. She looked at Neji in her arms again, and was sleeping soundly at the moment. If Neji was really injured, she would really think that Neji was just sleeping in. By the way, Neji also has the cells of the first Hokage. The wound should be healed soon, right? Neji, come back soon. Sasuke, I'll leave the rest to you. Om. 9-tailed beast bombs rushed up and collided with the meteorite. Bang, sound, roaring everywhere. Sasuke, on the other hand, complied softly and rushed forward. Susanoo slashed Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, to pieces. Annihilation. So, what about this? Madara suddenly appeared behind Sasuke. Sasuke's Rinnegan moved and immediately switched tailed beasts with Madara. It was me who attacked. Sasuke said fiercely. Susanoo slashed with a knife. However, Madara came from the winning side and caught it with one hand. Mere grit, not half as good as mine. Boom. Rinnegan's power fluttered away. Sasuke was stunned, and found that his Susanoo had been absorbed in the past. Rinnegan's ability to open his eyes. Sasuke, you can't beat me. Boom. At this time, seeing that Sasuke was about to be caught by Madara, a fiery flame rose from all around Madara. This is... Madara frowned, puzzled. What? I saw a fiery fire rising into the sky. It's Neji's chakra. Boom boom boom. Flame revolving heaven. What time is this? Neji's moves are different from Sasuke's, and he injected Senpo, Sage Art and Divine Power at the same time to form Kaiden's fire-style chakra, which Madara can't suppress even with the power of 6 paths. It turns out that it was that time. Madara bit Kiba and closed her eyes. Then he opened his eyes, and he had appeared in his shadow, right behind Tenten. Watch out, Tenten. Naruto reacted immediately, but Madara had already shot. Unexpectedly, Neji in Tenten's arms suddenly opened his eyes. Neji. Tenten was startled. Neji had stood up and looked at Madara in front of him. Power back. Madara was surprised to feel the power that was surging out of Neji's body. It was by no means ordinary. Neji, on the other hand, listened to the system's prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Godhead consciousness being promoted to the realm of integration and penetration. Rewards have been issued. Ding! Congrats on the promotion of the host's divine power to the realm of pure fire. The reward has been issued. Neji stood in front of Madara. Madara at this moment, Neji is a threat. Naruto was also relieved. Sasuke over there escaped and landed. Sasuke smiled knowingly when he saw Neji over there. HMPH, finally showing up, this guy. It's just that they didn't know that it was not only the two of them who saw the 6 paths immortals, but also Neji, and what Neji got was not at all comparable to the power of Yin and the power of Yang. One after another, what happened? Did you experience some incredible things in the spiritual world? Madara frowned slightly, a little angry. Neji snorted softly and said indifferently, no, it's just incarnated as a god. God. Yes, the gods have come to judge you for the sins you have committed. Neji stretched out his hand and pointed at Madara. Madara was taken aback. But it was only later that I realized that this gesture did not seem to have a special meaning. Madara sneered. It's ridiculous. It's just that you always surprise me. I didn't expect that the last blow at that time turned out to be the time limit technique set on me. It seems that you are indeed a worthy opponent. Madara doesn't dare to underestimate Neji now. Huh. White light flashes. Neji is already close. His eyes are determined. So fast. Neji stopped his hand, and only clenched his fists, and a wave of red flames erupted around his body. Boom. Madara's limbo clone was instantly annihilated, and the main body has been transferred to Sasuke's side again. Chidori. Huh. Madara dodged Sasuke's Chidori. Madara kicked Sasuke with Susanoo. HMPH, without Neji, you'd be dead a second time now. But it doesn't matter, now that both Rinnegans are gathered, even Neji can't stop me. Madara said, her expression quiet. Chapter 568 Defeat. Play hard. Sasuke, are you all right? Naruto rushed over quickly, intending to protect. Madara didn't shoot, but Sasuke stood up, but Naruto was no longer in his eyes, and he looked at Neji over there. He murmured inwardly, this guy has become stronger again. From that Chunin exam, Sasuke began to notice the genius of the Hyuga family. I just didn't expect that his talent was covered up so much, and Sasuke's exaggerated strength appeared again and again, making Sasuke doubt himself, doubting that he would never be better than Neji. At this moment, Sasuke doesn't seem to be so suspicious. Because this matter seems to have started from destiny. From what Sasuke learned from Hagoromo's mouth about what kind of reincarnation of Indra he is, Sasuke has a general understanding of fate. The so-called reincarnation, then there must be some destined results. Looking at Neji's appearance, I am afraid that his previous life or body should be a stronger existence than Indra and Asura. Neji's strength cannot be summed up by talent or hard work alone. Seeing Neji approaching step by step, both Naruto and Sasuke moved away knowingly. This main battlefield, who is the king, is simply clear at a glance. Neji, watch out for this guy. Naruto watched Sasuke suffer, and he no longer wanted his companions to get hurt, so he reminded Neji. And at the moment Neji is putting pressure on Six Paths Madara, they have no way of knowing Akatsuki. Because, for the first time, Madara saw pure killing intent in Neji's eyes. Interesting, are you finally trying to kill me? Neji looked indifferent and calmed down his anger slowly. God can't have personal emotions. This is what Vulcan gave him, but Neji, as expected, still can't do it. Sensed Madara's murder on Tenten, Neji's killing intent surged up. He was definitely not a pure god, Neji was still a mortal after all. That would lead to a very serious calamity. But even then, are you still willing to protect your teammates? That's right. The dialogue with Vulcan is vivid in my eyes. This is Neji's choice. Dilemma in the world. Since you have to train and complete the body of the true god, the best choice is to abandon all worldly distractions. Don't pay attention to the disputes outside, Neji, even if your body outside is annihilated and destroyed, you will still be able to do it. Rebirth, reincarnation, you are immortal, you are already a god. But with mortal feelings, it will consume your godhead consciousness, and if you continue like this, you will lose the qualifications of God. So, if I can't have emotions, what's the use of this godhead? I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood. Even the gods are the same to me, just a tool to become stronger. I have no feelings for your gods, and I am not a real saint. At first I became stronger just to protect my clan and myself, then I wanted to protect Konoha village, now I want to protect this ninja world. Why do you ask me? Quote. Because I am Hyuga Neji. Vulcan said that he had never seen such a persistent person. Although he chose a path that seems obviously not easy to take, Vulcan is still very optimistic about Neji. Choose your own path, and I hope you will one day become a god. I haven't moved since just now, but there is no breath. Is this guy's power already surpassing me? I can't feel it. Six Paths Madara suddenly panicked. Neji before, I had a little illusion, and this feeling became more and more obvious. Could it be that I don't feel wrong? No, it's impossible. The power of the Six Paths Fairy is the apex of this world. Crack. Six Paths Madara was shocked when Neji slapped herself down. The whole person is about to fall, but immediately hand seal. Huh. Limbo came out quickly, and the shadows became six again. Neji, be careful, that's an invisible clone. Bang. The huge amount of chakra exploded, pushing all the shadows around quickly away. This is normal gentle fist chakra. Why does it work on my shadow? My limbo. Madara took a few steps back, and the pressure brought by Neji was not only a physical suppression, but also a mental one. That look made Madara see who she used to be. I used to be unable to see anyone because of my strength, but in the Sengoku era, except for Hashirama, I was never invincible. You're over this farce. Madara's shadow is gone. Neji is like a god, really judging Madara's life and death. Impossible. I haven't lost yet. I've already reached this stage. Madara lost inexplicably. The three of them fell asleep on the verge of death, and woke up with such a powerful ability. Not to mention the two special beings Naruto and Sasuke, who possess the power of yin and yang equal to their own. The Hyuga clan, whom the Uchiha clan has always looked down on, has the power beyond the Six Paths. Strength. Senpo, Sage Art Gale Style, Storm Style, Hikari Kiba. Huh. Madara spat out a ray like gale-style, storm-style, from her mouth, and without seeing any trace of electricity, she stroked it for a long time. The mountains in the distance are all toppled, but Neji, who is standing in front of him, is unafraid. Gale-style, storm-style, swiped across Neji's body, but it seemed to be blocked and completely dissipated. That's. I saw Neji's body, one after another rock-solid defense. Revolving heaven. I saw revolving heaven lingering around Neji's body. The thick obstacle avoidance was polarized between black and white. It was the power of yin and the power of yang that were entangled with each other. I didn't expect. You are like me. Master has the power of yin and yang. Madara's eyes widened. This is the power of 6 paths, which is different from the simple yin-yang chakra. Why does Neji also have the power of 6 paths? This is 6 paths revolving heaven. Neji chuckled, but he didn't expect this move to reach such a level. And the degree of defense is not a level at all. What the hell is going on? Madara is almost crazy, and her hard work for nearly 100 years has been in vain. After nearly 100 years of hard work, a young man who was only 18 years old broke the legend and surpassed himself. Madara can accept that her plan has failed, but she will never accept that her path has been denied. You're just grit, don't think you're special. Neji's indifference made Madara fall into an abyss-like pain. Damn. Madara clenched her fists, and her body exploded with the power of yin and yang. Neji was startled, and immediately hand-sealed. Sealing technique Jizo. Boom. The dark and ghostly fire around it burned, showing an oily green color. Slowly approaching Madara, even the air was burned out of the hole by the flame. Has even the matter of the world dissolved? This flame is above Amaterasu. Sasuke, who saw this technique, was stunned. But the next moment, Madara disappeared. I said, I will not fail. Madara grabbed Tenten's neck with one hand and lifted Tenten up. This guy, when is the shadow? Naruto frowned, he didn't even notice it. Madara smiled and said, Neji, let me teach you a lesson. As a strong man, to achieve his goals, he should do whatever he can. Chapter 569 Launch. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Tenten. Naruto looked more nervous than Neji, and immediately wanted to do it, and Madara panicked. But what Madara cares about is not Naruto, but that there is a monster over there now. No, it should be Neji who is like a god. I feel like I could fall short at any time. Only Neji will give Madara this invincible feeling. Even Hashirama of that year, it is absolutely impossible for Madara to feel this way. Don't act rashly, or the girl will die. Madara bit Kiba and pinched Tenten's neck with her hands, but he could relax his mind and only did it that he could kill Chengdu at any time, and didn't do too much. His purpose is to make Neji stop moving, otherwise, if he accidentally kills Tenten, his plan will likely be blocked as well. Now, it will take a while. He raised his head and saw his shadow, slowly moving towards the moon. Sure enough, Neji stopped, and the chakra feeling disappeared quietly. It seems. My judgment is not wrong. This girl is quite important to you, right? No, for people like you who have inherited the so-called will of fire, the life of any one of your companions seems to be very important. Huh, it's boring. It's just that this girl's weakest, even the current Kakashi, has the ability to protect herself. In my desperation, I have no way to make sure that I can kill him, but this girl. Hee hee. Neji, you should regret that you didn't bring this girl to the battlefield. Those of you who haven't experienced the Sengoku era are all children to me. In such a battlefield, any weak person is a burden to me. Madara proudly started preaching, holding the hostage of the other party's heart in her hand, and naturally she felt that she was standing on the top of Lingju Ding. This guy. Naruto bit Kiba, glanced at Neji over there, and didn't speak for a long time. That's why you chose to be alone. Sasuke took the initiative to ask this question. Kakashi and Naruto who were present were stunned, and the little Lee over there was also taken aback. Sasuke-kun. Little Lee blinked, thoughtful. Sasuke took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I'm not like them, I don't care about the girl's life. Sasuke's indifferent attitude surprised Tenten, who was now in Madara's hands. But Tenten wasn't angry or scared, just looked at Sasuke with a bitter expression on his face. Everyone's focus was on Sasuke. Sasuke said indifferently, I am indeed more ruthless. If there is only me here, I will seize every opportunity to kill you without hesitation. Madara. But here you are not just facing me alone. Besides, in the same situation, I want to kill you. Now there is a safer way. That is to wait for them to make a decision before attacking you. It's easier and safer than rushing over by myself, so I don't need to take the risk now. But being a more ruthless me, I'm also more sensible. So I can offer better options. Sasuke's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, looked at the silent Neji over there. However, Kakashi inadvertently complained. Madara, the legendary ninja, is he going to use such a despicable way to his juniors now? Madara curled her lips and said disdainfully, in order to complete her plan, she must do whatever she can. You are the ones who don't understand me, why are you called juniors? You are just a bunch of stupid people. But I, as the savior, will bring you hope. And peace. What a lunatic. Sasuke frowned. Sasuke, what did you mean by the choice you just said? Only Naruto paid attention to Sasuke's speech and couldn't forget it. Sasuke was silent for a while, then explained, now I choose to rush directly to Madara. Madara can only threaten me with the Tenten in her hand to protect herself, but this move only works for Neji, but it doesn't work for me. I know now Neji is the biggest threat to Madara, but my power Madara may not be able to handle it easily. Quote. If Madara chooses to let go, then the Tenten will be rescued. If Madara chooses to kill the Tenten, then Madara will be attacked by all of us. This choice, no pressure for me, for Madara, is maximum pressure. Quote. Hearing Sasuke's remarks, Madara frowned tightly. You. Madara raised her head proudly, staring at Sasuke. You are so naive, your thoughts are so pure. Ha ha, could it be that Obito chose you but didn't reuse you? Madara's words made Sasuke frown. It is indeed a little clever, but you underestimate the darkness of the human heart. Madara's mouth twitched and she looked at Neji over there. You don't care, but someone cares. The confrontation here now is the confrontation between me and Neji, and it has nothing to do with you trash. Huh. Madara curled her lips and looked at Neji. The eyes of everyone followed. At this time, Neji has fallen into contemplation. In the inner world, Neji heard the voice of the inner Vulcan. Your heart is shaken. It seems that you really survived the previous trial by relying on your unique method. Vulcan's voice echoed in his heart, and he thought that Neji would really do nothing without desire. But now it seems that is not the case. Neji's feelings for his companions, although not on the surface, are deeply the same in his heart. If this goes on, you will be defeated by your inner demon, and you will not become a god. You will always become a first-order mortal. Ah, but I decided to do it anyway. Because, then being a first-order mortal, I don't want to be a scum who has become a god. Neji's eyes widened in anger. Divine power. Boom. Madara was stunned, and the whole person was knocked back dozens of meters, just in an instant. What happened? Why? Madara bit Kiba, and Tenten was hugged by Neji. And Neji's body, Vulcan backlash. Ziz. Boom. The flames burned every inch of Neji's skin, and Tenten's eyes filled with tears as he asked dumbly, Neji, you. Why? Ino will be sad to see you like this. Neji's expression was solemn, and blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. No, if Ino sees me and turns a blind eye to you. That is the biggest disappointment to me. Neji remembered what he once carried in his hands, and what he did now, he will not have any regrets. Zoo, twice. Naruto and Sasuke followed, and Madara was constantly repelled. Madara bit Kiba and murmured. Neji released the move just now and almost emptied his chakra in an instant. This is a good opportunity. Huh. Is it gone again? After he has eyes, the shadow can be manipulated farther and farther. Naruto said. Sasuke stood there and looked into the night sky. Madara's shadow was very conspicuous. Madara, who was standing in the night sky, raised her head. He murmured in his heart. According to the words recorded on the stone tablet, when the person with the power of 6 paths approaches the moon, the 9-tomo Rinnegan used to master the fate of the world will open. Madara reached out and broke the foot above her head. A crisp voice, a crack opened in Madara's forehead. Whoosh. Bloody Yuhi-colored Rinnegan. Aim at the huge moon in the sky. 9-tomo Rinnegan shines. Madara hand seal. Now. It's time to come together. Demonic Illusion Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 570 Go. Dream World. At this moment, Neji, the body of the Vulcan, who slowly put down the Tenten, is temporarily slack. Thank you for not eroding my body, Vulcan. Neji showed a gratified smile, and Vulcan complained, you bastard, if you encounter other gods, you will be blown away. That trick will be as rare as possible in the future. Chinken, but it consumes mental power, and for you who have incomplete consciousness of Godhead, that trick is very dangerous. I know. Neji narrowed his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked up at the night sky. It seems that the next step can only be temporarily handed over to Naruto and Sasuke. Fortunately, they have the power of yin and yang. Ding. Intense light down, Neji hand seal. Now that's all I can do. Instead of staying, it's better to give the world to Sasuke and Naruto first. You really are a good man. Vulcan said slowly in Neji's heart. Boom. Naruto. Sasuke landed and was about to remind Naruto, but the next moment, the surroundings became dark. Then, the black and white muddy light flashed, and they realized that they were all trapped in the 6 paths revolving heaven made by Neji. Little Lee and Guy were too far apart, so they couldn't stand together. Kakashi was also deliberately excluded by Neji, while Sasuke and Naruto were protected inside. Neji deliberately excluded Kakashi, and now Kakashi is not at that level of combat power at all. There is no need to die in vain. Ding. A strong light shone down, from the 9-tomo Rinnegan printed on the moonlight, illuminating all things. World, this moment is like tomorrow. This is, what? Tenten raised his head suspiciously. Neji stood beside Tenten and explained indifferently. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara succeeded. Tenten was stunned. What do you mean, Neji? Didn't you beat Madara? Neji's mouth twitched. His eyes had become Rinnegan's ripples, and then Tenten felt dizzy and unable to move. I only heard Neji speak slowly. Tenten, I wish you a good dream. Hurry up. Something terrible seems to be happening over there. Karen had a premonition that something was wrong, and only Kimimaro walked silently at the forefront. Sir Neji, wait for me. This. Ding. The intense light shone all around, as if entering heaven in an instant. Orochimaru was taken aback and frowned, with a serious look he had never seen before. Suzuki, Shigego and the others also murmured and complained, but after that, everyone's bodies were restrained and unable to move. Ino, Hinata, Sakura, and Tsunade were all attracted by the light, and the shadows who fought with Afe all fell into infinite Tsukuyomi, and their eyes became the shape of Rinnegan. Trapped in an endless cycle. Madara, who was standing above the light at this moment, twitched the corner of her mouth and her face was hideous. This light can penetrate the shadows. No creature in the world can escape. Whether it is humans or beasts, they must fall into endless reincarnation. Start your short and long life. In a dream, you will be satisfied. Madara just bowed her head and gave a sinister smile after making sure that even Neji had entered infinite Tsukuyomi. And this dream, thought, is eternity. Grumbling. Neji frowned tightly, as if through endless years. System, are you still there? Go back to the host. What's the matter? Neji breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that even if his body was completely sealed and he fell asleep, the system would still be there. This is enough. Vulcan. No response, this time. It seems that the spiritual realm is sealed, or that he himself is in a dream, entering the dream created by infinite Tsukuyomi. Neji recalled the conversation with Vulcan. In the spiritual realm, Neji used the system's bug to survive the difficult trial. Okay, you have passed the test of mental power now. I didn't expect you to be able to have no distractions to this level. But really, this is not a real trial, just to not affect your becoming a god. Become a god. On the way, too much emotional distraction will make you lose your original strength. Quote. Neji was already tired of teaching, so he pulled out his ears and said, Oh, I know, what you want to say is the same as the conditions for the Uchiha family to open Sharingan. If you don't experience separation and pain, you can't have power. In other words, the love of the Uchiha family is an obstacle to them, and the tenacity and ruthlessness they endured without that love is the source of their strength, Izumi. Well said. But then, it's more important. There are more important things. Listen. Vulcan was so serious that he explained to Neji, the more important thing is whether you can understand what you are after. This is the only way to become a god. Understand what you're after. Didn't you teach little Lee? But teachers often ignore whether they have a higher realm. Therefore, the ninja system is very strict, and students only follow the teacher's teaching, because the teacher is not the same as the ability. They are strong, but the realm is above them. Even though there are so many geniuses, there is no genius teacher. Quote. Vulcan explained, even geniuses like Shisui and Itachi, when they surpassed Jonin, only shared duties in Anbu, but the real teacher is Chunin like Iruka. Do you understand when I say this? But Neji complained, hey, you understand quite a bit. You even know about Iruka. Vulcan's face darkened, and he said impatiently, really? I am a god. A god. Don't underestimate the gods. Then, let the fart go. It really does not give God any respect. However, Neji's personality still moved Vulcan, so he didn't care about him. You've only been teaching little Lee, but you've forgotten what you're working hard for. Little Lee tried his best to protect you, so he used his powers that he didn't have before. And your own strength has surpassed the 6 paths immortal, but you can't show your real strength. It's because you don't have the consciousness of little Lee. You can't pretend to be enlightened. Even if you pretend that you want to protect this world, you can't judge whether you like this kind of world in your heart. Naruto is for Sasuke, for recognition. What about you? Even it feels like you don't belong in this world. As soon as Vulcan finished speaking, Neji shrugged and said in his heart, good guy. You guessed right, as expected of a god. Go to understand what your heart wants, you will become a god one day. Now, let's go to the dream world. Neji frowned. Although he didn't know what he would encounter, he just wanted to take a look. In his dreams, he would encounter some monsters, but he would always encounter what he was after, right? Sure enough, if you think about it, there will be no ending. Don't you just take the opportunity of infinite Tsukuyomi to take a good look at your heart? Neji planned from the beginning, so when facing Madara, he didn't hesitate to use Tianju. Kamizuki of the heavenly destiny, the real fate god, is said to be able to decide the fate of others, and Neji took the risk of using that trick and temporarily handed everything over to Naruto and Sasuke. Although it is a risky attempt, it is also a problem that Neji must solve. The mind was confused for a while, and then slowly woke up. The pain came from the body, and Neji opened his eyes. The pain from his body and the height difference made him instantly realize that he was still at the stage of about 13 years old. Good guy, is it a fight to come up? Neji's mouth twitched and he tilted his head. Looking around, this scene shocked him. Chapter 571 Counterattack. I'm not trash. What the hell is this? Neji frowned in confusion, only to see that he was in the one-on-one exam during the Chunin selection meeting. And the opponent he faced was Gaara. Go, Neji. Over there, Hinata shouted angrily, looking very motivated. Guy nodded with a mature face, and smiled handsomely. Well, Neji, good job. I have been holding on for 3 minutes, and I still haven't fallen. Over there, Kakashi shouted lively, Neji. Fuck him. Oh who? Nervous disease. Neji almost turned Byakugan into Byakugan. Could it be that his dream was a world of confusion? This is too unreal. Sha. Neji finished speaking. A large amount of sand came towards him. Neji, who had just entered the dream state, seemed to have been stripped of his perception ability and did not notice it at all. His whole body was hit by a large amount of sand, and then he was curled up, and his whole body was bound by the sand. Hee. Blood. I'm going to kill you. There, Gaara went berserk, and in the fight with Neji, he lost control unconsciously. Sunagakure over there is asking the instructor, stop it. The current Gaara will go berserk. Seeing Maki's vulnerable appearance, Neji was speechless. Forgot to fight back. What's the matter? Is there such a strange thing in my heart? Neji's speechless heart welled up in his heart. But, even though it was a dream, the pain is still real. Boom. Sand came, and Neji frowned and closed his eyes. Byakugan. When I opened my eyes, my veins jumped. Boom. Dong. Countless gentle fist chakras hit the past, the sand and stones scattered and fell, and Neji also got out of control and fell to the ground. What? Gaara spared Neji. Great. Neji survived. Run, Neji, you bastard. As a waste, you must have the self-consciousness of a waste. Neji narrowed his eyes and almost vomited blood when he heard everyone's comments on him. Trash. How much do you care about this title? Even dreams are trash, and it looks more trash than his past. Great. My begging worked. Great. Maki looked up and sighed, patted his chest, and his eyes were very sad and pitiful. Gaara over there was breathing heavily and was extremely violent. Neji narrowed his eyes and murmured, It's you Guy, you're so consistent. It's the same as the original world. Let's start with you first. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the strength has been promoted to Genin. System, why don't you come out and explain to me what's going on? Neji was instantly furious. How could a dream that he had accumulated for so long be emptied for him? This is not gas explosion. However, the system seems to be in another dimension, and replied, Respond to the host. Now in the dream, your own strength is not weakened, but the strength in the dream is limited by your own thinking. My own mind. Yes, that is the subconscious. That is to say, in your dreams, you set yourself like this, and your strength will not change, but in dreams, you cannot use your true strength. By the way, your subconscious gave me instructions to prompt. Quote. Prompted instructions. What the hell is that? Your subconscious reminds you that within the specified time, you can return to the real world by raising your strength from Genin to cage level or above in your dreams. Ow, that's how it is. Neji felt the sand coming again, and over there, little Lee was shouting loudly, Neji. You admit defeat. It's too late if you don't admit defeat. Didn't we agree before? You want to go up and get beaten up and then come back. Home is good for business. Now this state is enough. Sure enough, it's another trash character. Neji murmured, struggling to avoid Gaara's sand. The pain and dullness from this body gave Neji the same feeling. The judgments of the people around him are full of evaluations such as injecting waste and surrendering, and his body looks like a waste ninja should be. Do you let yourself use this situation to counterattack? Hey. Neji seems to be able to understand a little bit of his inner thoughts. According to this, what I want should be a counterattack, right? Since we have already arrived here, I have to open the eyes of this group of ignorant people. As long as you satisfy your own thoughts, you can start from infinite. Did you go out in Tsukuyomi? This is a set that Neji set for himself. In order to pursue the things in his heart, he actively chooses to enter infinite Tsukuyomi. If he can walk in infinite Tsukuyomi, then Neji will not be too far from the road of becoming a god. Ninja Sandstone Rain. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Came towards Neji. But this move, in the eyes of Neji's fighting subconscious, is a very simple and boring control move. Any ninja with a Chunin level would never be hit by this kind of attack. But, so helpless, he is now at Genin's level. No. Neji dodged terribly, and a rain of sand and stones passed through his face. Thorn. Blood flew by and Neji was wounded. He frowned slightly. Even when he really took the Chunin exam back then, he wasn't injured so easily. It seems that his starting point now is even more difficult than then. Could it be that my inner thoughts are just to give myself more tests? That's really boring. But Neji said so, but he didn't think he was just like that in his heart. Since it is a dream evolved from your subconscious, it must contain what you want to pursue in your heart. As long as you find that thing during this period of time, that's it, right? Sha. The sand congealed again, tying Neji's legs and feet. Now, you can't escape. Hee. Gaara stared, bloodshot all over her eyes. At this moment, everyone in the arena hung their hearts. Gaara, are you going to kill someone? No way. Neji will die if he goes on like this. Neji, get out of the way. No, he can't escape, he's just a trash ninja. Such a person might as well die. It was Naruto who said this. And Naruto raised his head, looked proudly at Neji in the field, and glanced at Hinata over there from time to time. Hinata is the girl he has long admired. As a genius girl from the Hyuga family, she has a cold personality. But he has a soft spot for his own waste brother. Brother Neji. Hinata pursed her lips, looking like she was in trouble. Hey, beautiful Hinata Tilda. Tamari, who was beside him, leaned over, twitched his lips, and teased, your brother Neji will kill Gaara soon. Tilda, how's it going? How do you feel? Hinata just narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, don't worry, I will kill your brother with my own hands. Tamari was startled, covered her mouth and smiled. Sorry, my brother. I don't care about that kind of guy. It's just a guy controlled by Shukaku's chakra. It's a shame to be controlled by something like a tail beast. Hinata glanced at Tamari, the talented teenage girl famous in Sunagakure village. As the most outstanding generation of the younger generation of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, the confrontation between the two immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone doesn't seem to care about the outcome of the battle. Neji is sure to lose, and few people care about his life. However, bang! A huge force erupted, and the sand scattered towards the audience. Gaara was knocked out, and Neji was panting in a posture of revolving heaven. Hey, I'm not a waste. Neji's eyes seemed to have regained a little bit of his former blood. Chapter 572. Congratulations. Chunin Hyuga Neji. Neji stand up. Someone shouted, and the eyes of the audience focused on Neji again. I saw Neji stand up slowly and let out a sigh of relief. Ding tilde. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward of the divine weapon. Obtained Teishu Revolving Heaven. And Neji himself knew how to release Revolving Heaven, but this body and chakra volume didn't allow it. Now that he has obtained the ability of Revolving Heaven, Neji let out a long sigh of relief. That's the truth, otherwise what would you use to fight this guy? Ziz. I saw Gaara bit Kiba and seemed very dissatisfied to see Neji resisting himself, and the whole body began to mutate slowly. Tailed Beast. Gaara Tailed Beast. Neji's eyes widened. This guy. Could it be? In his own dream, has Gaara turned into a tailed beast? Clearly not using a fake spell. Why would? Ziz. I saw that Gaara Gaara's body began to mutate and became the appearance of Shukaku's body, and that weird shape reminded Neji back when he saw Gaara's mutation 5 years ago. At that time, he already had the strength of Jonin level, and it was very difficult to win Gaara. Now that he has only mastered the strength of revolving heaven at his Genin level, he still can't defeat Gaara, right? Too bad. Neji finished speaking. The people on the stage were all cheering. There's a good show here. That guy is cuter than a psychic beast. Ha ha. A farce has begun tilde. And Neji caught a glimpse, standing in the very center of the spectator seat, with Hinata's indifferent and worried eyes. What the hell is going on? Neji looked over and saw that the tailed beast that Gaara evolved into was only the size of 2 adults. And Shukaku itself is bulky, and now it's smaller. It looks like a fat man with limited mobility. Huh, is this a tailed beast? Suffocation, the feeling of suffocation. Neji utterly despaired of the world and sighed. What the hell is going on? Boom. Gaara ran towards this side, looking very motivated. Kill you. Coupled with those angry eyes and low roar, Neji instantly entered a state of preparation. If in the dream, one's own strength is weakened by most, but the consciousness ability that has been trained so hard is hidden in Neji's memory. As long as the memory is not clear, the keen sense of battle will be lost. Always exist in your body. Gaara, come on. Neji stared blankly in front of him, and Gaara ran with all his might. Because of his size, he looked very funny, and his movements were extremely clumsy. The sound of clicking, Gaara after the tail animal transformation, running is not as good as the wild civet cat. Neji-kun, be careful, this guy's attack is strong. There, Tenten looked pitiful, shouting for Neji madly, just like Neji's little fangirl. Neji was in a cold sweat and immediately thought of leaving this world. It's really a strange world. It seems that I have to get the cage level strength as soon as possible and leave this world. And I'm not willing to be a cage level fool, I have to become a god and a saint. Gentle fist. Neji flew away and met Gaara with a palm. I thought it would be evenly matched, but I didn't expect. Neji easily knocked down Gaara with one palm. Ah! Gaara widened her eyes and said in surprise, why? Why do you have such power? Impossible. Then, fell heavily. At this moment, the referee was taken aback, stepped forward quickly, and said in surprise, winner. Hyuga, Neji. The man's hoarse voice made Neji feel a little familiar, but he didn't care. After all, he should be someone who had appeared in his memory, and it was extremely normal to feel familiar. Everyone who appears in the dream should have an indelible impression on them. Too strong. Neji made it to the finals. Finals. Hey, am I not trash? Neji narrowed his eyes and gave a helpless wry smile. Before he could play, he was told to continue the game. Next is the final round. The winner can be promoted to Chunin. This is also the only place in this exam. The only one, that's too harsh. So I'm the only ninja who can be promoted to Chunin. Why do you say I'm trash? Neji pouted, looking depressed. The people above were taken aback, and everyone burst into laughter. Hey, Neji, what are you talking about? They laughed, mocking Neji. What's so funny? What are you talking about? Neji, you are 1 year older than Hinata. Everyone watching here is already a Chunin. And Hinata, who is 1 year younger than you, has become a Jonin. How dare you? Ha ha ha. Everyone's ridicule made Neji's jaw drop again. He didn't have time to pay attention to those ruthless ridicules, he just felt deeply helpless. Jonin, Hinata. Are they all Chunin? That oneself is indeed quite a rubbish, presumably the person opposite him must be a rubbish just like himself. Then let's get started. Quick fight. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't intend to use it any longer. Since he wanted to fight, he would hurry up. He didn't want to stay in this strange world for a moment. Ning, Neji. Opposite, is a shy girl. Her beige hair, Yuhi shy face, just right figure, sexy and cute at the same time. Well, Ino. I thought I would be the shocking person, but now I am the one who keeps shocking. Neji stared at Ino blankly, his mind was confused. Ino smiled shyly, more beautiful and seductive than Neji had ever seen her. I admit defeat. What? The audience was dumbfounded. Why, Ino, why give in? With your talent, you should be able to defeat Neji very easily. This time the Chunin spot must be yours. Everyone's persuasion was meaningless to Ino. She stared at Neji like a sick girl with a shy smile. I worked hard to get here, just for this moment. That way, Neji-kun can be Chunin. Great. Although she is speechless, Neji has to say that Ino in this world is really gentle. Just a little angel in the world. And more importantly, her charming curves. Hey. Neji suddenly had some strange thoughts in his heart, it was a dream anyway. Cough cough. Say it again. He walked forward, just about to ask something. A burst of Uzumaki appeared ahead. Huh. Neji stepped back subconsciously, taking a defensive posture. Don't be nervous, it's me. The hoarse voice appeared, and Neji was startled and looked at the referee who appeared from Uzumaki. Wearing Konoha's forehead guard, next to a complete and handsome face. The two Sharingan are very familiar lines. Konoha Jonin, the general manager of this Chunin exam, Uchiha Obito. Neji swallowed, not knowing how to face this person for a while. Could it be that the time he was looking for was chaotic entry? No, this is a dream, Neji kept persuading himself to accept these new settings, but looking at Ino's eyes towards himself and that conspiracy, Neji felt a chill on his back. Yamanaka Ino, are you really going to concede defeat to Hyuga Neji in the final, one step away from Chunin? Well, yes, I can't beat Neji-kun, I give up. Uchiha Obito seemed to easily see that Neji won some because of love, but he wasn't angry. He twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Neji. Congratulations, starting today, you have become Chunin. Hyuga Neji. Having said that, Obito handed over a Chunin forehead with the Konoha village logo engraved on it. Chapter 573 Weird. Neji's dream. In this way, it became Chunin smoothly. Neji seems to be in a dream, no. This is a dream, right? Congratulations, Neji. In the barbecue shop, Little Lee ate barbecue frantically, uncharacteristically. No, in this world, it should be my own abnormal behavior. Seeing the Tenten next to him, he can tell that he is gushing admiration for himself. Neji is really amazing. Didn't expect this. At that time, Neji's move was so handsome. There must be some moves that were not used, right? Is it the revolving heaven of your Hyuga clan? That Gaara was defeated by Neji just like that. But isn't that Gaara the least talented ninja in Sunagakure village? All Jinchuriki column strength will be put into the body of the least talented ninja, right? Little Lee asked suddenly sluggishly while eating the barbecue. Eat you, Little Lee. Guy glared at Little Lee, hinting intentionally or unintentionally. Little Lee continued to eat again. Tenten, after a while of embarrassment, continued the sugar-coated cannonball attack on Neji. Well, for Neji. I didn't expect Neji to enter the finals of the Chunin exam for the first time and win. It's really amazing. Neji must be the most handsome Chunin in the world. Neji, who can be promoted to Chunin, must be the best ninja, not what they call waste. But, Tenten, Little Lee stopped again, struggling to finish chewing the piece of roast meat in his mouth. You're not going to be promoted to the top. Ninja, Little Lee nearly choked to death with a piece of barbecue stuffed into Tenten's mouth. Guy shrugged, he couldn't do anything with his students, and his personality became unusually calm. But in the face of these, Neji was exhausted. He sighed and said, I've finished eating, and I have something to do, so I'll go home first. Well, Neji. Neji can't adapt to this kind of environment, but he knows that this is a dream, but Neji has no way to interpret it. It seems that understanding oneself is also a difficult course. When Neji was fighting with Gaara today, he deeply realized the inequality of combat power. The combat power of this world is disordered, and Neji's combat power has left a lot of things. The strength given by the system is beyond the dream, stealing the power of devouring and chakra with 7 attributes, Neji can still master now. Other words, Neji can easily break through the strength of cage level, it all depends on whether he is willing to show it. But in fact, now, the more important thing is to see through the question raised by Vulcan. What are you looking for? What is the choice of the heart? Since there is a dream, it is not a person without desires. If you don't want to be a person with no desires, then you must pay attention to your own desires and needs. In the end, what is it? Hey Tilda, do you think Neji is a little weird? Neji left, Tenten said with a serious face. You're weirder. Little Lee ate his food dully and responded sluggishly. I'll eat yours, I didn't ask you. Tenten rolled his eyes at Little Lee. Guy, on the other hand, nodded solemnly and muttered, yes, but I seem to have forgotten about Neji before. I seem to think he is strange, but I don't know why. It seems, Tenten, we used to this person in the world. Is there any? Tenten was startled, and suddenly thought deeply about this question. Little Lee, however, finished the last piece of roasted meat, shouted the roasted meat, and said hesitantly, no matter whether there was Neji in the past or not, the Neji now is real. That's right, then let's welcome Neji. Cheers, Tilda. Everyone was having a good time, and without Neji, they seemed more natural. Neji walked alone on the empty street, and the night was silent. Hoo-hoo, blew on Neji's face. It's been a long time since I felt so comfortable, and Neji felt the beauty of the dream world. Although it is so strange here, there are almost no people I am familiar with, and no one has ever witnessed a moment of my own. But here, there is no war. Everything is so beautiful, Neji doesn't need to get up early to train and prepare for battle. You don't need to become stronger. On the contrary, becoming stronger will make you leave this world quickly, and if you don't become stronger, you can stay here alone. Wouldn't it be better? Neji asked himself deeply in his heart, did he really want to go back? Owning the system, you can do a lot of things that can be done, and there are bugs in the system. That's right, the bug is that Neji already has a strength close to cage level, but it shows the level of genin. After all, his subconscious even specially equipped his dream with a fake system. The system in the dream is as weird as the people in these dreams. However, this might be an opportunity. Using his powerful strength, he can easily dominate the world and bring peace to everyone. Anyway, from the beginning, what Neji did, wasn't it an infinite Tsukuyomi? Now it's just another dream, the original world, don't care. Isn't it? Neji chuckled, asking himself. But the next moment, he hesitated again. It has to be said that that world is real, and it is different from this world. Which side is real and which side should be left? This question kept circling in Neji's mind. Never mind. Go back and take a hot shower first. At least now in infinite Tsukuyomi, there is no need to fight. And my soul is immortal, as a god, I will always exist in one place. Neji reassured himself so, and took a quicker step. He walked in a familiar direction and walked into the yard not far from main clan. The lights were on inside, and Neji was slightly surprised. Someone. Your room should be completely empty on weekdays, could it be Hinata? But for Hinata, Neji is still looking forward to it. In the previous nonsense of 1010, Neji still learned that the current Hinata is the #1 talented girl in Konoha village. Neji would like to see what the powerful Hinata looks like. Squeak, Tilda. Hinata, I'm back. Neji went in with a smile, took off his shoes and walked a dozen steps on the wooden floor, then walked into the living room and saw a mature back. It was a middle-aged man, and when he turned his head, his peaceful eyes and dignified face gave off a sense of no surprise. That face, similar to Hyuga, but not Hyuga. Neji made a judgment easily and met a certain face in his memory. That face, I haven't seen. 13 years. Neji, are you back? Your mother is cooking noodles for you. Go and take a break. It's really great to hear that you passed the Chunin exam and became a Chunin. Father. Neji froze. At this time, on the other side, in a dark corner, a footstep sounded in the damp cave. Papa Pata, raindrops fell. Are you all there? The man with the tail beast, his eyes are Rinnegan, his face is blue and lifeless. Pain. Conan stood aside, his eyes moving. There are a total of 5 figures in front of them. After Hidan and Kakuzu left the organization, there are only 5 of you left in the organization. You are all famous ninjas from the 5 countries. Next, we Akatsuki's purpose, are you clear? Well, our goal is to completely control the last big country of the 5 countries, the country of fire, that is, the village of Konoha. Now, the kingdom of water, the kingdom of earth, the kingdom of thunder, and the kingdom of wind have completely surrendered to us. Only the village of Konoha is still holding on, but they will soon be unable to hold on. I have formulated a very precise strategy plan. What's the battle plan? Conan asked. Tenshinto said solemnly, that is, kidnapping the son of Hokage, the 4th generation. Chapter 574 Reverse. Abnormal and normal world. I didn't expect that either. That Ino just gave in. Neji said, looking at Hyuga Hazashi with a look of anticipation for a response. And Hazashi also twitched the corner of his mouth, looking like a perfect father. Really, this is really good news. You have to thank others when you look back. I'm afraid that girl is interested in you, maybe you can develop into a girlfriend. Hazashi smiled softly and patted Neji's shoulder with a thick palm. This is a testament to man, what a perfect father. There are no rigid teachings, no harsh attitudes, some are all caring and gentle. Neji froze. At this moment, there is a hint of Yuhi's face. It was the first time since the crossing. This is Hyuga Neji, in this body that he has passed through, the original sense of dependence on his father. Neji, let's eat noodles tilde. Over there, my mother's voice was also kind and gentle. Everything here is so peaceful and peaceful. And Neji clearly knows that the flow of time here is different, and the dream state of singing again, a few seconds, a dozen seconds, a short time in the real world, he can pass his life here. Those things can be discussed later. Things in reality can be avoided as much as possible. Isn't it? The dream is so beautiful, it is better to enjoy it now. Neji changed his mind, intending to stay like this for now. By the way, Neji, I have already recommended you to study in Anbu. It will be 3 days later. After that, you must work hard in Anbu. As the son of the 4th generation of Hokage, you can't hold back. Hazashi's words made Neji almost choked on the face. What's the matter? Eat slowly, you child. Over there, the care from her mother calmed Neji for a moment. But then, recalling the amount of information just now, he still widened his eyes. First of all, let's not talk about Anbu. The strength is hidden in this aspect, and Neji can still be seamless. But, the son of the 4th Hokage. Am I not your son? Neji asked in surprise. Hazashi was stunned for a moment, then smiled, of course you are my son. That's why I said you are Hokage's son. This kid, you've become confused after practicing shuriken too much. Hee hee. The peaceful atmosphere made Neji jump out of it all at once. He turned his head and saw a piece of skin hanging on the hanger outside his father's bedroom. The cloak was pure white, and the corners of the clothes had an enviable expression of Yuhi's full of fire, and on the back of the cloak, there were several large characters written. 4th generation Hokage. Neji's eyes widened, his mind exploded. Sound. That night, how Neji fell asleep, I have no idea at all. He only knew that he had been in his life for more than 10 years. No, plus the previous life was probably more. Never been so excited and excited. A proper gua. Second generation. Isn't this more comfortable than trying to pretend? People sit at home, and their identity comes from heaven. It's no wonder that yesterday everyone clearly said that they were a waste ninja, but they were worried that something would happen to them, and no one really helped. Neji understood it all at once. He is the son of the 4th generation of Hokage, so naturally everyone wants to flatter him. But because he himself is a waste ninja, and the 4th generation of Hokage has outstanding military exploits, he became Hokage at such a young age, allowing the Hyuga family to take advantage of the high level in the village. Tired. Therefore, their children are also affected by their ears and eyes, and they have a little opinion of themselves. These are all speculations by Neji, but this identity, as if there is some magic, attracts Neji. The next day, Neji went out happily. This child, why did you go out so early? He said he was going to practice. I don't know why. I suddenly became very active today. I have never been so diligent before. Hyuga Hazashi said with a smile. Is there any? Hazashi's wife looked up and remembered to herself. It seemed that after working hard for a while, he said suspiciously, no, why am I not impressed? What kind of person was Neji in the past? Why is there no impression at all? Husband, did I lose my memory? It's normal to forget something when I'm old. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten a little bit. What was the Neji like before? I don't know, I just said that subconsciously. It's not important. The two then smiled at each other and nodded slowly. This is true love, true life. However, in Neji's eyes, it was a dream, but in their eyes, it was all real. It's just that the gears of fate seem to have already started to turn. As the 4th Hokage of Konoha village, Hyuga Hazashi is naturally not a man who is easily hit by memory disorders. After he thought about it carefully, although the surface was calm, his heart was already turbulent. Have you ever had someone like Hyuga Neji before? Why? It seems to appear suddenly. At this time, on the practice ground. Whoa. Da. 4 shuriken techniques landed on the target steadily. Ding. Congratulations to the host's promotion to Chunin tilde. Okay, I don't care. Besides, your strength is not allowed at all. Now I am not only Chunin's strength tilde. Neji's mind is now full of the unknown and the desire to explore the world, and he is also full of hope for tomorrow. At this time, a shuriken flew from the side. Crack. Shooting down the shuriken that Neji had thrown on the target, he smiled lightly. Sure enough, it's only with you that I can find some confidence, any rubbish Hyuga Neji. Neji turned his head and heard a familiar voice. Could it be? Sure enough, it's Uchiha Sasuke. Neji snorted, frowned and asked, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Call me Uchiha Sasuke-sama. Sasuke raised his head, looking arrogant. Neji narrowed his eyes, feeling bad for a moment. It seems that Sasuke in this world has also become very strange. Turned out to be a bully. Everyone, come out. This guy is here. Whoa. Then, the two figures rushed out quickly. I saw it was Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji. Both of them looked at Neji with good intentions, and Neji exhaled. Their friendship in the past was the same thing, but in this world, it seems that they have nothing to do with them. And it seems that the enemies meet Yuhi with special eyes. It seems that these guys and themselves will inevitably have a fight. But that's okay, anyway, judging from their unkind eyes, Neji doesn't feel that he has any friendship with them at all. This is especially evident in Akamichi Choji's body. Hashirama Neji listened to the fat body, and instead of narrowing his eyes, he opened his eyes and stared at Neji, as if he wanted to do something at any moment. Like an eagle staring at its prey, with sharp eyes. Hey, I'm very inconsistent with this, so what's the matter? Sasuke put his arms around his arms and said proudly, it's you who bullied my Ino-chan yesterday, didn't you? You forced her to surrender, right? Everyone knows I like Ino, but you dare to bully him like this. Do you look down on him? My Uchiha name, huh? Sasuke's tone and content made Neji almost drop his jaw. It seems, I really have entered a weird, oh no, a completely upside down world. Looking at the familiar faces of these people, it feels so unfamiliar at the same time. Really is a familiar and unfamiliar world. The amount of information you said is too much, please let me slow down. That. Neji was a little out of time, and the foreword didn't match. How can I tell you? That what Ino, I. Don't listen to his nonsense, just do it. Sasuke ordered. Chapter 575 Ino. Be my girlfriend. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just do it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shikamaru hurriedly hand-sealed and muttered. This guy is good at taijutsu, although his ability is not strong, but if he is hit by Gentle Fist, it will be troublesome. Gentle Fist should be better at fixed-point attack, so Master must be the first. And use my shadow mimicry to limit him to a greater extent. Ziz. Came looking for Neji in a sharp head, and Neji quickly backed away, scurrying around. Huh, yes, little Shikamaru. Unexpectedly, Shikamaru's IQ is still online in this world. The Nara family deserves to be the Nara family, but the 12-year-old young ninja, no matter how strong the analytical skills are, the same is true for fighting Ino. Neji is much more familiar than them. For actual combat. Whoosh. Neji was startled and fell on Shikamaru's shadow. Shadow mimicry. Success. Choji, now. Meat bomb chariot. Golem 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 golem, tilde. The huge Gentle Fist rolled over, and it felt lethal at first glance, and Neji was first in a cold sweat. You're so fat you can't see your hands and feet. Choji. Neji's speedy hand seal. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. PFF'd. Boom. The high-speed chakra circled around, spinning around Neji rapidly, and everything bounced off. Grumpy grumpy. Bang. Choji's whole body was bounced off by revolving heaven, causing a 180-degree rotation in the air, and then the whole body circled the direction of revolving heaven's rotation and flew out. What's the matter? Didn't the shadow imitation technique succeed? Wake up, Shikamaru. Sasuke frowned slightly and injected a little chakra into Shikamaru's body. That's demonic illusion. This guy seems to be hiding his hands. Sasuke frowned slightly, becoming more and more wary of Neji. Sasuke seems to be very confident in his own strength, but at the same time he is very concerned about Neji's expression now. Shikamaru withdrew the shadow mimicry, and Choji was temporarily incapacitated. And Neji's eyes were the ones he'd never seen before. Why are you looking like this now? What have you been through? Sasuke asked dismissively, in an arrogant and domineering state. Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and murmured, my eyes. What did my eyes look like before? Besides, what's your business with my eyes tilde? Looks like before. When Sasuke recalled it, he realized that he couldn't recall anything. There seems to be no Hyuga Neji even in the memory, only the memory of other people, and the memory of Hyuga Neji, all of which are vague memories. Sasuke, Neji. At this time, Ino appeared out of nowhere. When he saw the two people who were about to move, Sasuke and Neji were facing each other, and he couldn't help but panic. One is Uchiha Sasuke, who likes him, and the other is Hyuga Neji, who just fell in love with him. The two men surrounding him actually staged a fateful duel in advance at this moment. Ino, don't worry about me, I won't lose to this guy. Sasuke's mouth twitched, seeing Ino here, thinking that he must show her a good show. The Uchiha clan or the Hyuga clan, Byakugan and Sharingan, who is stronger, let's see now. Sasuke quickly hand seal, opened Sharingan. Although there is only one Tomo, but that serious look really exudes a little murderous aura. But, that's what I said, but I'm worried about Neji. Sasuke, don't hurt Neji. Ino embarrassed Yuhi, not expecting that the two men would fight for themselves. But the thought that Neji might be fighting because of himself makes Yuhi ashamed. Neji let out a slow sigh of relief. He was already mature in his heart, but he didn't compete with such a childish guy. Anyway, this is just a dream, even if you get it. Etc. Dreamland. That is, no matter what you do, it will not affect the truth, right? It won't be reality, but what I'm feeling right now is indeed real. Neji looked at Ino. The navel-bearing outfit was quite sensual. The corner of his mouth twitched. Adults also have dreams that adults want to dream. No matter how much he is, just roll up your sleeves and do it. You want a heads up with me, don't you? Neji's mouth twitched. Sasuke was even more angry. Neji was a standard scrap ninja, and he didn't care about the possibility of losing. Come on, who's afraid of who? Seeing this Han Jinchuriki column son, Neji secretly laughed. He said, then, since you are so obsessed with Ino, bet your favorite Ino. What did you say? If you win, Ino is yours. On the other hand, if you lose, Ino is mine. Sasuke seemed to subconsciously only listen to the first half of Neji's proposal, because he didn't think he had the possibility of losing at all. When Ino heard this proposal, he was stunned. Is this real? In order to compete for it, Neji bravely submitted a gauntlet to Sasuke of the Uchiha family. She was so moved. She immediately decided that no matter who wins or loses the battle between Sasuke and Neji, she will follow Neji for the rest of her life. What did you say, Ino? Neji didn't want to be hard on others, so he asked politely. Yes, I do, Neji, Ino felt that his heart was about to jump out, and he just wanted to release his inner emotions towards Neji immediately. But Neji made a gesture. Shish, Neji said, don't talk, watch me perform. You bastard, don't be mad. Start now. Sasuke couldn't bear the waste in front of him, even if his strength was poor, but he still likes to fool people so much. What Sasuke hates most is this kind of behavior. Drink. Sasuke rushed over with a big drink, and his movements were very fast, which was very different from the previous Gaara. Is it because of Zeba Sharingan's talent? So even if it's a Tomo, he moves very quickly. Neji murmured, but his mouth was true, but he had already easily avoided it. Dodged. Sasuke didn't seem to expect Neji's speed again, so he turned his head and punched at a faster speed. Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and avoided it again. Seeing the weak Sasuke, he stretched out his legs and tripped Sasuke with one kick. Sasuke, who fell to the ground, dropped a mouthful of dog-chewing mud. Ah, so weak Neji provoked leisurely. There, Shikamaru reminded, Sasuke. Don't get into close combat with you guys. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is very good at taijutsu. Ah, I know, I just tested his strength just now. I'm not serious yet. Then Sasuke quickly hand seal. Kaden fire style, great fireball jutsu. Boom. The huge fireball flew towards Neji. Neji was startled, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Oh, amazing. Ding. Congrats to the host for getting the magic weapon. Reward host. Sweetened water style, water array. Neji's mouth twitched, and he quickly hand seal. Sweetened water style, water array. PFF'd. Like the tumult of the ocean, the amount of water was huge, and the water formation that grew out of thin air protected Neji, completely blocking the grand fireball, and the water vapor dispersed. After the fog dissipated, everyone saw that Sasuke had fallen to the ground, clutching his chest tightly with a bitter expression on his face. Neji has already started to walk back and muttered, your acupuncture points have been restrained by me. If you start to use chakra to attack now, you will feel the thrill of 10,000 arrows piercing your heart. Neji smiled slightly and walked towards Ino. Ino felt that Neji had walked the 10-second journey in almost 3 seconds, a speed that was dizzying. What kind of young girl doesn't worship those little handsome guys who are born strong and have a warm personality? Ning, Neji. Ino subconsciously took a step back and swallowed. However, his hand was still held by Neji. Looking at Ino with attractive skin, Neji leaned over and whispered in Ino's ear, "Baby, be my girlfriend." Chapter 576 Takeoff. Open Life. Huh. Ino was stunned when he heard this. She didn't expect it to be like this. Before today, Neji gave him the impression of a calm and slow-moving warm man. Why suddenly? So attractive. So domineering. Ino sniffed to make sure his nosebleed didn't come out. Neji's mouth twitched, he let out a breath, and slowly pulled away from Ino's face. That breath, like having a soul-snatching effect, made Ino fascinated, and he was immersed in the blurred uzumaki given by Neji. Ning, Neji. She blinked, mixing her emotions in the chaos. But Sasuke widened his eyes and stood up angrily. You bastard, what did you just say? He was not angry. How could anyone dare to bully his second Jinchuriki, column son of the Uchiha family? No, the second Jinchuriki, column as himself. He was almost stunned by Neji's beating just now. How did you lose just now? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't remember, you have never lost. He shouted again, hey. We're not over yet. You haven't beat me yet. Let's come again. There, Ino nodded vigorously. Neji took Ino's hands and smiled, then from today onwards, you will be my sweetheart. Ino's ears were all connected to Yuhi. She had never experienced this kind of happiness before. Her heart was beating so fast that her chest felt very uncomfortable, as if it was about to explode. Neji approached slowly, the gentle eyes, in the pure white eyes, the defense contained the blue sky and Shirakumo, so romantic. Neji was really neat, and the whole person was buried. Because of the height difference, Ino had to raise his head. The two opened their mouths and touched like this. This scene shocked everyone. No. Ino looked like he was enjoying himself, and Neji was even more aggressive, and hugged Ino's soft body into his arms, ignoring the surprised eyes of the people around him. Anyway, it's in a dream now, he doesn't care about the terms and conditions. As long as you feel good about it. You bastard, are you even listening to me? Sasuke angrily ran towards Neji, went behind Neji and punched Neji's junior. However, Neji didn't even look at it. He hugged Ino and turned his head, then turned his left hand and touched Sasuke's left hand and squeezed lightly. Ow, ooh, ooh. The moment Sasuke was in pain, he let out a scream like a wolf howl, and jumped up with his butt tucked. Neji pinched the acupuncture point between his palms accurately. The pain was unbearable. Damn. After some recovery, Sasuke found that Neji and Ino were still hugging and lingering in front of each other. Sasuke felt faintly green on the top of his head, and even more angry, he rushed towards Neji frantically. This time, Neji reached out his hand dryly and picked up Princess Ino, but his mouth was still released. The two fit tightly together, with Neji turning around with one leg and sweeping the other. Wow! Bang! Sasuke flew up and fell to the ground. Shikamaru and Choji on the side looked at each other and looked at each other. In everyone's impression, I vaguely remember that Neji is a waste ninja. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? Uchiha Sasuke is not a very powerful genius, he is a ninja of the Uchiha clan anyway. A Sharingan alone makes many people unable to climb high, but he was knocked down by Neji with a few simple moves. After a long time, Neji let go of Ino. Looking at Ino's happy appearance in his arms, Neji also felt warm happiness in his heart. Especially Ino's soft body makes Neji imagine how warm and refreshing his life will be. Okay, just wait for me. Neji put Ino in a safe place, then turned around and sorted out his clothes that were messed up from the lingering just now. Choji and Shikamaru over there were startled, panicked and took a few steps back. Neji looked at Sasuke's face, but he couldn't show any hatred. But sorry, this is his own territory. Anyone who wants to be in the limelight in front of them is impossible. Now, get out, or I'll kill you. Neji is indifferent, and his eyes cast a great shadow on Sasuke. In an instant, everything around turned bloody Yuhi. Color of Yuhi's blood, Neji is like a crazy murderous demon, slashing down with one knife. Sasuke's body was torn in half, and the severe pain spread to his heart. Don't kill me. Sasuke let out a sigh of relief, breathing heavily, and the whole person was already in a daze. Quick, let's go. Shikamaru hurriedly pulled Sasuke. Although his talent was also good, he could easily unlock the demonic illusion, but it was clear that Neji didn't have a hand seal. With just one look, the three of them fell into the demonic illusion together. What a powerful pupil power this is. Ah! Sasuke bit Kiba and glared at Neji, but Neji waved his hand with a cheerful smile. If it were to change to weekdays, Neji would have to worry about things in the future, but now Neji doesn't need to worry about these. Here is indeed a world where he can do whatever he wants. Neji gave a pleasant smile and turned away. Seeing Ino again, Neji's eyes were no longer as pure as before, but an evil smile. Hateful, Neji. That night, Neji regained the feeling he had when he stayed up all night contacting Revolving Heaven. I didn't fall asleep until the morning, the hollow feeling that poured out all the chakras in my body. Sad all night. For a moment, sleeping in a dream seems to be a very convenient thing. I don't have any dreams, I don't feel heavy, I just keep my spirits up and wake up again. After waking up, Neji noticed Ino sleeping beside him, and his heart beat again. Don't care so much, do what makes you happy. Neji finally hugged Ino deeply. In order to understand the world, Neji began to inquire. So, because of his outstanding achievements in the Third Ninja World War, the fourth generation Hokage succeeded in ascending the throne, right? And he became Hokage at such a young age. He is also a veritable genius, right? Neji muttered. Ino nodded immediately and said, yeah. Neji, what's wrong with you? Why are there so many strange questions today? Isn't Hokage the fourth generation your father? Ah, yes. Ha. Neji scratched his head and smiled. I don't want to talk to you about something. Why? I won't talk if you don't want to. No, I said. I'll answer whatever you ask. Tilda. Ino hurried to please, but she managed to take Neji down. And I also confirmed last night that my choice was not wrong. Akatsuki. Well, this is an organization made up of missing nin from various shinobi villages. Since my father is in the intelligence department, he will know more about this. Does Neji not know about this? Ah, I seem to know a few things, but I forgot a lot of them. You know, I usually don't care about these things. Tilda. After chatting with Ino for a while, Neji got to know the situation of Konoha. The timeline is the same, but the setting is very different. His own father, Hyuga Hazashi, became the fourth generation of Hokage, and Namikaze Minato made military exploits and became the captain of Hokage's direct Anbu. Uchiha Obito didn't die. Grandma's death allowed Obito to start Mangekyo Sharingan, supposedly killed by missing nin. Hatake Kakashi is also a genius of the era and is now doing research with Orochimaru. It is worth mentioning that Orochimaru is still in the village. It was Jiraiya who betrayed Konoha village. However, Neji quickly digested these things, and the next step is to transform the world at will according to his own ideas. This is how your open life begins. Take off. He really didn't want to wake up sooner if he could. Chapter 577 Anbu. Captain Shisui. That is, 30 days. Neji narrowed his eyes and spoke to the real system. Yes, the host can only stay in the dream world for a maximum of 30 days. Although this time is only less than 3 minutes in reality, if it exceeds 30 minutes, it will cause the negative effect of the power of prohibition. That restraining power is still in my body. That is a mysterious spell from the Otsutsuki clan, which can be linked with the white Zetsu made by Infinite Tsukuyomi. Now Madara has cast the God Deep Forest Emergence, turning everyone into the predecessors of white Zetsu. So, if you drag it on, the power of restraint will accelerate you to become a white Zetsu. Before long, your body will be disintegrated, and the Vulcan will start to retaliate because of the imbalance. God is a cursed existence. Host you, the body of the Vulcan has reached the realm of returning to its original state, and any divine power can be fully controlled. But the consciousness of the Godhead is only a fledgling level, and there is no way to achieve a balance point. Hearing the system Balabala speak, Neji frowned slightly, perhaps a little unhappy. It's not your system. At that time, I could only improve one. Wouldn't it be better to just divide it in half? It's so troublesome. It's really. He sighed, thinking that there are so many troubles in reality. He wants to go into a sweet dream and not wake up for the time being. 30 days, that's 27 days. 27 days is enough for him to do everything he wants to do. The appointment was arranged to Anbu. Neji didn't expect that he would receive such preferential treatment as Hokage's son. But Neji has never been a Hokage's son, especially a Hokage who spoils his own children. Presumably, that's how the Senju clan fell back then. However, this is also different. Konoha village of this world, unexpectedly peaceful. Minato is not dead, the Hiruzen is not dead, the Tsunade and Orochimaru are in the village, the Uchiha clan is prosperous, the Hyuga clan continues the orthodoxy, and other groups are also developing. There are also Might Guy, Kakashi, Kushina, Asuma and other masters guarding the village, and now the national strength of Konoha has reached a level of saturation. It can be said that an indestructible village. All the external forces combined may not necessarily be able to overcome the power of this village, let alone the divided ninja world. No single faction can threaten Konoha's safety. But only one organization. Akatsuki. The only thing known so far is that the leader of Akatsuki is in the village of Omegakure, called Pain, and the messenger around him is called Lord Angel. Nagato and Konan, Neji had the answer in mind. It's just that there are only 2 of the remaining 7 people in this organization. One is Kakuzu who used to be Longyan village, and the other is Hidan who used to be Gracian village, but these 2 people accidentally left the organization. It is said that one is driven crazy because of religion, and the other is crazy because of lack of money. Neji was speechless when he heard the news. What made him extremely concerned were the remaining 5 members. Almost all of the 5 members can exclude the original members. Now Mizukage of Kurigakure village is the 5th generation of Kisame Hoshigaki, and Uchiha Itachi of Konoha village is still in the Uchiha clan, and serves directly under Hokage Anbu. Secondly, Deidara is trained as the next generation Tsuchikage successor. Sasori has become an elite jonin in Sunagakure village, carrying forward the puppet technique and gaining a reputation in the ninja world. And Obito is also in the village now. These 5 people are completely excluded, that is to say. Of the remaining 5 members, none of them are the original members. Although it was in a dream, Neji really couldn't predict who would become missing Nin in his subconscious mind, and what does that mean? Collection. Hearing the order over there, the loose Neji sighed. Forget it, don't think about it, just let him. Anyway, after enjoying my comfortable days, it's time to leave this world. No, after all, this is the world that exists because of me, right? Otherwise, it doesn't exist at all. Thinking of this, Neji has no burden, but it's a bit far-fetched to say that such a world is virtual. Neji can't help but suspect another possibility. Maybe this world really exists. I'm your captain, Uchiha Shisui. Welcome to Anbu, Konoha village. Wow, Captain Shisui. Shisui-san. It looks strong at first glance. Let me see your Sharingan. Senior Shisui. Our head teacher praised you in class. Bunch of fans attacked, making Shisui laugh embarrassingly, and he couldn't hold it anymore. Neji was at the end of the line, pouting. Unexpectedly, among the newly arrived Anbu, none of them are of the same age as him. All of them are young ninjas at least 18 years old, and there are even ninjas over 25 years old. They are not the same generation as Neji at all. And those around, also look down on Neji. Because they only think that Neji is qualified to enter here because of the fourth generation of Hokage Hyuga, and even to become Chunin, it is possible to cheat. Neji is a big celebrity. As the son of the fourth generation of Hokage, he is regarded by everyone as a dude who doesn't do his job properly. I will be very strict with you in the one-on-one assessment today. Although you are still in the screening period, you are only Chunin. Since you have chosen to participate in Anbu, you must meet at least Jonin's level before performing the official task. Strength. Anbu is in a special position to clear the obstacles ahead for the village. Quote. Although our village looks peaceful on the surface, behind the scenes there are countless heroes who are struggling and fighting, and the peace that has been achieved through their efforts and the sacrifice of a few people. We must cherish this kind of peace. This kind of peace is for the village. The opportunity to dedicate yourself is even more cherished. Quote. Anbu is different from ninja school, and will never leave anyone alone. From now on, I will choose a captain from the one with the best record in today's assessment. Isn't it? One-on-one. Are you going to fight Shisui-san as soon as you come in? Really? Then, the examination begins. From now on, those who want to take the initiative to challenge me can stand up. You can come one by one, or you can join together. Really? Can we be together? Hee hee. Aoba, come with me. Ah. Whoosh. Fierce battle, opened. Neji glanced at it casually, although Shisui, as a genius, at the age of 21, his strength has surpassed cage level, and he can't hide it. These Nejis are all in sight, but for Neji, who has already set foot on the peak, this talent is nothing but the same. Therefore, for more time, Neji looked sideways, looking to the horizon, hoping to enjoy the rare tranquility and beauty of this world. At this level, there is no chance to officially join the Anbu team. Anyone else want to join? Shisui put his hands on his hips and shook his head slowly when he saw the exhausted look of everyone. Wait, Captain. You are too strong. We have nothing to fight with you. It's one thing whether I'm strong or not, but you all give up too easily. At this time, Shisui noticed that Shisui had not shot and was looking at the setting sun. Hey, you bastard, Neji, didn't you even look at the legendary Shisui fight? Don't think you're Hokage's son to be self-righteous. A gua like you. There are many more in the second generation village. Ha ha ha. Was a burst of laughter, and Neji turned his head indifferently. Shisui, however, respected Neji and said, Are you Hyuga Neji? Since you choose to come to Anbu, you have to cheer up. Come and fight with me. I won't hurt you. But Neji chuckled and shrugged, Really? Then I can't guarantee that I won't hurt you. Chapter 578 Instantly. Faster speed. This guy. Hey, don't talk big. Anbu, members who were in the trial training had a lot of opinions on Neji, and now seeing Neji brag like this, it's even more uncomfortable. Ha ha, what a shame. Just leave it here, I'm waiting for a belly laugh. The crowd laughed, and they thought it was no shame to lose to Shisui. But Neji kid wants to brag like this, they naturally don't agree. All know, Hyuga Neji is the son of the fourth generation Hokage Hyuga, but his talent as a ninja is the worst. It is said that in their session, only 3 people did not become Chunin, or Genin. Among them is Hyuga Neji, and the other 2 are Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. Like the 2 girls who didn't enter Chunin. What a shame this is. And the smooth promotion of Chunin a few days ago seems to be because his enemy is a female ninja, and the female ninja seems to be forced to surrender under his threat. Really? Someone was talking over there, and Neji felt a little unhappy when he heard this. It seems that those who failed in the challenge did not feel that they failed. They also mocked others for being shameless. What did this guy say? Hey, don't think that you are the son of the 4th Hokage. Now the 3rd Hokage is not dead yet. How? At this moment, Neji was suddenly a little surprised. I saw a few people immediately took a few steps towards Neji, and a few people looked irritable and eager to try. One took Hokage's position with a slick tongue in the Third Ninja War while the third generation Hokage was getting old, and the major heroes in the war were heartbroken. If it weren't for your Hyuga clan, the ancestors were kind to the daimyo, how could the daimyo make such a decision? Quote. Otherwise the lord would not. Humph. Neji frowned slightly. It seemed that there was something else hidden in this world, and the source of these people's opinions about him did not seem to come from him, but from his own father Hyuga Hazashi. Hokage, who should be respected, so despised in this world. Hey, all of you, shut up. Shisui let out a roar, and immediately suppressed the guys who wanted to come forward. They had no choice but to step back. This is Konoha village. Hyuga Hazashi is the fourth Hokage, Sama. Under the leadership of the fourth generation, the Konoha village is the most powerful period in history. The strength of the other four countries may not surpass us. If you are true to Konoha village, and Hokage could be the missing nin of Konoha if he has an opinion. Quote. Huh. Shisui threw it, and a kunai quickly landed in front of the crowd, digging deep into the ground. Surrounding, not even the dust was raised, the shuriken technique has reached its peak. Shisui looked serious and said, as long as you make a notch on your Konoha forehead, it means you have become a missing nin. If you are no longer a Konoha ninja, you can continue to speak ill of Konoha Hokage with integrity. But then, I'll have a reason to hit you guys. Anbu, there's only one order for missing nin. Shisui's eyes suddenly had killing intent. Konoha village does not allow any missing nin. For missing nin, no mercy. If Shisui is domineering, he will persuade all of them to retreat. Those people's legs were so frightened that they didn't know where they offended Shisui, but they were instantly ashamed of their inappropriate words and deeds. But that doesn't mean they have taken care of Neji. They all know that Shisui is a character and difficult to deal with. Neji, who looked indifferent, with contempt. He seemed to want to find some solace in his distasteful attitude. Neji sneered slightly. It seems that many parts of the world have changed, and it is still a little interesting. At this time, seeing that no one dared to fight, Shisui turned around. He looked at Neji with a faint smile. Neji, can you still challenge? Neji was startled and shrugged. I'm whatever, I don't care. But you seem to want to challenge me, so I'll have to do it. Everyone heard Neji's leisurely tone again. They couldn't help gasping. Damn, Captain Shisui, you look at the guy. How arrogant. Do you know who is standing in front of you? The few of us joined forces, but none of us were able to take advantage of Captain Shisui. How dare you say that Captain Shisui is going to challenge you? It's too much. Captain, why don't I help you teach him a lesson? That's right. This kind of rubbish. You don't have to do it yourself, right? You all shut up. Before Neji could speak, he heard Shisui's stern scolding. Then, he turned to Neji and said softly, it looks like you are very confident, then, let's start. Neji froze for a moment, then exhaled slowly. He was also a little disappointed in his eyes. Those guys were really not worthy of his own shot, and Shisui was worth his own shot, but this performance was too gentle. If Shisui is hard on himself, then it's okay to say, yes, like Uchiha Sasuke, he can beat him in the face. But now that he is so soft-spoken and indistinct, Neji is not good at dismantling other people's platforms. It seems that he can only try his best. Huh. How fast? Is it instant? Shisui was startled, and immediately stepped back. Huh. Shadow flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and the kunai that Shisui had left behind was quickly pulled out. Then, Neji held it in his hand and slashed with a knife. Phew. A kunai swiped, but there was a sound of breaking wind. Shisui frowned seriously. It's very powerful. This kid's attack, and this attack. This kid has practiced swordsmanship. Shisui also carries a small dagger behind his back. He is very good at swordsmanship, so he can see Neji's Neji's extraordinary ability at a glance. Definitely not as wasteful as rumored. This guy is a master. But no matter how skilled he is only a Chunin level at best, and Shisui is not afraid. You, Re in a hurry. Neji. Didn't you say it's already started? I see you haven't moved, I thought you were waiting for me to shoot. Neji sighed. Shisui chuckled, and in Neji's eyes, she saw pure confidence. This kid is really interesting. So this time, let's make your move first. How? Neji waved his hand, his eyes relaxed. And those people didn't say anything at the moment, because Neji's action just now really scared them. Until now, they still haven't figured out why the sword was suddenly pulled up. That guy's movements are unbelievably fast. Shisui also smiled confidently and started hand seal. Hand seal said, I just saw that your speed is very similar to that of a teleportation technique, but it is still inferior to my telescopic technique. But you don't even need hand seal to have this kind of movement, it seems that it is not less exercise. Neji shrugged and said, as expected of a Sharingan. It's easy to see through. Shisui closed his eyes and opened them again. Sharingan, S3 Tomo gallops. Then, it's time to change my instant body technique. Are you ready? This is faster. Chapter 579 Task. To the Country of Waves. Faster speed. Then come on Tilda. Neji really wanted to look surprised, but his acting was really bad. Because with his current strength, although it is difficult to use more powerful power, the basic fighting consciousness and eyesight are there. Shisui hand seal just now, Neji was able to immediately judge what kind of art it was. Judging from the location of the spell and the perception of the flow of chakra, this spell uses chakra attached to itself, and cooperates with Sharingan's environment demonic illusion to make the enemy misunderstand countless phantom illusions. However, by using his quick teleportation technique, the enemy can't tell which direction he is running from and which direction he is fleeing from. It is very similar to Shadow Clone's approach, but in actual one-on-one battles, it is many times more practical than Shadow Clone. Especially a ninja like Neji, who can understand how useful such a technique is. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly thought about it. System, can I steal the magic in Infinite Tsukuyomi? Restore the host. Yes. That's great. Neji's mouth twitched. If that's the case, then this trip was really worth it. Come on. Shisui rushes in, Neji Byakugan turns on, dance. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Bang, bang. Boom boom boom. Revolving heaven, which is 3 meters in diameter, defends Shisui's attack to a dead end. Even if Neji can't tell the direction of the attack by using the instant technique, but Neji's 360-degree defense has no dead ends, Shisui is also indifferent. There is no way. Isn't this guy Genin? Why are you using the Hyuga clan's top defense, revolving heaven? It's not scientific. Shisui, who was waiting for the end of revolving heaven, was also secretly surprised. Not only can revolving heaven be used, but the size of this revolving heaven. Neji, your revolving heaven is even bigger than your father's revolving heaven. Shisui frowned slightly. He couldn't believe that this kind of genius was actually passed down to waste. What happened? After Neji revolving heaven ended, he smiled lightly and said, I'm sorry, I'm already trying my best to control my power. Didn't I hurt you? Neji smiled confidently, and Shisui felt something was wrong at this moment. It seems, you are not an easy opponent to deal with. Shisui became serious, stretched out his hand, and took out 2 kunai from his ninja bag. Left hand and right hand, one for each. Captain Shisui, are you serious? Humph. No matter what kind of strength that guy is hiding, it was just luck before. The next move will determine the winner. Those people really describe the word fox fake tiger power so vividly that Neji didn't want to think about it anymore. He does have the power to control him, he can't be too explicit. Otherwise he will soon become famous in the ninja world, and he doesn't want to be a celebrity. After finally coming to this world, I must be an unknown little ninja, and then secretly do the bad things I like. Here I am, Neji. Shisui instantly triggers the instant body technique. Already behind Neji. Neji was surprised, but he didn't notice it. When? Be careful. Shisui reminded, and then slashed. It was easily split by Neji, and then, Neji's Kuu also split. Ding. By the kunai of Shisui's other hand, Neji's kunai rubbed against Shisui's kunai. Ziz. Suddenly, the fire is shining. Boom. The flames lit, and both Neji and Shisui were startled. Oops. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and stepped back. Shisui also stepped back subconsciously and murmured, "Damn. Chakra leaked." Neji. Shisui was very puzzled that his chakra was leaked because of Neji's attack. Neji, who stepped back, heard the system beep. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the teleportation technique. May I ask if it is swallowed? Yes. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous just now. If he hadn't retreated in time, it would have triggered the spells set around him because of Shisui's chakra leak. In order not to suffer accidents in this unfamiliar world, causing the prohibition in his body to be strengthened again, Neji set up a defense in advance. Once he is attacked by a strong force, he will immediately trigger the revolving heaven of 7 attributes to defend. With the current Shisui and the strength set by himself, I am afraid that he will be killed by himself in an instant. Then he will be in big trouble. The Anbu captain of Konoha village, Uchiha Shisui, was killed by his own Chunin, and he became famous again. People. It's so hard to be silent. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that Neji was really powerful, and Neji could react subconsciously to his attack just now. Otherwise, I will accidentally hurt Neji. He was about to say something, but Neji suddenly said, Captain Shisui is really good. I admit defeat. If it wasn't for the last move to save me, I might have been seriously injured. Shisui was startled. This Neji in front of him is actually quite a man. He smiled and said, that was my mistake. Boy, you have a bright future. You have this kind of strength at a young age. I will recommend you like the upper echelons. Judging from your performance, you will definitely be able to do it soon. Receive a mission and become Anbu's. Neji learned that Anbu's trial training in Konoha village had a fixed procedure. That is, after getting the approval of the captain, and then through the understanding and analysis of your information by the upper management, it is decided whether you are suitable for Anbu, which department and which level you are suitable for. Then assign a follow-up B or C level task to test, and score during the completion of the task, and then decide whether to become an Anbu in the end. And Neji's battle this time, can't help but shut up those who underestimate him, also got Shisui's approval, and directly saved a lot of the previous process. Good job, Neji, so quick to get a mission. Hazashi sat at Hokage's desk and nodded at the document. Neji leaned against the wall as if paralyzed, squinting and said, what mission? The sooner you leave, the better, the village is so boring. Neji yawned. In Konoha village, and now Konoha village was so powerful that it was so peaceful that almost nothing would happen. After a while, I still want to have a little fun. The mission this time is escort a bridge repairer to the country of waves. That bridge is very important to the villagers there, but recently a gangster group has been eyeing that guy. After explaining a lot, Hazashi said, although the rank of this mission is only C rank, it is also a severe test for you. Don't lose the face of the Hyuga family. There is another class with you. Is that bridge repairer named his owner? Neji suddenly asked curiously. In his mind, he suddenly remembered something. Although many years have passed, Neji still clearly remembers the names of many people. Hazashi was greatly taken aback. He widened his eyes and asked, Neji, you are really well informed now. You even know the strictly confidential mission client. Could it be Daz? Has not come to you in person. Chapter 580 Violate. Sasuke and Naruto. Just heard a little bit about it. Neji, probably perfunctory, asked Hazashi to get to the point. All in all, that's the whole purpose of this mission. As Anbu, you need to do more, maybe less. It's mainly intelligence gathering work, and the workload in this area is huge. A lot of information that has nothing to do with the purpose of the mission. As Anbu, you must also have the ability to collect information, and then filter everything that is beneficial to the village and report it. However, you can do less of the main content of the mission, especially on duty. You just need to follow you. The number of ways to come is enough. Quote. It's Anbu after all, those guys' tasks are what they should do. You're just going to be tested. And is this what it's like to be nagged by your father? Neji was startled, and suddenly muttered something. After speaking, Hazashi was stunned. And Neji swallowed, shrugged, and relaxed. It's all right. Then, fell silent again. Neji's thoughts flashed. I didn't expect to find some warmth here. It was infinite Tsukuyomi. Neji had to keep calm. These are all dreams, and these do not belong to him. Even whether it is illusory or not, he has a world he will eventually return to. But it was so beautiful, and Neji was a little reluctant to wake up. Just leave him alone. Before the time limit comes, you can still enjoy this short time. Neji, don't worry. Hazashi breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly said meaningfully, as Hokage, I will protect this village. But as a father, I will definitely help you grow. A feeling of emotion surrounds the two of them. Neji frowned slightly and suddenly became serious. You said it yourself, then tell me quickly, what is the current situation of the other 4 major countries in this world? How strong is the Fire Nation? What is the military strength of the villages in each country? Neji asked a series of questions, and Hazashi was stunned. Neji, I really want to train you well. But these questions are too far away from you now. Alas, why don't you change to some simple questions? Neji shrugged, helpless. But I'm just interested in the other 4 countries. Neji may feel nauseated when he hears it. After all, it's the first time for a big man to act like a spoiled child. But it's not bad. After all, he is a 13-year-old boy now, and he has a father who became the 4th generation of Hokage, so it is normal to have a little tsunere. The 4 kingdoms. If you really want to know about it, there's one thing I'd like to tell you about recently. That's the case of Kurigakure village, the water kingdom near the land of waves. That is to expand the village's economy, and Kurigakure village decided to open up Anbu as a ninja for hire. Quote. Open Anbu. Neji frowned slightly, never heard of such a theory in the original world. Hazashi looked serious and worried. The so-called Anbu is the secret power of a village, and it often requires absolute confidentiality of identity to do things that ordinary people can't do or don't want to do. So Anbu is generally driven by Hokage or high-level officials. They don't belong to the hiring ninjas of the full employer mission. And Kurigakure village has made a decision that the information of those Anbu ninjas will also be made public. This means that neighboring countries, even the entire ninja world, as long as they have the economic strength, can hire Anbu ninjas to accomplish what they want to accomplish. On the one hand, Anbu in Kurigakure village is famous for its bloody cruelty, and it is really ferocious. On the other hand, this is also a signal that Kurigakure village is hinting at the other 4 countries, disclosing information to distance itself from our country of fire. Because now our country of fire absolutely does not need to find any allies. After listening to this, Neji only remembered half of it and forgot half of it. Anyway, I am afraid that these things have little to do with him. The next day, 9 a.m. The sun rises in the east, and the sun comes. Ah, it hasn't rained for half a month in a row. This time in previous years is the rainy season. It seems that we are lucky. These days the mission will be carried out in good weather. Kakashi put his hands on his hips and smiled. Youth really full of vitality. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, don't be too happy, it's too early to say. It might rain tomorrow. Ah, no. No. Kakashi and Sasuke murmured, and Naruto, who had his arms around him, snorted coldly, boring. And this task is also boring. Naruto glanced over and looked at Dishonor beside him. Dishonor is a peasant-like uncle with glasses and a towel around his neck. It seems that people who work often are strong because of this. Hey, look, you guys, that Anbu ninja who came to try out is here. At this time, when everyone looked at him, they saw anyone in white clothes walking slowly, and that handsome face with a sunny face seemed to have nothing to do with Anbu. You are Anbu, are you strong enough? Dishonor frowned slightly, a little worried. Kakashi smiled and said, don't worry about this gentleman. You are only AC level mission, and I am Jonin alone is enough to complete it. Anbu is just here to collect information. Is that so? Dishonor lowered his head thoughtfully, looking a little worried. Sasuke, who saw Neji coming, showed a serious face. Why you? Sasuke looked dissatisfied. Neji shrugged and smiled. Why can't it be me? Sasuke was angry, pointed at Neji's nose and scolded, you bastard. It must have dragged the relationship down and let the 4th generation Hokage arrange for you to come here. How can a guy like you enter Anbu? Seeing Sasuke's eagerness to fight, Neji shrugged and said impatiently, why, do you want to fight again? I don't want to. Sasuke turned his head immediately, as if recalling the fear of being dominated that day for a moment. Neji's power at that time may have a lifetime impact on him. And Sasuke's reaction is still clever, so Neji doesn't plan to pursue it. He saw Hatake Kakashi and smiled softly. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. I will temporarily join the 7th class to carry out the mission with you. Don't worry about me during the mission. I'm just a temporary Anbu member of the Anbu Captain Uchiha Shisui team. After completing the task, you will have the opportunity to become a full member. Quote. Kakashi had a good attitude and said, Anbu. It's amazing. A week ago I was a genin, and now Neji is about to become Anbu. It's amazing. Yes, luck can't stop it. On the other side, the blonde boy who had been silent all the time complained. I saw his expression of indifference, very difficult to provoke. Uzumaki Naruto. Hee. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto was really having a hard time getting used to it, but it was even more difficult. Seeing that, Sasuke walked over to Naruto and muttered, it's this guy. He bullied Ino a few days ago. And Naruto sneered. Ah, scum. As a main clan, he is a waste, and his talent and strength are far inferior to Hinata, who is a branch. Regardless of what they said, just looking at the unity of Sasuke and Naruto in this period because they found a common enemy, Neji had a strong sense of disobedience out of thin air. Chapter 581 Excellent. Genius Naruto. However, Neji doesn't intend to wrong himself in this dream world. If he encounters other people and dares to speak like this, Neji will try his bottom on the spot. It shouldn't be a problem to hit a cage level. No matter how awesome Naruto is in this world, it's not a problem if he wants to take him down. However, at this moment, he had a little forgiveness for Naruto. Why? Because Naruto praised Hinata just now. From Ino's mouth, Neji also learned that Hinata belongs to a branch in this world, and she is a gifted girl. But I don't know if it's because of the influence of the original world. No matter what happens to Hinata, Neji won't blame her. Maybe you are still a girl control attribute. No matter, as long as Naruto supports Hinata, then Neji has some tolerance for him. Even if it is your own dream, you have to have principles. It is exactly the same as when I first traveled to the Hokage world. I even feel like I just changed the world of Hokage. Well, now is not the time to think about it. Time Neji's brain had finished making up this, everyone was already planning to leave. Humph. Sasuke walked last and glanced at Neji, full of hostility. Kakashi, who was walking in front, did not experience the death of Obito and his teacher in this world, and obviously looked like a lot of sunshine. Hey Neji, hurry up . Ah, come here. Neji swept away his previous decadent state and chased after him excitedly. Anyway, Neji didn't feel that he was going to be thrown off. He was able to catch up with Kakashi, who was the strongest and only ordinary Jonin. Neji was a breeze, so he just walked slowly and didn't plan to speed up. At this time, he found that Naruto standing in front glanced back at him and stopped. Neji who came up slowly, with a malicious look on his face. Neji looked at Naruto's profile. It turned out that the few hairs in the world that looked like a cat were gone, but he still looked a little handsome. After all, he was the son of Namikaze Minato. However, Naruto's face at the moment was not very good looking. When passing by Naruto, Neji stretched out his hand and smiled awkwardly. "Hi, Naruto tilde, let's hurry up, shall we?" Neji saw that Naruto seemed to be trying to find fault at this time. But Neji didn't think there was any reason to fight internally. Neji was planning to take the opportunity to see what the outside of the ninja world looked like, and whether there would be wars. The task of completing Anbu's trial training was just by the way. Neji's purpose is very simple and it is very suitable for understanding the world at this time. If there is nothing wrong, Neji wants to save more snacks. But then, he knew it was impossible. "Hey, boy, did you do something wrong?" Naruto's tone was very unfriendly, and he looked like an overlord. Kakashi and Sasuke in front, as well as Dasna, also stopped. Kakashi turned around because he was at the front. And Sasuke, as a weaker existence than Kakashi and Naruto, is naturally responsible for protecting Dasna's safety. Kakashi took a few steps forward and said, "Naruto, what's the matter with you? Keep up. And Neji, don't delay any longer. Although it's only a C-level mission, it's at least a good way to get from Konoha village to the Land of Waves. It will take half a day, and if we hurry we may be back before the sun goes down." Quote. Although Kakashi pretended to be serious, his aura was so weak that no one noticed him at the moment. Naruto continued to hostile to Neji, bit Kiba and said angrily, "Boy. Class 7 is the best class. That trash Haruno Sakura who failed the Chunin exam 3 times has now been eliminated from our class. It's just a temporary worker who has been inserted in. Don't think that you can do whatever you want by joining the 7th class. Although it is only a C-level task, I am really unhappy with your attitude." Quote. Naruto dragged on as if he was about to do something, and grinned at Kiba, "And your abominable eyes. That's it. Eyes. Huh. Oh." Neji tilted his head, then felt reasonable again. Seems like a lot of people have said that, right? But Neji never cared about it, it was enough to be strong. As for his face, it seems that only the weak need to see the face of the strong, right? Neji shrugged, sneered, and said, "Since you said it all, I don't belong to the 7th class, so don't constrain me with the rules of the 7th class." At this time, Sasuke saw that Neji choked Naruto, and immediately took a step. "Hey. Hyuga, brat. I advise you not to provoke Naruto, now. Could it be that you want to fight? Sasuke." Neji was a little irritated by their going back and forth, and asked in awe. Sasuke over there knew that Neji was a little capable and didn't want to go through the hardships of being beaten last time, so he immediately took a step back and stopped talking. On this side, Naruto twitched his mouth and said with a smile, "Fight. Come on, it's exactly what I want." He excitedly said to Neji, "You look like you want to fight. Then let's fight one-on-one. Since I can't say anything about you, I'll use my fist to make you compromise. Whether you're from the 7th class or not, follow the 7th class. Missions must follow the rules." Quote. Neji narrowed his eyes. The last thing he wanted was for others to take care of him, and his patience with Naruto was reaching its limit. After thinking for a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Okay. Anyway, the team needs teamwork the most, isn't it? It just happened to let me see your ability, and then you can better cooperate to complete the task, don't you think?" Neji could probably think of the ordeals that he might encounter in the future missions. Since Naruto in this world is different from the original world, I am afraid that his abilities are also a mystery. Neji thought that it would be better to take the opportunity to try this kid. Hey, Neji, stop making trouble. Now, even if you want to enter Anbu, you won't be able to defeat Naruto. Kakashi frowned slightly and explained, Naruto, but the son of Mr. Minato. The mother is the current Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force, extremely talented, graduated from any school at the age of 8 in peacetime, and was 9 years old. Just become Chunin, the first of the same generation to become Chunin. Such an excellent Naruto, Neji, don't you? Kakashi recognizes his teacher Namikaze Minato. He also respects Hyuga Hazashi, who became the 4th generation Hokage, so he only persuades Neji. After all, he doesn't want Hokage's son to be wronged in his team. Neji shrugged and took a deep breath. So outstanding. Then this is a genius. Naruto. But, if you are a genius, why did you become a Chunin at the age of 9, and now you are 12, you are still a Chunin? Have you stopped growing in the past 3 years? Neji taunted. The next moment, he saw killing intent in Naruto's eyes. Chapter 582 Flash. Hiraishin. Neji took a step back. He took a deep breath, a little terrified. When I saw Naruto's eyes just now, that murderous intent inspired the evil spirit hidden in Neji's body. Although in this world, Neji's Shukari Taito and Thor's sword were both deprived and could not be brought in, the spirit inside seemed to still exist in his body. The suffocating aura of the blood-killing god can immediately burst out when it encounters killing intent. The principle here is probably similar to the absolute defense that Gaara's mother Karura left him. It's just that absolute defense is something that is automatically triggered by the defensive type. When attacked or hostile, it will trigger power to protect the casting target. However, this ability is different. It will not be triggered when attacked, but when pure hostility and killing intent are emitted, the resentful spirit of the blood-killing god will absorb the killing intent and transform it into suffocating energy, breaking through Neji's body and blending into the air. Not careful, Neji might kill Naruto. That's a big deal. In order not to destroy this beautiful dream, Neji temporarily controlled himself. Naruto. Kakashi over there shouted slightly angrily. He shed a cold sweat. From his point of view, just now, Naruto's killing intent made Neji retreat. If Neji knew about Kakashi's thoughts, he'd have to laugh out loud. Kakashi only thinks that Naruto's accumulated strength growth in the past 3 years is too amazing. Neji, who has just become Chunin, will definitely not be Naruto's opponent. And Naruto saw that Neji was overwhelmed by his momentum, and he was even more unreasonable. As the saying goes, persimmons are looking for a soft squeeze, and he released a trace of anger in his eyes, saying, "Stinky boy. If you continue to be like just now, so arrogant, and a little bit of backbone, I will think that you are a Hinata clan and will not beat you too hard." But just after the harsh words, it looks like such a coward. Uzumaki Naruto will give you today. It can't be done. Whoa. Naruto stretched out his hand, and the hurricane-like chakra came slowly. One-handed Rasengan. Neji was taken aback, rubbed his chin, and nodded in recognition of Naruto. Although this Rasengan doesn't look very big, it is very complete, and Naruto only uses one hand. It seems that Naruto is a rare genius ninja in this world. It's a pity, he pretended to be the wrong person, and he actually met himself. Rasengan. Whoosh. Boom. Rasengan bombed, Neji quickly ducked. Naruto also seems to have achieved the power of Master's Bad. At the moment when Neji dodged, he rushed away and hit the tree. What? You escaped? Sasuke was amazed and murmured, "This is the first time I have seen someone who escaped this trick." Kakashi on the side was also slightly surprised and murmured, "Has Neji's movement already surpassed Naruto's?" No, it should be that Naruto hasn't gotten serious yet. Naruto's hand was deeply embedded in the thick tree, and then he pulled it out. Neji looked at the huge hole in the tree. Fortunately, he did not choose to fight recklessly. Otherwise, the impact of such a large force might have taught Naruto to be a man. And Naruto also looked at Neji and shouted, "In the name of the Hyuga family, the son of Hokage, do you only dare to run around?" The face of Naruto's questioning, Neji thought for a while, and felt that he didn't need to fight so fast. So he said, "Ah, yes, don't all of you Namikaze clan fight hard and can't run? No, isn't Namikaze Minato the best at running? Oh, yes, you don't believe in Namikaze, you the surname is Uzumaki. Then, why, isn't it bad to be called Namikaze? Namikaze Naruto tilde. Damn, you bastard." Naruto was really provoked and rushed forward. Futon, wind style, Hayate. Naruto frowned tightly, as if to cast an extremely powerful futon, wind style technique. Of course, this power is only for his current level. For the current Neji, any of their abilities cannot theoretically be described as powerful. It's just trivial. But it stands to reason that even Naruto, who is Chunin, should not master this kind of art. This is Asuma's. It really is a genius. Neji's mouth twitched, still mocking. Naruto saw that the distance was not enough, and slammed away. Bang! Futon, wind style, gale palm. Woohoo! The mighty hurricane whizzes in, and Neji sighs, saying that this guy is a genius and seems overrated. Able to use futon, wind style, and one-handed Rasengan, how could you not put wind chakra into Rasengan? It seems that this so-called genius is just a pseudo-genius, not as good as Naruto in the original world. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji also went over to the wave, but Neji didn't hold back his hand, and the violent wind roared away in an instant. Ziz. This guy can actually use futon, wind style, stronger than Naruto. Sasuke stretched out his hands, resisting the howling hurricane that collided with two powerful futon, wind style. The rustling of the leaves all around, Dasna, who was standing behind Sasuke, could not help but take 2 steps back. There was no fear in his eyes, but more hope. This is the level of Konoha ninjas. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, it seems that I can go back safely now. He was originally worried that on the way back, he was targeted by the ninjas in Kurigakure village. Now the boss of the gangster group, in order to be able to block the economic transportation of the country of waves, in order to completely control the high level of the country of waves, so as to threaten the people of the country of waves to become his cash cow, he keeps hiring ninjas from the village of Kurigakure to prevent them from repairing bridge. But some time ago, the village of Kurigakure suddenly announced that Anbu's information would also be made public. This means that Cardo has another batch of more powerful ninjas that can be hired. So-called Anbu is better at assassination, and Dasner's little self-defense and escape skills may no longer be used. I was worried that the Byakugan, Anbu, boy was so young, it was just a reckoning, I didn't expect him and the blonde boy to look reliable. Dasna had no idea about Anbu in Kurigakure village, but seeing this spectacular ninja duel that he had never seen before, he felt a lot at ease. Damn, why are you futon, wind style too? Naruto bit Kiba and looked at Neji who was still indifferent. Neji sneered, why can't I know futon, wind style? And, blinking technique. Kakashi was surprised, the shock on his face is indescribable. Sasuke, on the other hand, opened his mouth blankly and looked around, unable to see the way out. Naruto was in a cold sweat and realized that Neji was behind him. The function of speed is not just to escape tilde. Neji's mouth twitched, and a kunai had been placed on Naruto's shoulder, close to his neck. But the next moment, Neji was taken aback. This time, he was indeed taken aback. Naruto disappeared out of thin air. He subconsciously turned on the perception system, but turned back immediately. I saw that Naruto had already appeared beside the tree that had been penetrated by the hole before. The art of Hiraishin. Naruto untied his seal and breathed a sigh of relief. Neji chuckled, the art of Hiraishin. Interesting. But when When was the spell left? Chapter 583 Finish. Meaning of the task. When? Kakashi over there has similar questions, and Sasuke doesn't know anything about it. He even saw Hiraishin for the first time, not to mention the concept that Hiraishin needs a spell. And Kakashi is still a disciple of Namikaze Minato in this world. He saw Minato's chance to release Hiraishin more than once when he was performing a mission in his youth, so he is very clear about the release mechanism of Hiraishin. Hiraishin is the space ninjutsu of Mr. Minato. This technique was created by Hokage, the second generation of eyes, and Mr. Minato has improved it to make it more convenient to use. I remember Mr. Minato's Hiraishin technique, which must be marked in one place. Or use the imprinted kunai to arrive at the location in advance, and then you can perform the top-level time-space ninjutsu. Listening to Kakashi's analysis, Sasuke muttered to himself, a technique. Mark. Was it at that time? That's right. Kakashi also recalled that when Naruto attacked Neji for the first time, he used Rasengan to be dodged by Neji. Rasengan penetrated the tree and punched a big hole. Was it that time? When that kind of attack failed, he didn't forget to leave behind in advance. As expected of Mr. Minato's son, Naruto, it seems that Neji is impossible to win. Kakashi and Sasuke continued to watch the battle, but in the battlefield, Neji also thought about the result. It was at that time. It was indeed different from the person I remembered. It was amazing. Neji tilted his neck, the warm-up was almost over, and he could play more seriously. It's just that Naruto on the opposite side stretched out his hand and stared blankly at his palm. Zizzy. A wound is slowly healing. Although Naruto in this world does not have Kyuubi, Nine Tails, chakra, nor does he have Kyuubi, Nine Tails, in his body. However, because of the extremely high talent, there is no tailed beast in the body to disturb the chakra influence. As a descendant of the Minato and Uzumaki clan, Naruto has a lot of buffs on his own. Uzumaki family and the talent, let Naruto master at a very young age similar to Hashirama's Muji healing ability. The wound soon began to heal slowly. When exactly is it? Naruto clenched his fists, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Neji in front of him. And Neji was startled, and it was only just now that he noticed Naruto's left hand. His palm was indeed injured by his own futon, wind style, and the wound was serious. Isn't it really uncontrollable? The restraining power in the body is still there. Neji took a deep breath and frowned slightly. It seems that during the battle with Naruto, Neji accidentally let the evil spirit in his body leak out. This also allowed his futon, wind style, to have the destructive and erosive power of moisturizing and silent, surpassing the moves of Naruto, who was also futon, wind style, and directly causing damage to Naruto. If I continue to fight, maybe I will really be unable to control the serious injury to Naruto. Hey, you little brats. At this time, Dishonor rushed up angrily. I paid you money to hire you. Don't fight infighting before the mission begins. Since you want to prove how strong you are, perform well in the mission. Why do you want your own people to beat your own people? If you have any problems, what will happen to my life? I'm different from you. I have important things to do. The task is the hired party. Even if it has a strong power, the rules of the world still have to be followed. So-called employer is God, and Kakashi naturally understands this truth. Sorry, Mr. Dishonor, this is my problem. As a teacher, I should have stopped them. But you don't have to worry, as ninjas, this little trick won't hurt them, so it won't affect the mission. After listening to the explanation, Dishonor was relieved. He had seen the power of these little devils, and he had more confidence in his trip this time. I hope you can complete your tasks perfectly. I'll just trust you for the time being. Dasna spoke righteously. At this time, Naruto did not dare to shoot Neji easily because of his incredible futon, wind style. Neji's attention was no longer on Naruto, but looked sharply at Dasna. From Byakugan's point of view, Dazner's heartbeat was too fast at the moment, and he seemed very nervous. There must be something to hide, right? Then let's go quickly. Don't waste any more time. Everyone immediately started to hurry. On the way, Kakashi simply began to explain the specific content of the mission. In just over an hour, everyone had already left the border of the Land of Fire. In the forest, the sun is shining and everything is fine. As long as we pass through this forest, we can reach the waters near the Land of Water. But our destination this time is not the Land of Water, but the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves is a small country, in the Land of Water. Next to it, it is an island country. Quote. Kakashi explained. Dazner was clearly unhappy on the side. Although it is a small country, the people of the country of waves are very hardworking. It's just. He bit Kiba, his expression solemn. What's wrong? Kakashi asked. No, nothing. Seeing that Dazner didn't say anything, Kakashi explained to the three Chunins again. This mission is a sea-level mission. You only need to escort Dazner to the country of waves to complete the mission. Because the bridge is to be built, the road is very dangerous. Mr. Dazner worries about robbers or something, and across that water is the Land of Waves. After that, we can go back to the village. Mission accomplished. Sasuke frowned slightly and complained, the waters. Isn't that going to take a boat? Kakashi nodded and said, yes, but Mr. Dazner is very familiar with the Land of Waves, so don't worry about us getting lost. If you get seasick, I also have emergency pills here. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, looking distrustful of Kakashi. However, Naruto shrugged and said angrily, it's just a sea-level mission. The enemy may not even have the level of Genin. Why is it so exciting? Teacher Kakashi has a Jonin and 3 of us Chunin's configuration. It's completely fine. Are you performing a B-level mission? Seeing Naruto being such a rival in love, Dazner felt a little uncomfortable. I think, don't be so careless. It's better to be careful. He seemed a little hesitant to speak, all of which were observed by Neji's elite eyes. It seems, Naruto, you still haven't understood the meaning of the mission. Kakashi scratched his head, looking a little helpless. Naruto raised his mouth, full of dissatisfaction. It's just a sea-level task. What's the point of a task? I've been doing sea-level tasks a lot since I was promoted to Chunin at the age of 9. They never failed. Speaking of which, Naruto is still very confident. Kakashi, however, gave a chuckle and explained, the mission is the purpose, it's never about success, it's about completion. Is there a difference? Sasuke asked. Kakashi said, although the task of escorting Dazner is sea level, the actual difficulty is very low because there are no ninjas as enemies. This kind of task can be done easily by 1 person or 2 people. But this kind of task, there is a special place that other tasks generally do not have. Quote. Kakashi said this, everyone listened intently, looking forward to what he would explain next. Chapter 584 Attacked. Enemy Target. What's so special about this place? Although Naruto has high self-esteem, he still respects this Kakashi teacher. At the very least, Kakashi is Jonin, and he has been stuck as Chunin for 3 years and has never had a chance to advance. What he faces now is how to break through Chunin and become a qualified Jonin. Kakashi bowed his head slightly and saw the pool of water on the ground, which looked like stagnant water running down after the rain. The special thing is that the distance of this task is very long. For a normal sea-level task, for a team like us, half an hour is enough to complete. But the difficulty of this task may actually be D-level. The reason why it is C rank is only because of the long distance. In order to complete such a difficulty, if the village is for efficiency, it should send faster ninjas, right? That's right. Sasuke nodded, looking innocent and cute. Kakashi chuckled and said, no, totally wrong. Sasuke pouted, his face Yuhi. Kakashi continued, it's a long way to go, but it's ultimately a conservation mission. So the focus is on Mr. Dazner rather than the ninja. Everyone's eyes were placed on Dishonor, who was also a little stunned. No matter how fast the ninja is, Dishonor can't keep up. The most important thing in protection tasks is not speed, nor personal strength. Kakashi stared at Naruto. It's teamwork. Teamwork. Naruto seems to be very incomprehensible to this word. For the excellent him, he does not need teamwork at all for the exams and tasks he has been doing. If you think you are strong enough, of course you can complete this task alone. But Naruto, can you make sure that nothing unexpected happens along the way? The momentum that Naruto had just gathered was poured down by a basin of cold water from Kakashi. And Kakashi continued to say seriously, if any accident happens, are you sure you can handle it? The content of the task is set as sea level, but how do you ensure that such a long distance will not change? The task as to the employer's responsibility is to ensure completion, not to ensure our own efficiency. If it is done by one person, the number of enemies is too large. Although you can protect yourself, can you protect Dasna? Or the enemy take advantage of the unexpected, such as suddenly encountering an attack or something? Kakashi finished speaking. A kunai came quickly. Ding. It was Neji, who easily used the kunai to hit the flying kunai, and the two kunai quickly bounced off. Neji was already on guard, and it seemed Kakashi's state was also taken aback. It seemed that everything was a coincidence. Really? Sasuke was shocked and immediately ran to Dasna's side. As the weakest, he was naturally responsible for protecting Dasna. Whoa. More than a dozen figures appeared in a row, and the number of enemies was indeed not small. At this time, Naruto immediately ran to Dasna's side and said to Sasuke, since the most important task is to protect, it is not easy. Sasuke, you go to cooperate with Kakashi teacher. Dasna will be protected by me. Sasuke rushed out immediately and scuffled with an enemy. Sharingan. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Boom, tilde. Suiten, water style, water array. PFF, tilde. A wall of water blocked Sasuke's grand fireball. Sasuke was taken aback and said in surprise, ninja. According to what Kakashi said just now, the difficulty of this mission lies in the distance and protection. Without these 2 points, the difficulty should be AD level mission, which means that there should be no ninjas as enemies. Neji, who noticed this, defeated the two figures who came in with 2 easy punches. Wow, twice, the figure turned into a splash of water and fell. Water out. Neji let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this chaotic team had to do something. Dishonor is also wrong. It seems that the first thing to do now is to expose his intentions. To make a simple judgment, it should be concealing the true information of the mission. It is estimated that it is a B level or A level task. But for Neji, it doesn't matter, even if it is an S level task, he can still complete it. Kakashi-sensei, is that a ninja? Defeating a water-separated Naruto, he stood beside Dishonor in surprise. Kakashi squinted his eyes and said, that's right, it seems that I was right. We really encountered an accident. He glanced sideways at the flustered Dishonor, a little anxious in his heart. Who is the enemy's target? Such a chaotic scene can't be judged. If you can't judge it, you can't know whether this attack is the responsibility of the mission itself, or an accident. Whoa, tilde. I saw the water standing behind Kakashi, slowly transforming into a human figure. This raid, even Naruto couldn't react. The next moment, Neji has arrived. Good job Neji. Kakashi himself planned to shoot, but he didn't expect Neji to move faster than him. I'm waiting for you to appear. It seems that the body that uses water body is you. The man landed heavily and was killed by Neji. Why do you know about my attempts? Neji chuckled and said, it hasn't rained in the country of fire for several days. Where is the water standing on the ground for no reason? Even if you want to ambush, you need to be a bit clever, right? What do you think? Terrified, the man turned to look at Neji. Byakugan, are you, the son of the current 4th generation Hokage of Konoha village? The man bit Kiba, looking hard. Neji lowered his head and asked in a low voice, huh? His voice was hoarse and he said in a low voice, you are also the target of the bounty. I just didn't expect it to grow so fast. Wow, tilde. The man turned into a splash again and disappeared. Wow, tilde. The water body appeared again. This time, there were more than 30 in total. Ah! Sasuke falls into the hands of the enemy, and Kakashi immediately goes to support. Neji jumped to Naruto and Dazna's side and said, our Hyuga family has Revolving Heaven, which is the most suitable ability to protect. Leave it to me, Dazna, you can help them. Neji said indifferently. You. Remember what Kakashi-sensei told you. Teamwork. Naruto was hesitant at first, but after seeing Neji's affirmative expression, he nodded. Naruto and Neji didn't know each other, so they trusted Neji and handed Dazna to him. Alone to support Kakashi and Sasuke. Neji, who was standing beside Dazna, smiled confidently. Dishonor said worriedly, boy, don't drop the chain. Oh, is it? Seeing that Naruto was surrounded by enemies, Neji glanced at Dishonor and jumped up. Jumped to the tree and left Dazna alone. Then, let me see. Who is the enemy's target? Neji muttered to himself, although he could almost guess it, he had to use some means to prove it. Chapter 585 Analyze. Hidden Character Difficulty. Hey. Dishonor stood there, panicked immediately. This kid looks very strong, but he was actually a little overjoyed when he said he wanted to protect himself. Why did he suddenly go back on his word? And Dazna was obviously very afraid of those people, and quickly took a few steps back. Even if no one is directed at him, he seems to be able to feel the rushing maliciousness. Dishonor swallowed, a little nervous. Damn it, Dishonor. After Naruto got rid of a water body, he looked over there in surprise. Where's Neji? Kakashi didn't react, and there was already an enemy, one step ahead of them. Suddenly, the man grinned and his face was terrifying. The round eyes were full of bloodshots. Target, locked. That demon-like sneak attack, with messy hair, stretched out 2 hands, with sharp claws on them. The whole person's movements are very fast, and Naruto has already hand seal. Oops, there's no spell to fly over. Naruto bit Kiba, his eyes were full of anger at Neji, and when he recalled the words that Neji said about teamwork just now, he felt very angry. But at this moment, it doesn't make sense to think about it, they seem to be helpless. Damn, that Neji guy, is he an enemy? Successful. The sneak attacker has already flown over, but the next moment, a burst of white light. Whoa. PFF'd, tilde. Holding kunai, he slashed with a knife, blood splashing. Neji shook his head slightly, dodging the flying blood, and heaved a sigh of relief. The whole person landed perfectly, killed the corpse that came over, and threw it away easily. Looking back, Dishonor had widened his eyes and fell to the ground with weak legs. This. Saved. He exhaled and wiped his cold sweat. At this time, those water body, whoosh, all dissipated. Kakashi also wiped the sweat from his forehead. To deal with these water splits, his intention was to let Naruto and Sasuke learn to work as a team, but he didn't expect that Neji would suddenly make such a move and even use Dazna as a bait to kill the enemy. Fortunately, Neji still completed the kill, otherwise, the mission failed or Dazna died, which would be very severely criticized. However, before Kakashi passed, Naruto ran over first. Damn, Hyuga Neji. Naruto punched, but was easily avoided by Neji. Neji thought for a moment, but still didn't call back. Shazong was speechless, even if he called back, he still couldn't understand himself. And Neji's eyes only looked at Dishonor on the side. Naruto was on the side and shouted angrily, what about teamwork? You are the one who doesn't want teamwork the most, right? It's just a personal heroism. I misjudged you, it is indeed my problem, but you don't need to do it this way. Prove yourself. That's a renegade. Just now, if we were not careful, our mission would fail. You just care that after you became Chunin, you didn't fail a mission. That's why you never became a Jonin. Neji looked at Naruto indifferently, and Naruto was dumbfounded by a single sentence. Kakashi came over and said to Neji, "What about me? I've become a Jonin at your age. I'm always entitled to question your approach, right?" Neji sneered. At that time, it was the Third Ninja War. At that time, Konoha village was in desperate need of combat power. It was just lowering the standard. Hey, Hyuga Neji, I don't care how strong you are, don't be so arrogant. Sasuke bit Kiba, but was stopped by Kakashi. He himself knew that he was not Neji's opponent. Everyone was hostile to Neji, and Neji didn't even look at them. Neji only looked at Dishonor and said, "What happened just now has fully proved that the enemy's target is you, Mr. Dishonor." Dasna was startled, sweating coldly, and his eyes became extremely unnatural. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to understand Neji's intention and was taken aback. Naruto on the side frowned slightly, realizing that something was wrong. Only Sasuke said angrily, "So what? You know the enemy's target. Kakashi, sensei." Sasuke realized that Kakashi reached out his hand to stop him, and stopped. Neji began to analyze. Kakashi analyzed it very clearly before that there will be no ninjas during the mission. The focus and difficulty of this mission lies in the distance and protection of the journey, as well as uncertainty. And this uncertainty it has something to do with Dasner's background. That is to say, the background that Dasna handed over to the villages, that he has no grudges and no relationship with the ninja world. What he fears is only robbers and kidnappers. In other words, our task is to scare off robbers and kidnappers. That is to say, when robbers and kidnappers see a target with ninjas, they will give up because they cannot achieve their goals, or they will be repelled by us. The difficulty of doing these tasks is very low, for us ninjas. Neji spoke, the more Dishonor bowed his head and looked serious. Neji said the main point, but he smiled playfully, haha. If I just dealt with the real body directly, all the water bodies would die. In this case, Dishonor will smoothly make us think that this is the case. The second attack was just an accident. Konoha village is now a powerful country, and it has made countless enemies. It is normal for someone to kill the ninjas in our Konoha village. And here. Neji looked at Naruto and Sasuke, then glanced at Kakashi again. Counted one by one. One is the descendant of the Uzumaki family, and his father is the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato of the Megatron Ninja world. The other is the Uchiha family, the Uchiha Madara of the year, and the two geniuses of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Itachi. Younger brother. The other is Hitaki Kakashi, son of Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, also a disciple of Yellow Flash. Counting these, Neji looked at Dishonor again. However, there is also me. Although I am not well known, I am the son of the fourth generation Hokage Hyuga Hazashi, the only main clan descendant of the Hyuga clan. The four of us, each of us may be the target of the enemy. Whoever stops this arrow for you will have a reason. With us ahead, you will never be suspected. But the enemy abandoned the four of us. As someone with such a powerful hydration technique and the ability to transform into water, he showed that obvious flaw in order to kill you. It fully shows that the enemy's target is you. Then, there is only one truth. Dasna, you are lying. Neji's analysis was as fierce as a tiger. Dasna sighed heavily, and at this time, Kakashi came closer. Neji is right, the money paid for C-level tasks is much different from B-level tasks. Judging from the level of ninjas just now, the level of our task is at least B-level tasks, plus the following certainty, the difficulty of the task is likely to be an A-level task. Or leap into an S-rank mission. Chapter 586 Intimidate. Village Policy. S-Class. Mission. Naruto and Sasuke each murmured and looked at each other. Although these two young men from famous families are different in this world, they can roughly understand each other's thoughts as famous families. The hope of supporting the future family must become stronger, and they have never received an S-level task. So hearing Kakashi talk about the news, it was mixed for a while. Was he excited about receiving a mission that might jump to S rank for the first time, and wanted to prove himself, but at the same time, he was more practically worried about whether he was up to such an important task. Dasna was stopped by questioning, froze in place, and did not speak for a long time. Indeed, I didn't understand the truth of the incident. Or my judgment on this ninja world is too superficial. This is my problem, but you ninjas in Konoha, after receiving the task, it is guaranteed to be completed. Right. Dishonor stared at the crowd with disparate eyes. There is no such thing as an S-rank quest, and you may encounter a few ninjas, but your Hokage from Konoha village has already read my quest resume. It was your Konoha village grading and confirmed that it was a C-rank quest, and I have nothing to do about it. This old man. Naruto didn't care about this, but Sasuke looked like a little belly. Konoha village's reputation more than anyone in this world. You bastard, could it be that you are threatening us with the reputation of Konoha village? I'll fuck you. Listening to Sasuke's scolding, Dasna was not in a hurry, shrugged his shoulders and waved his hands and said leisurely, I don't, hee. However, I really didn't expect the ninjas in Konoha village to swear at people. And it's theirs who scolded people. Employers, how bold tilde. You bastard, look I won't kill you. Sasuke widened his eyes, his anger surged. Kakashi stopped him quickly. Naruto just stared at Sasuke helplessly, and sighed. Sasuke, calm down. I'm going to kill him. Ah. Kakashi's exhortation to like doesn't work. If you continue like this, you will only be caught by others. Naruto said coldly. Only then did Sasuke calm down, and without listening to anyone, he could hear Naruto's words. Although Sasuke stopped his anger, he still stared at Dasna with contempt. The corner of Dasna's mouth twitched, and he said proudly to Sasuke, Hey, I didn't expect your Konoha village ninjas to want to kill people in addition to swearing. And also want to kill me as an employer. I don't know if this news spreads out, will any employers dare to hire the ninjas from your Konoha village in the future? Dasna kept throwing bad words there, but Kakashi couldn't do anything about it. Even Naruto couldn't help it, but Kakashi had to sigh. My level is not high enough, I'm just an ordinary jonin. But I still know the general process, and the level of the task was confirmed by Hokage himself, so, mistakes will only be added to the Hokage in our village. When Naruto and Sasuke heard this, the hatred in their eyes immediately turned to Neji over there. Neji has been watching the play in silence, but he doesn't want the fire to burn on his head again. It seems that as Hokage's son or nephew, Neji will be criticized. Hyuga family is really pulling their hips, and Neji, the Hyuga family without their own support, really dare not think about it. Alas, Kakashi, as an elite jonin, you can't be called a farmer. Neji sighed. Kakashi's face drew down, and both Sasuke and Naruto were hostile to Neji because their teacher was humiliated. Dishonor realized it later, clenched his fists and said, A farmer? Who are you calling a farmer? I'm just a bridge repairer. Neji shrugged. Almost there, I don't understand anything anyway. Then let me tell you, if your bridge in the land of waves has any secrets, then the employer is likely to have something to do with Kurigakure village. Kurigakure village knows, right? It's called the land of blood mist. However, not long ago the village of Kurigakure made a decision. Quote. Decide. That's right, Kurigakure village has released the information of Anbu's troops to the public, that is to say, all employers can no longer hire ordinary ninjas. Members who have entered Anbu and are already in Anbu can also hire. Anbu was the one who was assassinated by the Grand Master. Then what? What does that mean? Sasuke glanced at Neji contemptuously. Neji sneered. What do you mean? Kurigakure village is not far from the country of waves. If the enemy wants to hire ninjas to participate in the battlefield, of course, it is more reasonable to hire them from the nearest Kurigakure village. At this time, Kakashi also heard the reason. The so-called ninjas all need the information of the master. If you are not the master, how can you get along? Neji rolled everyone's eyes. Then he continued. In other words, does Mr. Dishonor still intend to hide his information and let the mission go on? But I have to remind you of one thing. When the 4th generation Hokage ascended the position of Hokage, he also introduced it by the way. Has a policy. There are orders about missions. Policy. What policy? What order? Dishonor panicked. Kakashi's master and apprentice all began to catch Dasna at this time, because Dasner's reaction had undoubtedly proved Neji's suspicion. That is, you can't give up the task. However, when the task is difficult to perform, the first thing to do is to protect your own life. That is to say, completing the task is only second, and the ninja itself your life is the number one priority. Also, even if we voluntarily give up the mission, after you die, we can still cause the illusion of serious injury, making the village think that we are just saving our lives, that the mission is beyond the scope of our ability, and that in itself would definitely not be a C-level mission. Quote. Neji's words made Dishonor instantly excited. Humph. In this case, people all over the world will no longer hire your Konoha village ninjas. Yu Lyrics smiled again and asked, the mission is either successful or unsuccessful. As long as you are alive then it is successful, and nothing you say will help you. But if you are dead, who will spread this out? Neji's eyes seemed a little sinister at this moment. Dasna couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, and took a few steps back. At this time, Kakashi also seemed to be enlightened, and planned to cooperate with Neji. PFF'd. Reikiri in hand. That is to say, even if we kill you personally now, and then fake the mission to fail, it can not only avoid us from encountering greater danger, but also make a perfect crossover as Neji said. And we only failed the mission once, but, mission failure is a common thing. Besides, this mission is a misjudgment. Quote. You are intimidating. Dasner's legs went weak with fright. Chapter 587th Bridge. The future of the country of waves. You are threatening me. Dishonor was convinced of the other party's crime, like a little mouse that couldn't escape. Kakashi and Neji looked at each other the most, showing a sinister smile. Intimidation. I didn't say I was joking, this thing can be done. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke was startled, he had never seen such a battle before, it was simply unacceptable. Naruto also swallowed his saliva. Although he didn't speak, his expression betrayed him. They are now going to kill their comrades. And also an employer. Sasuke was already panicking and began to seek Neji's help. Neji, please persuade Kakashi, sensei, this is not advisable. If we are found out, we are all finished. Neji shrugged and said indifferently, just right, I know a little medical ninjutsu, and I can handle corpses. Don't worry, they can't see any flaws, after all, I have the most insight. Strong Byakugan, able to make a corpse in perfect condition. Quote. Dasna had already taken a dozen steps back, but he did not turn around and run away. After all, he was facing ninjas, and he was very afraid of the power of ninjas. Otherwise, he wouldn't be afraid of the ninjas of Kurigakure village, and he would not hesitate to let the ninjas of Konoha village protect him on the road in a deceptive way. This is also a gamble for him, and it seems that the gamble is wrong. Even if the C-level mission is lucky, it is impossible to hire such a powerful ninja. 1 Jonin and 3 Chunins can at most complete A-level tasks. If it is possible to face Anbu in Kurigakure village, this is a proper S-level task without knowing the number of enemies. Their configuration is simply not enough. The so-called ninjas are people who want to act in the dark. You are just ordinary ninjas, but I am a ninja who is about to enter Anbu. The so-called Anbu ninjas do things with their own hands that do not come to Taiwan on the surface, so they must be identified. Confidentiality. Mr. Disowner, now, please die. Neji's eyes were sharp, and he didn't seem to be joking. I said. Dasna finally raised his hands, even that Kakashi never exuded this murderous intent and determination. But only this Hyuga Neji, the confidence and absoluteness in his eyes, made him truly believe that if he didn't say anything, he would really kill himself as an employer. Dasna's intuition told him that this Hyuga Neji is not simple. Say what? I tell you, my master's information. If you want to give up the mission, please give up. Disowner sighed. He was the one who made the mistake in this matter. That means you've admitted that you cheated on the mission rating, haven't you? Neji's mouth twitched. I admit it. This time, Kakashi's Reikiri finally dissipated, and the gloomy atmosphere just now disappeared. Sasuke and Naruto finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, several people began to listen to Dasner's explanation. Our country of waves is a small island country, and the number of ninjas in our country of waves is now almost 0. Because I don't have the ability to train ninjas and offspring, and they only rely on agriculture for a living. And the village of Kurigakure in the neighboring country of water is too powerful, so ninjas will naturally go to defect, and phoenix tails are better than chicken heads. However, people lived a poorer life and lived happily ever after. Because it's a small country and an island country, it's also poor. No one cares about our place, so there are no wars all the year round. But many years ago, the boss of the gang, Cardo, took a fancy to our place. He occupied our country and controlled our top management. He turned the farmer's industrial chain into his own cash cow. The dog stinks and the road freezes to death. All the evil forces that tend to him will have a good life. We these ordinary villagers are getting more and more difficult day by day. Quote. The biggest reason is because our country of waves is closed all the year round. There is no bridge of its own, and Cardo justly oppresses us with his sphere of influence and control of traffic. This bridge represents the country of waves. The bridge of hope for the future. As long as this bridge is completed. Disowner said, tears welling up in his eyes. I must build this bridge. Only after building this bridge can the people of our country of waves be able to go on the road to prosperity. There is nothing wrong with us, we just want to redeem ourselves. The Black Stick Group Kobo and the village of Kurigakure, some of the higher-ups are also familiar with them, so they can easily hire ninjas and even Anbu from Kurigakure village. Quote. I was targeted before I arrived at Konoha village. The enemy was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I don't know who it was. I was just warned by the enemy. They said that if I dared to hire Konoha villagers, the ninjas will definitely kill me. Speaking of which, Dasner's face was ashen. Because of the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kurigakure village, for ordinary people like them, that is the name of the devil. Then, why are you still employed? Since there is no way, you must save your life. Sasuke asked excitedly. Naruto clasped his hands tightly and said, it seems that your brains are not as good as ninjas. Dasna sighed heavily, and said, no, I've retreated a dozen times. Several people looked at each other, deeply shocked. Dasna clenched his fists, bit Kiba and said, I have been struggling to survive many times. Every time I am easily warned by them, scared off. Yes, we are just ordinary people, without the power of your ninjas, we only deserve to live like a dog. But, we also have children. We can endure hardship and be oppressed. But what about the children? My son has died resisting those guys. My grandson has since fallen into a lonely world. Saying that, Disowner, an old man in his 60th year, began to wipe away tears. If I don't stand up, not only my family, but the villagers will become lonely and indifferent people. At that time, there will really be no one who can save us. Pop, Disowner fell to his knees. Everyone in Konoha village, I beg you. Save us. Heroes are needed in this era, become a hero of the land of waves. He kowtowed heavily, serious. Kakashi sighed and looked at several people with a sullen face. As the Jonin of Konoha village, I'm up to the task. It's just the three of you. Sasuke was the first to bear the brunt and said, "Don't worry, I'm Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. I'm sure of this hero." Naruto's mouth twitched, and he said confidently, "If even Sasuke didn't back down from the mission, why would I give up so easily? Although I'm not interested in heroes or anything, I hate people like Kato the most. I must give him some color to see." "That's great, thank you so much." Dishonor immediately burst into tears and thanked him repeatedly. Neji, who had been silent. Neji was stunned, his face slightly yuhi, and said, "My mission is to be in charge of investigation and intelligence collection. As long as you don't give up, I can continue to do my mission." However, Neji's heart was a little helpless. He is really not used to these guys being like this in this world, but this trip to the Land of Waves also took the opportunity to learn about the strength of Kurigakure village. Chapter 588 Big Knife. The ghost will not be cut again. Very good Tilda. Kakashi showed a look of satisfaction, the first time he saw the consensus of his newly formed 7th class. Then, let's go to the country of waves together Tilda. Wait. Dishonor was about to lead the way when he was suddenly stopped by the drink. Kakashi looked surprised, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked curiously, very vigilant. But Sasuke waved his hand and said, "Since you have decided to carry out the mission, let's hurry up. Just in time, try my new master's moves while taking advantage of a mission." The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he was about to roll up his sleeves. Of course. Neji suddenly took a step forward. He, who had no fighting spirit just now, seemed to have begun to adjust his state, and his expression was stern. He glanced at Kakashi, who nodded secretly. Byakugan. With Neji around, it's really a side. This world, Kakashi still wears a mask, but both eyes are exposed. Obito didn't die in this world, and Kakashi didn't get Sharingan, so both observation and perception plummeted. But since he still managed to become Jonin, it proves that Kakashi's talent is indeed extraordinary. It just seemed so tasteless at this time. 2 o'clock. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, although he only gave a general orientation, but in fact, he could see clearly. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, Neji can ignore distance tracking, and even if chakra is enough, it can track unexpected enemies 10,000 meters away. Are there any enemies? At this time, Naruto finally realized that something was wrong. From just now, the atmosphere has become very strange, surrounded by an undercurrent of murderous aura. Ah. Kakashi nodded, put his hand into the ninja bag below, and took out a handful of kunai. Sasuke, Naruto, if you two can't track the enemy, you will be responsible for protecting Mr. Dishonor. From this feeling, the number of enemies should be 1. Just in case, Neji is responsible for cooperating with me. Why? Naruto is obviously a little dissatisfied, and Sasuke is justified, but Naruto is obviously a very outstanding Chunin, and obviously has a strong fighting ability. And Kakashi said in a low voice, "Okay. No time to explain. Neji has Byakugan, insight, far above you. The enemy is approaching. Murderous rush." Sasuke was almost stunned by this strong murderous aura, frowned seriously, and took out his kunai. And Naruto's hands are already in the state of hand seal. Around, scattered fog gradually emerged. "The enemy's art?" Kakashi asked. Neji replied, "No, it's not. It's a water mist created by natural energy." Dasna was always vigilant about his position and whispered, "This area is close to the border between the Land of Waves and the Land of Water, and it is often prone to fog. Fighting against those guys in such terrain, the other party has a geographical advantage. Why don't we choose to retreat?" "No, you underestimate the Konoha ninja too much." Kakashi looked indifferent, and already held out a hand. "Come on, get down," he shouted immediately, and everyone fell down. Afterwards, Kakashi lowered his head and immediately hand-sealed. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. A huge big knife, waving and spinning towards everyone. Like a shuriken, Dasna almost got hit, but fortunately, Naruto and Sasuke pulled him down in time. Boom. An incomparably huge beheading knife slammed into the thick tree. Then, a figure came quickly. Doden, Earth-style, Earth flow wall. Boom. Kakashi hand seal was completed, he held it up with one hand, and a wall of soil swelled behind Dasna. Whoa, whoa, whoa. CCC. Several thousand needles pierced straight into the earth flow wall, almost pierced, but still defended. Dasna slowly stood up straight, looking at the earth wall that appeared behind him in surprise, sweating coldly. Come here. Sasuke and Naruto immediately left with Dasna. Huh. Neji frowned slightly, looked over there, and sure enough, the peach land would not be cut again. But in the fog, there was something running around at a very fast speed, but Byakugan with this level of chakra still couldn't catch up with his movements. Neji. Kakashi immediately stretched out his hand, and thunder and lightning gathered. Reikiri. From the tree in the 7 o'clock direction, it will fall immediately, on the broadsword. Neji's voice fell, the figure that was not slashing over there appeared impressively. He widened his eyes and looked at Neji over there in amazement. That's Byakugan. In his eyes, there was a trace of excitement and arrogance. And behind him, lightning has arrived. How fast? Konoha White Fang's genius son. Zaibi Yuzan frowned slightly and wanted to withdraw. But Neji was already in front of him, too. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Quote. He muttered inwardly, if it's just a move of this level, it shouldn't have any effect. Boom. This is a move that Neji stole by chance in a few fights with Orochimaru a few years ago. Hoo-hoo. Neji did not perform any nature transformation or form changes, but only released the amount of chakra of the wind attribute to the limit, and the move of Datapa Great Breakthrough is not a ninjutsu that focuses on attacking. It's the traditional futon wind style move of the range Aurora. Hoo-hoo. A strong hurricane was blowing, and the whole person was blown by futon wind style and the movement slowed down by nearly 10 times. He was startled and said, using futon wind style to prevent me from getting out. And Kakashi won't be affected by futon wind style behind me. Successful. Kakashi's mouth twitched, but the next moment, he shattered the ice wall in front of him. Wow. Ice crystals shattered. Hyoten ice style. Kakashi was taken aback, and Neji took a few steps back, not shooting. With Kakashi, you shouldn't have to do it yourself. Kakashi quickly pulled away, held the kuei in his hand, and quickly knocked off the shards of ice that stabbed at him, landing firmly on the ground. Looks like there's another person in the dark, Neji. Yeah, but that guy is hiding somewhere, probably by the thick fog. At this time, Sasuke and Naruto also rushed over. Kakashi-sensei, are you all right? I'm fine, you two watch Mr. Disowner. There is another enemy in the fog who can use Hyoten ice style, looks like a sneak attack master. You should always be on guard. And Kakashi's tone became serious. From now on, the difficulty of the task will rise straight to a level. And it will be upgraded to S level at any time, so you should treat this task as S level. Hearing this news, Sasuke asked in surprise, why? What's going on? Kakashi was gasping for breath, looked heavily at the tall figure standing above the broadsword, and said, the one in front of you now is Anbu from Kurigakure village, the commander-in-chief of the assassination unit, who is known as the reincarnation of ghosts. Chapter 589 Assassination. The Art of Kurigakure. No more cuts. Naruto was taken aback, but Sasuke didn't seem to understand anything. Who is it that is not beheaded again? Where is the holy place? Facing Sasuke's question, Naruto suddenly sighed and complained, as a famous Uchiha family, you are really protected so well, you don't understand anything. Sasuke had to murmur, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing such a contrast with the original world, Neji let out a long sigh of relief. Although such two Jinchuriki column sons seem a bit cute, they are really annoying. At least Naruto is stupid with his own protagonist halo, but the protagonist halo of this world is obviously not on these two people. The ghost man will not be cut again. It's already 18 years ago when it comes to this title. Without slashing the corner of his mouth, the desire for blood erupted in his eyes. There seemed to be countless unjust souls roaring in those eyes, and the killing intent was suffocating. Ghost. What does it mean? Sasuke is like a chick that has not yet learned to fly. Although he was born Uchiha, in front of a real ninja, he is just a vulnerable chunin. Don't jump down again, and land firmly. Base, the knife was loosened by his kick just now, and it slid down. After a while of spinning, it fell freely and inserted itself into the soil beside him. He was easily pulled out again, and put it on his shoulders. At this time, Kakashi reminded, I will come alone in this battle. Watch the guy in the dark Neji, you have Byakugan, you must focus on that guy in the dark. Naruto and Sasuke are responsible for protecting Dasna. Sir, this guy is not at the level you can deal with. Even if it is me. Kakashi sighed and said, you are ready to kill me too, ready to give up the mission or evacuate at any time. Remember what I told you at the beginning. Cutting it, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said proudly, Konoha White Fang's son, is that so? Be timid before you fight. Neji watched the play silently in secret, and couldn't help but complain. It seems that Kakashi, who doesn't have Sharingan in this world, has been thrown away by Zaibujian. After all, you guy, but when you just graduated from the ninja school in Kurigakure village, you made an incident that caused a sensation in the ninja world at that time. Kakashi held the kunai backhand in his hand and placed it across his chest, as if he was ready to fight to the death. And Naruto over there also bit Kiba, and Sasuke became more curious. In the end, what kind of incident was it? What happened? Facing Sasuke's question, the scene immediately froze for nearly 10 seconds. The end, Zaibujian seemed to think that his opponent was too weak, or he was absent-minded, and inadvertently murmured, it's just for graduation, I simply graduated first in the class. With a relaxed wave, he swung the big knife in his hand, and the big knife swung sharply in the air, making a humming sound, as if the air had been cut off. At this time, Naruto swallowed his saliva and began to say, it is said that the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama established a ninja school system in Konoha village. This system created a precedent and made Konoha village stronger and stronger. As the neighboring country of the fire country, the water country, their people saw the advanced and effective mechanism of this kind of mechanism. So they recommended this system to the village of Kurigakure, but at that time the second-generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Genyu had no relationship with the second-generation Tsuchikage. After disappearing after 3 days and 3 nights of war, the village fell into a situation of no leader. The third generation of Mizukage has become a past that is despised until now. In order to quickly restore the national strength, the elders of Kurigakure village elected the third generation of Mizukage to the top. When Naruto said this, he was in a hurry if he didn't cut it. He angrily scolded, 3 generations. That garbage. Ha ha. It's just a scum. Neji, who was listening in the dark while observing the figure in the dark, couldn't help but get interested. It seems that although the status quo of this world is reversed, the previous timeline is completely correct. In other words, the information obtained in this world can be used in the original world. This is pretty good news. Kakashi took Naruto's words and continued. Mizukage 3's ability is not enough, and it was used by people with intentions to reform the graduation system in Kurigakure village. In order to train powerful ninjas, the ninja school created a very cruel kind of school. Graduation system. Quote. Very cruel graduation system. That is, killing each other among students. As soon as these words came out, both Naruto and Sasuke stood up. Students at ninja school must pass the graduation exam if they want to become genin. The content of the graduation exam can only be obtained after they have taken the exam. Everyone's task is to kill their classmates. Mention the item of classmates. If you go to the head, you can gain respect and become a ninja. Some people even kill 2 classmates and 3 at the same time to gain the appreciation of high-level officials and quickly improve their strength. Kakashi said this, even he felt as if he saw an unspeakable tragedy. No wonder my brother once said that the place in Kurigakure village is called the Land of Blood Mist. Sasuke frowned slightly, feeling a little nauseated even thinking about that situation. Naruto said, "No, the truth is far more tragic. The Land of Blood Fog is just a symbol of an era, but this guy in front of him has completely marked a cessation for that era." The rest. Sasuke was puzzled. Naruto said, "This guy, in order to graduate, killed all his classmates, a total of 33 people. He was only 6 years old at the time." Sasuke and Dishonor were both stunned. Zabujan's arrogant eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he was praising his achievements when he heard others discussing his past. Kakashi said, "It is precisely because of this that this guy became the first person to take over the beheading sword and become one of the first 7 people of the second generation of ninja swords." Later, the senior management of Kurigakure village was also surprised by this guy's tactics. This incident caused a stir in the ninja world for a while, and Kurigakure village immediately carried out internal reforms in order to avoid suspicion, and it is not allowed to use this examination system anymore. Only then did Sasuke understand that the so-called rest is the reason. "Because I am dissatisfied with the system, I deliberately cater to the system, but instead challenge the system. It's a very styled approach." Neji's mouth twitched, and he talked eloquently. Hearing Neji's voice, he was no longer shocked. He glanced at Neji's Byakugan, staring. His surprise, there was absolutely no fear in Neji's tone. Even the Kakashi in front of him was stunned by his name of the ghost, but that Byakugan boy was indifferent. "Are you the son of Hyuga Hazashi, the 4th generation? The crane-tail ninja actually came out to carry out the mission. Will the 4th generation not regret it? No more beheading, he has already clenched the beheading sword in his hand." "Neji, be careful." Kakashi panicked, realizing that Dasna was not necessarily the target he didn't cut again. The next moment, Zaibujin appeared behind Neji. Chapter 590 See-Through. Neji being targeted. Everyone's brains buzzed. They didn't realize it until now. Even though the views on Neji are not uniform, they are highly identified with his identity. This is Hyuga Neji from a prestigious family in Konoha. Today's ninja Konoha village 4th generation Hokage Hyuga Hazashi is precious alone. If there are any 3 longs and 2 shorts, wouldn't the ninjas they accompany them be criticized for the rest of their lives? Several people's eyes were rounded at this moment, and they looked at Neji in surprise. However, if they don't cut it, they can't reflect that the knife is already on Neji's neck. "No more beheading. What the hell do you want? Isn't your purpose Dasna?" Kakashi was a little panicked, and he understood his heart at this moment. Even if he gave up this task and handed over the task client to Zaibujin, he didn't want Neji to be killed like this. And Neji didn't move, just glanced at the knife around his neck. Zaibuzan just sneered and smiled. Now that he has completely mastered the initiative, whether or not to do it is all in his mind, so he is not in a hurry. Zan said, "Tremble, hee. How? This is the method of the #1 assassination expert in Kurigakure village. With your mere Byakugan alone, can you really see through my actions? No, even if you see through, you won't. Can we keep up?" In terms of getting close to the enemy, Zaibujian seems to be very confident. And, so confident that Neji is not in a hurry to fight back, he just wants to see what this person is going to do. Because, he began to notice slowly. The behavior of not cutting again is somewhat illogical. Dishonor over there was also a little curious, but he didn't speak. Such a result might be his intention. Everyone, of course, has their own position. Sasuke realized it later. He had completely neglected to protect Dasna behind him just now, and Naruto beside him had already spoken out. Don't kill the ghost. Isn't your purpose, Mr. Dishonor? Wasn't you hired by the boss of the gangster, Cardo? Come on, Dishonor is right behind me. If you have the ability, rush here. Come on. Although Naruto tried his best to keep himself calm and analyze the situation, compared to Kakashi, a mature Jonin, he was just a 12-year-old Chunin who was arrogant. Naturally, he looked a little stupid. At you, Uzumaki Naruto, son of the Yellow Flash, I know you too. Zaibushin's voice was low and full of oppressive force that had no room for it. Naruto was also shocked. This feeling of being stared at. Haha, I've seen through you all, so don't struggle. What my purpose is has nothing to do with you, it's just that I suddenly discovered something more interesting. Zaibushin didn't seem to be in a hurry to solve the prey in front of him, but just took a closer look at Neji in front of him. The son of White Fang, and the two mice who protected Dasna. Don't act rashly, my companions are watching you in the dark. And as a professional assassination ninja, your every move depends on your breath. The frequency can be detected. If there is any heresy, as long as I drop the knife, this guy's life will be gone. This is a clear threat. Everyone understands, but there is no way to stop it. Damn, what should I do? Kakashi's forehead flowed from his forehead. Since he became Jonin, it has been smooth sailing. As the son of Konoha's legendary ninja Konoha White Fang Hatake Sakumo, Kakashi has never experienced any storms since he was a child, and his path as a ninja is very smooth. In particular, Yibin was gifted when he was a child. Others called him a genius, so he was not as diligent as his peers, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy. Now, in this difficult situation, as a teacher, he has nothing to do. Neji took a look at the situation in front of him and exhaled. It seemed that he could still do it. Although he still wanted to hear more information leaking out when he was proud of the spring breeze, it was not a way to go on like this. When he was about to do it, Sasuke roared angrily, damn. Even if it's an annoying guy, that's a companion. Dang dang dang. Sasuke is fast. Huh. In the high-speed movement, the color of his eyeballs changed to Yuhi color, a Tomo Sharingan was striking. Huh, this kid looks interesting too. It's Sharingan. Don't cut the corner of your mouth again, step back. Sasuke. There, Naruto immediately ran forward. Ninjutsu Katakana middle dot Kurigakur technique. Ziz. The huge fog began to disperse, and it seemed that the purpose of not cutting them at the beginning was to make them confused. Kakashi was shocked, his eyes widened. You guys, protect yourself. Boom. The fog dissipated, and Kakashi was startled and stepped aside. Who? Cut off with a big knife. Kakashi narrowly avoided. Ding. The kunai rubbed against the broadsword, emitting violent sparks. No longer came close to him, and his strength became stronger and stronger, and Kakashi's two hands were a little bit unable to hold the one hand that would not be cut again. Threatening Neji in the first place to create confusion for us, to disrupt the formation so you can cast a blind eye. Kakashi realized only later that Neji was being targeted was just an illusion, and the enemy appeared only after careful planning. Ah, but you seem to have only guessed half right. The ghost shark is right, you are indeed a good guy to deal with. Ha ha. The ruthless ridicule of not slashing seems to have hit Kakashi hard. What he means by this. Oops. Then did Kakashi realize that the enemy's real purpose is. Ah. Over there, Dasner's cry shocked everyone. Mr. Dishonor. Sasuke turned around abruptly, staring blankly at Naruto, who was not far from him, and could see a faint figure in the thick fog, but Naruto and he had already run over to meet him without slashing. So now, Dasna is alone. No one to protect, and what the enemy is good at happens to be one-on-one assassination. From the very beginning, they fell into the traps and routines set by the enemy. Naruto, Sasuke, don't kill me again. It's someone else who attacked Mr. Dishonor. Go and save Mr. Dishonor. Kakashi shouted, and immediately avoided the slashing sword. Boom. The big knife that did not cut again was inserted into the ground, and the person also landed steadily. Kakashi is showing a defensive posture, and now he can only entrust everything to Naruto and Sasuke. The biggest help he can do now is to hold back the Zaibujian in front of him. And Zaibujian seems to have made a gesture of holding Kakashi back, and it seems that he is very confident in his comrade. Without squinting the corner of his mouth again, he smiled and said, "My companion is very strong." Kakashi recalled the Hyoten ice style he had just seen, let out a breath, and said, "Ah, I know. But at least I'm going to hold you back." Puff puff. Kakashi's hands. Chapter 591 Female. I just got the evidence. Reikiri. If you don't cut the corner of your mouth again, it seems to be mocking. The battle with your father, Konoha White Fang, was different. The battle with you was almost like a family game. Is it just this level of Raiden Thunder style thrusting? There is not enough observation to assist, such an attack is it's just putting yourself in danger. According to your art, the eyes of that Byakugan boy might be more suitable for this art. Zaibujan mocked Kakashi ruthlessly. As Zaibujan, who had to go through harsh and cruel beginnings since he was a child, his actual combat experience is also much richer than Kakashi. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. As a genius, how could he have only this ability? He said slowly, "Hey, you are right. When I developed this technique, my teacher Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash in your mouth, also told me that this technique is too easy for the enemy to counterattack by taking advantage of their weaknesses. However, I wouldn't use such a stupid combat method." He frowned slightly and closed his eyes. After a while, I opened it, and a blue-purple light flashed in my eyes. Whoosh. CCC. Kakashi's whole body is covered with lightning. This is... Zaibi-Yuzan was taken aback, with a dazzling electric light and flint reflected in his eyes. Kakashi actually attached lightning to his body, creating a defensive technique similar to lightning armor. This is not an ordinary defense. If you attach Reikiri to it, as long as there is contact, you can sense my Reikiri. In other words, as long as the enemy counterattacks me, not only will I not be hurt, but also don't think about it. Escaped from my Reikiri. As Kakashi said that, his eyes widened and he charged straight towards Zaibujan. On the other side, Sasuke and Naruto finally rushed over. Behind Dishonor, the two appeared. "Mr. Dishonor." Sasuke just shouted, then he was startled again. The two saw that Dishonor was sitting on the ground in shock, and he had no strength to stand up. Naruto walked over and helped Dishonor up. "What's the matter?" Sasuke asked. It seems that the scream just now was that Dazna was frightened, not that he was killed. This is also good news, at least their mission is not a failure. Over there, however, a masked ninja confronts Neji. "Neji, did you save Mr. Dishonor?" Sasuke greeted him. Neji nodded slightly and said, "You too, the content of the mission is to let you protect Dazna, but don't fall into the enemy's trap casually." Neji's words made Sasuke feel ashamed. Since the last time he provoked Neji and was beaten all over to find Kiba, this time the mission was unsatisfactory and embarrassing. Seeing Neji's indifference, Naruto's anger went straight to his heart. "Hey, you bastard, Sasuke went up to save you because he was worried about your safety. How can you say that?" Looking at Neji's righteous appearance, Neji sighed. It seems that the irrational and the original world are interconnected. They are exactly the same, very similar to what Naruto would say. Neji just said silently, "He won't worry about me, just because I'm the son of Hokage, the fourth generation of eyes. You can't fail your mission, and you can't let me have an accident. However, you need my protection now. It's just that you misjudged your own strength and thought you were the one who protected others. In fact, both for me and for Kakashi, the two of you need to be protected. It's just a burden. Neji couldn't take care of that much at this time. In order to prevent these two from making such unreasonable actions, they had to tell them the real difference in strength. Naruto was so angry that he was speechless, but his heart was already about to explode. Konoha's Byakugan. Good eyes indeed. Over there, the masked ninja muttered. The voice was gentle and delicate. After Sasuke heard it, he asked in surprise, "Is it a woman?" "I'm male." The white heir in the mask frowned, as if he had been insulted. And when Neji heard this, he shrugged and thought to himself, "By as a man and a woman, I really don't know. Why don't you try it out?" Thinking of this, Neji has already started. Hey, this guy. Naruto was a little impatient and didn't want Neji to take the limelight, but Dasna next to him made him extremely tangled. Sasuke said, "Let's listen to Kakashi-sensei and protect Mr. Dasna here." And over there, Neji's speed was so fast that even Bai couldn't reflect it. He sank with one hand and immediately hand-sealed. Drink. Neji splits with a palm, but it hits Hyoten ice style, which is congealed by Shiro on his arm. Kakaka. The ice shatters. Bai Ijung. So much strength. Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "I didn't expect your strength to be so small. It seems that my brother is the one who has hit me hard." Bai Jung wanted to refute something. The next moment, Neji appeared behind him again. Is this the speed of a person? Bai couldn't believe what he saw, and he agreed to deal with the ninjas of Konoha village with his seniors, and he only needed to deal with the ninjas of Chunin level, but what kind of monster was this? This kind of speed is already at the same level as No Slash, right? Even if he is good at Hyoten ice style and becomes a special Jonin of Kurigakure village by virtue of his blood, but in terms of movement and speed, he is definitely not the opponent of the person in front of him. Ziz. Crushed ice immediately condensed on Bai's back, which seemed to be a temporary defense. Byakugan. Neji glared at Byakugan and saw clearly. About the degree of defense of this Hyoten ice style and how much force I need to break her. The accuracy and angle of this action. All of this can be observed and predicted by Byakugan, because Neji's Byakugan is already a top Byakugan. Everything can see through, including the strongest ability, perspective. Inside the white clothes. Neji saw clearly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The defense behind it is very fragile. Neji landed and slapped away. It will never let you succeed. Who knows when Bai bites Kiba, the whole person turns around, and the solid Hyoten ice style is already condensed in front of him. Did I misjudge me on purpose? Neji was taken aback, but he didn't expect the opponent to pretend to be difficult to defend, but in fact, Hyoten ice style, who was ready enough to deal with this attack, was in front of him. Neji's palm hit directly on Hyoten ice style in front of the white chest, and it couldn't be broken. Bai Jung was going to be happy, but Neji only snorted and said, "It's just thicker, it's a big deal to consume a little more chakra." Cumbling. Neji's hand was like an ice maker, smashing the Hyoten ice style and heading straight for Shiro. Bai stared blankly in front of him, looking at his chest. All the ice had long been scattered around, only Neji's palm resting on top. She froze slightly, and quickly avoided it. Neji turned around, facing Shiro and turning his back to Sasuke and Naruto. "How's it going?" Sasuke and Naruto were very concerned about the situation. "Sure enough, it's a woman." Neji shrugged, even though she had already observed it with Byakugan. "What?" Naruto was a little puzzled. Neji looked at his right hand and said, "Because I have the evidence just now." "Well, it feels good." Chapter 592 Question. Condition of survival. Damn, what a joke. Bai frowned tightly, he was actually molested by the enemy during the battle. She is absolutely unacceptable. She is indeed a daughter, but after following Teoti's Zabujan, she was trained to become Chunin of Kurigakure village. After that, he was directly brought into the assassination unit in the village by Zaibuji, and the talent of the assassination unit Bai was gradually excavated. Until because she was a female ninja, some male ninjas with ulterior motives in the assassination team had bad ideas about her, and those people were ruthlessly slaughtered. In order to successfully continue the mission in the assassination unit, Shiro put on a mask and called himself a man from then on. With Zaibujin separated from the assassination force, he became the real Kurigakure village Anbu. At the same time, he was also promoted to Special Jonin by the senior management of Kurigakure village. It can be said that the identity of male gave the dignity and rights of the white body ninja. For her, the dismantling of this position means the failure and shame of being a ninja. So she absolutely cannot allow this to happen. That's Byakugan. Can you see it? So. Her anger rushed to her heart. Just kill you too. She stared at Neji angrily, and now there is only one thought in her mind, and that is how to kill Neji completely. To avoid future troubles. You want to kill me? Neji's mouth twitched, and now it became interesting, because he could thoroughly feel the killing intent. It's just, the unsettled suffocating aura in my body started to make trouble. He really wanted to have a good time with Bai, but his strength didn't allow it. If someone accidentally killed her, Neji would really feel a little pity. Drink. However, over there, Bai has already started. Neji only turned around and hit Shiro's neck with one hand. Ah! Bit Kiba, frowning tightly. Then, Pump, fell to the ground. I don't have time to play with you. Today's enemy is not you. Although Neji also knows that this Bai Shingshu still has some powerful strength hidden in front of him, after all, Hyoten ice style is also very rare, but now it seems that it is obvious to solve the Zaibuju over there, otherwise this technique of Kurigakure will continue forever. Dazner's safety cannot be guaranteed either. This guy's acupuncture points have been tapped by me, and he can't move or condense chakra for the time being. I have also checked everything in this area, and there are no other enemies. Just in case, Sasuke. You look at Tatsuya. Xena, one is to protect him and the other is to keep him from running around. Naruto, you are responsible for watching this guy. Quote. Bai Neji looked at each other. Sasuke. Naruto. The two blinked, and suddenly frowned. What are you doing? You seem to be familiar with us. Sasuke sighed with relief after Neji left. At this time, on the other side, Kakashi almost fell to the ground. On the other hand, no matter how easy it is to cut, it still looks extremely relaxed. Is it just this level? Konoha White Fang seems to have no successor. Zabujan stood up and lifted the beheading sword in his hand. There are already some charred parts of his body. It seems that he is suffering from Raiden Thunder-style side effects. But there was no injury on his body, especially the beheading knife, which looked brand new and shiny. On the other hand, Kakashi was exhausted, and his clothes were covered with cuts made by a beheading knife. And despite this, he still said harshly, "Hee. You're nothing more than that. Even if you try your best, your attack can only cut through my clothes. I'm not injured at all." He exhaled and raised his right hand. PFF'd. Lightning flashes. But this Reikiri has not been on the same scale as Kakashi's first release. It looks pitifully small, with only a small ball of lightning in the center of the palm, and the range of lightning flashes is clearly visible, not even beyond the length of Kakashi's fingers. Seeing this horrific Reikiri, he snorted coldly if he didn't cut it. Although I know you said this to delay as much time as possible, it still sounds very irritating. You'd better figure it out. You guys, I'm not going to do my best. At this time, he finally used the other hand. Knives in both hands. Do your best. You can really say it. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill you. I will do my best to give you a fair way to die. Grip the handle of the knife tightly, turning both hands. Clap clap clap. Quick footsteps come. Kakashi frowned. Chakra couldn't even do a full Reikiri, and his body couldn't move at high speed at all. This trick is coming to an end. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. A blue light flashed, and a huge shield flashed in front of Kakashi. Bang! The machete revolving heaven, the machete that never slashed again, the knife was bounced off by a huge force and flew out of his hands. After several weeks of rotation, it fell to the ground and inserted into the soil on the ground. Neji. Kakashi was surprised, but he didn't expect that Neji saved him at the critical moment. Revolving heaven just now, but Byakugan's advanced ability, Neji has used it so well, and this power is higher than all the revolving heaven power Kakashi has ever seen. 4th generation kid, it seems that you are also anxious to seek death. No more squinting. Neji, who was standing in front of Kakashi, walked slowly towards Sabujin. I don't want to waste time. If you can't beat it, tell me everything you know. Neji's words were cold and his expression was cold. After listening to the nonsense, taking advantage of the technique of Kurigakure, Neji had the opportunity to ask something alone, so naturally he had to seize the opportunity. What did you say? No longer a little annoyed, this guy seems to be very confident, especially that look. He took 2 steps back, swung the beheading sword with both hands, and said angrily, it's okay, anyway, I'm going to kill you anyway, why don't you just do it now? Bang! Ryuzan widened his eyes again, this was the strength and speed that he couldn't react at all. Kurigakure became stronger and stronger, and Kakashi, who was behind Neji, disappeared. Ah! Bang! Tilde. And he cut it to the end, he couldn't see clearly what Neji made. When exactly? Without chopping to cover his chest again, Neji gave him acupuncture points just for a split second when he couldn't react. Neji said, sorry, our levels are too different. Although Zaibujin couldn't understand how much Neji's level was higher than himself, he could clearly feel the strength revealed in Neji's confident eyes. And that pure oppressive force is like a human being to decide the life and death of an ant. It's such a friendship and absurd, there is no room for tactfulness. It's not my purpose to kill you, but I just wanted to tell you that I am fully capable of doing so. Neji lowered his voice. Answer the question and live. First question first. If you don't cut it for a while, you. Is this threatened? Just why did he suddenly ask himself a question? Neji spoke slowly. I've noticed the murderous aura at the beginning. Neji had already noticed when he put the beheading sword on his neck, and the evil spirit in his body was constantly surging. In other words, the killing intent of not slashing is serious. You're not here to create chaos, your purpose was me in the first place, right? Neji asked. Chapter 593 Activation. Hidden mission is coming. You. No longer bites Kiba, his eyes are full of dissatisfaction. But there was nothing he could do, no matter how much he didn't understand and didn't want to believe, he was indeed completely suppressed by Neji's power just now. Just chakra. Is your purpose for me? Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he was obviously no longer the chick who looked like he was going to be pressed and rubbed on the ground by an old hand like Zaibuchuan. Now, he can play around and do not cut again. No matter how much you don't cut it, of course you understand this, and cold sweat swirls lightly from his forehead. Am I scared? If he didn't ask himself again, he swallowed, it was instinctive fear. In terms of subjective consciousness, he still insists on keeping calm. As a qualified killer, he will definitely maintain absolute calmness in the battle, so as to complete his task and save his life with the greatest possible correctness. It's just that the life-saving conditions are too strict. He took a heavy breath. Obviously, I have practiced countless times in my mind, in case of encountering an enemy stronger than myself, or those enemies who do not have master information showing a fierce Kiba. Even an enemy who knows the information, as a success rate and extremely high assassination genius, he will not allow himself to fail easily. But even if this little brat in front of me is unexpected, it is completely impossible to reach this level. Chakra pressed down and didn't cut it, and he even had difficulty breathing. This concentration of chakra is comparable to a tailed beast. And it is a chakra brewed with strong killing intent. The biggest difference from ordinary chakra is that it is hidden. After the ordinary chakra is released, everyone in the vicinity can clearly perceive one or two even if it is not a perceptual ninja, and this guy in front of him suppresses the power similar to chakra just by the pure killing intent and thought of not slashing. It's a kind of pressure that others can't feel. How is it done? This kind of feeling, I have only felt it from one place again. That is the strong one. Once upon a time when Zabujan was on a mission, it was Chunin's Zabujan who met Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo from Konoha village. Then Cage level can release such a powerful suppressing force. And the suppressing power of this kid in front of him is even stronger. Could it be that he has surpassed Cage level? No, he is stronger than White Fang. It's impossible. He murmured and bit Kiba, muttering to himself. There's not much time left for you. Neji slowly released Byakugan. The automatic formation of evil spirits consumed a lot of chakra, and now it is necessary to reduce the use of chakra as much as possible. The suppressing force gradually weakened, and he breathed a sigh of relief without slashing, and the feeling of suffocation slowly dissipated. There is no doubt that if you continue in that state, you will be completely crushed sooner or later. Om. He suddenly woke up from the illusion of killing intent, only to realize that the thick fog had begun to dissipate around him. Neji explained, "Answer me before the fog clears or you won't be able to escape." Neji gave the conditions of the negotiation and let him choose. Slowly closed his mouth again, only to realize it later. It turned out that it was just demonic illusion. I thought you really had that kind of strength. But as a kid, you can simply use killing intent to put me in demonic illusion. Your talent seems to be on the same level as Bai. Quote. Neji just stared at him with indifferent and confident eyes. Thinking about Neji's words for a long time, he said, "If my purpose was you, I would kill you at that time, wouldn't I?" Speaking of not beheading again, Neji also recalled that he was not beheading again before, and hung the beheading sword beside his neck. But in the end, I didn't cut it again or I didn't start, so the ultimate goal of not cutting it again was not myself. This explanation seems reasonable. But Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and said leisurely, "Those who are good at releasing killing intent are also the easiest to feel killing intent. You know that, right?" "Huh, are you teaching me?" Zabujan raised his head stubbornly. Neji only said indifferently, "I also used your identity as a killer to directly bring you into the illusion with murderous aura. So, you secretly released more than one killing intent on me, and I can also clearly perceive it. 2. The fog all around was getting thinner. The lie of not cutting it again was ruthlessly exposed by Neji. So, based on this assumption, your purpose is indeed me, right? Probably to capture me alive. But looking at your killing intent, it seems that killing me can also accomplish your purpose, right? After all, it is you who in your knowledge, I'm just a little kid, and I have no threat to you. If you just take me away or kill Dasna, there's no need to have that kind of strong killing intent. So you really wanted to kill me?" Neji said, more and more confident. "Then, I can only say, you didn't do it. It wasn't that you didn't want to, it was that you didn't dare. There's always someone you want to hide, Dasna, Kakashi and Naruto, Sasuke, or your companion." Neji narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Your intention was to kill me or Dasna, but you didn't do it. Because in this case you have some reason to knock us down instead of killing people, isn't that right?" Neji's analysis made Zaibuzan widen his eyes. This guy, why would you say that?" Neji with hatred. At this moment, it was as if he had finally put on the demon mask that belonged to him after covering up for a long time. Neji is easy to puncture. Because, at that time, I deliberately showed my flaws. When you gave up on me, Naruto and Sasuke couldn't stop you, and Kakashi was also suppressed by you. From the battle to now, you have 4 chances to shoot. Of course, the timing is difficult, but it shouldn't be difficult for you, but as soon as you make a move, his owner is dead. If he didn't cut it for a while, he was taken aback. This guy actually set him up on purpose. At this time, Neji frowned slightly. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained the exclamation point of not slashing again. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden mission. Hidden mission. Neji is currently in the final brief negotiation with Zaibusian. He has resolutely entered the spiritual world of the system. Anyway, a delay of 2 minutes here is only 2 seconds in the real world. What is the hidden mission? Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden mission. Investigate the system of Kurigakure village. After completing the mission, the next mission can be unlocked. After listening to the system's reminder, Neji suddenly fell into contemplation. Unlock the next mission. Then what? Chapter 594 Hero. People's Hope. What's the point? Neji heaved a sigh of relief. The mess in this world had already made him feel a surge of anger in his heart. Reply to the host, the task cannot be refused. I can't refuse. I'll fuck you. Neji frowned tightly, and a rebellious thought came to her mind. Can't refuse. I'm going to refuse. Infinite Tsukuyomi created in my own consciousness, even if it is a system, it can't help me, right? Neji thought of this. The system gave countless prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Received the first hidden mission. Complete the task to get a reward for opening the next hidden task. Neji murmured, what kind of reward is this? Ding! Hidden tasks cannot be refused. Once opened, they must be completed. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. After completing all the hidden tasks, it can help the host to break through the dream and increase his strength. Neji couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard this. Don't be bluffing. The mechanism of this dream is combined with the mechanism of my spiritual realm and the system's spiritual world. I am here for 30 days and in the real world, but less than 30 minutes have passed. Why am I in such a hurry? Going out. And I don't care about the improvement of my strength. I'm just being framed by Kushi's restraining power. My own strength has already become a semi-sacred. To be honest, in this dream, Neji himself felt that he was a little complacent, but these are all his real thoughts at the moment. Return to the host. If the host fails to complete the hidden task after 30 days, then the host will suffer a negative effect, Infinite Tsukuyomi, S-ban. It has a dual effect with the power of Ura's ban, which seriously damages the host's strength. Neji instantly became petrified. This fuck's broken system has accompanied him for more than 10 years to help him become stronger, and it has little effect. And let yourself practice proficiency all the time, exhausting the individual. As a result, it is becoming more and more useless now, and you still force yourself to be a coolie. Simply. But once the host completes the task, he can freely manipulate the dream state. Everything in the dream state is owned by the host and can do whatever he wants. And help the host to directly break through the quasi-sacred realm, laying a solid foundation for the host to become a saint realm. This is simply. It's just. So delicious. Neji stayed for a while, but unexpectedly, it was reversed by 2 levels. Really or not, I've worked hard for so long and haven't been able to break through the semi-sacred realm. Is it enough to complete the hidden mission? The system never lies. Faced with such a reward, Neji can only say, really fragrant. Neji, who has personally done those hard training and actual combat experience, knows how difficult and dangerous the road to becoming stronger is, and if there is such a smooth way, it would be an idiot not to choose. By the way, what's the first hidden mission? Back to the host, the first hidden mission is, investigate the truth of Kurigakure village. Neji nodded. According to this rhythm, he was guessing right, and if he didn't cut it, something must have gone wrong. Or, what's wrong with Kurigakure village? What about him, anyway? He always has to investigate it himself. The country of waves is not far from the village of Kurigakure, and this laying task is just a coincidence. After walking out of the spiritual world, the dense fog around him has almost dissipated. No longer cut in front of him, cold sweat has dripped from his chin. A tick fell to the ground. Huh. If you don't cut yourself, you will run away. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly followed. Baby. So fast. Zaibu-zan just wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. As an assassination genius, he was naturally quick to escape, but Neji was also very fast. Your Byakugan has obviously been cancelled. Don't bite Kiba again, Neji will slap him in the face. Bang. Ground. Neji's voice was loud. My speed doesn't depend on pupil skills as you see, my physical skills are developed by myself little by little. Don't bite Kiba again, this Byakugan kid in front of you is really scary. Not only is the pupil technique powerful, but also the body technique is even better. It seems, I am destined to be damaged here today. No longer closed his eyes slightly, his heart was flustered. Neji shrugged and said, no, you gave you a choice. You can choose to tell what you know, and I can let you go. Of course, this is your only chance. In Neji's eyes, killing intent emerged. Just kidding, even if I die, I won't be threatened by a waste ninja like you if I don't cut it. No longer cut anger, and Neji snorted coldly, shot. And over there, Kakashi shouted, Neji. Be careful. Ohm. Click 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 click. Countless pieces of ice keep spinning forward, and the mist in the air also condenses rapidly, forming an ice Jinchuriki column. Block Neji's way. Bang. Neji slapped the huge ice Jinchuriki column with a palm, and the ice shattered all over the sky. Bai's figure fell beside Zaibuchuan. Wait. No longer muttering, I didn't expect that I should not die. Baizi said, if you don't kill your lord, this mission can't be continued. Give it up for the time being. Whoosh. Then, the two left. Neji was about to chase, and over there. He faintly felt that something was wrong. There was a huge chakra hidden in the ground. Do you want to chase? Kakashi walked over to Neji. Neji grabbed Kakashi and said, get down. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. The huge revolving heaven enveloped several people, and under the ground, endless shards of ice began to erupt. Crumbling. The huge ice Jinchuriki column is shocking. Revolving heaven dissipated, everyone stayed where they were. Neji only breathed a sigh of relief, narrowed his eyes and said, it seems. Women are really not easy to mess with. However, he was a little curious. How did Bai escape from the control of his acupoints and escape smoothly? When did he plant such a wide-ranging technique? After a few people got out of danger, they continued their mission. Follow his owner and get into bed together. And Dasna, who was also on the boat, began to explain to several people the history and current situation of the Land of Waves. So, your son is a hero who rebelled against Cardo and set an example for people. Kakashi said. His owner looked serious and shook his head silently. No. After a long time, he sighed leisurely and said, heroes are destined to be sad. My son became a hero, but he died forever. My grandson has no father since then. This desperate village has no future. Who told you that? Neji glanced at his owner, his eyes full of resentment. Hero, but people's hope. Just one sentence. Let Dasner's eyes be shocked. Chapter 595 Leave the team. Meaning of Anbu. You. Dasner's eyes were wet. And Neji only cared about himself and said, your son clearly saved this village. At that time, if people continue to persevere, although there will be more victims, it will definitely make Cardo dare not invade your village and your country. But, you are against his will. A hero. Neji was startled. Dasna in front of him was already in tears. What's wrong with you? Kakashi asked. His owner shook his head and pushed away Kakashi's hand to help him. He looked at Neji and said moved, thank you for reminding me of what my son said to me, and what you said, he once said to me. He also said that a hero is people's hope. When he was forced to death by Cardo, he still swore to us that a hero would never die. It's just that we were always protected by him at that time, which was too weak. Dishonor sighed in the sky. He was approaching 60 years old, and he had never been young in his life. Haven't you ever been warm-blooded? But in the end, they will all go to this age when they seem to understand everything but are actually ignorant. Don't worry, Mr. Dishonor. Since we have taken over this task, we will certainly help you build this bridge. Kakashi comforted. Sasuke, who always wanted to interrupt, also nodded and said, yeah. As long as the bridge is completed, the whole country will start to compete with Kado. Where else do you need heroes? You can all be heroes of your own country. This is the country of waves. Yes, the home of the people of the land of waves is definitely not a place where bastards like Kado are allowed to do evil. HMPH, although it's a bit stupid, I still support your idea. Naruto also showed a smile that was hard to see, as warm as ever. This scene, the seventh shift in this Konoha village, all made Dasna feel warm, just like the so-called hero, as if to let him see the light after a long night, and let him see hope. Excellent. Dasna looked at these thriving ninjas with a lot of emotion. Several people rushed to the country of waves together, and the night came quietly, and they arrived at the country of waves. It's getting late today, so let's rest early. Well, then, leave tomorrow to repair the bridge. It is estimated that the enemy will also see that moment tomorrow, right? It's okay, it's okay. Naruto and I both practiced new techniques recently, right? Don't be naive, idiot. That kind of enemy is not something our new technique can deal with. Listening to Dishonor and Sasuke and Naruto bickering in the house is also a pleasure. With the cool breeze and the moonlight shining down, the lake is extraordinarily quiet. In the room by the lake, the bamboo frame outside is a small harbor that looks like a pier. Neji hangs one foot and leans on the guardrail next to him weakly. Pat, pat, came the sound of footsteps. Neji didn't look back, knowing it was Kakashi. Kakashi squatted down first, looked at Neji, and then sat down next to Neji. Thanks to you today, Neji, Kakashi said first. Ah, it's okay. Neji simply said something and ignored it. Kakashi seemed to hesitate, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally asked. So, Neji, can you tell me? What? Have you always been this strong? And experienced something unknown? After Kakashi asked, there was a cool breeze blowing on the lake, making it chilly. Kakashi, I said, you know what? Do you know what the so-called Anbu means? Neji turned his head and looked at Kakashi in a daze. Kakashi was startled. Did you enter Konoha Anbu for a short time? You finally quit because it was inappropriate. Neji knew that in the original world Kakashi was a genius since childhood, and because of Sharingan, he entered Anbu and became more and more familiar. But this world is different. Kakashi didn't lose his father, he didn't lose Obito, he didn't lose Rin, he grew up smoothly, he was too decent, there was no place to shine, and there was no dark place in his heart. So Kakashi and Anbu didn't have much fate. When Kakashi came back to his senses, Neji had disappeared. Ning, Kakashi froze in place, thinking about the middle of the night. He finally felt that he had figured out the answer. The next morning. What? Sasuke watched in amazement as Naruto handed him the note in his hand, and he couldn't help but read it over and over again. Kakashi was also silent by the side, and Dasna was indifferently silent. Sasuke said, that guy Neji, just left the team. You said that there is something to investigate, and now you are going to carry out his mission alone. It's not that this guy doesn't know how strong those guys are. Today is the most critical day for the construction of the bridge. Kakashi lightly smiled and reassured, Sasuke, don't worry about it. At least Neji didn't leave directly, he still left us a note. Besides, as a future member of Anbu, he naturally has his own mission, which is understandable. Quote. Who knew that after Kakashi said it, Sasuke said angrily, Anbu. Can Anbu do whatever he wants? Naruto was also very unhappy and said, "That's right, I really think I'm so strong. If something goes wrong, the missions on both sides will fail. Do you have to make the enemy proud to be happy?" Seeing Sasuke and Naruto being so ignorant of current affairs, Kakashi was very tired. If he didn't know the younger generation like Neji, Kakashi would still think Naruto and Sasuke are very cute, but since meeting the current Neji, he has completely changed his views and respect for newcomers. Watching these two again, worlds of difference. Since you can't watch it, it's natural to have a good lecture. He said. In this note, Neji made it very clear that he was going to Kurigakure village to investigate some things. The opponents he met yesterday, Momoji Zaibushin and the guy with a mask named Shiro, seemed to be Kurigakure Anbu too. Of the so-called, know oneself and one enemy, 100 battles to win 100 battles, do you know? What Neji has done is likely to bring us favorable information. And Neji has Byakugan and extraordinary physical skills, only he can do the job. However, Kakashi's explanation only aroused the disgust of the two. What's the matter, Kakashi-sensei? Why are you talking to Neji like that? Especially Sasuke, this guy always looks arrogant because he is from a famous Uchiha family. Only with strength can he persuade him. Once his attitude softens, he can't dance. But Kakashi is a gentle teacher, and after thinking for a while, he has a solution. You guys like to comment on Neji so much, so I'll tell you what Neji thinks too. Last night, Neji asked me a question, shall I ask you? Let's see your opinion, how? Chapter 596 Anbu. The end of teamwork. Problem. That kind of guy. What can I ask? Sasuke suddenly became a little unhappy. It wasn't all of a sudden that Neji was unhappy at first. But after yesterday's battle and a series of actions, both in terms of strength and character, the suddenly powerful Neji was recognized. I just don't like the character as always. But Sasuke finally felt that this new, 7th class, had some team feeling. That guy left the team without authorization. He pouted, slowly displeased. On the other hand, Naruto had a different view. Although he also disliked Neji's decision very much, it was clearly pretending to be lofty, even though he knew that Neji's strength might still be hidden. But as a genius, no matter how powerful the middle-aged person is, there is an upper limit. Mission has become an S-rank mission, leaving the team alone to investigate the enemy's intelligence. What a fool's dream. But he still cares more about why Neji becomes stronger, so he wants to hear what kind of question Neji asks. What's the problem, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Kakashi blurted out. Neji joined the 7th class this time to get the information on the mission. That is to say, the information he did is also necessary, because his purpose itself is different from ours. This is one of them, I hope you can understand. Kakashi's words made Sasuke and Naruto shut their mouths. Although they didn't want to admit it, it was a fact after all. Neji, who once made them look down a little, has left them behind, whether it's this mission or the promotion of the ninja level. Second, that is about the organization Neji is going to, Konoha Anbu. You should know that, right? Although Chunin can enter Anbu with special abilities or extraordinary abilities, the tasks that Konoha Anbu can accept are more than Konoha. The special Jonin and ordinary Jonin should be high level. Ah, I heard something. Naruto nodded. Sasuke also nodded and said, I heard my brother tell me, because he is now Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu. Kakashi said, so, Anbu's conditions or creeds, no matter what, should be higher than your current level. Neji asked me, what does the so-called Anbu mean? Or, what should Anbu's principles be? What do you guys think? Kakashi already had his own answer in his heart, but he still wanted to hear the reactions of Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke didn't think much about it, he just said, isn't Anbu an organization? From the point of view of brother and Shisui, they seem to have matured a lot after entering Anbu. No, it is better to say that they are more mature to be able to enter Anbu, right? Naruto hesitated for a moment, then said faintly, I don't understand, why is Anbu above us? My father, known as the Yellow Flash, was one of the greatest geniuses in the history of Konoha village. If you haven't entered Anbu before, you can't enter Anbu because you are strong, right? Kakashi was a little surprised to hear these two answers. Hehe, the two of you are right, very right. It seems that you have learned a lot from working together with Neji. You have learned to think for yourself. After that, he began to preach. Sasuke is right, it wasn't because Itachi and Shisui entered Anbu that they became mature. It was because of their calm and mature personalities that they entered Anbu. Of course, Naruto, my father is also my teacher. He didn't enter Anbu because he was not mature enough, but he directly became the leader of Anbu. What? Naruto was startled. Kakashi smiled and said, now, Minato is the leader of Anbu in the entire Konoha village. You don't know this, right? It's no wonder that you are only Chunin now, and you can't get in touch with these. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and complained, Dad really? So, what is Kakashi-sensei's answer? What exactly does Anbu mean? Kakashi's eyes brightened and he said, the answer, I also thought about it after seeing Neji's note. I also understood why he asked me this question last night. At this time, Dishonor, who was beside him, also became curious, and the three of them perked up their ears and held their breaths. Kakashi said, probably means. Anbu is a kind of ninja. The so-called ninja was a profession at the beginning, and the development of the times has made the ninja team stronger and stronger. But ninjas are ninjas and always pay attention to personal will. Anbu is the ministry, and they understand what the meaning of the team is. The so-called mission is. What are you talking about? Pretty words are nice, but he's not alone to investigate. Sasuke couldn't help but spit out. Kakashi smiled and said, however, Neji, who has Byakugan and performed well yesterday, has the ability to complete the investigation task alone. How about you? This time, Sasuke and Naruto were speechless. The two of you, do any of you dare to go to Kurigakure village to complete this investigation task? Or, are you planning to go together? Or let me go. Either way will make the bridge repair work on Dazna's side unable to continue, encountered an ambush by the enemy. The so-called team. Kakashi frowned slightly and explained, Anbu's focus is not just on the dark, but on the department and the army department. All Anbu people have undergone more rigorous training than the ninja school before entering the team. So Anbu's people are definitely not random people. The Neji you guessed doesn't think about teamwork and bravery at all. He will never do this, otherwise he won't even pass the Chunin exam. The so-called teamwork, you all understood the importance of this yesterday. But in the end, although you protected Dazna, it was also because Neji was strong enough to not be taken advantage of, and you didn't let that Kurigakure Anbu ninjas take advantage of anything, and these 2 points have nothing to do with the two of you. No matter how much emphasis is placed on teamwork, you absolutely cannot take this credit away. Quote. Kakashi's words made Naruto and Sasuke a little embarrassed for a while. The focus of teamwork, today is the second lesson Neji taught you. What's the point? Sasuke was completely persuaded by Kakashi's preaching, and Neji's back seemed to shine in his heart. Does the teamwork you think is that everyone joins the group to keep warm, and stands together to defeat the enemy with great strength? It's too naive. Kakashi's ruthless dismantling made Sasuke and Naruto look at each other. Sasuke looked at Naruto, and Naruto looked at Sasuke. The two blinked their eyes and wrote, isn't that so? Chapter 597 Kurigakure. Meet old friends. Actually, the purpose of the team's real collaboration is not like this. Kakashi is not trying to make a fool of himself. For an old fritter like him, these principles can be directly applied to the process of ordinary task execution. But to tell these children who are not yet deeply involved in the world, it is necessary to separate several steps. First of all, Naruto and Sasuke, as the first time to perform a large-scale S-level mission as a young Chunin, do not understand the rules of this ninja world at all. Especially after the Third Ninja World War, the development of Konoha Village and the Land of Fire is too rapid. The children of Konoha Village have never experienced what war is, and they do not understand the value of peace. They don't even know that the real task is complicated, and the real combat is so cruel. They can't be allowed to think and have no chance to perform at all. If they make mistakes, they can face the risk of death and loss of their companions. As a ninja, it is necessary to trusting your comrades and staying awake when you lose your comrades. Even the current Kakashi may not be able to do that. But as a teacher, you must teach these things. It was only after he wanted to understand this question that Kakashi realized how terrible Neji was. This child is not only outrageous in terms of strength, but also has a terrifyingly mature mind. The face of Zaibushin and Kurigakure Anbu, he even dared to go back and investigate after he narrowly escaped, and judging from the tone of his voice, he was fully prepared. Even Kakashi felt so at ease. That child must be a big deal. The real teamwork is not that we stay together. It is that we can perform our duties even if we are apart. A good team should have supporting ninjas, protective ninjas, offensive ninjas, and guiding ninjas. A lot of simple truths are not explained. For example, if a team has 2 commanders, it will be messed up. Of course, teamwork does not only mean that those who must match these abilities, but also make arrangements for teammates according to the lineup. Sacrifice: if there are 2 commanders, one must give up his identity. Quote. What if it wasn't Neji leaving the team to investigate this time, but me? Can the 3 of you immediately find out who will replace me? This is the difference between a ninja and Anbu. Kakashi seemed to be glowing when he said that. Sasuke and Naruto were finally able to fully understand what Kakashi said. It seems that they can also find the reason to believe in Neji from Kakashi's words, and find the strength to regard Neji as a companion. Yesterday's battle, Neji asked the 2 of you to protect Mr. Dasna, which is to see you as protective ninjas. Even if you don't know how to use medical ninjutsu, the content of the mission is diverse, not just fighting. Neji deeply knows that even if he wins the battle, it doesn't make sense to fail to protect Dasna. So you think that Neji underestimates and ignores you, but Neji always knows how to use the protection of his teammates reasonably. And also supports me in time. Let Zaibushin have no room to breathe. Real teamwork is not about warming up with the group, but truly contributing what you have. Neji's vision is now far away. Naruto, Sasuke, you 2 have been left behind. Sasuke and Naruto had to admit this fact, but they were really dissatisfied, so they had to decide to complete the task of protecting Dasna. And Kakashi was relieved to see this solution. After thinking about it all night, the effort is not in vain. Kurigakure Village, Neji looks at the bustling crowd. The thick fog filled the air, but there were so many people on the street that even if the distance between the silhouettes was blurred in 10 steps, there was still a crowd in front of Neji's eyes. But the flow of those people is very fast, and everyone seems to be in a hurry with their own lives and personal affairs, and no one has time to take care of each other. But everyone seems to take Neji into account. Because at this moment, he was wearing the uniform of Konoha Village, blinking his eyes. This village, obviously, does not welcome outsiders. Neji was also very helpless. He just investigated the village of Kurigakure. He just didn't care too much to complete the task of the system, so he didn't even pretend for a while. But more importantly, he did not expect that the village of Kurigakure is still closed like this at this moment. According to what I learned from the conversation between Zaibushin and Kakashi, it seems that in this world, Mizukage Terumi, the 5th generation, has not succeeded in ascending the throne, right? The guy who led the village of Kurigakure, Mizukage Karataki Yagura, the 4th generation, right? That guy is also strong as a 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Moreover, Obito is not dead in this world. The Mizukage should still be on the body of the 4th generation, and the strength of Kurigakure village is not weak, so it should not be a coup. So the disclosure of information about Anbu in Kurigakure village was done by high-level officials. The best way to understand this, of course, is to ask. Bang! Neji walked over deliberately and was hit hard on the shoulder. Because Neji's body is the body of a 13-year-old boy, it is naturally no match for these majestic middle-aged people in Kurigakure village. The man was big and thick, and he was upset when he saw Neji from a distance. When he bumped into it, he shouted, "Hey! You, don't you have eyes? An outsider!" Neji was startled, and sure enough, the hostility to outsiders is about to overflow. If it's just an individual, then it should be normal. But at this time, his Byakugan could see it very clearly, and almost all the villagers in Kurigakure village who saw it all cast hostile glances at him. Neji's Byakugan doesn't need to turn his head to look around. All eyes looked so warm and insidious, as if someone was shooting dark arrows from behind at any time. Neji went to investigate the abnormality of Kurigakure village after listening to his father Hazashi talking about it. In this world, Konoha village and Kurigakure village have never had much conflict. Kurigakure village should not be so hostile to Konoha village, then. Just to all the outsiders. And not just Konoha. If there is no specific basis, then it should be a high-level judgment, right? By spreading false rumors or other similar means, the high-level officials made the villagers hostile to outsiders and sealed off the village to protect themselves. "Hey, you guy, speaking." The man was extremely arrogant, and there were angry eyes from all around him, as if he was about to tear Neji to pieces. Neji was so angry that he was forced to rise up, and he immediately wanted to knock everyone down, so it was not unreasonable to conduct an investigation with violence. But the next moment, he was dragged. "Sorry, this is my brother from a foreign country. Why did he come here? I'm causing trouble for you, eldest brother." A familiar voice apologized to everyone and took Neji away. "You." Neji's eyes widened, the man pushed him forward. "This person in front of me is an old friend whom I haven't met for a long time." Chapter 598 List. New Akatsuki. "You are." It was not until the man took him into a room that Neji completely confirmed his speculation. "This man is really him." I saw the man brought Neji into the hut and took off the coat and hat he had been wearing. The smile on his face was kind, and his hair was white like a thorn from behind his shoulders. Although he looks over 100 years old, there is already some masculine aura in his eyes. "Jiraiya-sensei." Neji murmured, the sentence Jiraiya-sensei blurted out. In the original world, Neji did not admit that Jiraiya was his teacher, but Jiraiya was indeed the one who taught him, or guided him for a short period of time. And this is already a minority. Most of the time, Neji is alone and relying on the system to become stronger alone. Might Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, Jiraiya. Neji couldn't find any more. These people are more or less instructive to themselves, and Jiraiya is the most senior and most respected person among them, so Neji naturally pines all his mentorship on Jiraiya. Unfortunately, I thought I could change the ending of Jiraiya when I traveled in the Hokage world, but unexpectedly let myself travel to more than 40 years ago and miss the most important turning point in the Hokage world for more than 2 years. Asuma and Jiraiya died. Even Kakashi died at the hands of pain, but was finally resurrected by Nagato, who was completely awakened. And Might Guy almost died from the side effects of Baman, or Neji forcibly left his life, which also made Neji have a deep doubt, wouldn't he be able to have any teacher to survive in the world? Especially the death of Jiraiya. As a hero, he is so great, not only in terms of strength, but his loyalty to Konoha village and his homeland is enough for Neji to learn for a lifetime. Seeing each other now, even in the world of dreams, he was moved. Jiraiya, who heard Neji call her teacher Jiraiya, was also surprised. At this moment, he stared at the top of Neji's head, Konoha village forehead. "These eyes, Byakugan, are you, Hazashi's son?" Jiraiya blinked, obviously familiar with Neji, but her mind seemed extremely complicated. And where does Neji manage so much? Seeing Jiraiya has already made him a lot of thoughts, and now it is better to suppress the nostalgia for his teacher, and it is better to deal with the situation rationally. So Neji explained, Mr. Jiraiya, as one of Sannin, you and I have been looking up to you for a long time, and I have wanted to call you a master for a long time. It is not necessary to be a teacher, it is just to express my respect for you. By the way, why are you in Kurigakure village? Neji wanted to skip this one quickly, lest Jiraiya ask herself why she called him a teacher. Could it be because you are carrying out a secret mission? Oh I said why I can't find you in Konoha village. It seems that you are carrying out a major hidden mission. Neji raised his eyebrows, looking lively and active, he was quite confident in his performance. Neji's enthusiasm was beyond Jiraiya's expectations, and while he was unable to respond for a while, he also showed a wry smile. Really? You really are Hizashi's son? Hyuga Neji, right, you are very similar to Hizashi when we were young. You look so reliable, but you always look good and sensible to seniors like us, never embarrassing what? Jiraiya smiled honestly and let out a long breath. Neji nodded, and the atmosphere between the two was just right at this time. But it seems, each has a ghost. Why are you in the village of Kurigakure? The two spoke in unison, almost at the same time. Ha ha ha, it seems that you really don't know much about me, Neji. Jiraiya laughed out loud. Neji shrugged as well, just follow the custom when you enter the village, and simply explained, yeah, you also know that I'm just an untalented ninja, I might have been caught by those villagers without you just now. I don't know anything, I really want to know why the legendary you appeared in Kurigakure village, is it because something important happened in Kurigakure village? Jiraiya was still looking at Neji, and after thinking for a while, he chose to trust Neji for the time being. Haha, since that's the case, seeing how persistent you are, I'll tell you my reasons first. Yes, as you said. Jiraiya began to explain to Neji seriously. I was secretly commissioned by the village to carry out a major classified S-class mission outside. So you may hear some false rumors in Konoha village, whatever those rumors are. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, noticing the change in Neji's expression all the time. After confirming that it was correct, he continued to explain, of course, the details of this mission cannot be given to you at will. In short, I don't know much about Kurigakure village. It's just that I'm investigating an organization recently. All I can say is so much. A certain organization. Neji narrowed his eyes and muttered. It seems that the current Jiraiya has nothing to hide, even if this world is different from the original world line, or it is simply a dream world, a false world. Although everything in front of me is so real. But this world seems to have a certain law of development, even without Obito, Akatsuki was born. Jiraiya even revealed this to herself, she can be considered a credible person to some extent. Neji told Jiraiya all the process of going out to carry out the mission. Of course, his secrets are naturally not told, but from the perspective of Neji in this world, he tells about the many tasks he has gone through. Oh. Jiraiya suddenly realized after listening to it. In other words, now you want to investigate the secrets of Kurigakure village. Want to help your father solve his problems and get the standard answer directly. Zaibu-zan smiled and joked, you are really thoughtful, boy. If this allows you to crack the secret of Kurigakure village, your father won't be able to impress you. What an idea, boy. Where? The face of Jiraiya's compliments, Neji is still a little bit complacent. It's just that you're really surprising. The guy who got the approval of Shisui from Anbu so quickly, even I find it difficult. Jiraiya focused and seemed a little displeased. Neji was startled. Huh. It's all right. Jiraiya thought for a moment, then laughed softly. By the way, since you are going to investigate the village of Kurigakure, shall I also give you some information? Jiraiya turned around and found a list from the baggage in her corner. Over the paper list to Neji, he explained, this is the list I've collected for the current member named Akatsuki. Not just 4 people, but one of them, just don't cut it. That's why I came to investigate the village of Kurigakure, Jiraiya explained. Chapter 599th Crisis. Battle on the bridge. Neji didn't answer, just immediately reached out and took the list. With a serious expression, he immediately started flipping through the list. There are only 4 lists, starting with the first one in Kurigakure Village's Sabuzai, and each one records the details of a guy who was sentenced from Shinobi Village to join Akatsuki. As big as their Grandmaster's ninjutsu and ability, as small as all their experiences, they are all written densely and clearly. Very comprehensive. This also confirms that Jiraiya in front of him is indeed trustworthy, and Neji also put down the last defense. Really didn't feel any malice in Jiraiya, maybe he was overhearted, and he evacuated the chakra that he had prepared for a long time from his heart. In a dangerous place like Kurigakure Village, he was still on high alert, and only now did he relax completely. It's really detailed, can you really give me this information? Neji couldn't believe it. Jiraiya laughed. Of course, your father, Hokage, is Hokage, the 4th generation. I trust you absolutely, this information has already been memorized by my heart. These lists are worthless to me, but let you bring by the way, taking it back to the village and giving it to your father is the best choice. Quote. Neji nodded, that's right. It's just that when he continued to read the information on the other 3 Akatsuki members below, he was completely dumbfounded. Akatsuki's original Deidara, Sasori, Oni, Kakuzu, Hidan and others are gone. In addition to belonging to Akatsuki, the other 3 people with information are Chiyo mother-in-law from Sunagakure Village, Hitu from Iwagakure Village, and Nozomi from Kumogakure Village. They are all people who can't be beaten by 8 poles. In this world, they have become missing nin, and they have gathered in Akatsuki. Combining it again and again, Neji frowned in thought. The 4 of them happen to be able-bodied villagers of the 4 major kingdoms except Konoha Village. Although their abilities were different, they seem to be 4 kinds of abilities. Neji's reaction is very sharp. Master all types of abilities and Neji with all chakra properties are very sensitive to the type of ninja. Is an assassination type taijutsu ninja, good at sweet and water style. Chiyo is the card face of Sunagakure Village, the pinnacle user of puppet technique. Although she is old, she is also a master ninja with the ability to make poison and detoxify, medical ninjutsu and reincarnation ninjutsu. Slightly weaker than the first 2 are Akatsuki and Nozomi. Hitu is a gifted ninja, and it is clearly written on it. That guy's ability is a natural bloodline, and his body senses can turn everything he touches into stones, and he can spit stones out of his mouth. It's a freak, and the rest of his abilities are unknown. The weakest, but also the one who cares most about Neji, is Nozomi from Kumogakure Village. The whole piece of paper only writes that perception is too powerful. The ceiling of perception ability of Kumogakure Village may be stronger in this world. These are Akatsuki? Neji asked. Jiraiya shook his head silently and explained, no, of course it's more than that, it's just what I've investigated. You can leave it to Konoha. Okay, I'll take it. Neji put away Akatsuki's list. Jiraiya added, as for what you want to investigate, it seems that you left the village with Anbu from Kurigakure Village early this morning to carry out a mission. Now, I want to sneak into Anbu from Kurigakure Village to get more information before he returns. Quote. Mission. Neji suddenly felt that he should go back. This. He hesitated again. If he could trust Kakashi and the others, then he could infiltrate Kurigakure Village Anbu with Jiraiya. But he obviously didn't believe it in his heart. In the state of Class 7 yesterday, if he wasn't there today, he would probably be wiped out. And Jiraiya soon saw that Neji's mind was no longer in Kurigakure Village, so he smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry, the investigation task of Kurigakure Village falls on my head, I will never be careless." Quote. According to what you said, your team's mission this time seems to be quite difficult, and as you said, no matter what you said, you might find trouble with Kakashi. If you continue to investigate with me here, maybe there's something will happen. Jiraiya shrugged again. I really hope you can go there to help, because I'm halfway through many investigations here, and it would be a pity to give up now. Persuasion. Neji let out a sigh of relief. Okay, I see. Then, the village of Kurigakure will be handed over to you, senpai. Neji forced himself to change his tongue, but his mind was completely on the other side. Okay. Jiraiya nodded and turned around with a sly look. On the other side, above the bridge. The fierce battle is in full swing. Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet art. Sweden, water style, great waterfall technique. PFF'd. Wow, tilde. So strong. To be able to continuously display such a powerful Sweden, water style technique. Naruto bit Kiba, exhausted from the fight. And Sasuke over there also rushed over to support Naruto. Kakashi over there, and Zabazaki are fighting hard. Naruto said, Sasuke, you can't fight with that guy, I'll drag this guy, you go and support Kakashi-sensei. But Sasuke seems to be less assertive than Naruto, and is somewhat indecisive. Naruto shouted, okay, listen to me, otherwise, we'll be doomed if we go on like this. Go and help Kakashi-sensei create opportunities. Now it seems that the best way is to solve that first and then not cut it. I know. Afterwards, Sasuke turned around immediately, intending to support Kakashi. Don't think about it. Shiro immediately followed, but Naruto passed quickly. Extremely fast. Like a yellow flash. Your opponent is me. In an instant, Naruto appeared beside Shiro, but Shiro frowned. This Hiraishin, you are not a complete master. Bang! With a punch of Bai, he knocked down Naruto and walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke was knocked out. Sasuke. Naruto forced himself to stand up with difficulty and ran towards Sasuke. The two stood together, and Bai walked slowly. For me, the two of you are just practice opponents without any challenges. It seems that the content of the mission has changed from preventing you to trapping you. Next, I just need to stop you and let Mr. Nozan fight. After all, he started hand seal with a very strange gesture. This guy. Naruto frowned tightly, holding Sasuke in his arms. Sasuke also gradually woke up and stood up. I'm fine, Naruto, sorry. Mystic Hyoten, ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Ziz. I saw mirror-like ice cubes stand up, surrounding Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto each stood up, but they felt the icy cold around them, invading their bones. Chapter 600 Obliterate. Difficult task. Neji left the village of Kurigakure. He hurried to the land of waves. Journey is about an hour. Neji calculated the time from Jiraiya. Maybe Zaibushin and Kakashi just met. According to Neji's intuition, the relationship between Bai and Zaibushin may still need to be explored. Especially if he doesn't cut it again, many of his behaviors are too weird. Maybe Bai has another meaning to him. Or maybe he had other motives, all of which gave Neji a bad premonition. But in the end, they are all enemies, no matter whether the world belongs to them or not, but Neji completely substitutes himself into it. The most important thing now is to complete the task of the system. But when it comes to the task of the system, I've gone to Kurigakure to investigate. How? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Complete the hidden mission. Go to Kurigakure village to investigate. Neji realized there was silence, and sighed heavily. Sure enough, there is really no reward. Neji bit Kiba, it really is a shitty world. Although the various subversive settings are still quite interesting, Neji still decided now that after all the tasks are completed, he must leave this world as quickly as possible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and getting the reward. Start the next hidden task immediately. Fuck you, why don't you reward me? Neji is in a cold sweat. However, complaining is the best way to delay the power of prohibition in this world anyway, so for tasks that are not difficult, Neji does not need to reject them. Now the lowest limit of his own strength is probably hovering around the super cage level, so when facing most tasks, it must be easy. Moreover, Neji's IQ and experience are definitely not a 13-year-old boy. Counting the past life and present life, Neji has at least 30 or 40 years of life experience. And it's so bumpy and colorful, it's not even a bug in Neji's use of the system card. For example, practicing gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven, can be practiced up to 3,000 times a day in the real world, but using the system and the bug of the spiritual realm, Neji can practice 300,000 times a day. This has greatly enriched Neji's experience, and now Neji is far beyond ordinary people in terms of physical fitness and intelligence. It's still easy to finish those broken tasks and make small troubles. The next hidden mission is, obliterate all Akatsuki members on the list. The sound of the system, at this moment, is like thunder. Neji thought he had heard it wrong, and his eyes were completely different. The list of Akatsuki members that will be accepted from Jiraiya will be wiped out. This hidden mission can be completed and the next hidden mission will be activated. Neji continued on his way. Ling Lai's wind was blowing on his face. I'm really afraid of what's coming. I just thought that the task was all a little trouble, so I immediately gave myself such a big surprise. Kill all 4 of them. But there is no threat to the current Neji, and Neji can't feel the existence of the threat, so he suddenly received a request to kill them. It's better to say if he doesn't cut it. Now he is the enemy in the mission, and his body is indeed very hostile. But what about the other 3? Chiyo, Nozomi from Kumogakure village, and Kitu from Iwagakure village. The latter 2 are clearly teammates in the Ninja World War, and Granny Chiyo is a senior that Neji respects very much, so they became the objects of his own obliteration. Neji finally knows his weakness, which is unnecessary softness, and of course, he also fully knows how to restrain his weakness. That is to ignore him for the time being. Regardless of whether he has so many or not, there must be a way for the car to the front of the mountain, and the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. The most important thing now is to rush to the battlefield, and since there is a task, do it. 1/4 of the task is also a task. Let's talk about the other 3, at least this one will not be cut, Neji has already decided. Go and kill. At this time, on the bridge. Looked at the duo trapped in demonic mirroring ice crystals, still wearing his Anbu mask. Under the mask, I couldn't see what the expression was. But it must be a look of arrogance. This is a great masterpiece of general moves. No matter what Sasuke and Naruto can't understand. The power of mystery, the essence of the escape technique. This is the limit of blood. Hyoten ice style. It's a force you can't overcome. Bai muttered. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although you are a classmate, I have to tell you. Compared with the guy from Byakugan yesterday, the 2 of you are really much weaker. Against Neji, clearly knew that Neji was a very strong opponent, but the 2 in front of him were just rubbish with fancy tricks. This guy, what is he going to do? When Naruto saw the white act, he immediately raised his vigilance. Sasuke also nervously put his hand into the ninja bag. Whoosh! He pulled out the kunai and threw it out. Snap! Kuwu was in the air, but was caught by Bai and held it in his hand. How could it be? My kunai was caught by her bare hands. Bai Leng snorted and said, how naive. Is this level of Kuwu also used to attack? Then, she said, then, it's my turn to attack. I saw that Bai walked into the ice crystals, and then, due to the effect of mirrors, they reflected each other, and all the mirrors projected Bai's figure. Is it a blindfold, or a clone technique? Naruto immediately began to analyze. The Hyoten ice style technique in front of him was already incomprehensible, and there was a similar ability to the miniature technique used in conjunction with it. Thousands. Sasuke opened Sharingan, although it is only a tomo, but it is still better than Naruto's observation ability. Naruto, be careful, this guy should be planning to use these projections to attack us with thousands of hidden weapons. Naruto was startled when Sasuke reminded him in time. Bai really quickened his speed, holding the 1,000 books in his hand, Shiro, in all the scenes threw the 1,000 needles at the two trapped in demonic mirroring ice crystals. Naruto didn't have time to think about it, and quickly hand seal. Futon, wind style, gale palm. Ba-ah-ah. Ding ding ding, tilde. All the 1,000 copies were bounced off by Naruto's gale palm and scattered everywhere. At this time, Sasuke also immediately hand seal. His hand seal speed and Naruto have opened a lot of awareness, but he is also taking advantage of the period when Naruto is defending Shiro, ready for his own art. Since it's ice, then use fire to attack. As long as the ice is melted, there is no medium. Your magic can't be activated. We won't be trapped. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Puff puff puff. The fireball slammed away and attached to the ice mirror.